I reborn as a red dragon and I established the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 126. The Dragon Team's match is about to begin, esteemed guests. Today's match features the Centaur team against the Ogre team. It's going to be a very exciting game. A ticket is only 10 copper coins. This is the intense game that dragons played to train their bodies when they were young. Don't miss it. The elderly doorman, missing a tooth, waved a stack of tickets in his hand, energetically shouting at passers-by near the dragon arena. His promotion genuinely piqued the interest of many people, especially those barbarian warriors who admired bravery. Soon, several adventurer teams composed of barbarians came up, took out the few copper coins left in their pockets, gave them to the old man, and bought tickets to go inside. This newly opened dragon arena had sparse crowds, with only a few scattered spectators, but the variety of races was surprisingly diverse. Not only were there ogres, centaurs, kobolds, and goblins, races that were already frequently active within the dragon territory, but there were also some elves and orcs in this arena. There were also some creatures who concealed their original forms, using polymorph or illusion magic to transform into elves or human nobles. A skilled barbarian totem warrior keenly smelled the scent of dragons and the abyss on them, which meant that the other party was likely a dragon or a demonic creature from the abyss. However, these barbarian warriors were not afraid. Barbarian warriors themselves are a race that advances through combat. The more battles they experience, the easier it is for barbarians to become powerful. Moreover, these barbarian warriors had already offered the path of totem cultivation to the dragons who ruled this place, and had registered their names with the magistrate of the Golden City, pledging allegiance to the dragon territory. They were already on our side. In this land, these barbarian warriors already had a backing, no longer the wandering race hunted and captured by various human kingdoms in the past. A group of barbarian warriors took their seats, feeling confident for the first time in their hearts, raising their heads and looking around triumphantly, without the slightest bit of timidity. Soon, the ogre team and the centaur team stood in the center of the arena, with an oval ball in the middle. This was the team presentation and introduction before the match began. But the spectators' gazes were not on the two competing teams, but on those green-skinned goblins who suddenly scurried out, wearing large plates on their heads. These green-skinned goblins, in teams of 2, walked around the spectators with wooden trays on their heads, one hawking the dragon territory's specialty snacks and refreshments. The other shouted loudly, "Esteemed guests, you can place your bets. Bet on who loses or who wins, it all depends on the guest's judgment. Bet on who scores first, it all depends on your luck. Buy now, settle now, the dragon guarantees, no delays." Many spectators were tempted, asking about the odds and other questions. These specially selected green-skinned goblins were clever, nimble, and patient, answering each question one by one. Soon, the empty trays were filled with glittering gold and silver coins. The barbarian warriors were also tempted. The few copper coins they had left were used to buy tickets, and all they had on them were the rewards they had received, one gold coin after another. These shiny gold coins gave the barbarians confidence. One by one, they pulled out a few gold coins from their pockets, shouting loudly, "Hey, green-skinned dwarves, come here. We're betting on the ogres to win. These ogres look very strong with their muscles, I think we're going to get rich." The green-skinned goblin trotted over to these wealth-bearing patrons with a tray, quickly uttering a long string of compliments to flatter these rude barbarians. The group of barbarian warriors were amused by the green-skinned goblin. One barbarian, quite generously, took out another gold coin from his pocket and threw it on the tray, laughing loudly, "I think you speak quite nicely, this is my reward for you." The process of the game satisfied these barbarian warriors. The collision of muscles between the centaurs and ogres made them very excited. But the result of the game made these barbarian warriors very sad. They left the arena crestfallen, no longer seeing the arrogance they had when they first entered. "Why don't I go ask that Lord Fa, whether we can directly pledge allegiance to the dragon tonight? It is said that after pledging allegiance to the dragon, they even provide food and lodging." One barbarian warrior looked worriedly at the leader of this group, the powerful warrior covered in various totem patterns, the totem berserker. Totem berserker Jibu shook his dirty hair on his head and said quite boldly, "Go what go, I Jibu, can't afford to lose face. We agreed to hold the allegiance ceremony in 3 days, and it will be in 3 days. Isn't it just sleeping on the ground? Have we slept less in the wilderness and jungle?" Jibu kicked the worried warrior on the butt and laughed loudly, "Go, find me a doorway that is not blown by the wind. Tonight our camp will be entrusted to you." A tall and sturdy orc, leading several burly Orcish warriors, passed by these barbarians, a thoughtful look rising on his ugly face. Judging from the situation in this golden city, these dragons' territories are about to have the beginnings of a country. The tall orc frowned, speaking in the Orcish language in a low voice to his guards. Lord Fatai, I'm afraid the mission of the Orc Elder Council will be difficult to complete. A ruler of a dragon kingdom, what kind of price would need to be paid to buy them off? A middle-aged fox person also replied in a low voice in Orcish. Although these fox people are not strong in combat, comparable to kobold warriors. But the intelligence of the fox people is acknowledged by all orcs, so many nobles in the orc kingdoms like to keep some fox people around them as external brains. Hehe, those old guys don't even think about it, actually fantasizing about owning a territory belonging to the orc kingdom next to the dragon's territory. How much would that cost? From my observation of these dragons, they will not allow a force that can threaten the dragon territory to exist beside them. Orc noble Fatai's face revealed a sneer, the protruding buck teeth particularly ugly. Yes, if you want to pick fruit, you should guard it next to the fruit tree when it is planted. If you want to pick it when the fruit is ripe, you have to defeat the fruit's guardian, the middle-aged fox person sighed. Humph, those stupid old guys were unwilling to contribute when this place was still a wasteland, greedy for the original prosperity and wealth, and now they want to plunder it when it starts to prosper. As a base for the orcs to return to the main continent, it's not that easy. Orc Fatai sneered, those dragons are not fools, dragons who can build a civilization on the wasteland, don't think of them as too stupid. The group walked and talked, but the sound did not leak out. Many greeting merchants and passing pedestrians only saw these strange orcs' lips moving slightly, as if they were chewing on the dried meat that was a specialty of the dragon territory. Now the first batch of grain in the dragon territory has been harvested, which can supplement the original shortage of grain in the dragon group, and there is a lot of surplus. So the meat of those wild beasts in the dragon territory is not as tight as it was a few years ago, and has become abundant. Many hunters can only sell the wild beasts they hunt to merchants to make into dried meat. Under the laws of the dragon territory, shortages in quantity will be severely punished, so these merchants are full measure, pounding and drying those particularly solid beast meats into dried meat. No one distinguishes what kind of beast's meat this dried meat is, maybe it's just ordinary beasts, maybe it's the meat of fierce species, it just depends on the price. But without exception, just a small piece of dried meat is enough for ordinary people to chew all morning, and it has already become one of the popular snacks in the dragon territory. Orc noble Fatai also walked past the newly built dragon library, watching many dragon dependents busily carrying boxes of books to the tall and wide library, and couldn't help but admire the dragon's spirit. This dragon library not only has most of the historical and cultural knowledge copied and purchased from human nobles, but also reportedly has books engraved with common sense about magic and magical tricks. As long as you have a dragon territory resident identity badge, you can enter the library with your identity badge to browse these books, but you cannot take them out. Whether you are a noble or a commoner, everyone is equal in the face of knowledge, and all races are equally equal. Orc Fatai is very clear about the benefits this measure will bring to the dragon territory. Once the reputation of valuing knowledge and culture spreads, the dragon territory will inevitably receive many invisible supporters in the future. Although Orc Fatai doesn't know the rather high-end term of condensing a common civilization consciousness, he can clearly understand the benefits of this move. Perhaps the longer the time drags on, the fewer opportunities our Orc Kingdom will have. Fatai stood in front of this still relatively deserted library. There were not many people borrowing books yet, most of them were dragon dependents busy. Perhaps we should start with the dragons themselves. The dragons who rule the territory are a dragon group, not a single dragon. The 5-colored dragons cannot work together wholeheartedly. We can start with a certain dragon and divide them, so that we have some opportunities. The middle-aged fox person's slender eyes flickered with wisdom. The race known for its cunning seemed to have quite a few tricks. Orc Fatai nodded, and the group walked and stopped, eventually stopping in front of a building similar to a tavern. 2 cute pixie elves wearing rubber fruit hats fluttered their wings in front of the gate of this tavern called the Myriadworld Tavern, 2 dazzling fairy dust trails scattering little sparkles in the air behind them. They shouted loudly, "Woohoo, want to play a game of Myriadworld card? Everyone come and play, Myriadworld card has new special cards, it's a powerful character." But the loud shouts of the 2 cute pixie elves were drowned out by the sounds coming from the tavern. Cheerful shouts came out from inside, the atmosphere was lively. Myriadworld card, as the name suggests, is a card game that encompasses thousands of races. This is the name given by Pixie Elf Raven. At the request of Copper Dragon Alfred, Pixie Elf Raven took the position of Deputy Minister of the Cultural Propaganda Department and brought out the game that Karen invented as one of the Dragon Territory's characteristic cultural promotions. The ordinary card types of Myriadworld card are not rare in material, only made of ordinary tough playing cards, with the dragon logo engraved on the corners, representing the Dragon Territory's production. The dragons are not worried about this game being imitated, or rather, they hope that this game will be imitated and spread. Only special cards will be made of special materials. For example, cards representing dragons are made of dragon scales, cards representing elves are made of leaves from ancient trees, and if they are powerful elf characters, they will also be made of leaves from the Tree of Life. In addition, Pixie Elf Raven also recruited a group of idle pixie elves at home, specializing in using these pixie elves' fairy dust in conjunction with the magical images engraved on special cards, so that these special cards will show their images, sounds, and actions when attacking. Due to the vigorous promotion of Little Elf Raven and Copper Dragon Alfred, coupled with the fact that Myriadworld card itself is an intellectually interesting game, this game quickly became popular in the Golden City. There are also those dragon dependents. Almost every dependent resting in the Golden City has a deck of cards in their hands, and when they are resting, they will always run to this place to play the game loudly, which really attracts a lot of people. It's gotten to the point where the pixie elves are working overtime to print cards, one head is bigger than two, and Little Elf Raven's dark circles are about to spread to her chin. Lord Fatai, the amount you have spent in this card haul this month has exceeded 2,000 gold coins. The middle-aged fox person saw that Fatai's footsteps had habitually stopped again, touched the already somewhat shriveled purse, and persuaded him with some anxiety. It's okay, I'll just go in and take a look, I definitely won't spend another copper plate, Orc Fatai muttered, stepping into this card hall. As soon as he stepped into the tavern, a surge of heat rushed towards him. The temperature in the tavern was several degrees higher than outside, and many cheers and curses continued to come out. Wide round tables were almost full of creatures of various races, human mages and goblins competing at the same table, ogres and young girls playing against each other at one table. The most outrageous thing was that Orc Fatai also saw a demon hybrid with goat horns sitting casually with his legs crossed, playing cards with a snake woman. Just like the teasing in the hybrid demon's eyes, teasing the voluptuous snake woman opposite. Without exception, these creatures had a nameplate engraved with their identity hanging on their chest or hand. This is the identity certificate that must be registered to enter the Golden City. With this identity certificate, which costs 1 silver coin, you can move freely within the dragon territory. If a creature without an identity certificate is caught, they can gloriously eat the dragon territory's lifelong package, becoming a serf with food, lodging, and labor included. Tall, at least pretty, white green-skinned elves wearing short robes that revealed their fair long legs walked in front of tables. Cups of wine on their trays were quickly bought by those drinkers, and they took the opportunity to touch those tender and delicious elves. But these elves did not dare to resist. As the first tribe in the green wilderness forest to be swept away by Karen, becoming slaves was already their best end. They will never forget that those elf warriors who had participated in the attack on the camp were beheaded by the dragon's warriors, and their heads were piled high. The elf elder was cruelly tortured and killed by the kobold warriors, and finally died in endless pain and wailing. Only those druids who had not taken action were assigned to the dragon territory's beast garden to become lowly beast officials, breeding beasts for the dragons. Those female elves who had never been stained with blood were reduced to slavery, never to be free for eternity. Even the Tree of Life, once regarded as a sacred object by these elves, was pushed down by the giant dragon, its heart cut down and dismembered piece by piece. The Orc Fatai's gaze did not linger on these people for too long. He looked towards the tall fireplace and the long counter, where a crowd of people had already gathered. Sally, once the top assassin in the Blood Rose mercenary group, known as the Shadow Black Widow, a charming assassin wrapped in a tight leather suit, a female assassin who wouldn't even flinch when assassinating a duke of a country, was now trembling as she opened the card pack in her hands. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed, and an elven image appeared in the golden light, holding a wooden harp and playing in front of the enemy's corpse, with her legs crossed. A lazy voice also sounded, "Allow me to play an elven serenade." "Wow," the surrounding people immediately shouted. "Golden card, golden legend, wow, made a fortune." A human mage's eyes were bloodshot, and his hands involuntarily touched the magic staff in his hand. "Damn it, how can this woman have such good luck?" The dwarf Kragan was dejected. His salary this month was spent on drinking and opening card packs, but obviously, Kragan didn't get anything good. Wow, a golden card, this is a legendary card comparable to Chiron the Centaur. It's only the second one this month, let's see what the effect is. The surrounding crowd clamored, and even those who were fighting couldn't help but cast their gazes over. Only the female assassin Sally in the middle hugged her card tightly, laughing wildly, ha ha ha, made a fortune, my pension is back. The orc Fatai frowned silently, recalling that all the gold coins he had invested this month were just blue skies and white clouds. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind, indeed, people's joys and sorrows are not connected, their happiness only sounds noisy in my ears. The orc Fatai took a breath and silently reached out to his attendant, the middle-aged fox man. The middle-aged fox man's heart tightened. He whispered, Lord Fatai, nearly half of the activity funds approved by the Council of Elders have been spent, are you sure? What are you afraid of? Everyone knows that dragons are extremely greedy. When we get back, just say that I spent tens of thousands of gold coins to get a chance to meet the dragon. The orc Fatai impatiently took a heavy money bag from the middle-aged fox man's arms and slammed it on the counter. At this moment, his expression was high-spirited, and Fatai shouted loudly, give me 100 packs first, I feel my luck is coming. The sky gradually darkened, and the night once again enveloped the endless forest. The Knoll warriors stopped their forest felling and leisurely dragged the timber back to the open space in front of the blood-colored sanctuary that radiated endless light, and began to build their camp for the night. Under the light of this blood-colored sanctuary, the will of the forest to suppress outsiders was dispelled, unable to affect these warriors. The entire forest, connected by those trees of life, had already generated a will to suppress foreign creatures. Initially, the Knoll Yog tried it out. Once they stepped too deep into the forest, this forest will would suppress their souls, making these Knoll warriors' consciousness become dull, their vision blurred, and some weak kobold warriors couldn't even maintain their balance. They would even become muddled under the influence of the forest will, involuntarily leaving the team and walking into the forest. Fortunately, the blood-colored sanctuary could easily dispel and suppress the forest will within a certain range, and these dragon warriors were fearless under the encouragement of the blood-colored sanctuary. Even if they died, their souls would not perish and would have a place to return to. From the soul of the Knoll overseer in the blood-colored sanctuary, who no longer sang but roared all day long, wanting to rush down and kill the elves, one could see how surging the battle blood of these gnolls was now. Unfortunately, after Karen returned, the elves launched tentative attacks, but were killed by the angry red dragon and his warriors with the help of mages, and the war treants were also dug up. Corpses and heads were used as sacrifices for the souls of the blood-colored sanctuary, making the blood-colored sanctuary floating above the camp even more vast. And the elves were silent, no longer daring to launch attacks openly, only occasionally shooting their poisoned arrows from the depths of the jungle to harass these warriors. However, after rebuilding the plane teleportation gate, the warriors who received support and supplies were not afraid of this kind of attrition. With high morale and the determination to kill, they marched towards those elven tribes. However, after sweeping the first elven tribe, those elven tribes actually risked severely damaging the Tree of Life and moved the entire tribe and the Tree of Life towards the depths of the forest, as if they were fighting a guerrilla war with the giant dragon. If it weren't for his consistent cautious style, the red dragon would have wanted to chase after them all the way and kill those elven tribes. However, although they are currently stuck in some kind of stalemate, the red dragon still suppressed his impulse. These tribes can keep migrating, but the Tree of Life can't keep migrating forever. One day they will stop and be forced to face the giant dragon. Whir! Karen flew from the distant sky and then landed in the camp, folding his wings. During these days, Karen had been using his flexibility to constantly follow those elven tribes who were lucky enough to encounter him on the migration route. As long as he found an opportunity, he would quickly pounce down, spew dragon fire, and burn these elves to ashes. Then he would strike far away, never greedy for killing and taking risks. The opponent could fight a guerrilla war, but Karen, as a giant dragon, had more obvious advantages. The will of those trees of life and the forest could not suppress the red dragon's soul, and his strength would not be affected. Doing so was just to be careful to prevent accidents. Under the red dragon's continuous harassment, 2 elven tribes had been unable to bear the harassment and surrendered to the red dragon. But the red dragon's request was to kill all the elven culprits who had participated in the attack on the camp. The rest of the elves could be safe and sound. In this way, the 2 elven tribes fell into dispute. Those elves who decided to launch the attack were all people in power in the tribe. Now it was impossible for them to kill themselves. But some elves who had not participated had other thoughts. They believed that their tribe should not be destroyed by these elves. The elven tribes began to fall into internal strife and infighting. Karen's figure made many dragon dependents stand up and salute the giant dragon. These warriors had now become loyal believers of the giant dragon. Karen could even perceive the power of faith being born in these warriors and gathering towards Karen. Especially the loyal souls in the blood-colored sanctuary, the power of faith they provided to Karen was extremely strong. Now a considerable amount of the power of faith had gathered next to Karen's heart energy vortex, but Karen still sealed these powers of faith under the package of heart energy before he understood them. Karen walked into the camp. Now, every time this team passed through a place, they would cut down the forest and build a camp, on the one hand to weaken the forest wool, and on the other hand to serve as a connection point for managing the plain in the future. Karen walked to a temporary wide wooden house and pushed open the door. This was a bloody and dark scene for ordinary people. More than a dozen mages and alchemists were busy here, and rows of cages were their experimental materials. There were elves, beasts, and some transcendent magic beasts that had given birth to wisdom. A male elf was tightly bound at the limbs, lying on a long table, and a mage was using magical instruments to cut open the structure of his body, constantly studying the body and blood of these native elves. On the other side, there were some magical alchemy instruments that even Karen couldn't recognize. Blood of many colors rolled and boiled in the vessels of this instrument. A mage was constantly releasing spells to test the characteristics of these bloods, and the apprentice assistant next to him was holding a small notebook to record them at any time. Karen passed by one scene after another without changing his expression and came to the squinting mage. The squinting mage was shaking a long test tube at this time, which contained a ball of rolling green juice, emitting a crystal luster. Seeing Karen's figure, the squinting mage's face showed a smile. He happily said, "Karen, I have successfully experimented with the heart of the tree of life and some special toxins. This mixed toxin can quickly and effectively kill trees and turn those trees into crystalline blocks. Even the tree of life, as long as the dose is large, can cause serious damage. The most important thing is that this toxin spreads extremely quickly and can feed on the unique life energy of trees, and then spread to the entire forest. And if you want to stop the spread of this toxin, you only need high temperature. It won't be too troublesome to clean up at that time." Karen's calm face finally showed a hint of joy. He nodded and praised, "That's good, Hughes, you scholar mages are really something." Chapter 127. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of heavy axes striking trees echoed through the forest as the barbarian chief, Gib, led his barbarian warriors and a group of heavily armed gnoll warriors in felling trees. Each of these woodcutting warriors was protected by two other warriors, while kobold guards patrolled the forest to prevent any unexpected incidents. After replenishing his forces, Karen once again had an abundance of warriors at his disposal. Continuing their pursuit of the fleeing elven tribes, they were getting closer and closer to the migrating elves. Thud! A gnoll warrior swung his axe, but suddenly, something unexpected happened. The gnoll warrior's axe was blocked by an ancient tree that had suddenly come to life, its branches forming a ferocious face. The other branches, like spears, instantly pierced the gnoll warrior's body. The gnoll warrior's body was riddled with holes, but he suddenly went berserk, his crimson eyes blazing with a bright light. He raised his heavy axe high above his head, cleaving the branches that had pierced his body. He roared, "Though flesh may die, the soul returns to the sacred hall." With a final burst of strength, the gnoll warrior, his body gushing blood, raised his heavy axe and leaped forward, splitting the animated ancient tree in two with a single blow. At that moment, a dozen or so other ancient trees came to life simultaneously, lashing out at the warriors with their twisting branches. But the gnoll warriors, as if forgetting that they had already removed their heavy armor and were now just ordinary flesh and blood, charged forward, roaring the slogan, "Though flesh may die, the soul returns to the sacred hall." They never retreated, and in that instant, they smashed the dozen or so treants into pieces. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of arrows rained down on the warriors, but the alert guards intercepted them. At that moment, the kobold warriors' sharp whistles echoed through the forest. But before reinforcements could arrive, the gnoll warriors who had been cutting trees had already taken up their heavy axes and chased after the figures, quickly disappearing into the forest. The barbarian chieftain, Gib, was stunned. The suppression of the forest's wool was terrifying, he had experienced it when he first arrived. But these gnoll warriors had charged into the forest without hesitation. "Damn it, you gnolls might as well rename yourselves barbarian berserkers." Gib's totem suddenly came to life, He swung his heavy axe and charged into the forest, roaring, "Follow me! I'm going to kill all those cowardly dogs hiding in the shadows today!" Boom! The sky was filled with the sound of flapping wings as two dragon shadows swept in from afar. The red dragon, Kleineria, and the black dragon, Roseni, flew in rapidly, followed by a surging tide of warriors. "Everyone, I love war!" The red dragon, Kleineria, roared as she swooped down towards the forest. A few dozen miles was but a moment to these powerful warriors and dragons. The dozens of Knoll warriors suffered heavy casualties. Although this elven tribe was small, with only a few hundred elves, the presence of the Tree of Life and the treants allowed them to exert several times their combat power. However, the Knoll warriors were surrounded by the light of the Crimson Sanctuary, the light of loyal and courageous souls, bestowing blessings and courage upon them. Even when severely wounded, they stood firm amidst the siege. The barbarian chieftain, Gib, lived up to his reputation as a powerful totem berserker. The totems on his body had come to life, the bear granting him strength, the eagle granting him speed, the snake granting him flexibility, and the turtle granting him protection, all transforming into phantoms that surrounded him. A single blow from his heavy axe was enough to fell a treant. Gib led the barbarian warriors into the elven village, joining the besieged Knoll warriors. "Die, you bastards!" Gib roared, his muscles bulging. He swung his giant axe, unleashing a torrent of light that cut several elven warriors in half at the waist. At that moment, Kleineria and the black dragon, Roseni, arrived with reinforcements. Boom! A powerful deep breath came from the red dragon, Kleineria, and a blanket of dragon fire spewed from the female dragon's mouth, incinerating a dozen or so elven warriors on the ground. "I am death," the black dragon, Roseni, intoned in a low draconic voice, his magic manipulating the magic in the air, corroding the ground beneath many elves' feet into a soft swamp. One by one, the elves sank into the swamp, screaming, and were quickly swallowed. Whoosh! A treant in the elven village attacked the black dragon in mid-air, its thick trunk like an elongated spear, thrusting towards the black dragon. The black dragon, Roseni, rolled agilely in the air, dodging the treant's thrust. In the instant of dodging, his sharp dragon claws severed the treant's branches one by one. Then, the black dragon's four sharp claws tore open the treant's tough bark, sinking deeply into the treant's body. Roar! The treant let out a fierce roar and wail as the black dragon, Roseni, corroded its outer tough bark with poison, then bit the treant in half. This small elven tribe suffered a devastating blow in an instant. The elven warriors were beheaded one by the arriving Knoll warriors, and their heads were hung on their waists. The elven elders and some elven druids with real power managed to survive, but they were also taken away by the Knoll warriors to be used as offerings to the souls in the Crimson Sanctuary, their flesh and bones to become embellishments for the tall bone throne. 100 or so elven women and children were kneeling under the Tree of Life, trembling, awaiting their judgment. "Dare to attack our warriors first? Kill them all! Use their blood to sacrifice to the heroic souls of the fallen warriors," the black dragon, Roseni, decided. For the past half-month, it had been the black dragon, Roseni, and the red dragon, Kleineria's turn to guard Greenwild Forest and gain experience. However, the female red dragon, Kleineria, only cared about fighting and did not care about other things, so the right to speak was generally in the hands of the black dragon, Roseni. The black dragon, Roseni, who was the most bloodthirsty of the five-colored dragons, believed that only he could attack the elven tribes, not the other way around. Once the elven tribes attacked first, the black dragon would not leave a single survivor. Karen would not interfere with this decision. Thus, all the elves in this elven tribe were beheaded and sacrificed to the sanctuary throne. The tall Tree of Life was also felled by the black dragon and dismembered. Another Tree of Life has died. In the council hall on the canopy of a tall Tree of Life, a great elven elder said with a heavy face, sensing the situation from the will of the Tree of Life beneath his feet. In the hall, the elven elders and druids who had been arguing fiercely stopped. The death of a Tree of Life represented the decline of another tribe. In the past few months, such news had been frequent. The dragon and his warriors seemed to be sweeping the entire world, finding them, these elves, like bugs in the corners of the world, and crushing them to death. These elven tribes were now terrified, no longer with their initial ambition. The topic of discussion among these elven elders and druids was no longer whether to actively drive out the dragon, but whether to continue migrating to avoid these invaders. "I don't think we need to continue migrating. Our two large tribes, combined, have more than 10,000 elven warriors, enough to resist the dragon's harassment. Recently, that hateful red dragon has also disappeared, obviously because he knows he cannot fight the combined power of our two tribes. Perhaps we can persuade the few large tribes closer to us to unite and gather together, so we won't be afraid of the dragon's attack. An elven elder opposed continuing to migrate, and the elders and druids who supported him accounted for the vast majority. This was because each migration of the Tree of Life consumed a lot of energy and had serious consequences. At least for several years, it could not continue to produce the water of life, and if it was damaged during the migration, it would reduce or cut off the release of life energy. The elven species was different from other species. The Tree of Life was a symbiotic relationship for the elves. The elves were the guardians of the Tree of Life, and the Tree of Life released its own life energy for the elves to absorb. The elves' longevity and excellent talents came from this. Without the life energy of the Tree of Life, these elves would soon degenerate into another creature. Moreover, the water of life was not only for prolonging life for the elves, but also for increasing fertility for this long-lived species with a very low fertility rate. The more powerful the Tree of Life, the more water of life it could produce. Moreover, due to the magical characteristics of the Tree of Life, it would also attract some powerful creatures, even the natural enemies of the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life must rely on the protection of the Elven tribe to grow safely. This was also why the Tree of Life supported the Elven tribe without reservation. The two sides were interdependent and indispensable. Although the Great Elder of the Elven tribe was the only one who could communicate with the will of the Tree of Life and held the key to the migration of the Tree of Life, he could not ignore the opinions of the many elders and could only continue to persuade these Elven elders, trying to convince them. The young Elven druid, Aya, silently scanned the arguing crowd. The radical male elf, Reese, was one of the elves who opposed the migration. This male elf even wanted to persuade these tribes to unite and counterattack. Aya couldn't help but sneer secretly. She didn't know where Reese got the confidence to resist the red dragon. Perhaps he was afraid that the others would unite and overthrow these rulers and give them to the red dragon, so he worked hard to encourage all the elves to participate in the war. Aya sighed in her heart. Under this long-term worry, she even felt that perhaps the death of these people was a relief for the Elven tribe. The lush and boundless forest ushered in another bright morning. Rows of Gnoll warriors in iron armor were neatly lined up in front of the open space, their pairs of blood-red or brown pupils shining with a strong fighting spirit. They all held long knives, with short axes hanging from their waists. In the long battles, even the naturally undisciplined Gnolls had been honed into elite troops by blood and death. The leader of these Gnolls, Yug, was wearing iron armor, revealing a head with a blood-red mane, standing in front. The heavy axe in his hand was dark and stained with blood, a weapon he had forged from the iron armor and weapons of the former Gnoll overseer. The powerful dragonborn centaur, Chiron, led his centaur legion, standing to the right of the Gnoll legion. These centaur warriors held long spears in their hands, wore iron armor, and stood solemnly at attention. During this time, Chiron had been constantly dispatching the war soldiers in the territory to Greenwild Forest, taking turns in battle, and using war to hone these loose dependents into disciplined troops. In addition, the powerful dragonborn wolf, Saha, was now leading a group of heavy armored guards, standing to the left of the Gnoll legion. The average height of these heavy armored guards could reach 3 meters. After putting on the full body armor, they were even taller, looking more powerful than the centaur warriors. The blood-red cloak behind them was like a flamboyant banner. The weapons of these heavy armored guards were all long-handled broadswords and heavy blades, capable of cutting people in half, skin and bones, with a single blow. Finally, there was the miscellaneous warrior legion led by the barbarian chieftain, Gib, mainly composed of the dozens of barbarian warriors he had brought, mixed with some bearmen, trolls, and ogre warriors. These warriors did not have iron armor, but wore leather armor or tough animal skin aprons. The dragon territory's current supply was not enough to fully arm all the warriors, so these later miscellaneous troops were treated slightly worse. But they would not be short of weapons. Each of them held flails, battle axes, and heavy hammers, standing behind the triumphant barbarian chieftain, Gib. The barbarian chieftain, Gib, had been received by the Red Dragon for his outstanding military exploits, and the souls of the barbarian warriors who died in battle were able to return to the dragon's sanctuary, which made him feel very honored. He waved the heavy axe in his hand, showing off his strength. Without exception, the eyes of these warriors looked at the floating blood-colored sanctuary in the sky, and the figures of several dragons behind the blood-colored sanctuary. Whoosh! The blue dragon, Das, and the white dragon, Kamide, flew in, circling around the blood-colored sanctuary, and the figures of the red dragon, Kleineria, and the black dragon, Rosani, flew up and down. Kairon's huge body also descended at this moment. His dragon claws pressed on the increasingly vast blood-colored sanctuary, and his immeasurable magic poured into the sanctuary. The world's magic was also gushing, drawn to him. Pass through the boundless forest, step over the endless river, pass through the cemetery where countless warriors are buried, and ascend to the sacred mountain top. Countless songs and war dances emerged in this blood-colored sanctuary, and the souls of those who died in battle sang loudly. The blood-colored sanctuary is located on the top of the mountain, where the loyal and brave souls return. The blood-colored sanctuary craves the flesh and blood of the enemy. Brave warriors, go, go. Though flesh may perish, the soul will forever return to the sanctuary. Use the blood of the enemy to sacrifice to the sanctuary, and use the heads of the enemy to sacrifice to the throne. Countless warriors raised their heads high, raised the weapons in their hands, and roared in unison, blood sacrifice to the sanctuary, heads to the throne. Set off. The vast sanctuary radiated immeasurable light, as if it was being pushed forward in the air by a giant red dragon. The figures of the dragons flew in the sky, and the figures of the warriors traveled on the earth. They rushed towards the distant enemy, determined to win this battle. 2 or 3 elven warriors patrolled the forest not far from the tribe, in teams of 3 or 2, leaping and shuttling between the trees. In the forest, these elves were blessed by the will of the forest, moving flexibly and quickly, making them the most outstanding scouts. A faint tremor came from the ground, and the elven warriors were just about to listen intently. Caw, caw, ravens and vultures flew from the forest, suddenly making strange, noisy calls, attracting the attention of the elven warriors. These elven warriors didn't want their position exposed and were preparing to shoot these noisy creatures to death with their bows and arrows, but in the next instant, countless violent gusts of wind struck. The pupils in the elven warriors' eyes dilated sharply. It was a barrage of flying axes, covering all the space the elven warriors could dodge. Enemy! Before the warning cry could be uttered, these elven warriors were chopped into dozens of pieces by the incoming flying axes. The tranquil forest gradually filled with a bloody scent. Rumble, rumble, the next moment, countless warriors ran from the distant jungle, like a fierce tide of beasts, trampling the forest land. 2 tall trees of life stood, their dense canopies covering the huge elven tribe. The area around the trees of life was a lush green for hundreds of meters, with lawns of green grass. The elves enjoyed a rare moment of peace, strolling, playing, and talking in this area. These elves knew how to enjoy life, a skill that long-lived races must learn. Just then, a tremor came from the distant forest, as if a tide of beasts was surging through the forest, rapidly approaching the elven tribe. However, these elves didn't take it seriously. The war trees on the periphery were the best defense for the elven tribe. Once these war trees revived, they could easily drive away the rampaging beast tides. But suddenly, a large patch of dark clouds floated in the sky, covering more than 100 meters of the air without warning, enveloping many elves. Boom, crack! Bolts of lightning suddenly rolled and poured down from the dark clouds, striking towards the elven tribe and turning the area within 200 meters into a lightning hell. The high-level magic, lightning storm, a large-scale spell released jointly by the mages, unleashed its formidable power in this world. Although the countless falling lightning bolts didn't have precise locking effects, the area of damage was almost the same as locking for these ordinary elves and some weaker elven warriors. It was a one-hit kill, death upon contact. With just one spell, the elves in the elven tribe instantly panicked, suffering many casualties. Warriors wearing iron armor and fully armed appeared in the eyes of these elves, and they immediately panicked, and the dragons that appeared in the sky made these elves scream. Dragon! The dragon and his warriors are attacking. A terrified, trembling scream spread throughout the elven tribe. Whoosh, the wind howled in the sky, and the blue dragon dose summoned the wind in the air, spreading the toxins researched by the mages across the field, covering every part of the elven tribe. Those old or young faces that revived and emerged from the tree trunks showed expressions of pain under the influence of the toxins, painfully wailing as they pulled out their branches, trying to stop the oncoming warriors. Grandpa's axe is already hungry and thirsty, the barbarian leader Gib roared, totems surrounding his body, his muscles bulging as he excitedly leaped up, roaring and chopping an axe down, cutting a war treant in half. The Knoll Yog also roared, splitting another war treant, blocking the way in half from top to bottom. Roar, an ancient war tree tens of meters high showed an old face, its tall body came to life, and its thick branches swept across, knocking the red dragon Clinea, who was spraying dragon fire in mid-air, away. But the next moment, Kalen, pushing the scarlet sanctuary, fell from the sky. He seized this moment, his sharp claws deeply digging into the war tree's trunk, stepping on the ancient war tree's dense canopy, breathing deeply, and spewing out destructive and violent pale dragon fire. Boom, hiss. The extremely violent high-temperature dragon fire instantly ignited this war tree, which had accumulated power to enter the Saint Realm over endless years. The red dragon's tyrannical dragon fire was its nemesis, and it had been weakened by toxins specifically targeting trees. Now it could only helplessly wave its branches, struggling in the dragon fire. Its deep life essence allowed it to last a little longer, but it also prolonged its painful time. The other warriors avoided this area to prevent being accidentally injured. Only those unlucky elves, who thought the war tree was a reliable support, were crushed to death by the falling war tree. The white dragon flew up and down around an old war treant, and when dodging the ancient tree's strikes, he would use his sharp claws to cut off the treant's branches. The white dragon, with the best hunting skills, was at ease in the battle, patiently cutting the treant in front of him into a tree trunk, and then giving the treant the final fatal blow. The black dragon Rosani wantonly spread the swamp of death in the air, and would also take the time to spray his strong acid venom at places with many elves, causing these elven warriors to die in pain. Rumble, the centaur Chiron led fully armed centaur cavalry into the elven tribe from the opened gap. Iron-clad cavalry were the nightmare of all infantry. A team of elven warriors bravely greeted these invaders, but the centaur cavalry who rushed past didn't need to wield weapons at all, just holding their spears flat, skewering these elven warriors on their spears. The warriors who poured in behind the centaur cavalry immediately spread out in the half-elf tribe. Each of their attacks would chop towards the elves' necks, relying on the iron armor on their bodies without fear. In an instant, the entire elf camp was covered with rolling heads. Attack that tree of life, the important figures of the elven tribe are there. The Noel Yog, covered in elven blood, raised the battle axe in his hand high and shouted to the centaur Chiron. The top of the Tree of Life was protected by the Tree of Life's natural protective barrier and the Elven Elder's natural magic barrier. Layers of surging energy were gathering, and those Elven Druids and Elven Elders seemed to be casting some large-scale magic or divine spell. Many Elven Druids were also guarding in front of the Tree of Life's council hall. Seeing the invaders starting to charge towards here, they jumped down from the Tree of Life, transforming into earth bears and tall giant eagles and other combat creature forms, joining the battlefield. Aooooo, an ogre carried a double-headed flail, the huge force swinging the double-headed flail with a violent wind sound, slamming it on the claws of an earth bear with a bang. Crack, the earth bear's claws broke, and it let out a painful cry. But the giant troll next to him waved a large club and smashed the druid's bear form, splattering brains everywhere. He raised the large club high and roared happily, "Brain sacrifice to the temple, brain sacrifice to the temple." Some elven druids were also waving spells on the Tree of Life, scattering seeds towards these invaders. Thick vines grew instantly, trying to bind and kill these invaders. But the Noel spellcasters provided blessings and protection for the warriors charging in the front. Those seeds were like deflected arrows, slipping from these warriors and falling to the ground, regrowing. But the rapidly growing vines were immediately chopped to pieces by the warriors rushing past, making a strange wailing sound, breaking into countless vines. Crack, a thick lightning bolt fell. After releasing the storm, the blue dragon dose began to trigger the lightning in the air, flying to the top of the Tree of Life and spewing out lightning breath. The red dragon Clinea, who had been slightly injured, also rejoined the battle. The angry mother dragon took a deep breath and spewed out her dragon breath, which was gradually increasing in power. The Tree of Life's natural shield and the druid's magic shield were rapidly consuming, and it looked like they were about to break. Boom, Kalen, who had once again solved a war tree, pushed the Scarlet Sanctuary across the sky. For the red dragon, the strongest weapon at this time was the red dragon's body. He crashed straight into that natural shield with the Scarlet Sanctuary, and the huge impact instantly shattered the shield, revealing the terrified elven elders in the council hall. Little mice, welcome the end of life. Kalen's huge head blocked the door of the council hall, sparks splattering between his nostrils, and a bright line of fire instantly spread from his abdomen to his throat. Boom! A terrifying stream of lava with an immeasurable temperature spewed out of the red dragon's mouth, breaking through the shields of the elven elders who were still chanting spells, and then igniting their bodies. Bang! A strong explosion bloomed from the top of the Tree of Life. The uncontrolled huge magic power in the red dragon's dragon fire reacted violently, shattering the entire canopy of the Tree of Life, and even Kalen was pushed far away. Those elven warriors who were still resisting with their remaining courage instantly lost their courage, howling and trying to escape this battlefield, but were mercilessly chased up by the warriors and beheaded. Many elves instantly dropped their weapons, knelt on the ground, and begged for the forgiveness of the dragon's followers, including Aya. This kind, slacking loving elven druid knelt on the ground with a look of decadence. She thought this was good, the choice she made had also borne fruit, and she could be free. The dragon's warriors swept past these kneeling elves. Whether they lived or died would be decided by the dragon. Even if they were mad with killing, the dragon's will was above all else. The warriors beheaded all the elves who dared to resist or wanted to escape, raised the heads of the enemies, and shouted towards the scarlet sanctuary and the dragons in the high sky, blood sacrifice to the temple, skull offering to the throne. Blood sacrifice to the temple, skull offering to the throne. The scarlet sanctuary bloomed with immeasurable vast light, and the souls within sang the dragon's song, receiving the heroic spirits who died in battle. The blood and souls of the enemies were absorbed by the scarlet sanctuary, turning into murals, vivid, as if they were in front of them. Boom! The red dragon's body fell, and he looked at these kneeling elves and laughed loudly. Go, go, I will let you leave. You need to spread my will, in this forest, in all the elves' tribes, tell them, those who obey me will receive survival and prosperity, those who resist me will receive destruction and death. Let all the elven tribes make a choice, whether to offer me those few elven tribes that attacked the camp, or become the medal of my warriors like these two tribes. I look forward to their choice. The red dragon's thick dragon claws pressed on the huge Tree of Life, his firm will intertwined with the trembling consciousness of the Tree of Life, and his arrogant laughter echoed in the consciousness of the Tree of Life. Tell all the trees of life, those who obey me will prosper, those who resist me will die. Chapter 128. Bang! Accompanied by the red dragon's maniacal laughter, the life of this great tribe, formed by the union of the two most prosperous elf tribes in this plain, came to an end. The last war treant was cleaved from top to bottom by Saha, a dragon-born werewolf clad in heavy armor, with two dragon wings exposed, and a blood-red cloak, his heavy blade precisely revealing the war treant's heartwood. The faces on the war treant's body abruptly vanished, and its massive body crashed to the ground. All the Imperial Guard warriors also raised their heavy blades high, shouting loudly, with the blood of our enemies, we consecrate the holy temple. With the bones of our enemies, we consecrate the throne. The other warriors also shouted loudly, raising their blood-stained weapons to salute their king and the holy temple surrounding him. Consecrate the holy temple. Long live our lord! Long live! These war treants were considered powerful and almost unrivaled in this world, and unlike the Tree of Life, they could move freely, so they had almost no natural enemies. The claws and teeth of those beasts, even ferocious wild beasts, were almost useless against these war treants, and the war treants' powerful strength allowed them to easily crush those beasts and enemies with their trunks, with only some exceptionally powerful transcendent magical beasts posing a threat to the war treants. These war treants were also the most powerful and effective war weapons for the elf tribes in this world to dominate the entire plain. But in front of a group of Imperial Guard warriors wielding heavy blades made of metal, the war treants' massive size became a burden, and they were gradually killed by the dragon-born werewolf Saha leading the Imperial Guard warriors. Of the war treants from the two elf tribes combined, about 30 or so remained, with nearly half of them being entangled and killed by the Imperial Guard warriors. Although these war treants had been weakened by toxins developed by the mages, the combat effectiveness of these Imperial Guard warriors was evident. Under the training of the werewolf Saha, these Imperial Guard warriors had exceptionally clear discipline. After killing the war treants and venting their emotions, they dragged the corpses of these war treants together, arranged them neatly, and waited for the dragon to receive them. These war treants could also be considered magical creatures, and even their dead bodies had many uses, equivalent to spoils of war. But these Imperial Guard warriors did not have the slightest desire to plunder them, unlike a certain black dragon who was addicted to gnawing on trees, and was now wandering around the wounded, massive Tree of Life, whose crown had been blown off by a third, revealing his fangs and eager to try. Clearly, this black dragon had gained some benefits from the Tree of Life when attacking other small tribes. During the time that the black dragon Rosani had entered the green wild forest, his skeletal, gaunt body was gradually becoming fuller, as if his withered flesh and blood had been greatly replenished with life energy. This vast life energy even changed the black dragon's original fixed path of body growth and evolution, changing this black dragon in another direction. However, the dragons in the dragon group did not pay too much attention to this change. Every dragon had benefits, and the change only occurred because the black dragon Rosani himself might have conformed to some characteristic. This kind of mutation was considered a normal change in the eyes of the dragons. Although dragons were not as susceptible to environmental influences and mutated into new subspecies as those dwarves who liked to forge iron, the comprehensiveness of the dragon bloodline also allowed them to evolve in a certain direction they desired. The black dragon Rosani was obviously influenced by a certain dragon and was also yearning to become a muscular dragon, which led to this change. Next was the time to receive the spoils of war. Those elves who knelt and surrendered were released by the red dragon. He came to this world to explore the legacy of ancient mages and collect the resources of this world, not to exterminate the life of the world. So he wanted to use the action of eliminating the 2 large elf tribes to deter the other elf tribes, and also to isolate the remaining 3 elf tribes that participated in the attack on the camp. As long as the chief culprits were beheaded, the remaining elf tribes only needed to be tamed, and they would no longer have to endure war and destruction. Karen came to the front of the war treants' bodies at the request of the dragonborn werewolf Saha. The squinting mage also followed. These mages also contributed to this battle, so they also had a share of the spoils. Tisk tisk, what a pity. Although the life essence of these war treants is thick, it has not exceeded the 15th rank and entered the holy domain. If they had entered the holy rank, I could have used the heartwood of these war treants with some magic potions to create magic potions that prolong life. The squinting mage showed a regretful expression on his face. He looked at the red dragon, obviously regretting that the most powerful war treant before had been burned to ashes by the red dragon's dragon breath. Karen remained non-committal. In the heat of battle, he could not hold back for the sake of greed, which would only kill his capable warriors. Only the blue dragon Dos, who had followed, replied to the squinting mage, "Since they are of no value, then you mages don't want the bodies of this batch of war treants." The blue dragon Dos, who had always been the housekeeper of the dragon group's territory, was now not driven by the greed of the dragons themselves, but habitually allocated all the good things to the big bowl of the dragon group's territory. The dragons themselves knew how to use the bodies of these war treants. As long as the dragons were willing to learn, every dragon could become a knowledgeable scholar. The squinting mage quickly shook his head so hard that the wind blew. He shouted, "Although the heartwood of these war treants cannot be used to make magic potions that prolong life, they are one of the best materials for making wands about natural magic, and they are also the favorite wand materials of those druids. You can't monopolize them." Karen ignored the mage, turned his head, and looked at the flamboyant blood-red cloak behind the tall werewolf. Even if the dragon liked this style, he felt that this behavior was too prominent on the battlefield. "Saha, the cloaks behind your Imperial Guard warriors are a bit conspicuous, and may attract more attention and attacks in battle." Karen was very satisfied with the combat effectiveness and discipline of these Imperial Guard warriors, so his tone was quite gentle. "You are right. This way, the warriors can always see me, and I can always see my warriors. Those enemies who dare to be enemies with you will also be afraid of me because of this." The tall werewolf replied. Karen patted the werewolf Saha's shoulder with his thick dragon claw and said nothing more. But the black dragon Rosani had already squeezed over. He staggered his thick fangs, pointed at the 2 huge trees of life, and asked covetously, "Karen, what should we do with these 2 big guys now? This is the most important wealth. The value of those elves combined is not as good as these 2 huge trees of life." These 2 trees of life were too huge. In comparison, the tree of life guarded by the group of forest elves that the dragon group had encountered in the main plains forest was just a sapling. Several dragons standing under these 2 huge trees of life were like beasts that were only slightly larger in size. In Karen's previous thoughts, he had thought about moving these trees of life back to the dragon group's territory to nourish his territory. But the tree of life in front of him was too huge, exceeding Karen's expectations. It also exceeded the transportation capacity of these dragon dependents. According to what Karen knew, most of the trees of life in most plains could not move on their own after growing to a certain extent, unless they used some special spells. If the tree of life was forcibly moved, a certain price would have to be paid. And the theoretical limit of growth for these trees of life was to evolve into world trees and become the fulcrum supporting a plane. The 2 trees of life in front of him, although they did not seem to have grown to the point where they could not be moved, their huge size could not pass through the plane teleportation gate built by the mages. Even Karen, who possessed the dragon's inheritance, could not temporarily find a way from his knowledge to allow these two trees of life to completely pass through the plane teleportation gate. Perhaps only those powerful legendary mages could build such a huge plane teleportation gate. In this way, the value of these trees of life to Karen's estimated value was discounted. Although the living tree of life could bring long-term benefits to the dragon group by recuperating in this world. After seeing the traces of the claws that had invaded this world, Karen did not think that this long-term benefit could be stable, and these two trees of life would also take a long time to make up for the consumption of migration. In a short period of time, it would definitely not be able to bring the expected benefits to the dragon group's territory. Why don't we cut down the injured tree of life and then transport it in pieces? This tree of life has been severely damaged and will take a long time to recover. The blue dragon butler Dose suggested. The black dragon Rosanni's eyes also lit up. The heartwood of the tree of life that had grown to such a huge size was a good thing. For dragons, the abundant life energy could promote their body's development and growth, and it was purer than ordinary flesh and blood energy. Moreover, the heartwood of the tree of life was a top-grade material, whether it was used to prepare magic potions that prolong life or to make some powerful magic weapons. And the effect of the heartwood was better than that of the war treant that had reached the holy rank. After all, the essence of the tree of life was far higher than that of the war treant. Although not all the heartwood of the tree of life had such powerful effects, the tree of life in front of him could not be compared to the tree of life of those small elf tribes that had been wiped out before. Just looking at its huge body, you could know that its heartwood would definitely work. The squinting mage Hughes also rubbed his hands excitedly. Magic potions that prolong life had enough appeal to dragons, which were long-lived species, but they were far less tempting to these short-lived species. A bottle of magic potion that prolongs life would even make some legendary powerhouses tempted. If Karen was strong enough, he could even use these things to recruit some old monsters hidden in the corners of the world. After all, this kind of magic potion had no side effects, which was difficult to compare with the various side effects of some legendary powerhouses' life-extending methods. Not to mention those dragons and mages who were willing to transform themselves into liches, even life-extending methods with fewer side effects could turn a legend into a person who was neither human nor ghost under the long-term effect. Many legendary mages had become mad mages because of these side effects. If Karen took out this kind of magic potion, even those metal dragons who were difficult to cross the ancient dragon barrier would have a friendly heart towards Karen and the dragon group because of this. Karen was also moved by this, and his eyes were measuring and looking at the injured tree of life. At this moment, the damaged tree of life suddenly shook its leaves and shot down several green and crystal-clear rays of light from its body, illuminating an elf who had been cut off his legs and was dying on the ground. Karen and the others did not move. Although they were vigilant, they were not panicked. They all knew that the tree of life itself did not have any attack power, otherwise it would not have relied on elves and war treants as guardians. The elf warrior who had been cut off his legs and seemed to be stepping into death in the next moment suddenly recovered his breath, as if a pair of big hands were lifting him up from behind and slowly rising into the air. The elf warrior's original fluorescent green eyes also turned into a mixed white, and the voice he spoke was a bit hollow and rigid, not the voice of a living person. "Dragon, I am willing to submit to you, can you spare me?" The thorns on Karen's cheeks twisted slightly. He grinned, revealing his thick fangs, and laughed without concealing the malice in his heart. "It seems that you have given birth to unusual wisdom, then, convince me, prove that your existence is valuable enough to me, more than the value of your body." "I don't know your definition of value, dragon, can you give me some tips?" The consciousness of the tree of life was silent for a moment, and then spoke again. "It depends on what you can do for me, such as your heartwood. I can use it to make magic potions that prolong life, enhance my strength, or make powerful weapons, maybe even legendary weapons." Karen revealed all his malice. Although the other party had given birth to wisdom, in Karen's eyes, it was just a cargo to be evaluated. The consciousness of the tree of life felt the existence of this malice, and its hollow voice actually showed some urgency. "Living in the range I affect can absorb the life aura I naturally release, which can enhance strength and physique." Karen shook his head. "I can't live in this world for a long time, and my people can't move here because of this. You'd better come up with a more valuable ability." The words of the tree of life's consciousness became more urgent, and its original rigid words also became more vivid. It hurriedly said, "I can also temporarily stop growing and fully gather the life aura in the world to condense the water of life. Long-term consumption of this water of life can not only improve physical fitness, but also prolong life, and also allow some lives with low fertility or even those who have lost fertility due to age to give birth to offspring. The spring of life that I fully condense every year is enough for dozens of elves to conceive offspring, even dragons, if they lose their fertility, as long as they get enough spring of life, they can also conceive offspring again. The dragons and mages present were all slightly moved. Those dragons who had lost their fertility were all powerful ancient dragons. Being able to allow these powerful existences to conceive offspring again, the function of the water of life can also be called powerful. And the mages thought of more operations. The squinting mage even thought of exchanging some spring of life for the friendship of some powerful existences. It would be even better if he could cultivate the offspring of those powerful existences into his partners. However, the decision on this matter wasn't in the mage's hands. To obtain a sufficient amount of the spring of life depended on Karen's opinion. Despite being surprised by the effects of the spring of life, Karen still shook his head and said, "Not enough. These 2 points are useless to me right now." The life tree's consciousness choked. If it weren't afraid that the red dragon would immediately chop it down, it probably would have roared, "Stop interrupting me." But it still struggled for its little life. "I can bear fruit. As long as I condense all the life force used for growth and development, I can bear fruit full of life force periodically. Consuming it will increase your lifespan. The longer the time, the better the effect. If the fruit takes 3 years to bear, it will only increase your lifespan by 1 year. If it takes 5 years, it will increase your lifespan by 2 years. If it takes more than 10 years, then the lifespan increase will be approximately equal to the time it took to bear the fruit." At this moment, all the dragons, including the mage, were moved, and the mages gathered around were even more eager. Among these mages were those with outstanding talent like Hughes, who entered the high-level mage realm at a young age, only 1 step away from the sanctuary. But more of them were mages who exchanged time for magical knowledge and increased power. Although these mages' talents were also quite outstanding compared to ordinary people, no one was sure whether they could step into the threshold of the sanctuary before their lifespan ran out. Therefore, they paid special attention to and valued things that could extend their lifespan. Some high-level mages had even secretly resolved in their hearts to contact the dragons after returning, to see if they could exchange their loyalty for a chance to obtain a life fruit, or even just the spring of life. However, the performance of these mages misled the Forbidden Army warriors who were guarding Karen, and they approached one by one, tightly surrounding these mages, and slightly raised the heavy blades in their hands. Karen shook his head and quickly signaled these Forbidden Army warriors to relax. The life tree's fruit, a legendary treasure, even the dragons had never seen it. Perhaps only a few dragon gods had seen this kind of thing with their own eyes. On the one hand, the life tree cannot bear this kind of fruit with heaven-defying effect unless it grows to a certain extent. Even if it does, it will be collected by the elves guarding the life tree at the first time. On the other hand, it is also because dragons and other creatures have always found it difficult to spy on the elven settlements that possess this kind of life tree. Dragons have dragon gods, and other races also have race gods. The elven race is not a weak race either, with its own race god system. Moreover, compared to the dragon god system, which is never harmonious, two-faced, and scheming against each other, the elven god system is more powerful and united. So this legendary treasure has almost been forgotten by people, only thought to be as absurd as the stories in mortals' mouths. Just because of this, Karen had already decided to spare this life tree. Dragons can afford to wait a few years. Once the life fruit is harvested, it will also become a kind of heritage in the dragon group's territory. But the life tree's surprise continued. It said, "The new branches I grow every year contain a rich natural aura, which can be used to make staffs that release shaman magic and divine arts and spells related to life and nature. They have a very strong enhancement effect on these magics. Maybe this is very useful for the spellcasters under you." "This is good," Karen nodded. With such accumulation over the years, he might be able to have a spellcaster legion in the future, with each person holding a staff made of life tree branches. Just looking at the equipment of such a spellcaster legion makes people feel terrified and luxurious. Moreover, this can also attract some druids and related mages to the territory. The attraction of this level of magic equipment is strong enough, and this can also become one of the selling points of the dragon group's territory in the future. Also, dragon, I will fully cooperate with you in the future, providing blessings for your walking in the forest. Your warriors can be unimpeded within the range of my influence, and I will also actively persuade other life trees not to resist your will." The life tree said in a muffled voice, having decided to be a traitor for its own little life. Karen finally showed a satisfied smile. He patted the life tree's trunk and said with a smile, "Very good, your wisdom and obedience have won you the future. I hope that all future life trees will take you as an example. Thank you for your tolerance, Your Excellency Dragon." The life tree's consciousness finally became joyful, and its tone became lighter. "So, have you produced any life fruits over the years?" Karen revealed his greedy eyes. "Future benefits are future benefits, and current benefits are current benefits. Karen never leaves empty-handed. No, these elves only need the spring of life, they are not enough for me to spend my own growth time to condense the life fruit," the life tree replied in a muffled voice. Then it changed its tone and said, "But if Your Excellency Dragon needs it, there is one now." The life tree's body began to tremble, and countless life auras gathered from its trunk, and finally condensed in the depths of the somewhat bald canopy. A fruit blooming with a bright green light jumped out between the branches and green leaves. This fruit was full and fragrant, exuding a faint smell similar to green grass after rain. Just the slightest smell that came with the wind made these warriors and mages who had experienced battles feel refreshed. That represents life. Whoosh! Karen spread his wings and flew to the canopy, swallowing this life fruit into his storage stomach. Looking back, night had already begun to fall. The warriors under those dragons had already begun to clean up the battlefield and set up camp in an orderly manner. These warriors, after the baptism of blood, had gradually condensed a certain legion will, which was completely different from ordinary monster legions. They will be the most solid foundation in the dragon's territory, and also the most powerful battle group in the dragon's future kingdom. Karen smiled and showed his fangs, and the other dragons followed him and flapped their wings to fly to the blood-colored sanctuary in the sky. The souls there had rested, and the dragons were about to enter rest as well. The camp gradually became quiet. This is their first base, but not the last. Chapter 129. In the endless green wild forest, a scarlet sanctuary hung high, a kigwan formed from countless white bone skulls piled up like towering pagodas. The flesh and blood of the owners of these skulls were consumed by the sanctuary, their souls imprisoned by the temple. From its behavior, this wondrous creation born from Inkaron's accidental emotional surge could be deemed an evil object. The exterior of the scarlet sanctuary was entirely dyed scarlet, appearing especially crimson when still and silent. The hall had only one floor, but it was tall and wide enough, with 16 white jade pillars at the entrance supporting a dome gradually adorned with countless war murals, though now the once jade-like white pillars were gradually engraved with the souls of countless fallen warriors. These imprisoned souls would forever be exploited and driven by the sanctuary. Even the river Styx in the depths of the endless world, the place where souls return, was blocked from summoning them. Normally, these souls served as attendants to the heroic spirits of warriors loyal enough to the dragon. In battle, they would transform into various musical instruments, played by loyal souls to create stirring melodies, bestowing the dragon's blessings and heroic spirit enhancements upon the dragon's warriors. At this moment, the quiet hall resembled a palace where an evil god dwelled on the banks of a deep, tranquil river. As it continuously devoured the bones of enemies, it grew ever larger, its inner space constantly expanding due to the space attributes of the world tree's heart, which had transformed into a pillar supporting the heavens, and a space pouch made from the stomach of a titan python. Now, the interior of the hall had become a place of overlapping spaces, vast and deep. Inkaron and the other dragons resided in the deepest core space of this scarlet sanctuary, the area where the world tree's core was located, and the origin point for the opening of the Scarlet Sanctuary's internal space. The other dragons lay sprawled around, the giant pillar formed from the world tree's heart emitting a faint glow, illuminating the figures of the surrounding dragons in detail. Due to good diet, increasing wealth, growth through experience, and the supplementation of various resources, the dragons in the group were developing far beyond ordinary chromatic dragons. This was the advantage of a lord dragon. In fact, those chromatic dragons who scraped by were often underdeveloped. Now, any dragon of the same age in the dragon group would be easily crushed in terms of strength and size, and the dragon of these juvenile dragons could even cause some dragons of the same age to fall into shock. The black dragon Rosani was now like a large black cat hugging a beloved toy as it slept, its long tail and limbs forming a semicircle, embracing the giant pillar formed from the world tree's core. However, because the world tree's core was too large, the black dragon Rosani appeared to be clinging to the pillar, even though the black dragon Rosani's current size had grown to 11 meters, making this black dragon a well-deserved powerhouse among its peers. Even in its sleep, this black dragon did not forget to extend its tongue, occasionally licking the world tree's heart, and even gnawing at the world tree's heart with its fangs. However, the world tree's heart was no longer an ordinary dead object, and the black dragon's unconscious actions could not harm it at all. After being refined into a magical creation by ancient magical scholars, it possessed extremely mysterious abilities, and even Inkaron could not understand the most fundamental abilities of the world tree's core. A trace of Thetis's most fundamental soul, rescued by Inkaron, had already fallen into a deep sleep, which was the price Inkaron paid for rescuing Thetis. Thetis needed to use most of her soul to counteract the threat from the descendant of the wild god in order to allow Inkaron to take action, annihilate the opponent's body, and obliterate the opponent's soul. It was equivalent to Thetis and the descendant of the wild god perishing together, fortunately leaving behind a trace of the most fundamental soul. Inkaron's massive red body had now grown to more than 16 meters, a concept akin to a fantasy for a juvenile dragon. And Inkaron had only entered the juvenile stage for about 3 years. This juvenile red dragon still had a long juvenile development period, and no one knew what this red dragon would look like after passing through the complete juvenile stage, and neither did Inkaron. Inkaron only knew that he seemed to have become a giant among dragons. Now, because of the special sub-brain ganglia in the red dragon's body and the channels to provide the abundant magic power far exceeding other dragons' reserves, his body no longer needed his will to drive it, and was already spontaneously breeding and proliferating more bodily tissues and nerve organs similar to blood vessels and magic power transmission cores, leading to a more robust physique than ordinary red dragons. The red dragon's head was also becoming wider, and its 3 pairs of thick dragon horns were like gnarled ancient trees growing on its head, yet possessing an extraordinary sharpness. Inkaron was now lying next to the black dragon Rosani, like a small red mountain, and although the black dragon's flesh and blood body was becoming increasingly plump, it still looked more like a skinny black loach in front of the muscular red dragon. Although Inkaron's main brain consciousness had entered a state of rest, a trace of consciousness remained active under the spontaneous operation of the sub-brain ganglia. This trace of consciousness was feeling the intermingling and resonance of the shining heart energy and the world tree's core within the red dragon's massive body. Inkaron's heart energy permeated the world tree's core, and it was this magical energy, diffused by the world tree's core, that gave the heroic spirits of those who had died in battle the ability to remain. Inkaron was constantly exploring the use of his abilities in his sleep, and also experiencing the various manifestations of the world tree's spatial opening from the resonance of the world tree's core, while the unceasing sub-brain ganglia were recording this information and data at all times. It could be said that this red dragon was learning and studying the operation of the true laws of the world even in his dreams. Although the red dragon's current abilities were not enough to comprehend it, at some point in the future, this accumulated knowledge would turn into a ladder to the sky, which was the foundation and the heritage. Inkaron himself had never imagined that he, who now possessed the ability to lie flat, would work 100 times harder than he did when he did not have this qualification. However, from the behavior of those ancient mages and scholars and the words of the squint-eyed mage, the red dragon, with its excessively rich associative abilities, already had a worst-case and best-case guess. This guess also combined some things that the former White Tower mage Lappers told the red dragon. Perhaps those crazy ancient mages were not destroyed overnight because they wanted to study the gods, but because these crazy mages had poked a bigger hole. A hole that required the powerful gods dwelling above the astral realm, who regarded the erosion of endless years as a gentle breeze, to take action and clean up. The night passed quickly, and Inkaron's sleeping main consciousness awoke from its rest, disturbed by the noise outside the Scarlet Sanctuary. Passing over the other dragons still sleeping in, Inkaron stepped out of the sanctuary amidst the praises of the heroic spirits. The morning forest was filled with damp mist, and in the mist, a huge, strange creature wandered. Many Knoll warriors confronted this strange creature from a distance, without rashly launching an attack. This strange creature had limbs and a neck as slender as a giraffe, and a skull shaped like a giraffe, but its mouth was like a bird's beak. Its flesh and blood seemed to have dried up, and it had no fur, only a thin layer of red skin wrapped around its lean body, and there were obvious sunken marks at the joints of its bones. On either side of its head, above its eye sockets, grew horns like thin, dry branches, and similar keratinous tissues grew on its neck. Inkaron's sub-brain ganglia were frantically searching through his inheritance and knowledge, but found no records or information about this strange creature. However, Inkaron also knew that even the dragon gods had unknown knowledge, let alone the dragon's inheritance. He noticed that this strange creature seemed to be just wandering in the thick fog, not daring to step out of the fog, and had not shown any hostility towards Inkaron's team. Inkaron naturally would not take the initiative to attack it, and a cautious attitude towards all unknowns was the most basic principle for surviving in this endless world. Inkaron simply told his warriors to stay away from that strange creature, because the appearance of the red dragon had made these warriors eager to perform, wanting to take the initiative to attack. Only the dragon-blooded werewolf Saha, with his tall Imperial Guard warriors, still stood below the sanctuary, meticulously guarding the dragon's resting place, without the slightest intention of showing off. As the sun gradually rose and the mist in the forest dissipated, that strange creature also quietly disappeared from Inkaron's eyes with the dissipating mist, and Inkaron did not even notice what ability the creature used to leave. Inkaron flapped his wings and landed among a group of mages. These mages were also discussing that strange creature, and even used magic crystals to record the creature's appearance. Obviously these mages did not know the origin of this strange creature either. When these mages saw the red dragon's arrival, they could not help but bow their heads and salute. The red dragon's current power and actions had made these proud mages abandon their rigid prejudices. In the eyes of these mages, the heroic spirits in the Scarlet Sanctuary suspended in the air were already equivalent to this red dragon's fanatics. According to this development, it would not be surprising for this red dragon to ascend to the throne of gods in this way in the future. After all, as long as the tens of thousands of people in the dragon group's territory become believers of this red dragon, it would be enough to support a dragon to become a god of weak divine power. But this was just the beginning. Under the development of this red dragon, the potential of the dragon group's territory had just begun to show, and perhaps the dragon group's territory would become one of the targets coveted by the many gods in the sky in the future. However, they did not understand this red dragon's thoughts. Although becoming a god purely by the power of faith was powerful enough in Inkaron's eyes, it also had its shackles. Inkaron had not decided to embark on this path, but only regarded it as one of the backup plans. Just like the dragon's own path to godhood, becoming a deity dragon was only one of this red dragon's backup plans. Speaking of the dragon's path to godhood, Inkaron had gained vague insights into some methods of this path during this period of exploration and research. Resisting the influence of the instincts brought about by inheritance and bloodline was one of the conditions for becoming a god. Those dragons who fully displayed the dragon's nature were also the most ordinary dragons, with extremely limited upper limits. Several dragons who had become gods had also become gods because of their innate strength, not because they became strong because of becoming gods. Even Tiamat, the chromatic dragon queen who had become a god, could not completely abandon the influence of greed in her bloodline and divine duty, which shows how harsh this condition was for dragons. The dragon must abandon the greed for treasure and various influences from its bloodline before devouring the treasures it has collected in order to enter the next step of the ascension ritual. This condition was difficult even for Inkaron, because Inkaron was only able to control his desires, not be influenced by his desires and keep his will clear, not that he had no desires. On the contrary, the stronger Inkaron's will was, the stronger Inkaron's desires were. Possessing absolute freedom of will was his strongest desire. Hughisel, get ready, we will explore the ruins left by the ancient mages and scholars next, Inkaron said to the squint-eyed mage Hughisel. After several months of fighting, even though the warriors under Inkaron were still in high spirits, Inkaron, who had achieved initial results, also needed to let these warriors rest for a while. He was not like other dragons, completely regarding his subordinates as consumables. These warriors were now able to become the foundation elites for establishing a kingdom. As long as these warriors were dispersed into the expanded warbands in a certain proportion, many brave warriors could be quickly cultivated, just like officers. The battle-hardened warriors would also bring their style and will into the expanded warbands, and Inkaron only needed to train them slightly to establish an army several times larger than the current warband warriors. Therefore, Inkaron planned to leave these warriors to manage this base, and take turns returning to the Akaniia main plain to rest, while he and the mages would take the Imperial Guard warriors to explore the ruins left by the ancient mages. It would also give the Elven tribes in this world ample time to react, either choose to submit or choose to unite. At that time, Inkaron would not need to launch wars everywhere, but could clear them out at fixed points to stabilize the situation in this world. The current Inkaron had this confidence, even if it was just him and the mages leading the Imperial Guard warriors. It was not something that any Elven tribe could resist. In the end, Inkaron left the Black Dragon Rosani and a part of the miscellaneous warband led by the Barbarian leader Gibber to guard the camp, and the Scarlet Sanctuary would become the foundation for guarding the camp, as well as some kobold auxiliaries. And with the help of the Tree of Life, these warriors and the Black Dragon Rosani did not need to worry about being attacked by the elves who dared to resist, while the rest of the warriors and dragons returned to the Akaniia main plain to rest and transport the spoils back to the territory. Inkaron, along with the mages and the werewolf Saha, led 200 Imperial Guard warriors on the path of exploration. The journey was peaceful, and not even a spying elf appeared. Even the few small elven tribes that Ankaran and his party encountered on the road would take the initiative to open the gates of their camps and allow these warriors to enter and rest. They were obviously intimidated by the previous battle. Although the elves in these tribes did not like or even hated Ankaran and his party, they had to put aside their hostility and prejudice and welcome the arrival of the dragon. Only the trees of life, although not every tree of life possessed intelligence, these trees of life all possessed simple spirituality. After learning that they did not need to worry about destruction as long as they submitted, these trees of life welcomed the dragon's rewards, shaking their branches, like dancing creatures. In the eyes of these trees of life, which only seek survival and growth, dragons are undoubtedly more suitable as powerful guardians. Unable to refuse, the instincts of these trees of life led them to make a more advantageous choice. Karen, with his massive frame, stood before a tree of life that was only about 10 meters tall, his usually fierce face softening. He looked at the Elven Grand Elder and several Elven Druids kneeling on the ground in submission, deliberately lowering his voice as he said, "You have made the right choice. Go, follow my warriors. My warriors will lead you to where you need to be. There, your trees of life will thrive, and your tribe will prosper and become strong. As the first elves to pledge allegiance to me, you will receive my praise and equally enjoy all the rights of free people within my territory. According to your great will, Your Excellency Dragon." The elves, with a somewhat bitter expression, led by the elder, went back to pack their belongings, inevitably worried about the unknown future. Only the tree of life swayed its branches, expressing its joyful mood. As a magical creature, it could feel the complete loss from another world emanating from the dragon, which were beneficial to the growth of these trees of life. Although migration would cause some damage to these trees of life in the short term, these small trees of life did not have many limitations. They only needed to carefully pass through the planar portal, avoiding the temporal torrents outside the portal from washing over the growing branches. As one after another, the custodian warriors left, Karen and his party had already accepted the active allegiance of 6 small elven tribes before reaching their destination. Karen migrated all the elves from these small tribes to the main plain of Icania to supplement the territory's population. As for the other large tribes, they were probably still in a wait-and-see state. Karen was not in a hurry because they had already arrived at their destination, facing the ruins left by the ancient mages. This was a vast ruin, but the most striking thing was not the ruins left by the mages, but the world tree that had been neatly cut off. Only the 10-meter-high trunk of this world tree remained in place, but the diameter of the entire cut-off plain was as long as 2 miles. Like the base of a huge flattened mountain peak, the dry wooden bark was as rough and rugged as the stone skin of a mountain. Karen and the mage were observing the body left by the world tree. Noddy's, who had been in a deep sleep, finally woke up at this time. Noddy's awakened soul seemed to have received a boost of power and became active. He spoke from under the red dragon's scales, "Go north, Karen, next to the body of the world tree, there is a magical thing, maybe you will be interested. Those mages also settled here because of this, and I was born because of it." Chapter 130. A snow-haired boy with a head full of white hair, the edges of his hairline seeming to be wrapped in a layer of icy, shimmering light, sat in a large chair. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows behind the 3rd floor of the castle, flocks of seabirds and terns were bathed in the glow of the setting sun, carrying the wind that swept through the forest and stirring up the surging waves of the sea. The white dragon Jermit supported his forehead with one hand, while the other hand was busy reviewing documents. One document after another was read and annotated by him, and a thick stack of them had already piled up on the long desk. Only after the white-haired boy had finished reviewing the last 2 documents, the proposal on dispersing and subdividing the elf tribes for internal assimilation and relevant suggestions on using cultural propaganda and favorable treatment to attract technical and cultural talents, did he finally let out a long breath. Although, at the suggestion of the bronze dragon Alina, the reports on matters and political discussions related to the dragon territory had been written in the simplest and most straightforward form possible, the daily increase in workload still gave even the energetic dragon a headache. The dragon territory, which welcomed population growth every month, could now be described as having numerous affairs. The newly arrived slaves and free immigrants attracted by the conditions offered by the dragon territory gradually increased as the dragon territory's reputation spread. However, the resettlement and planning of these populations required a lot of energy, and some of the human scholars who had just been recruited could write several proposals a day in order to demonstrate their abilities in front of the ruler. These document reports had already been screened by the giantess Fafnir and deemed valuable, and had accumulated to be half a person tall. In order to facilitate the handling of government affairs, the white dragon Germit had recently come to the newly built castle in the Golden City to reside. Although this castle, built with its back to the sea, was tall enough to accommodate dragons landing at will, the white dragon still used transformation magic to transform into a human appearance for convenience. Currently, only Kalen and the white dragon Germit had mastered transformation magic in the dragon group. After the transformation magic, the white dragon Germit's height was now far beyond that of ordinary people. If it weren't for his still somewhat childish face, one would have thought he was a tall warrior just by looking at his figure. This was determined by the aesthetics of the dragons. Except for the female dragons, almost every male dragon would try to choose a tall and mighty image when using transformation magic. However, even if the white dragon, who was in his juvenile period, tried his best, his somewhat childish face still faithfully reflected his original age. Tap, 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 outside the wide door, an elf maid cautiously knocked on the open door, her beautiful eyes quickly glancing over the spacious study. And then softly said, "Lord Germit, an orc noble is waiting outside the castle to be received by you. He has passed Lady Fafnir's inspection and permission." These elf maids were openly selected from the tribes that moved from the Green Forest to the Dragon territory and were the first elves to show obedience to the dragons. In order to accelerate the integration of these elves into the territory, many elves were recruited as servants in the elf tribes. Each dragon was equipped with at least 2 elf maids. Kalen even equipped the black dragon Rosani with 4 elves who were extremely beautiful by the dragon's standards, hoping to save the black dragon's overly unique aesthetic preferences with a 1 in 10,000 hope. The tall boy transformed from the white dragon Germit stood up from behind the desk and nodded, "Let him come up." The white dragon Germit transformed back into his original dragon form. Most dragons preferred their original form. Even the silver and gold dragons, who liked to use transformation magic to become humans and elves, were the same. The dragon form was the highest level of aesthetics in the eyes of the dragons. Besides, the white dragon Germit also felt that what the red dragon had said was very reasonable: let those who are not sure whether they are enemies or friends overestimate their weaknesses. The white dragon Germit felt that his white scales were a very useful protective color, although he didn't want to admit it, but the white dragon didn't give everyone a very smart impression. The white dragon faced the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, looked at the scenery outside, and waited quietly. Tap, 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 heavy footsteps and light footsteps sounded, and a sonorous voice sounded behind Germit, "Greetings to you, noble white dragon, Fatai sends you his highest regards." The white dragon Germit recalled his brother Kamide's usual eyes and performance, and then his agile eyes turned slightly dull, and he turned around. The white dragon Germit simulated Kamide's voice and said, "Speak, orc, what do you want from the noble dragon? Those orcs really regard me as an ordinary white dragon." He thought that the dragons in the dragon group were being suppressed by Kalen and could not have their own territories, and even wanted to use this to lure me, the white dragon Germit said with a sneer, stating the conditions of the orc Fatai, and watched the dragon group's actions. At this time, the dragon group had gathered in the orchard. Except for Kalen and the black dragon Rosani, who were far away in the green forest, even the bronze dragon Alina, who was in charge of the overall situation in Bay Stream City, had arrived. When Kalen was not in the territory, whenever faced with major decisions, the dragon group would always hold a meeting to discuss together. The bronze dragon Alina and the copper dragon Alfred had won the respect and acceptance of the dragon group with their respective performances, and the 2 dragons were no longer as inconspicuous as they were at the beginning. This is a dragon agreement that has existed since the young dragon period. Besides, everyone is clear about the current situation in the territory. Isn't being a separate dragon lord just asking for trouble? The blue dragon Dose lazily flicked its tail. With the addition of Germit and Alina, he was now much more relaxed, and the scratches on his horn had faded a lot. "I think establishing trade relations with the Orc Kingdom is possible, but allowing them to establish new territories next to the dragon's territory cannot be agreed to." The bronze dragon Alina lay on the ground, ignoring the red copper dragon Alfred's great show of diligence. They were now officially married, but the 2 dragons were so busy that they didn't even have time to stay in their own nests. The Orc Kingdom was once a powerful empire that ruled the world of Acania. Although they were driven overseas by humans, they have been looking for opportunities to return to the main continent. If the dragons give them this opportunity, it may attract the hostility of other human kingdoms. The bronze dragon Alina expressed her concerns. Moreover, although the Orc Kingdom has declined, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. We cannot learn from those humans who raise tigers to become future troubles for a little benefit. The red copper dragon Alfred next to him nodded repeatedly. He didn't understand this aspect very well, but it didn't matter. He just had to show his support for Alina's statement. The Red Copper Dragon elders once taught the young Alfred that no matter whether the female dragon was right or wrong, don't directly object on the surface, and even express agreement. The green dragon Antagina's prostrate body suddenly squatted up. Her beautiful scales bloomed with emerald light in the sun, but this female dragon's opinion was the opposite of the bronze dragon Alina's. The green dragon's slender eyes flashed with insidious light. She bewitched the dragons in the dragon group. The dragon group's territory is far away from the human countries, and there are boundless mountains to block them. The hostility of those human countries will not pose a substantial threat to us. But if we accept the conditions of the Orc Kingdom, we can not only drive the power of the Orc Kingdom to open up those places that we cannot reach temporarily, but also swallow their mature fruits when the dragon group's territory expands again in the future. The green dragon, who was born to like bewitching people, had a soft voice and eloquent talk, wanting to fan the dragon's greed. She said, "We can also take the opportunity to heavily blackmail them a large sum of gold coins. At that time, every dragon can be divided into piles of gold coins. Think about those cute little things, we can have them effortlessly." The other dragons obviously tightened their breath. The attraction of gold coins to dragons was greater than everything else. Even the bronze dragon Alina, who had been calm enough just now, hesitated. The dragon's greed made this female dragon know that it was wrong, but she did not immediately open her mouth to refute. Only Jermit's eyes were still relatively calmly watching the reactions of all the dragons. At this time, the white dragon Kamide lazily covered his mouth with his dragon claws, opened his sleepy eyes and yawned. Then he looked at the green dragon who was using her bewitching instinct with a thoughtful expression and said, "Kalen said that the person who speaks well for outsiders first is a potential traitor." The green dragon Antagina was furious. This beautiful female dragon bared her teeth and roared with a threatening expression, "You idiot, can't you use your own brain to think about what benefits I would get from betraying the dragon group?" Kalen said, "Don't you have a brain to judge yourself?" The white dragon Kamide showed his fangs indifferently. He said with a serious face, "I am just a white dragon." Although the white dragon Kamide's performance was quite funny, it made the dragons who were trapped in greed come back to their senses. The bronze dragon Alina directly questioned, "Antagina, you wouldn't have received the orc's gold coins to speak for him in a roundabout way, would you?" The other dragons also looked at the green dragon suspiciously. The greed in their hearts receded, and reason reoccupied their brains. "Damn it, you would rather believe a stupid white dragon and an outsider than believe me." The green dragon Antagina roared. This female dragon lowered her forelimbs and condensed her tail. This was a prelude to launching an attack. "Enough," the white dragon Jermit, who had been very calm, stopped the argument. His face was particularly serious and he said, "In the short months that Kalen has been away from the territory, are you going to start an endless argument?" The white dragon looked at the green dragon with calm and firm eyes. He said, "Everyone does not doubt that Antagina will betray the dragon group, but Alina has joined the dragon group and is a member of the dragon group. Don't say such words that are not conducive to unity in the future, Antagina. I only hope that whether you have received benefits or not, don't forget that you are also a member of the dragon group. The interests of the dragon group are closely related to all the dragons, including you. I don't want Kalen to come back and see a dragon group that is arguing and split in a mess. I believe you don't want to see Kalen's disappointed eyes. Dragons who cannot control their greed and cause damage to the interests of the dragon group will not be liked by Kalen. He will let all the dragons tear you apart." The female red dragon Kleinia next to her chuckled softly, "This kind of mother dragon who thinks she is smart but is actually stupid also wants to become the hostess of the dragon group? It's even more ridiculous than Kamide becoming a legendary mage. Damn it, what is your attitude?" The green dragon Antagina turned around and flew into the sky, leaving her angry words, "I'm going to find Kalen and see if you dare to bully me together." The bronze dragon Alina showed a worried look. She asked a little uneasily, "Will Kalen be angry because of this? Maybe my attitude was too aggressive." "It's okay, Antagina, as a dragon, liking bewitchment and fickleness is her character. She has begun to forget the original agreement of the dragon group. Now giving her a warning is also for her own good," the red dragon Kleinia calmly replied. "As for Kalen, you don't need to worry even more. If Antagina dares to deceive him in the past, it is estimated that it will not be as simple as a verbal warning." As one of the few female dragons in the dragon group, Kleinia took the initiative to comfort the somewhat worried Alina. The white dragon Jermit sighed as he watched the green dragon leave. He now presided over the dragon group and only had some experience of the red dragon's former troubles. Not all dragons can overcome their own nature, just like not everyone can become a talent. Kalen, following the guidance of Nadi's soul, crossed the wide wreckage of the world tree and came to the depths of the forest. Here, the rocks are rugged, and there is a natural stone forest, which is not tall enough, but it gives Kalen a kind of eternal charm. Kalen stepped into it, as if he could feel the stagnation of time, and even his own physical activities slowed down, as if he was in a state of slumber, quiet and calm. There were no magic circles in this area, but it isolated all the sounds from the outside world, as if the whole world had instantly become empty and silent, only the gurgling sound of the spring water flowing like a small well not far away. This spring has magical power. It is said that everyone who comes here for the first time, as long as they are lucky enough, can glimpse a corner of their own destiny through the reflection of the spring water, Nadi's soul whispered. Many years ago, those mages poured the spring water from this spring on the world tree, and my soul sprouted because of this. Over the years, I have seen a time dragon stop here, washing its body with the spring water, and then drinking its fill. Time dragon, Kalen's understanding of this creature is only 2 words, monster. The starting point of this creature is the end point that most creatures in the world and ordinary dragons look up to. It is born with the legendary life essence and rank. This creature only needs to grow step by step and gradually awaken its own magic abilities to become the apex creature of the endless world. Compared with the time dragon, whether it is a metal dragon or a chromatic dragon, it is more like a toy that the dragon god casually pinched out. Ordinary dragons need to grow to their peak to compare with the starting point of the time dragon. When Kalen heard that this powerful creature was also interested in this magical spring, he also became curious and walked to this magical spring and stopped to stare. This spring is only the size of 2 people hugging, but it is enough to reflect Kalen's entire figure. The flowing spring water seems to directly enter the void and does not wet the ground. But Kalen did not find any picture appearing on the water surface, except for his reflection. Just when he thought his luck wasn't good enough, the shimmering spring suddenly transformed into a dazzling spectacle, reminiscent of a dimensional portal opening. Images flashed through his mind. These were scenes from Kalen's birth onwards, from the moment he hatched from his dragon egg into this world. Each scene was similar to his own past, but with subtle differences. For example, Pike, the pixie whom Kalen now considered his only friend, was instantly swallowed whole by the red dragon the moment he appeared before it. Subsequently, the scenes began to diverge from Kalen's memories. The attacking ogres were all killed by the blue dragon, Khalite, who risked severe mental injury, in cooperation with the blue dragon, Axe, and the dragon pack. Later, the growing red dragon successfully seized power, expanded its territory, and the dragon pack gradually became a hegemon in the wilderness. However, divisions arose within the growing dragon pack. The other dragons began to harbor their own agendas, and under the instigation of the green dragon, Antagena, the dragon pack eventually engaged in battle. The green dragon, Antagena, and the red dragon, Kleiner, were killed by Kalen in the conflict. The white dragon, Gamot, was severely injured, and the blue dragons, Dos and Axe, left the dragon pack. But the vision finally froze at this point, and a pink dragon tail that flashed out of the void shattered all the images. That pink tail seemed to appear simultaneously in both the past visions and reality. Coming to his senses, Kalen saw the last tip of the tail disappear into the void. Nadi's, did you notice just now? Kalen asked with a grave expression. Notice what? Kalen, did you see your future destiny? Nadi's soul was completely unaware of what had happened, and asked in confusion. Perhaps the future destiny is untouchable, but I think I saw a branch of my destiny. Kalen's expression turned serious. Kalen knew very well how his character and biological instincts could change. Sometimes, even a single change of mind could lead to different consequences. The scenes he saw in this spring were not enough to surprise him. What he cared about was that pink tail, a tail that clearly belonged to a dragon, but was completely different from the time dragons in Kalen's memory. Has my destiny been diverted, or is it? Kalen silently gazed at the place where the tail disappeared, and spat out a scattering of sparks. Chapter 131. In that short moment, countless jumbled thoughts flashed through Karen's mind. Regardless of whether his fate was being diverted by someone else, or whether others had other purposes, the other party's ability was far beyond what Karen could currently contend with. Manipulating the hand of fate, in any world, in any story, is a mysterious and powerful force, and even the gods, not every deity can peep this power. Karen's usually calm mind was even momentarily filled with various negative thoughts. A sense of frustration from being controlled by others and being unable to determine whether his actions stemmed from his own true will arose in his heart. Every detail since his birth into this world, every decision he had made, flowed through his sub-brain and consciousness like tumbling information. He began to fall into self-doubt and negation, and his future was filled with pessimism. Perhaps he was just a puppet manipulated by others, the thread connecting him controlling his will and actions. The desire for absolute control over his own will made it easier for Karen to become deeply mired in this type of setback. His will gradually weakened, and his heart began to waver. He even suspected at one point whether his existence was also manipulated by others. The weakening of his will caused the Chinook energy shining in his body to lose its light and no longer possess magical power. The light of the soul and will attached to his soul and will also constantly receding. His powerful fleshly body's strength showed a decline. This was because the muscles strengthened by the infiltration of Chinook energy had lost the blessing of magical power. Since his birth, Karen had refused to let the evil dragon's blood influence his will. This stemmed from the desires in Karen's soul and his fundamental arrogance. Even the inherited blood of a dragon could not influence his will. But the strong will created by his arrogance also stepped into weakness at this moment because of arrogance. The blood-colored sanctuary, which had been suspended high in the sky in the distance, also suddenly plummeted from the high altitude. The songs of the souls of the fallen in the sanctuary came to an abrupt end. The holy light on the heroic spirits was fading, they were about to return to the moment of their death, that soul filled with pain and twisted despair. That place located in the depths of the endless world, the final destination of souls, the river Styx that runs through countless worlds was also beginning to issue its summons to these souls. It was summoning these souls to embark on the path of demise prescribed by the world. This was one of the most fundamental laws from the bottom of all worlds, and these souls were gradually unable to resist the call of the origin. And those deceased souls engraved into the sanctuary were also writhing on the murals of the dome and the supporting pillars of the sky. Their black ghostly claws, blessed by the laws of the world, wanted to break free from their comfort and return to the embrace of the river Styx. The blood-colored sanctuary, at this moment, became a haunted domain of black mist. Countless deceased souls were wailing and struggling. Karen! The black dragon Rosanni's eyes were about to split. Watching the falling sanctuary, he roared and rose up. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed directly towards the dimensional portal. The black dragon's roar came from the sky above the endless forest. Wait, Karen, hold on a little longer, I will summon the dragon for you. If you have an accident here, this plane will be your tomb, and all life will be buried with you. The branches of the too tall tree of life below swayed wildly, like shaking. Boss, what should we do? A tall barbarian walked to the side of the barbarian leader Gib, scratching his head, but still asked. What to do? The barbarian Gib exhaled a breath. He kicked over the barbarian who asked the question, chuckling coldly laughed, see those gnolls who are wiping their weapons, what they do, we do. Destroying the life of a world, hey, what a great idea. What's the point? Even one's own thoughts are born because of others, one's own goals are also established because of the influence of others, then what is the necessity of one's actions, or even existence? Karen fell into self-doubt, negative thoughts chaotic, without stopping for a moment. Then what is my real purpose? Karen also fell into the edge of nihilism of his entire dragon life, sliding into the abyss of nihilism. The light on his scales became dim, the firmness in his eyes became dissipated, his will was also plagued, and his spirit was no longer rational. The evil dragon's blood began to revive in his body, the vigorous evil dragon's will was roaring, it wanted to make Karen a pure red dragon, a red dragon that was slightly smarter than a beast, a red dragon that was not so special. But in the depths of Karen's heart, a weak voice was quietly issuing its own question. You are not even afraid of failure, yet you are afraid of this kind of boring thing. How can free will that comes from power be called truly powerful free will? Would you give up the pursuit of self-will because you have no power when you are weak? Wake up, Karen, true free will is not determined by the strength of power. It only looks at yourself. The weak voice echoed in Karen's heart. At first, it was as small as a mosquito's hum, but again and again, like a whip that tortures the soul, it beat on Karen's closed heart that had fallen into confusion, gradually awakening the will that Karen had closed in his dejected heart. Karen's consciousness magnified this trace of weak sound, gradually echoing throughout the entire mind. The shadows behind the will that was originally strong because of arrogance were also nakedly dug open, for Karen's self-examination, observation, analysis, in order to know yourself. Yes, I can accept failure, but I cannot tolerate my own weakness. What is my goal? My goal, first of all, is to be myself, I am me, and then everything else. The will that is strong because of power is also illusory. Feeling panic because of fear, and falling into self-doubt, this kind of behavior, neither me can tolerate such weak behavior. Karen's drooping head lifted up, his scattered gaze reconcentrated, his troubles were also gently brushed away by his reconcentrated will, like brushing away a piece of dust. If one's own will is strong enough, how can others easily influence oneself? Karen clenched his dragon claws, his enormous body stood up. His heart was re-examined by himself, his arrogant nature was discovered and admitted by himself, he was calm and relaxed. It's just some rugged setbacks on the road. Karen grinned his mouth, revealed his fangs, he said softly, a person has only one destiny, that is the destiny I choose for myself. At this moment, a trace of purest finest power was quietly born in Karen's heart and flesh, this was the true light of the soul that was excavated and born by Karen himself, no longer the Shinnik power generated by the contamination of Shinnik power before. This trace of light of the soul instantly turned into boundless Shinnik energy, filled Karen's body. Karen's body regained its radiance, his muscles regained strength, his spirit began to grow, and his will also began to expand. The Nati's soul attached to Karen's scales also felt this boundless spiritual fluctuation. The red dragon's spirit emanated from the body, brain, and body, giving Nati's a heavy sense of oppression. A layer of brilliant light emerged from the red dragon's body, pushed the Nati's attached to the scales far away. This fluctuation also disturbed the mages who were exploring around the ruins. The mages hurriedly came here, only to see a huge mass of brilliant light. The dazzling light even made it impossible for them to see the figure inside. The squinting eyes mage Husser dumbfounded looked at the huge mass of light, emanating the same aura and pressure as he once felt from his teacher, Sanctuary Mage Lappers. He couldn't help but exclaim out loud, Mind Warlock Master. Mind Warlock is a mysterious and powerful cultivation path. A sentence can summarize the power and omnipotence of Mind Warlock. Powerful fists and feet, shining sword light, and lengthy magic also paled in the mind of Mind Warlock. This Shinnik ability, which originated from long-term strict self-examination and will and wisdom exercise and the cultivation of mental abilities, needs to overcome the demon in the heart and all kinds of unexpected difficulties, in order to be born in those who have eliminated the distracting thoughts in their hearts. In addition to some natural Mind Warlock seeds, it is extremely difficult to study one's own mental consciousness to excavate this hidden power in the body, even countless times more difficult than an ordinary person becoming a magician. Moreover, Karen is still a red dragon, born with negative influences. Being able to become a Mind Warlock is already enough to make these mages feel shocked. What is even more shocking to the mages is that the Shinnik power possessed by this red dragon is no less than the magical ability of the Sanctuary Mage Lappers. This is really a terrifying monster. The squinting eyes mage sighed, he closed his mouth, because his lines were taken by the surrounding mages. Seeing the surrounding mages looking dumbfounded, the squinting eyes mage became proud again. He felt that his will was more firm, unlike these mages, making a fuss, ignorant. The other mages' words were really a bit disrespectful to the red dragon, but the surrounding imperial guards were not human, and their views were different from humans. They thought that this was a kind of praise from the mage to the red dragon, so these large imperial guards revealed a knowing look in their eyes. But Karen's consciousness did not notice the reactions of these people. The reborn light of the soul had integrated into every part of his body, every piece of flesh, every organ, and even every cell. His body, including his own soul and will, was contaminated and wrapped by the light of the soul, and finally penetrated into the evil dragon's blood that had dormant on its own due to the reconcentrated of his will. His former bloodline talent, mind overclocking, was also shattered at this moment, turning into countless runes, was the light of the soul penetrated into the bloodline absorbed. A new ability was quietly forming in Karen's body. This is the power of the soul born from the analysis of the supreme arrogance, and it is also the power of the soul born from the purest will, so it also has the power of supreme power who decides the fate. Boom, at the moment when this ability was born, Karen's will suddenly sensed all the creatures, souls, and objects in this world that existed in connection with his Shinnik energy. The distant dim sanctuary, the desperate twisted souls, the unwilling heroic spirits, the silent and fearful dependents, all received feedback in his reconcentrated Shinnik energy. The next moment, Karen's will suddenly arrived across the distant distance. His light of the soul crossed the long space and sprinkled down. Ah, a soul that had been beheaded and had a withered body was pulled by the world's origin, the call from the river Styx, tearing it out of the sanctuary. I am unwilling, I don't want to. The fallen soul of the Knoll Overseer wore broken iron armor embedded in the soul, grabbed tightly on the dim sanctuary pillar. The powerful pulling force made him like a small boat swaying in the wind and rain, ready to capsize at any time. One by one, the unwilling souls were shouting and struggling, but the souls that lost the protection of Chinook energy were not perceived by mortals. The dragon's dependents were lifeless, silent, and depressed, just repeating, putting the weapons in their hands smeared again and again. Power of the soul arrived at this moment, like the gods in the sky sprinkling their brilliance and blessings. The blood-colored sanctuary suddenly trembled, leisurely took off, the silent blood color bloomed immeasurable light. The dragon song and song of heroic spirits engraved in the giant dragon sanctuary were sung by no one, leading the immeasurable light sprinkling, falling on one soul after another. The iron armor on the soul of the Knoll Overseer was restored, the blood color faded, and the entire soul solidified, rippling a layer of white light. Light isolated the call of the river Styx, and also made the soul of the Knoll Overseer quiet and peaceful. The irritable soul fanatical and devoutly cried out, "Praise my Lord, praise my King, praise the Dragon King who rules the world." One by one, the souls bloomed holy light, and they all loudly praised, "Praise my Lord, praise my King, praise the Dragon King who rules the world." Holy light appeared here, the heroic spirits were able to reappear, the sanctuary floated in the air, the warriors below also felt the presence of the red dragon at this moment, all the warriors threw the weapons in their hands high, a kind of active aura reappeared, enthusiastic and noisy. All the warriors were loudly shouting, "My King, my Lord, the Dragon King who rules the world." Kairon's consciousness at this moment, taking advantage of the Chinook power of countless souls, suddenly expanded. He felt the pulse of the world, the mental consciousness fluctuations of all the life in the greenfield forest, and also felt the consciousness fluctuations of all the trees of life growing in this plain. The next moment, his will arrived along this fluctuation in the frequency and rhythm connected by the consciousness of all the trees of life. The consciousness of all the trees of life echoed with the red dragon's arrogant laughter, "Make a choice, submit, or destroy." Far away from the dragon's territory, in the southern continent, a fertile territory belonged to Count Rabic. In the eyes of the subjects of Count Rabic's territory, this count was not only tall and handsome, but also had flowing golden hair that fascinated many lovesick girls. Moreover, Count Rabic was rich and kind, owning the most luxurious palace, but he would never exploit the commoners in the territory. This luxurious palace was only built by relying on the wealth of his family. Every day, countless girls who dreamed of becoming the count's lover stood in front of this luxurious palace, pretending to pass by inadvertently, hoping to gain the favor of Count Rabic. Unfortunately, Count Rabic seemed to be too devoted, only loving the countess with silver hair. Although the countess's figure and appearance were stunning, the girls who knew the nature of the nobles also hoped that Count would eat some vegetables one day, but no one had ever been able to succeed. The luxurious palace, with its grounds measured in hectares, boasts gardens brimming with roses, fountains adorned with exquisitely carved stone statues, halls carpeted with opulent rugs, and countless elegant and secluded pavilions. Everything a noble's castle possesses, this palace also has, but on a far grander and more majestic scale than any noble could achieve. Countless beautiful maids, carrying golden and silver pots, move through the palace. Each of these lovely maids is infinitely more beautiful than the girls who linger outside the palace walls, possessing the most graceful manners and impeccable attire. Several beautiful maids strolled through the palace halls, chatting and laughing, until they stopped in a rear garden. They carried gold and silver watering cans and sprinklers, tending to the flowers in the garden. "Hee, I heard that the young king from the land of gold, the one formerly known as the tyrant who controls earth and magma, is now being called the world-shaping dragon by many human scholars. And that red dragon has recently gained the allegiance of a metallic dragon, which is incredible. How could a metallic dragon be willing to serve a chromatic dragon?" One of the beautiful maids said to her companion while watering the flowers. "It's perfectly normal. That red dragon is different from the other chromatic dragons. The dragon horde he leads is also very different from those foolish chromatic dragons. I even bought a book the other day, said to be a story circulating in the land of gold, about an ogre and a beautiful maiden." Her companion chuckled, "The story is very touching. I even cried secretly in my blanket, shedding so many tears. I never imagined that such an ugly monster could possess such beautiful feelings." The beautiful maid's expression suddenly turned mischievous. Her delicate and slender eyebrows arched, and she lowered her voice, giggling, "An ogre and a beautiful maiden, hey? I think you probably weren't just wiping away tears. The companion's face flushed red, and she reached out a slender, fair finger to pinch the beautiful maid. Their laughter instantly filled the garden. In a tall pavilion, the window of a study was open. A golden-haired youth sat in a large chair draped with luxurious animal hide, leafing through a book. The cover, briefly visible as he turned the page, vaguely revealed the words dragons and the game of power. The maid's laughter and playful banter drifted into the golden-haired youth's ears on the breeze. The spirited young man suddenly flung the book far away. What a load of dragon dung, dragons, and the game of power. How could proud dragons wage war and slaughter each other over the power struggles of mortals? It's utterly ridiculous. A cold smile appeared in the golden-haired youth's eyes. The tyrant who controls earth and magma? The world-shaping dragon? Humph, just a lucky chromatic dragon. He dares to have such titles. The golden-haired youth clenched his fist, and a strange power surged within his body. This power stirred the deepest pride and arrogance within the dragon's nature, granting the youth a tremendous boost and extraordinary abilities. The abundance of this powerful energy caused the corners of his mouth to curve upward in a smug grin. Ha, arrogant power, the ability that is naturally suited for dragons. I will prove that I am stronger than that red dragon. Powerful titles are only worthy of the strong, and I, O Bilas Rabik, am the true strong one. Chapter 132. Under a tall tree of life, the elves, who used to be carefree, enjoyed life, and often strolled under the tree of life, no longer had relaxed expressions. Each of them was fully armed, whispering and talking in pairs. This tree of life was incredibly ancient, the oldest and tallest tree of life in the green wild forest world. Its trunk was hundreds of meters tall, and its lush canopy sheltered the entire elven tribe under its green shade. This tall tree of life had grown to its peak and had the qualifications to evolve into a world tree. This elven tribe was also the most powerful tribe in the green wild forest world, with approximately 20,000 elves. The legendary elven king Nadis was also born in this tribe. But even for this tribe with a glorious history and powerful strength, all the elves felt that the future was bleak and precarious. Because their tribe's sacred guardian, the Tree of Life, had brought a fatal warning to all the elves. Whether their future would be survival or destruction, the decision was not in the hands of these worried ordinary elves, but in the hands of the few ruling elves. Therefore, these elves, who made up the vast majority of the tribe, were looking forward to the council hall in the elven tribe, located among the tall tree crowns that almost reached into the clouds, where those who decided their fate were. Most elves were unwilling to have a supreme ruler above them, but more elves definitely did not want to step into death prematurely. These elves, who were born as long-lived species, cherished their lives even more than ordinary short-lived species. At this moment, they harbored resentment and blame towards the elven tribes that had launched the initial attacks, even though those tribes were, in a way, trying to protect this world. But this was the inherent nature of intelligent beings. However, the decision-makers gathered in the council hall on the Tree of Life's canopy far exceeded the expectations of the ordinary elves below. In this incredibly spacious hall made of wood, sat hundreds of powerful elves. Each of these elves was a ruling elder or elven druid from various tribes. The young elven druid Aya could only sit at the edge of the hall at this moment. Although she had once been a high-ranking elf in her own elven tribe, she could only sit like a lackey in the face of so many elven elders. Moreover, her tribe had already been destroyed. She was only able to sit in the hall because, as the red dragon had said, she had spread Kalen's wool. The assembled elven elders almost encompassed all the well-known large tribes in the green wild forest, with the sole exception of elves from 3 tribes. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn, but not panicked. All the elves' gazes were focused on the elderly male elven elder sitting in the center, who was communicating with the Tree of Life with his eyes closed. This elven elder, Cade, was also the only natural mage who could communicate with the tribe's Tree of Life. He had lived for nearly 2,000 years and could be considered a living history of the elves. We are here, at this time, gathered here by coincidence. Everyone should have some understanding of each other's thoughts, right? The elderly elder Cade suddenly opened his eyes. His fluorescent green eyes had become slightly dim, and his aura had weakened somewhat. Clearly, communicating with the Tree of Life was not a small burden for this elderly elf. The many elven elders below, each of whom was a noble figure in their tribe, looked at each other, but no one spoke easily. Clearly, the words they wanted to say were difficult for them to utter. At this moment, a young female elven elder stood up. Her calm eyes swept across all the elven elders present, and then she sneered, "Since you've decided to submit to the dragon, what's the point of putting on these arrogant airs? You male elves are not as straightforward as I am. After the young female elf finished sneering, she turned to look at Elder Cade, who had a calm expression, and said respectfully, Elder Cade, I don't know what choice you and your tribe will make, but our Greenleaf tribe will firmly stand behind you, whether it's submission or war. Hehe, you little girl, you speak beautifully, but you're too cunning. The elderly elven Grand Elder squinted his somewhat cloudy eyes and waved his hand, signaling her to sit down. Seeing someone speak first, another tribe's elven elder stood up and said to the crowd, although the Greenleaf tribe's elder is newly appointed and doesn't know how to speak elven words, what she said makes some sense, though not much. Since everyone was able to gather here at the same time, you must have received the Tree of Life's warning. That dragon is already becoming impatient. Everyone, from the warning brought by the Tree of Life, we can know that the opponent not only possesses a dragon, but he possesses an entire dragon group. Even that red dragon is not something we can contend with. We cannot defeat it, and he also possesses countless powerful and capable warriors who are more fearless than us elves. My suggestion is to follow the Tree of Life's enlightenment and submit to the dragon. Hehe, your bones are soft, willing to kneel to others. My bones aren't that soft, another elven elder said from the crowd, secretly mocking. The two elven tribes had always been hostile, and they had done many things to poach each other's members, bribing and seducing each other's elven druids. Damn it, which wild dog is barking here? The previously speaking elven elder said angrily, his pale face instantly flushed. He sneered, your bones are hard, then go back and ask your tribal warriors and the Tree of Life, see if they are willing to support your idea, you idiot. The other elven elder was about to retort, but several elven warriors had already pounced on him, directly pinning him down. Several thick vines fell from the elven druid's hands, taking root on the ground, binding the elven elder tightly. Even his mouth was stuffed with a thick vine, and then he was hung upside down from the roof of the council hall. And the elderly elven Grand Elder Cade smiled and clapped his hands lightly, saying, all right, don't let this idiot disturb our discussion. Everyone, continue to express your thoughts, speak freely. The many elven elders below looked at each other. What was there to speak freely about? If they still couldn't see Elder Cade's intentions, then these elves' brains would have grown in vain. So the elven elders below became active. Let's submit. Anyway, we can't resist. It's better to submit now. The previous group of elven tribes that took the initiative to submit proved that these dragons didn't come for slaughter and enslavement. They just came to rule. We don't need to sacrifice the blood of our warriors. I agree. Anyway, the Tree of Life has already expressed its attitude. Even if we want to fight, the Tree of Life might abandon us instead, no longer supporting us, a young male elven druid shouted loudly. His time to perform had arrived. Very good, the elderly elven Grand Elder squinted his old eyes and smiled, pointing to the male elven druid who was shouting loudly, write it down. He took the initiative to propose submitting to the dragon. Who agrees, who opposes? We have no objections. The many elven elders said in unison, leaving the elven druid with a confused expression. That's good. Next, let's hold a gathering. Let those three tribes come here and meet with us to discuss how to resist the dragon's oppression. Elder Cade sighed, for the future of the elves, we can only personally deal with these few tribes. This way, we can save many innocent elves. Elder Cade stood up and clapped his hands, saying, go, contact and communicate with these three tribes, and agree on a date. This matter is very simple, because their tribes' trees of life have already agreed to join forces with us. Next to the wide world tree wreckage, the Imperial Guard warriors had already established a simple camp for the Red Dragon and the mages to rest and explore this vast ruin. It would take a lot of time. At this moment, Kalen was curled up in the barracks that had been deliberately expanded by the Imperial Guard warriors. The Red Dragon's body now had to move carefully, otherwise, with a little force, this barracks built with thick wood would collapse like building blocks. Kalen closed his eyes, familiarizing himself with his soaring Chinook power. The Chinook power born after being reforged now brought him magical power. One of these abilities was quite troublesome for Kalen now. The newborn mind gave him the ability to sense the mental activities and thoughts of creatures whose mental willpower was not as strong as Kalen's, as if he had super hearing. Therefore, he had to face the impact of those mental activities and the entanglement of various thoughts every moment. Many people had once yearned for such abilities and powers, but Kalen knew that even the most cheerful, sunny, and pure person had deeply hidden darkness and filth in their hearts. Therefore, he didn't really like this ability that he passively possessed. Too much contact with other people's minds would also cause interference to Kalen. Those chaotic and dark thoughts would also make it more difficult for him to trust the people around him. So he started practicing controlling this ability as usual. Fortunately, he had enough experience in this area. He only needed to restrain the spread of Shinnik power to maximize the convergence of his ability. Although as long as they were too close to Kalen, others would still be passively sensed by Kalen's thoughts unconsciously. Kalen felt that it was much better than the initial central air conditioning like Shinnik perception diffusion. He felt that after a period of practice, he would be able to freely control his abilities. This had always been Kalen's idea. Creatures who couldn't even control their own power, no matter how strong they were another form of the weak. Now those mages, including the squinting Hughes, didn't really like to contact Kalen, because of Kalen's ability. These mages always felt that the red dragon's gaze now seemed to be able to penetrate the protection of their minds and souls, sensing their inner thoughts. In addition, these mages knew that the red dragon was a master in the mental field, so they gradually kept their distance from Kalen. Even the Imperial Guard warriors under his command, although they were not worried about being seen through their thoughts by the red dragon's uncontrollable mental power always had a strong sense of oppression and invasiveness to their will and soul, so they rarely appeared in front of the red dragon. Only the powerful dragonborn werewolf Saha guarded the entrance to Kalen's barracks without any scruples. Kalen sensed from Saha's occasionally fluctuating thoughts that this werewolf, who was also one of the most powerful in his family, seemed to have many stories of his own. In this werewolf's werewolf life, he was also a legendary werewolf. However, Kalen didn't like to pry too much into other people's minds, just like his will could now be linked to these family members and companions through the Shinnik power linked to him at any time, descending into the other party's mind, realizing a kind of ability behavior similar to telepathy and mental transmission. Although there were certain distance limitations, Kalen estimated that he could probably only realize this ability within a radius of 3,000 miles, and successfully descend. But he still reminded himself to try to reduce the use of this ability, so as not to form dependence and develop bad habits, whether for him or for those family warriors. Kalen was constantly practicing controlling his abilities, and a very familiar life fluctuation and mental fluctuation were rapidly approaching here from afar. Antagina? Why is she here? Kalen stood up carefully, so as not to collapse the wooden house. He dispersed the misty white light in his hand and stuck his head out of the wooden house. Seeing Kalen's figure, the green dragon Antagina quickly folded her wings and landed. Ignoring the salutes of the Imperial Guard warriors, she came to the red dragon. Kalen, it's really great that you're okay. The green dragon Antagina's beautiful fine scales shone brightly, like pure emerald gems. This added a lot to the green dragon's appearance and beauty. The dragon's aesthetics came not only from the attraction of the body, but also from the attraction of aesthetics. Kalen frowned slightly. He didn't quite understand the green dragon's words, so he asked, "What's great that I'm okay? I've always been fine." So the green dragon Antagina recounted the series of events in which she met the black dragon Rosani on the road, and then the black dragon told her about Kalen's accident. Kalen suddenly understood, but what he thought of was not other things, but the fall of the dragon temple. Obviously, although the magic creation he created by chance and inspiration had many defects. "Forget it, since you're here, I need your help to subdue these native elves." Kalen nodded and asked his Imperial Guard warriors to rebuild a barracks for the green dragon to rest. The green dragon Antagina stretched her slender neck and circled and rubbed in front of the red dragon's tall chest. The green dragon's beautiful head, wearing an emerald crown, gently leaned against the red dragon's strong pectoral muscles. Her crisp and sweet voice was like that of a spoiled girl, with some pity-inducing grievances. "Kalen, my king, the master of the dragons, I need your support." "Hehe, tell me, what's the matter, Antagina? I will always be your backing." Kalen's eyes showed a smile. The green dragon Antagina told the story of her being isolated. The green dragon's bewitching voice even made Kalen feel that the dragons were really too much, treating a beautiful girl dragon like this. But Kalen's will was not blinded by the green dragon's bewitching voice. His newly born, still unskilled power operated spontaneously. Karen's thick dragon claws gently touched the green dragon Antagina's cheek, caressing it in a way he had never shown before, a tenderness and affection as if expressing his pity. This filled the green dragon Antagina's heart with joy. But in the next second, the red dragon's claws suddenly dropped, tightly gripping the green dragon's slender neck. The sudden feeling of suffocation plunged the green dragon's joyful heart into the abyss. She struggled to look up, only to see the red dragon's icy gaze and indifferent words, sending a chill through the green dragon Antagina's body that shot straight to the crown of her head. Antagina, no one can lie to me, unless you think I am a fool. Chapter 133. Karen was lying on the trunk of the world tree. Although the world tree had been dead for countless years, its remains still contained traces of the once vast flow of life energy. Karen was more like an explorer than those mages who were there for exploration. He had curiosity and a desire to explore everything unknown. This may also be related to Karen being a dragon, with an abundance of energy that would never fade. This is also why Karen has always been able to grasp the knowledge of learning magic or other abilities quickly enough. The first element of success is often not wisdom and inspiration, but how much energy you put in. The green dragon Antagina was lying next to him, bored. Compared to the red dragon next to her, her more beautiful and petite head was constantly looking at the exploring mages and the tall Imperial Guard warriors. The huge ruins in front of them should be the mages' tower clusters that fell from the high altitude. Under some kind of power, the strong towers also fell apart, forming a stone ruin of more than 10 miles in radius. Occasionally, half of a complete mage tower is buried under the stones, causing the mages to let out excited shouts. The main force in clearing the traces of the ruins are the Imperial Guard warriors. Because of their loyalty to the Red Dragon, the mental energy they provide is also fed back after the Red Dragon's mental energy evolves. This magical power can coordinate the warriors' physical functions and gradually stimulate their physical potential. The more loyal and trusting the warriors are to the Red Dragon, the greater the increase will be. But in any case, the Imperial Guard warriors now can easily overturn 3 or 4 tons of rocks with one hand, and without any effort. Moreover, each of these Imperial Guard warriors' weapons tend to use the Modeo heavy blades that Karen had the dwarf craftsman Kragan create. This powerful cold weapon can perfectly exert the advantages and abilities of the Imperial Guard warriors. Equipped with a suit of airtight heavy armor, they are simply elite warriors who are enough to run rampant in all the kingdoms of the world. Only the dragon's dependents have such conditions to create such a legion. There are too many monsters in the dragon's dependents, especially those whose physical fitness is much better than those human warriors. Under the influence of the dragon, the new generation of kobold warriors will not be weaker than ordinary human soldiers. Sometimes Karen even felt that putting this group of powerful warriors next to the dragon was a mistake, a great waste. The green dragon Antagina and other dragons were very envious of the Imperial Guard warriors, but under the regulations and systems established by the bronze dragon Alina, the Imperial Guard warriors only need to obey the orders of Karen, one dragon. Even those dragonborn who were born under the joint influence of the dragon group, as the captain and leader of the Imperial Guard warriors, would not favor the dragons with the same scale color as themselves. And the dragons of the dragon group, each dragon has the right to subdue dependents and establish their own personal guard. But after seeing the Imperial Guard warriors, these dragons' vision became extremely high. Even if they have powerful strength, they also need to have strict discipline to be seen by these dragons. Under Karen's influence and his own experience, the dragons are respecting strength, advocating wisdom, and also beginning to favor order. The benefits that order can bring are endless, but chaos is useless. Of course, this order is only under the dragon group. Relative to the dragons, the order they want is the real order. Who? A strong sound of wings flapping and wind came from the distant sky. The green dragon Antagina glanced at it, and even the thick-skinned dragon was a little embarrassed to turn her head away and pretend not to see it. The green dragon was severely taught a lesson by Karen, which Karen thought was still very necessary. Dragons are similar to humans. If their minds are not firm enough and their ideas are prone to repeated changes, they need to tighten their skin from time to time, so as not to encounter things that Karen doesn't want to face in the future. In so many years of getting along and experiencing, the dragons have already formed the concept of companions and family, and so does Karen. Karen's squinted eyes opened. His crimson pupils have gradually been moistened by his newborn power, exuding an unusual look. The light flowing in his eyes can inadvertently seem to peek into other people's minds and spirits. This is a characteristic of his failure to fully master and control his power. This test of the mind and will has been too great for the improvement of his mental power, making him always involuntarily overflow his power. One by one, the dragons folded their wings and landed on the huge world tree remains. All the dragons in the dragon group were present, even the bronze dragon Alina, who didn't like killing and invading, followed the dragon group here. Oh, why are you all here? The territory still needs to be guarded by dragons. Karen stood up lazily and greeted the dragons who rushed over. When these dragons saw Karen jumping around alive, the anxious look on their faces disappeared, and they all lay down lazily. They didn't blame the black dragon Rosani for his rash actions. After all, the black dragon's choice was indeed the best solution at the time. Only the female red dragon Clinea, this mother dragon who has grown to 12 meters long, walked over, squeezed away the green dragon Antagina forcefully, and then lay down next to Karen. The white dragon Gamot glanced at the green dragon Antagina, who turned her head away, and had already gotten his result. This white dragon is now also quite large. He is the third dragon after Karen and Clinea to spontaneously awaken and recover the bloodline of the previous generation. The occasional traces of battle on his scales indicate that the battles this white dragon has experienced are definitely not less than those of Clinea. His 11-meter-long body is covered with dragon scales like ice and snow crystals, and the cold air emanating between the scales sets off the entire white dragon like a walking glacier dragon. If something happens to you, Karen, does the existence of the territory still need to be guarded? I'm afraid the dragon group will immediately fall into division. No one can recoagulate the dragon group. Do you think they will sincerely obey my leader? The white dragon Gamot brought a little warning. He believed that the red dragon should not take risks in many cases. Clinea? Or Antagina? Or Alina? The white dragon named them one by one, but none of the dragons who were named responded with a big roll of their eyes. Dragons are all unruly and untamed creatures. Before the white dragon Gamot is able to possess the strength to suppress all the dragons, even if the white dragon Gamot is a dragon god's favored one, these dragons will not regard Gamot as their leader. Our strength alone is not enough to protect the territory, Karen. Do you think we don't know why those mages cooperate with us? If we lose you, those mages will probably be the first to divide up the results of our territory. The white dragon Gamot had a bit of complaint on his face and was a little nagging. The white dragon, who liked to scold people the most since he was a hatchling, finally showed his style. Damn it, Karen, you said we are a whole, a family, don't always think about one dragon when you encounter certain dangers. We are still relatively weak, but we are all working hard. Do you think Clinea is sleeping every day? This mother dragon runs to the grassland every day after waking up, challenging that powerful orc lord. Axie and Das often run to the sea to fight with that sea dragon. Every dragon is gathering around you in their own way. Do you think dragons like to govern the territory? Damn it, Karen, how can you let the 5-colored dragons govern the territory? Why don't you let those dwarves who like to hold iron hammers do embroidery? The white dragon Gamot scolded and scolded. He would definitely not do this if he changed the leader of the dragon group, but all the dragons in the dragon group knew what kind of dragon Karen was. Karen's attitude towards the inside and outside of the dragon group was the embodiment of the dragon's double standards. Only the newly joined copper dragon Alfred and bronze dragon Alina were a little dumbfounded, and were very afraid that the white dragon Gamot would be torn to pieces by the furious red dragon in the next moment. Although in their impression, Karen's attitude and personality were completely different from ordinary red dragons, as the leader of the dragon group, most people would blindly maintain their authority. Unfortunately for Karen, he doesn't need to do this at all. His existence is authority. He is never afraid of being challenged, and gives all the dragons in the dragon group the qualification to challenge him, but after seeing the blue dragon Axa being beaten violently, no dragon will raise such thoughts again. Karen stretched his wings lazily and yawned comfortably. He said with a smile, this time it was a misunderstanding. I did not fall into external danger. The danger came from myself. Moreover, maybe I will encounter many dangers in the future. This is what I can feel after understanding my mind. Karen smiled. This is not my choice. My choice is to meet the difficulties. You don't need to worry about this. Karen certainly knew how important his existence was to the maintenance of the dragon group, but he always needed to face some unpredictable dangers, especially after experiencing this glimpse of fate. Developing step by step would only make it easier for him to fall into the shackles of the hand of fate. Maybe this idea is difficult for the dragon group to accept, but if Karen dies, who would care about the feelings of the dragon group and whether the dragon group territory exists? After I die, I don't care if there is a flood. The dragons didn't quite understand Karen's words, but Karen wouldn't explain it to them. Only the white dragon Kamide still had a thoughtful look on his face. Well, Kamide is just like when he was a hatchling, he likes to be thoughtful. Seeing that the white dragon Gamot was not angered by Karen, the bronze dragon Alina also mustered up her courage and stepped forward, sticking her slender neck and asked, Karen, since you know the danger, why do you still risk conquering this plane and bring killing to these creatures? The bronze dragon's natural kindness made her a little worried about the dragon group's excessive killing. She was very worried that the dragon group would gradually become like other five-colored dragons, and no longer be rational and sensible. If it was before, I would tell you, Alina, I am here for the population and other resources of this plane. Karen is no longer lazy. He said seriously, but now, I want to tell you, Alina, there are only two types of people in the world, hunters and prey. If you are not a hunter, you are prey. And I, Karen Gogmora, I am a dragon, I should be a hunter by nature, and my nature is also telling me that if I don't be a hunter, I am prey. Karen stretched his wide wings, he showed his hideous fangs and laughed loudly, let's go, it's time to harvest the last property of this world, the dragons in the dragon group, everyone has a share. Roar! One by one, the dragons stood up, stretched their wings, followed the red dragon into the air, and disappeared into the distant sky of the forest. It's just that these dragons couldn't hear the exclamations of the mages from the ruins. Found it, here is a relatively complete mage tower. Oh, my god, there is also the body of a dragon, an adult green dragon. 3 tall trees of life stand in the forest, seemingly side by side, but due to the overly lush canopy, each tree of life is hundreds of meters apart. Under the sky-covering shade, tens of thousands of elves shuttle through the camp. Every elf's face is lifeless, and there is no longer the ease and joy of enjoying life in the past. Dozens of war ants have already awakened, surrounding the huge camp at all times, bringing a rare comfort to these worried elves. The 3 isolated tribes are now united. Even if all the other elven tribes try their best to invite them, they still dare not easily trust them, so they chose their own camp as the meeting place. Elven warriors and elven druids gradually appeared in the lush forest. Behind these powerful warriors and druids were many elven tribal elders wearing crowns made of life tree saplings. At first, they were sparse, but after a while, thousands of elves, even tens of thousands of elven warriors, emerged. When the elves in the tribe saw so many elves, the dark look on their faces turned into joy. They knew that these elves were warriors who came to support their tribe, warriors who dared to resist the powerful invaders. Their tribe had hope. The elven druids and elven elders at the top of the Tree of Life also showed a relaxed look. They happily let the elven druids open the natural barrier used to hide the existence of the tribe to welcome the arrival of these reinforcements. We are saved, we have hope, we don't need to be afraid of those invading dragons. Dragons! A happy elf's voice did not fall, and the newly opened natural barrier allowed the outside world's voice to enter the entire tribe. In the distance of the sky, the dragons riding the wind stretched their wings enough to cover the sun, casting a large shadow that quickly passed over the ground. The wind of the forest was noisy, the beasts were also silent, and even the vibrant Tree of Life converged its huge life breath. The wind wrapped by the dragons plowed a huge dragon path in the lush forest. Countless thick branches were blown off by the wind. In the next moment, the dragons arrived in the sky above the elven tribe that opened the barrier. Those elven druids and elven elders who were still trying to use magic to urge the Tree of Life to close the barrier were knocked down by the Tree of Life, which was regarded as a guardian god, and fell from the sky in the next moment. But the dragons have arrived, and one by one the dragons spread their wings, covering the sky and the shade of the trees, surrounding the fallen crowd. The bronze dragon Alina spat out her lightning breath, like a spreading long line, splashing out from her huge mouth and fangs. The green dragon Antagina spat out a strong, fishy, stinky venom, like a spraying giant faucet, spitting out with the green dragon's magic. The black dragon, Rosani, roared loudly. This bloodthirsty dragon was particularly excited as he condensed his corrosive acid into a water column, sending it forth with an intense aura of slaughter. The white dragon, Kamide, exhaled frigid ice breath. The intense cold froze the humid air, causing ice flowers to bloom and solidify in the air. The white dragon, Gamot, breathed out icy breath that resembled solidified ice crystals, carrying intense impact and freezing power, spraying in a fan shape. The copper dragon, Alfred, had a cone-shaped breath, releasing acidic liquid and expanding acidic gas. While its lethality was not particularly strong, its diligent spewing created a terrifying deterrent. Most terrifying were the lightning breaths of the 2 blue dragons and the flame breath of the female red dragon. The 2 blue dragons' lightning breath was accompanied by storms, the thick lightning bolts resembling the might of the heavens. Clinaea's flames emitted terrifying heat, scorching the humid air and creating rising white mist. In that brief moment, all the dragons, who were encircling the group in midair, released their breaths towards the center. The next instant, an incredibly intense explosion and shockwave spread from the center. The explosion's sound and light caused all the elves who witnessed it to lose their sight and hearing. Boom! The expanding shockwave, like a raging hurricane at sea, overturned all the elves. Some weaker elves, closer to the explosion's center, had their internal organs ruptured. Their bodies were like ragged cloth bags, sent flying far away by the shockwave. The elf druids and elders at the center of the dragon's breath were instantly erased from existence in the real world, leaving only a deep, wide pit in the ground at the site of the elven settlement. Even their souls, which should not have been harmed by the dragon's breath, were affected by a terrifying and wondrous change due to the congregation of so many dragons. The dragon's breaths and magical power repelled, entangled, merged, and reacted with each other during the explosion, creating a strange fluctuation at the initial center of the blast. Countless mixed elemental magic fluctuated and boiled, as if earth, water, wind, and fire were stirred together. That space seemed to be broken down and returned to the state before the creation of heaven and earth, a state of chaos. In the next second, a singularity emitting a strange yet terrifying aura was born in the air. This singularity radiated unparalleled suction, devouring all the rolling and boiling energy in this space, then gradually disappeared. Only then did the elves, whose eyes regained sight and ears regained hearing, recover from their shock, only to immediately fall into even greater astonishment. This is the aura of the outside world, a power comparable to the gods. The elderly elf elder, Cade, muttered to himself. The dragon's power made the elves, who still harbored some tentative thoughts, retreat. This terrifying ability, even if created by the combined force of the dragon group, was something that all the power in this world could not resist. All the elves were speechless. They seemed to have witnessed a miracle, kneeling on the ground, loudly calling out in prayer, begging that the dragon's destruction would not befall this place. The 3 trees of life that had decided to defect to the light trembled, like frightened children, shedding green leaves that fluttered in the wind. One unlucky tree of life was slightly grazed by the aftermath, and a large piece of its tough bark was torn off. Even a thick portion of its trunk was licked away, revealing its tender core. Karen flew high in the sky. He did not take action. With the arrival of the dragon group, there was no need for him to act. He had been watching the dragon's actions. The chain reaction caused by the dragon group's focused attack inspired him. The power of that chaotic space, like the reappearance of earth, water, wind, and fire, also filled him with emotion. Each of these dragons, individually, was far less powerful than him, but their combined impact produced such a magical reaction. Perhaps this was a reaction that touched upon certain rules of the real world. He waited for the storm to subside, folded his wings, and landed on the crown of the tall tree of life, looking down at all the dragons and elves. His low, deep voice resonated in his throat. Who controls destiny? I control destiny. Chapter 134. Karen's magnificent and robust body was perched atop the crown of the world tree, which seemed to reach the clouds. His broad wings, spanning 32 meters, were covered in profound and mysterious flame patterns. Entwined around these flame patterns were runic veins representing earth and metal, which quietly illuminated at this moment, making the red dragon's wings resemble those of a celestial being. His formidable and majestic head looked down from above, and surrounded by the dancing dragons, he appeared as a manifestation of divinity in the eyes of the kneeling elves. Thus, these elves placed their expectations and hopes on that red dragon and the swirling dragons below. The elderly high elder of the elves, Cade, cried out loudly, "Praise the great red dragon! Praise the great dragon horde, we offer you our highest praise, Supreme King of the world." At this moment, all the elves transformed from worried about destruction to sublime fanaticism, shouting loudly, "Praise the great red dragon, praise the great dragon horde, we offer you our supreme praise and allegiance, Supreme Dragon King of the world, noble dragon of the world." The elves' voices shook the forest, shook the heavens and the earth, converging into a roaring tsunami. Even the surrounding forests echoed with songs of praise, and the world tree swayed, scattering green life radiance, as if also chanting in praise. The number of elves gathered here was more than tens of thousands, and the assembled life far exceeded the dragon's expectations. All the elite warriors and druids from the remaining large elven tribes in the green wilderness forest had been mobilized, exceeding 20,000, not counting the other ordinary elves. Adding the original 3 elven tribes that huddled together for warmth, the estimated number was at least 50,000 elves. Even with many elves hanging from the branches of the war-ancient trees, they still covered the sky and the earth, a vast sea of people. If the dragons weren't standing high enough, they wouldn't be able to see the edge at a glance. These fully mobilized elves originally intended to test the strength of the dragons. If the dragon's power could be resisted, they would switch to a state of all-out war. But under the dragon horde's concentrated attacks, the almost destructive power quickly transformed these elves. The giant pit, hundreds of meters in circumference and thousands of meters long, instantly buried thousands of elves. Under such divine might, these elves had become the dragon's pan-believers and shallow believers. The power of faith and the mental energy of tens of thousands of elves instantly connected and submerged the red dragon and the dragon horde in the sky. Although this power of faith was weak, almost non-existent. But the number of elves was simply too abundant. The elves in this world alone already far exceeded the number of residents in the dragon horde's territory. And these elves were the elite of this world. Although the power of shallow faith they brought was weak, it was considerable when added together. Every dragon in the dragon horde was ecstatic, feeling the strange power, like drops of water, pouring into their bodies. They soared excitedly in the sky, emitting clear and high-pitched dragon roars. Although this power was weak, and each dragon only received a little, although this power was unfamiliar, and none of the dragons had ever seen it before. But the dragon's inheritance told them that this was the power that could only be touched when reaching the realm of divinity, the power of faith. Although the power of faith was already a fairly broad and common knowledge among gods and favored ones, it was still a supreme mystery below the realm of divinity. In the dragon's historical inheritance, there had never been a dragon that ascended to godhood because of the power of faith. Even the dragon's dragon god was born as a god, and then a god. The reasons for this were various, but the main reason was that no one was willing to make the dragon race their god. Even those monsters who took dragons as their patrons would at most regard dragons as their lords. This could be seen from the behavior and style of the dragons who once ruled the world. In the endless years before, dragons ruled everything in the world, the sky, the earth, and the sea, but no dragon ascended to the throne of godhood because of this. This was because in the era when dragons ruled the world, the rise and fall of all races in the world depended only on the dragon's tastes. If the dragons liked you, then your race would usher in decline. If the dragons hated you, then your race would usher in extinction. At this time, the elves developed worship and admiration for the dragons because of their power, but if the dragon horde behaved like other dragons in ancient times, then these elves would quickly transform and become a force resisting the dragon's rule. This was the shortcoming of the dragon era, chaos mixed with a little bit of order. There was order, but not much. However, although the power of faith was scarce, it was of great help to the dragons in the dragon horde. They could gain many benefits by touching this power. The main thing was that they would gradually realize the benefits and advantages of order, and these powers of faith were just one of them. And Karen, perched at the top of the world tree, received the greatest impact. Abundant mental energy and a relatively large amount of faith power compared to other dragons descended into his body. The originally accumulated and expanded mental energy vortex was now like a rotating galaxy, emitting dots of mysterious light, floating in Karen's sea of consciousness. The power of faith, mixed with the elves' prayers and blessings, was rejected by Karen's own supremely pure mental will, which represented supreme power. The birth of this ability was closely related to Karen's own will and mind. The supreme power actually wanted the power of faith, which was considered essential by the gods, to lie dormant beneath him. But these powers of faith were also actively attaching themselves to Karen's soul will and even his body, causing some kind of collision and conflict with Karen's mental energy. Although under Karen's own will, this conflict and collision gradually turned into reconciliation, a wonderful change was gradually born in this friction and reconciliation. Karen's huge dragon body began to change, switching from a huge red dragon to a dragon-keen form with dragon horns facing the sky, standing upright, skull ferocious, and scales dense. But in the next moment, his figure gradually changed again, transforming from a dragon-keen form to another form. His dragon horns shrank, his scales disappeared, and his long tail vanished. His figure faintly changed, his 5 claws became slender and powerful fingers, and his ears became pointed ears similar to those of elves, but with a head of red hair like fluttering flames. His ferocious and majestic face also became similar to that of elves, but different from those slightly feminine elves. Karen's face had distinct angles, 3-dimensional features, and peerless bone structure, representing the combination of the most masculine and most handsome. It was just that the femininity inherent in elves slightly modified Karen's overly aggressive eyes and the red dragon's flamboyant temperament, so that his eyes were not such that no one dared to face them. But at this moment, the elves' fanaticism was even greater than before. Even some particularly determined elven warriors generated the power of shallow faith in the elven incarnation in front of them. They swarmed around, like worker bees facing the supreme queen bee, gathering under the world tree. These elves no longer offered empty praise, but heartfelt songs. They held hands and danced under the world tree during the Elven tribe's grand festival. The great red dragon, he is the supreme king of the world, he possesses the incarnation of an elf, which is the most beautiful color in the world, the face that all elves yearn for. The great red dragon, he is the supreme king of the world, he is the king of other races, and also the god of elves, the incarnation of elven beauty and power, he can bring destruction, and he can also bring new life. In the singing and praise of these elves, Karen's elven form took shape rapidly at an unimaginable speed. The world tree weaved the most life energy-rich buds into a garland, but it could not be worn on Karen's head, but turned into a small bracelet, carrying the blessings and energy of life, blooming with a soft glow. But in the next moment, Karen's elven form quickly switched to his original red dragon body. He lowered his head, and a low, deep voice sounded in the ears of many elves, "I am first a king, and then a god. You may regard me as a god, but first respect me as a king." Countless elves stopped dancing and singing, with disappointed expressions, sighing softly. They were disappointed that they would never see Karen's elven form again. But Karen's words represented the red dragon's will, and all the elves bowed down, shouting in unison, "My king, my lord, we follow your will." Karen stretched out his broad wings and roared loudly. His voice drowned out the voices of all the dragons, and also drowned out the resonance of all the elves. But his calm will was sensing the changes in himself. At that moment, his polymorph spell had been completely disfigured. Under the distortion of the evil dragon blood, the mental energy, and the power of faith, the polymorph spell, which was originally a spell, had formed an ability similar to bloodline talent. The transformation of 3 forms flowed in his eyes. These were 3 aspects, and one form represented one aspect. Currently, there were only 3 aspects, the original dragon form, the dragon keen form, and the elven form. The conversion between the 3 aspects also brought Karen a new understanding. Perhaps in the future, for every race under his command that believed in him as a god, and the power of faith reached a certain level, he would generate a new aspect. This aspect represented the image in which the race that believed in Karen hoped Karen existed. It could be seen that Karen's previous transformation of his own form was also influenced to some extent. Is it influenced by the sentient beings under the rule? Come on, let's see if you influence me more, or is my will stronger? Karen grinned, revealing his ferocious fangs. He felt himself wrapped in the light of the mind, and his pure soul and will revealed a smile of challenging victory. Those powers of faith were distorted by Karen's will and mental energy, changing Karen in another way of existence, but Karen didn't think it was a bad thing. Every time a race believes, reaching a certain level will generate a new aspect. Does that mean I have to add the title of Thousand-Faced Dragon to my name later? Karen thought about his newfound ability, touching his chin and falling into a brief thought. It seems that the founding dragon god Io also has related titles, Nine-Faced Dragon god Io, which represents this aspect of ability. Tisk, Karen shook his head, throwing this somewhat blasphemous idea out of his head. He felt that perhaps a single thought could touch and sense his existence. Although the nine-faced dragon god Io was said to have died in legends, this great existence possessed the ability to rise from the coffin at any time. Karen didn't want to test whether he could attract the attention of such an existence. Moreover, although the power of faith provided by these elven tribes was far from enough for ascension to godhood, Karen couldn't guarantee that the chain reactions triggered by attracting these ancient existences would be good or bad for him. Those low-intelligence dragon beasts probably wouldn't believe that the platinum dragon god Bahamut and the 5-colored dragon queen Tiamat, born from the corpse of the founding dragon god, had no means of paying attention to and contacting this founding dragon god. I only hope that the time I attract attention is as late as possible, Karen suddenly breathed out. Although Karen routinely restrained all his aura and traces, and his mental energy was to some extent following Karen's will, concealing Karen's existence, Karen was not sure whether these measures were useful for those high-ranking gods. Even if Karen's own methods were useful, when his territory developed to a certain extent, and the dragon horde he led grew to a certain extent, it would eventually attract attention. To this, Karen could only be glad that even those immortal gods were not omnipotent. Their gazes were in the endless star realm and would not constantly pay attention to a fixed prime material plane. Forget it, why think so much, it's just dealing with problems as they come. If I can't stop them, then so be it. The red dragon relaxed, lazily stretched out his wings, and patted the world tree under him, which was jumping for joy, and said, "Hey, Do you have any fruits, those very powerful fruits? It was time to reap the fruits of victory, although the biggest fruit had already been harvested by the dragon horde. The dragon horde's territory has been very lively recently. Many people from the villages in the forest have rushed to the dragon horde's only two large cities, Gold City and Bay Stream City. This has led to a serious test of the security of these two cities recently. Although no one dares to cause trouble in front of the security soldiers holding weapons and wearing leather armor, friction will exist when there are too many people. The whole city is noisy, and serious conflicts can even lead both sides to enter the newly built dragon arena to determine the outcome. Not only the residents within these dragon territories, but even many outsiders who have heard the news have flocked to Gold City in droves because of the regulations recently issued by the dragon territory. Because the dragons are giving out wives to everyone. According to the newly promulgated law of the territory, all residents who are settled in the dragon territory, as long as they are single men or women, the dragons will give you a husband or wife, or as labor, and they are all elves. No matter what race or creature, as long as they are rulers, then the first element must be clear rewards and punishments, which is the important foundation for the existence of all rule. Therefore, Karen turned the 3 elven tribes that were guilty of crimes against the dragon horde into slaves, and then combined them with other races in the territory in the form of families to digest them. This not only quickly absorbed these elves but also promoted racial integration and the formation of cohesive ideas within the territory. However, Karen obviously underestimated the impact of this measure. Originally, it would have taken a lot of effort to purchase slaves and attract immigrants. Under the influence of this law, even some slave hunter mercenaries have settled in the dragon territory in pairs, not to mention other immigrants. Because the dragon territory, it really gives them out. At this moment, the front of the Golden City's office was already surrounded by a dense crowd. Many short kobold security soldiers had to shout themselves hoarse, while struggling to wield the weapons in their hands to push the surrounding crowd away. However, the kobold soldiers' hoarse cries were long drowned out by the lively and noisy discussions, and no one paid any attention to these kobold, at all, only trying to squeeze forward one by one. Hey, old Dayton, you already have a wife and you're still here lining up? Aren't you afraid your cat at home will fight you tonight? Besides, the decree issued by the dragon says that only single people can apply. You dare to fool those adults, aren't you courting death? In the crowd, a tall and sturdy man pushed aside the people in front and ridiculed a farmer next to him. The farmer, called Old Dayton, immediately put on a stern face. He muttered in a low voice, "Humph, I've already broken up with that vulgar woman who likes to fight. I'm going to apply to bring back a beautiful elf to piss off that vulgar woman." But the tall and sturdy man ignored him. He raised his hands high and shouted loudly at the kobold soldiers who were trying to maintain order, "I report him, I denounce him. This person, Old Dayton, he originally has a wife, he wants to cheat." Damn it, Old Dayton's old face turned red, and he was about to squeeze out of the crowd to queue in another direction, but the kobold soldiers had already barked angrily, "Grab him, he dares to fool the decree, fool the wise kobolds. Grab him quickly." So the unlucky Old Dayton was dragged out of the crowd by the angry kobold soldiers, his hands and feet tied with ropes, awaiting the judgment of relevant officials. Old Dayton not only failed to get an elf, but also lost his original wife. More importantly, according to the gradually formulated and improved territory laws, he would also lose his hard-won free life. Only the tall and sturdy man clenched his fist excitedly. There was one less competitor, and his chances of bringing back an elf beauty increased by a tiny bit. The tall and sturdy man followed the crowd forward, queuing for most of the day. The officials handling the matter also changed shifts, and he was hungry and thirsty, but he didn't dare to leave the line to find something to eat or drink. He patted his head in annoyance, muttering, "Damn it, you're such an idiot, why didn't you bring some food and drinks in advance?" But looking at the gradually approaching line, there were only a few people in front of him, and the faces of the human officials handling the matter were already in sight. He still patiently endured it. He perked up his ears, listening to the inquiries and answers between the officials and the people in front of him in the noisy environment, hoping to bring himself some experience. "Hand over your identity badge." The official handling the matter was already mechanically going through the process. With such a huge workload, even with 3 shifts of people working in rotation, there was no vitality on these officials' faces, and they seemed lifeless. An orc adventurer handed over his identity badge, carefully wearing a smile on his face. "What, you've only been here for 2 days, haven't purchased a house or property, and have no fixed income or residence, then what are you doing here? You can't prove that you can support yourself and your wife, go, go, go. The official handling the matter waved his hand impatiently and drove the orc adventurer away. Next. Another barbarian warrior stepped forward and handed over his identity badge. The official handling the matter took a look, and his face became lively. He said kindly, "You are a soldier of the Barbarian warband. You have experienced battles with the warband and are a meritorious soldier. You should go there is a soldier channel, just register, directly assign, no need to queue here for review." The barbarian warrior scratched his head. He showed a smile, took back his identity badge, and led his companion behind him towards the building pointed to by the official. He muttered in a low voice, "It must be Chieftain Gib. He likes big butt, thick-legged women himself, so he didn't tell us about this. When we go back, we'll complain to the dragon and expose his ugly face." Another barbarian warrior responded in a low voice, "Chieftain Gib seems to have received a reward from the dragon. He also specially wanted a centaur female warrior as his wife. He drank a lot with Chiron, the leader of the Centaur Legion, for this." The tall and sturdy man listened to the barbarian's words and sincerely felt envy. The centaur female warriors are sturdy, but they look good, and in his eyes, they also have a unique aesthetic of sexiness, but he doesn't have the guts to contact these centaur female warriors. It is said that if you want to win the favor of a centaur female warrior, you must conquer them in a one-on-one duel. Although the tall and sturdy man looks strong enough, he is just an ordinary farmer. He doesn't have the ability to subdue those sturdy female warriors. It's a pity, my future children must be sent to the Dragon Academy to learn a skill, so that he can have whoever he wants in the future, without having to choose a target like me." The tall and sturdy man had some messy thoughts in his mind, and then stood in front of the official's desk, actively handing over his identity badge. "Walter Fa? What a strange name." The official handling the matter secretly complained, looking at a small seal on the identity badge, proving that this was a resident who had been living here for a long time, and then began to ask. "Walter Fa, right? How many people are in your family, whether you have an original spouse, whether you have a residence, whether you have land, whether you are literate?" The official handling the matter began to ask in a methodical manner. "Sir, I only have myself in my family. I came with my neighbors. I don't have a wife yet, but I do have a house. As for the fields, because I've only been here for a little over a year, I've only opened up 4 acres of land, which is enough to support myself and my wife. It's just that it's too difficult to be literate, and I don't recognize many words." The tall and sturdy man scratched his chicken coop-like hair and replied shyly. "Not bad, looks like a hard-working good boy." The official handling the matter showed a satisfied expression on his face. He heavily stamped a document with the seal in his hand and then handed it to the tall and sturdy man. "Currently, after preliminary review, you have passed. Looking at your conditions, if you are not lying, it is estimated that the subsequent review will also pass. You are illiterate, so I have some things to explain to you." The official handling the matter's face became serious. The tall and sturdy man nodded quickly and listened attentively. "The wife you bring back needs to obtain her consent, of course, they will generally agree, after all, they don't want to be slaves forever." The official handling the matter paused and continued, "As long as you get married under the witness of the bell in the Golden City, then your wife will be included in your family register. Before leaving the family, she can be regarded as a free person and have all the rights of a free person. But if due to some factors, your future wife escapes from your family, she will be regarded as a slave again. If you personally let her go or acquiesce, you will also be regarded as a slave, and all rights belonging to free people will be revoked. So, remember to keep an eye on your wife. If there is a case of defection, notify the territory's sheriff as soon as possible, and it is best to take her down as soon as possible, understand?" The official handling the matter looked serious, but was full of hints. The tall and sturdy man nodded. Like swearing allegiance to the dragon under the dragon's banner, he stood at attention solemnly and answered loudly, "I know, for the dragon, for the territory, I will definitely take down my wife as soon as possible." At this moment, the city of Gulfstream, after many personnel supplements, the pioneer group has been expanded from the original 3,000 people to more than 6,000 people. Thanks to the Golden River running through the forest, convenient and fast boats go down the river, always bringing the supplies needed by these pioneer group on time. Under these sufficient conditions, the construction of Gulfstream City has begun to take shape. Under the planning of the Bronze Dragon Arena, rows of neat and orderly houses are located around the plains under the mountain peaks, adjacent to the Golden River. But in these days, the boats going down the river not only bring supplies, but also an exciting good news. This good news has made the single men of the pioneer group full of energy these days, and the speed of opening up land and fertile fields has become much faster. Although the members of these pioneer group are still serf, their contributions to the dragon territory have made them regarded as free people, so they also have the rights of free people. Now the food harvested from the land opened up by the city of Gulfstream has been able to be self-sufficient, and can also supply a large part of the dragon territory as a treasury, which is also the benefit of the short-term implementation of military control. Considering this, it is also equivalent to the dragon's advance reward to these pioneer group people, and can also encourage the morale of the pioneer group, so that they can work harder for the dragon. If you want the horse to run, you have to let the horse eat its fill. The little girl Nora and some of her friends skillfully gathered the flocks of sheep and beasts on the hillside, and the whips in their hands made a cracking sound, driving these beasts, who still lingered on the fertile grass on the mountain even as night fell, back to the barn at the foot of the mountain. Like these friends, Nora's once pale and thin cheeks have gradually become full and rosy. The most obvious advantage in the dragon territory is that it is guaranteed to be full. Although this condition seems so simple, most civilians in the world also find it difficult to have this condition. Moreover, because the dragon family members always like meat, these pioneer group people also often eat meat, although they can't eat it every day, but this kind of life is happy enough for these people. The little girl Nora has almost forgotten the life in the wilderness, forgotten her unfortunate parents, forgotten the poor village, and forgotten the dangerous everyday. She now has the company of her grandmother, a group of friends who play and graze together, a stable and peaceful life, and the love of many kind elders. She feels that life has never been so good. Especially thanks to Nora's patience and care, the flock of sheep she grazed has given birth to its first litter of cubs this year. According to the regulations, she has received a lamb as a reward. At this time, Nora is holding this small, always bleeding lamb in her arms, driving the flock of sheep. When all the sheep are driven into the barn, Nora also puts her lamb back beside its mother, so that it can grow up strong under its mother's milk. Then Nora said goodbye to her friends one by one, and ran back to her home, skipping and jumping. A simple but not crude wooden house appeared in Nora's eyes. Although this wooden house was inconspicuous among the row of houses, Nora saw the lights in her home at a glance. This wooden house was built with the help of the village chief Uncle Farn, and the village chief Uncle Farn lives next door to Nora. Nora ran to the outside of the village chief Farn's house, skipping and jumping, and tiptoed to knock on Farn's window. Knock knock knock. The village chief's voice came from the house. The door is open. Little Nora, can you change your bad habits? You should know that a single man alone at home has many inconvenient times. Hee, Uncle Farn, don't always say such unfavorable words to children. Nora jumped into the house and saw the village chief Farn kneeling in front of the window on the other side, praying with his eyes closed, and whispering the words of prayer in his mouth. During this time, Nora and her grandmother have been taken care of by the village chief Farn a lot, and they have regarded this village chief uncle, who was originally familiar with them, as a real relative, so they have no scruples. Uncle Farn, you are praying again. Are you praying to those majestic and beautiful dragons? Let me listen. The little girl Nora sat next to Farn with a smile, looking at the village chief uncle's serious face. I am praying to the gods I admire. The gods bring us light, bring us hope, and also bring us a good life. Although the Church of the Gods has done wrong things, it does not mean that it is the original intention of the gods. Farn explained with a serious face. Although he has now been expelled from the church, he still believes in the former gods, so he maintains the habit of praying. But, we didn't see your gods lend a helping hand when we were in distress, Uncle Farn. No gods showed miracles when we were captured. The little girl Nora said innocently, but now it is the dragons who have given us a good life, it is the bronze dragon Lady Arena, it is the dragons who rule the Golden Land, and it is the beautiful and majestic Lord Chiron who has given us. In my opinion, these dragons are the gods who bring us beauty, bring us hope and light. Uncle Farn, listen to me, change your prayer object to the dragons. The little girl Nora patted her mediocre chest and said loudly. The village chief Farn was stunned for a moment. After a long time, he finally got up. Where are you going, Uncle Farn? It's so late, go try the mushroom soup made by grandmother, Nora invited. Hey, I'm going to bring you an ant, and feel the rewards of the dragons who bring us beauty. Farn touched Nora's head and said softly, work hard, Nora, maybe next year, I will bring you a little brother." Nora widened her already big eyes and asked blankly, "But, what does this have to do with my efforts?" Chapter 135. 1, 2, 3, heave. A high elf druid shouted, communicating with the war treants through natural magic, directing several war treants to move the boulders from the ruins. Thump, thump, thump. One after another, war treants either individually lifted stones or jointly hoisted massive boulders, moving through the ruins, diligently clearing this vast architectural site. Many war treants also extended their branches, carrying giant baskets woven from tough, thick vines by many elves. Elven warriors filled the baskets with rubble from the ground, which the war treants then carried to the forest for disposal. After incorporating most of the elven tribes in the plain, Karen dispatched some elf druids proficient in natural magic to assist mages in clearing and exploring this ancient magical site. Among most races in the world, those who gain the allegiance of war treants treat them as honored guests, relying on them as guardians of their territory and war weapons in large-scale battles. But in Karen's eyes, these war treants were more suitable as laborers. These treants were tireless and uncomplaining, only needing to replenish their magical energy and life force to work all day long, making them invaluable plant-based laborers. In addition, many war treants and other elves migrated to the dragon's territory in the main plain of Icania. These war treants would also undertake the heavy task of building Karen's massive dragon fortress. Although these treants were not very agile, they were better than any beast race for moving heavy objects. The other members of the dragon clan personally escorted the treasures and elven tribes plundered from this world back to the world of Icania. During this journey, the dragon clan's harvest was incredibly rich. The fruits harvested from the Tree of Life alone exceeded 20, each fruit capable of extending lifespan by no less than 200 years. This was the result of countless years of nurturing by the Tree of Life growing in the Green Wilds plain, with the dragon clan becoming the victorious beneficiaries of the fruits. This alone was a massive fortune. To prevent accidents, Karen even personally escorted the fruits of life with the dragon clan, placing them in the deepest part of the dragon clan's treasury. The young red dragon Cadillos has now become the guardian of the dragon clan's treasury, chained to the treasury gate with iron chains forged from divine iron nurtured for thousands of years in the depths of the volcano. No one but Karen himself dared to approach the treasury gate. To protect these important treasures, Karen renovated the dragon clan's treasury, setting up countless trap spells and warning magics inside. If the dragon clan didn't distrust the mages like Hughes, these mages would have even wanted to join forces to set up a super large magic barrier for the dragon's treasury. Because these mages were also given 2 fruits of life. Although the original agreement between the mages and the dragons was that the mages only required ownership of the ancient magic empire's property, while the development rights of the plain belonged to the dragon clan. But Karen knew that the subsequent direction of the cooperative relationship between the two parties still depended on their cooperative attitude. Those who hoarded everything for themselves would never have a good ending. He was not one of those dragon natives blinded by greed, so he was quite generous in sharing some of the spoils with the mages. In addition, there were piles of life tree branches, all of which were tender branches of the Tree of Life, richest in natural power and life force. Karen would not leave these life tree branches in the treasury to gather dust. The dragon clan's territory was now recruiting mages skilled in making magic weapons and alchemical weapons to turn these life tree branches into staffs and some unique magical items. A portion would be sent to the newly opened auction house in the dragon clan's territory to add luster to the first auction. The dragon auction house was a very important part of the territory's economic plan and cultural promotion, and it was also a point that could demonstrate the dragon clan's credibility. For this reason, Fafnir, the territory's chief executive, under the guidance of newly recruited human scholars, had sent invitation letters and gifts to the leaders of major merchant guilds active in the northern continent and many nobles who remained neutral or friendly to the dragons, and even the nobles of the Orc kingdom received this gift. As for forces with unclear attitudes, Fafnir, after careful consideration, also sent invitation letters and gifts. Only some forces that clearly expressed malice towards the dragons, Fafnir, although she did not send invitation letters, also spread the news through the channels of the dragon merchant guilds, letting them know this information. At the suggestion of the scholars, this clever chief executive was trying to improve the relationship between the dragon clan and other forces. After contact, perhaps the stereotypes in their minds would be broken, thereby changing the relationship between the two parties. But in any case, this was also a fact that the dragon territory needed to face. This also meant that the dragon territory would begin to step onto the stage of the entire world as a new political force of order. The image displayed by the dragon territory to the outside world was an open image of compatibility and inclusion, coexistence of various races, which was different from the closed-door and self-contained image of ordinary dragon monster kingdoms. This was also a kind of momentum propaganda, to create influence for the dragon's formal establishment of a kingdom. Although it would take a long time to establish a kingdom, it was necessary to gradually establish this impression and plan for this goal. Karen knew the principle of accumulating food widely and slowly claiming kingship, but many things were not justified if the name was not correct. Even some recruited scholars and talents were unwilling to come because they heard that the dragon territory was only a small-scale lord's governance. Obviously, some places in the dragon territory were not attractive enough to these people, such as the not yet clearly established official system and corresponding powers. However, as long as the kingdom was formally established, all this would be solved easily, and the deadline Karen set for this time was after passing the next stage of sleep. His territory still had a considerable amount of time to develop. However, as long as he embarked on the orthodox path, Karen and the dragon clan would be regarded as a part of the order, and the worries about the gaze from the gods would become easier. As long as he was in order, then the gods would return to the gods, and mortals would return to mortals. As for the war between countries, or the war between agents, the dragons were not afraid. Moreover, thanks to the location of the dragon clan's territory, if they wanted to attack the dragon clan's territory, they could only transport troops by ship through the boundless ocean, which was completely unnecessary to worry about for a territory with dragons. For this reason, the dragon territory was now even busier. For the exhibition at that time, the repaired warriors were also reorganized and became a fully staffed army. They would then be displayed as the Dragon Kingdom's military power, proving that the Dragon Kingdom had the strength and confidence to establish a country. Karen naturally taught the method of military discipline training to the military leaders who trained the warriors. Although these fancy methods could not improve combat effectiveness, but to a certain extent, it could improve discipline and cohesion, making these warriors more likely to obey the orders of their superiors on the battlefield. Most importantly, the Q trained by this method looked good, which was enough for the dragons. Attention, at ease, look to the left, the barbarian leader, now the commander of the Berserker regiment, Jib shouted loudly, personally teaching the warriors who had been selected to serve as regimental officers in front of him, and then these regimental officers personally trained the warriors under their command. Some of the warriors looked to the left, some looked to the right, and two unlucky guys had heads that were too protruding and bumped into each other. Damn it, you bunch of idiots, you only know how to cause me trouble all day long, you can't even tell the most basic left and right, Jib roared angrily, cursing, and kicked the two unlucky guys down. Look carefully, this is the right side, this is the left side, Jib stretched out his hand to signal. Chief. Commander, a human warrior said with a flushed face, stammering, you pointed the direction in reverse. Jib was furious again, he shouted at the top of his voice, I know, I did it on purpose, just to make you deepen your impression, you all remember it for me, if you can't even tell such a simple direction, go back to being ordinary warriors. With monster race warriors occupying the majority of the number of regimental warriors, Karen chose the simplest and most popular military system. Warriors are in teams of 10, and the team leader can be called the captain, or the decurion. 10 teams, a total of 100 warriors, are a company, and the company leader can be called the company commander, or the centurion. 10 companies, a total of 1,000 warriors, are a battle group, and the battle group leader can be called the commander, or the chiliarch. 10 battle groups, a total of 10,000 warriors, are a complete army, and the commander of the army can be called the army commander, or the myriarch. However, the Dragon Territory's army warriors, aside from the kobold soldiers whose combat effectiveness can be temporarily ignored, have not exceeded one army even with full calculation. Among them, the centaur cavalry led by the dragon-born centaur warrior Chiron has also expanded to 500 warriors, although they are all built as heavy cavalry clad in heavy armor, their combat effectiveness is far more than the scale of a 500-man regiment. The Gnoll leader Yugu and the centaur Chiron are both serving as battle group commanders, but Yugu is a legitimate battle group commander, and the Gnoll warriors under his command have been completely filled. The personnel distribution of the Barbarian Jib's battle group is much more complicated. Not only are there many barbarian warriors, but also some elf warriors and human warriors, as well as some alien warriors such as trolls, ogres, and hobgoblins, which makes up a whole battle group. There is also the commander of the Imperial Guard, the dragonborn werewolf Saha. Although he also serves as the battle group commander, There are only more than 300 Imperial Guard warriors under his command, but they are also the most combat-effective warriors in the entire dragon territory. Although these warriors do not seem to be large in number, they are all elites who have experienced battles. With the equipment of sophisticated weapons and armor, these warriors are enough to show the dragon territory's military power. Moreover, as professional warriors, they must be completely out of production. Although the dragon territory is currently self-sufficient in food, it still needs time to develop and cannot support more out-of-production warriors. In addition to these officially out-of-production battle group warriors, the dragon territory has a large number of dependent auxiliary soldiers and guards, and these auxiliary soldiers and guards used for the territory's daily security and management of logistics will also undergo reorganization and gradually become regularized. There are also some druids, mages, and priests who are good at healing magic and divine arts who are incorporated into the army as healing groups, but most of them are pharmacists and mortal doctors who are good at potions and conventional treatment methods. Not only are the people in the dragon territory busy, but those who do not belong to the dragon territory are also busy. Although the official auction time set for the dragon auction is 1 year later, the letters sent by the giant demon Fafnir have been placed on the desks of various targets through the channels of merchant groups and the transmission channels of ravens and magical communications. This is the time left for those who have received the invitation letters to react. Karen does not know what kind of reactions and choices those people will make. But facing the many treasures thrown out by the dragon auction house in order to open up the situation and reputation, I believe few people will be able to refuse this invitation. For the thing of reputation, Karen gradually realized some of the mysteries behind it. Some powerful existences are keen to make their names known in the endless planes and astral world, and go from fooling the guys under their feet to praise and worship, using this reputation to transform into primitive power. Some sufficiently ancient existences even use this method to step into the realm of the gods. Although they are not faith gods, they are also quasi-divine power existences permeated with divine aura. Although Karen does not know how to use this reputation to transform into primitive power, he has already noticed the existence of this method, which is also a topic he needs to explore and study in the future. Just as Karen himself thought, he is a patient with a lack of firepower and fear. The more means he has, the more secure he feels. Tap, tap, tap. At the resident of the Holy Coin Merchant Group, hurried footsteps echoed in the magnificent halls. The interior, which was not much different in appearance from most of the buildings in the Golden City, was completely different. Most of the buildings in the Golden City are tall and wide, and the interior likes to engrave various simple murals of insects and birds, which looks particularly simple and atmospheric. This is also the characteristic of emerging cities, abandoning useless decorations and only seeking practicality and simplicity, and using all their strength for development. However, the interior buildings of the Holy Coin Merchant Group's resident are covered with the most luxurious decorations everywhere. Whether it is the ceiling, walls, floor, or even many pillars, they are covered with golden paint oil. The interior decorations are mainly in the exquisite and complex, brightly colored Baroque style, and try to match the decoration theme with various precious metals and gems as much as possible. If the dragons saw this luxurious scene, they would probably immediately have the idea of robbing and occupying it. But this merchant group dared to build such a venue in the dragon territory. The leader of the Holy Coin Merchant Group is a gorgeously dressed middle-aged man, but the middle-aged leader who is in charge of the entire merchant group's power is now standing respectfully aside, handing an invitation letter and envelope to the young man sitting in the main seat of the hall. Your Excellency Sart, I heard that you are coming here today, and I rushed back to present this good news to you. The gorgeously dressed middle-aged man said with a respectful expression. The young man named Sart sitting in the main seat of the hall has a beautiful appearance. His sea blue eyes are as deep as the sea. He is wearing a silk shirt, leather sleeves, and short boots, and a gilded crown inlaid with gems on his head. Sart stretched out his right hand wearing white gloves, took the invitation letter and envelope, and began to read. However, the treasures listed in the Dragon Auction House's letter to attract customers did not stir him, because the fruit of the Tree of Life was not among them. But it also shows the high standards of this young man, as even the other treasures are rare and precious in the world. The dragon territory has finally decided to show itself to the outside world, Sartre said after a long silence. Given the development of the dragon territory, this place will eventually be a prosperous country, and its wealthy population will attract the covetous eyes of the churches of the gods. But I didn't expect these dragons to embrace orders so early, which will open a door for those churches. So what's the price? Is it to make all the churches of the gods wanting to reside in the dragon territory recognize the legitimacy of their rule? Well, I like these dragons. Order always makes wealth easier to circulate and creates more wealth. Sartre said with a smile in a low voice. The middle-aged leader of the Saint Coin Merchant Guild silently wiped the sweat from his forehead. He only received this news because of the many treasures at the auction and hadn't thought about anything else. But the person in front of him thought of deeper levels through a simple matter. This ability made the middle-aged man sigh. Fortunately, I'm just a glove for those clerics. If I were a cleric myself, I would have been eaten clean long ago. In fact, Sartre was just overthinking things. Although Calren intends to introduce 1 or 2 relatively harmless churches in the future, it won't be now, but after unifying and consolidating the ideology within the territory. At that time, Calren can open 1 or 2 doors and allow some churches with good relations with him to reside in the territory. However, whether they can harvest the power of faith from the dragon territory depends on their ability. Lord Sartre has great foresight. I didn't think of that at all, the middle-aged man flattered diligently and skillfully. Sartre nodded, generously accepting his subordinate's praise. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, we have no other purpose, just to make these people rich through transactions, bring them happiness, and incidentally offer some faith to the goddess. Hey, do you think someone as noble as me will definitely be able to open up new missionary areas and be promoted to a higher level?" Sartre smiled, and his hands in white gloves clapped gently. Clap! The thin but sturdy invitation was thrown against the wall, the great force causing the entire invitation to stick completely to the castle wall. These dragons, damned 10,000 times over, actually sent me an invitation. Are they mocking me? Carol Caesar, who was originally calm, instantly had his eyes stained with a strange ghostly green. Realizing that his emotions were not right, he immediately stopped and took a deep breath. However, the fountain of life, that kind of thing is a bit helpful to me. Hehe, the Golden Land, it's worth sending someone over to take a look. Most of the people who received the dragon's invitation showed a certain interest. In their view, the dragon territory, far away from many civilizations, was not threatening. On the contrary, it could establish a certain degree of mutually beneficial relationship with them, if the dragons were really as rumored. Profit first, no matter in which world, is always the case, even among the gods. There were also some well-informed 5-colored dragons who were very interested in this news. In the view of these 5-colored dragons, they couldn't avoid those hateful humans and other races fast enough. Why was this dragon group so keen on establishing contact with these civilizations? This is a truth that these 5-colored dragons can never understand. An isolated civilization is a civilization with no way out. Closing the country to international intercourse is a dead end. Calren's body was already extremely huge, and standing upright was like a red castle, but compared to the corpse of the adult green dragon lying on the ground, some differences could still be seen. This adult green dragon's body had exceeded 20 meters, and there were only 2 wounds on its body. One was in the heart, pierced as if by a condensed laser, creating a hole that went through the entire heart. The other was on the head. The dragon horns on the adult green dragon's head, like a crown, were snapped off by brute force, as if during the battle, an opponent with great strength held down the head, snapped off the horns, and then a fatal attack easily and simply solved this adult green dragon. Even after dying for countless years, the corpse of this huge green dragon had not rotted, but the body had become shriveled, as if all the moisture and blood had been lost from the body. The corpse of this huge green dragon was found by the mages in front of the only complete building in the center of the ruins. Thanks to this discovery, the exploration team had been very careful. Until the entire ruins were cleared, this complete mage tower, mostly submerged in the soil, with only 2 floors exposed, was finally completely revealed in front of everyone. During the clearing of the ruins by the war ancient tree, no danger was discovered, and from the direction of the traces of this green dragon's corpse, it was likely that this green dragon, after suffering a fatal injury, barely managed to escape from the mage tower, and then finally couldn't hold on and fell to its death. Then the danger comes from inside the mage tower. This is normal. A mage's mage tower is equivalent to a mage's war fortress, and it is not surprising how terrifying the internal means are. So they can only gradually try and explore. These elves already belong to the dragon group, so Calren can't just send these elves into the mage tower to take risks for no reason. This is equivalent to punishing without guilt, which is a taboo for a ruler. He is a dictatorial ruler, but he is not a tyrant, at least not when facing his own subjects. So these mages can only carefully study the ancient knowledge left behind and use various magic to test, hoping to find a safe way to explore the ruins. While those mages were studying the ruins, Calren was studying what value the corpse of the adult green dragon in front of him had. He wouldn't think that this was a blasphemous act just because he was a dragon, and this green dragon had nothing to do with him, so he only had the idea of making the best use of everything. However, this green dragon has been dead for countless years, and the magic power on its body has dried up. The reason why it can remain unrotten is partly due to the special nature of the dragon's body and partly because of the life-filled greenfield forest plain. Even the scales on its body cannot be used to forge armor. It has lost the dragon scale's strong defensive ability, and its bloodline is dry, so it cannot be moved into the laboratory as a research sample. And Calren plans to take the corpse of this green dragon back to the territory and bury it in the mountain where the dragon sanctuary stands, the place designated as the heroic spirit cemetery, but he feels that this green dragon is not qualified. In the end, he decided to drag the corpse of this green dragon to the depths of the forest and bury it, which can be regarded as the green dragon's bones being able to rest. But when Calren buried the green dragon's corpse, a thick fog filled the forest again. The strange creature that had appeared in the mist before, the creature like a shriveled giraffe, appeared in front of Calren. This time, this strange creature did not ignore Calren's existence as before. This strange creature took the initiative to speak. Its voice sounded to Calren as if it was communicating directly through the spirit and soul, rather than the vibration of the physical throat organs. Red Dragon, be careful, the soul is the bottom line that the gods cannot touch. Although the eyes of many gods have been drawn to the edge of the world, there will always be a day when those high-ranking gods will get a chance to catch their breath and cast their eyes on you. Although this strange life was warning Calren, it was more of expressing a kind of friendly reminder. I have walked in the main plain for countless years, and the dragons I have seen are all the same, greedy, boring, and stupid. You are different, Calren, I like you very much, so you must not make mistakes. Release those imprisoned souls. As for those souls that become your believers, you can keep them. This is a right that even the gods cannot take away. Calren felt the kindness of the creature in front of him. He nodded politely and said, "Thank you for your kind reminder, mysterious and kind existence. May I know your name, which is noble because of your character?" Katos, the strange creature also nodded. Although it looked ugly, it was so beautiful in Calren's eyes. It said, "I am the messenger sent by Beast Township, walking in the material world. Calren, from the moment you imprisoned the soul of that Titan Python, I have noticed you. But you are still wise and restrained. Although you have the ability to retain souls, you have never practiced this behavior. Otherwise, I would have to fight you." Calren listened and secretly raised his vigilance. It was indeed the right choice not to rashly keep souls in the first place. In this world, you still need to be cautious at all times. Thank you for your reminder, Katos. May I ask, what are the gods being drawn to? As far as I know, many gods have not responded to their believers and church officials for a long time. Calren's curiosity prompted him to ask his question. Many people even speculate that those gods have fallen into some unsolvable trouble. If the cleric's divine arts were not still useful, they would probably think Calren stopped talking and didn't say everything. But the strange creature Katos obviously understood what Calren meant. It looked back at the sky of this world, hesitant to speak. In the end, Katos hesitated for a long time, and then shook his head. "I don't know, after all, that is something that belongs to the great existence of gods. However, I know that those gods were involved because of the chaos created by the ancient magical empire, to this day." The fog gradually faded, and Katos's figure also slowly faded, leaving only its last words, "Be careful, Calren, don't get too close to those crazy mages. The trouble they cause is bigger than you think." Chapter 136. Calren stood still, the dissipating mist of the forest unable to conceal the red dragon's scales. His exceptionally conspicuous form was discovered by the arriving green dragon, Antagena. The green dragon, Antagena, approached to greet Calren. The green dragon was assigned to manage the green wild forest plain. This plain was all endless forest, the green dragon's home turf, very suitable for Antagena to show her skills. These immovable trees of life also needed guardians and management, with resources harvested periodically. However, although it seemed that the green dragon Antagena was entrusted with important tasks by Calren, every dragon in the dragon group knew that this was equivalent to a disguised exile. This was the punishment for the green dragon Antagena's mistake. She was far from the center of power, only able to manage this plane for the dragon group, using her performance to win the dragon group's forgiveness. The green dragon Antagena obviously understood this principle as well. Despite possessing an entire small world to act mighty, she was not very happy. However, she also knew that once Karen made a decision, he would not change it, so she just hovered around Karen every day to please him, hoping to return to the dragon group as soon as possible. What's wrong, Karen? Your expression seems very serious. Have you encountered any problems, my king? Please allow me to share some of your burden. The green dragon Antagena's tone became gentle and deliberately flattering. For the green dragon species, who were good at bewitching and fickle, this was just an insignificant little trick. Karen walked forward, his increasingly heavy body leaving obvious footprints on the soft ground. He used his wings to push away the green dragon who kept rubbing against him. It wasn't that the thin green dragon was hindering his steps, but that he was worried that he would accidentally break the green dragon's leg bones. In order to adapt to the growth of his body, Karen's current muscle tissue and bone density far exceeded the level of normal dragons. A red dragon of the same length as Karen would weigh an estimated 2/3 of his weight, or even less. Logically speaking, Karen would have some difficulty and clumsiness in flying or moving at this time, and he would need to expend more energy and effort than dragons of the same size. But thanks to Karen's increasingly proficient elemental control and body control abilities, these problems did not cause him any trouble at all. Moreover, the existence of the ability of Chinook energy allowed him to possess some characteristics similar to wish fulfillment. This ability could be described as a panacea. As long as Karen did not restrict himself, Chinook energy could affect wherever his thoughts reached. The magnitude of the effect depended on the effort put in. Great effort produces miracles, which was in line with Karen's current Chinook energy characteristics. This could also be regarded as proof of supreme power. I met a kind friend, and his words gave me a little reminder. Karen grunted a few words from his throat. Karen, who was in the voice-changing period, now had a strange voice, so he tried to lower his tone to appear more calm. However, Karen apparently had not realized that he himself was enjoying the treatment of his extraordinary dragon charm. His appearance had extremely high charm value in the aesthetics of most creatures. Especially for beasts and non-humanoid races, the red dragon was equivalent to a walking male succubus. Katos was the messenger of the Garden of Beasts, adhering to the dogma of the beastly land, and generally would not have any goodwill towards other creatures. Although the beastly land was in the neutral good camp, it was also an unruly and proud soul, and only creatures that suited its appetite could be favored by these guys. If it weren't for Karen wearing the skin of a red dragon and the red dragon blood that was so strong that it could not be added to, he could now run to the territory of the metal dragons and shout, and he would be able to circle a large number of female metal dragons as spouses and pursuit objects. After all, whether it was the chromatic dragons or the metallic dragons, they rarely had the idea of being loyal to one dragon. They did not care how many spouses the male dragon had, only the male dragon's strength, appearance, and wealth. Of course, some female silver dragons and female gold dragons were particularly conservative, and they advocated monogamy more. A joke that was only circulated in the dragon circle was the best annotation of this situation. Dragons would not share everything they had, except for their spouses. This was also one of the reasons why Karen didn't like the green dragon Antagena very much. He didn't like this situation, but he also respected everyone's choices. Therefore, even if Karen's will was also affected by the dragon's gradually maturing body, it would take more than just the infection of desire to impress Karen. Okay, you always think more than we dragons, Karen. Sometimes, maybe it would be happier to be a simple chromatic dragon. The green dragon Antagena's voice bewitched, my king, as long as you need it, I can bring you some insignificant happiness. The green dragon, who was pushed away by Karen's wide wings, was still persistent and wanted to stick and rub. Although these dragons' reproductive ability was not yet mature and they could not give birth to offspring, the functions that should be there still existed, so the green dragon's bewitchment was also full of a naked hint. Hehe, you are too thin, Antagena, and to me, you are too childish. Karen was not affected by the bewitchment at all. His wide wings gently wrapped the green dragon's little head, and his tone was full of a big brother's doting on his sister. Antagena, female dragons should grow more meat to look good. I allow you to secretly retain some spring of life, this is my special permission. Don't tell other dragons. The two dragons walked back to the camp laughing and talking, but Karen's keen eyes immediately noticed the new arrival in the camp. The white-haired old mage, Lappers. Although this saint-level archmage belonged to a transaction with the original Karen, this old mage did not hide anything, but stuffed all the knowledge he should have into Karen's mind. So Karen still had a certain affection for the white-haired old mage Lappers. At least the other party was absolutely fair in the transaction. It was also for the sake of the white-haired old mage that Karen gave up the idea of tossing the squinting mage Huser and let Huser escape a disaster. Even now, there was still a lot of magical knowledge in Karen's subbrain that had not been finished. Even with Karen's hard work and abundant energy, it would take a long time to finish a complete set of magical knowledge. Because Karen was different from other mages, most mages only specialized in one line of magic, and only slightly understood other magical knowledge, because these mages did not have the abundant energy and long lifespan like Karen. Karen wanted to understand the entire world as completely as possible through magical knowledge, and learn fragmented knowledge of the real world from various series of magic. Karen now had some understanding of most of the basic magical knowledge, and he now clearly saw what the old mage Lappers's major magical direction was. The peeping of the fragments of fate was the field that prophecy mages specialized in. Although the white-haired old mage Lappers was only a saint-level mage, he was still enough to peek at a scale and a half of the fragments of fate. And in Icania, a large material plane with perfect laws, the saint level represented the legends of those small and medium-sized planes. This was also the difference Karen discovered during this plane exploration trip. Only large main material planes with relatively perfect laws could give birth to legends. In the small and medium-sized material worlds in the green wild forest, the highest could only support the existence of the saint level. Mysterious existences similar to the Tree of Life and the World Tree were not included. And that adult green dragon should obviously be what Naughties, the soul of the World Tree, said, the green dragon leader who once nested in the green wild forest, a dragon family relocated from the outside world, not a native dragon. After peeking at his own destiny through that magical spring, Karen couldn't help but guess that maybe the white-haired old mage Lappers would bring him some different opinions on this. Whoa, Karen, the young dragon of the past has now become a big guy. Your growth rate has exceeded my imagination. The white-haired old mage Lappers was as always, liked to squint his eyes and stare at others. The white-haired mage raised his head, and a sincere look of envy appeared on his face. You really have a unique talent, which is enviable. Your current strength has surprised me. Fortunately, I caught that flash of inspiration at the beginning, and then I discovered your treasure. So, was it because of this inspiration that Huser appeared in the dragon's nest and brought the dragon group back? Karen keenly noticed a problem from the mage's words, which was also the question he raised after peeking at Lappers's major magic. Although the situation seemed normal at the beginning, Karen understood the mystery and power of prophecy mages. These characters could always achieve some of their goals through some accidental and ingenious arrangements. At this time, a dangerous light appeared in his pupils. Obviously, some bad enough ideas were turning in Karen's mind. After peeking at the deflected fate, Karen was always particularly sensitive to this. Lappers shook his head and said, my ability has not yet reached this level, but the moment you stepped into the Empire, I saw something, like a sudden fragment of inspiration. Karen, you don't have to have any doubts about this. If I had foreseen it earlier, I would not have chosen this stupid method. Did you discover something from that magical spring? It's a pity that I never peek at my own destiny, which would hinder me, otherwise I could try it. Lappers looked regretful. The light in Karen's eyes faded, which was not only some of his dangerous ideas, but also a sign of his ability being activated. Under his telepathy, he found that Lappers's statement was consistent with the old mage's inner thoughts, which also meant that the old mage was telling the truth. It doesn't matter if you peek at your own destiny. If it's a good result, just take it as having a good mood. If it's a bad result, it's just to make yourself more cautious. The branches of destiny are endless. Who can be sure that that is the final destiny? Karen said in a calm tone. He had already strengthened his will. He wanted to see how many divisions of troops it had behind it, manipulating the hand of fate. Not believing in the trajectory of fate, Karen, your mentality is good, but unfortunately, if you come into contact with it too much, you will inevitably be affected, so I never peek at my own destiny, which is the beginning of a tragedy for a prophecy mage. The white-haired mage smiled, let's go see what's in this ancient ruin. Our agreement is still the same as before, and we can share all the knowledge with you. Karen nodded and walked with the white-haired mage towards the excavated Cyan Tower. After the war treants' voluntary labor during this period, this ruin buried in the soil for countless years was finally completely revealed, but this tower only retained the highest 3 floors. The rest of the tower body was cut off like a sharp blade, and then shattered into stone powder under enormous force. Among the remaining three-story tower, the top floor belonging to the spire was the smallest, like an ordinary attic, with only one door like a French window. This door was covered with strange magic runes and patterns. It looked transparent in material, but the scene inside could not be observed from the outside. However, Karen could see from the comparison between this door and the tower body that this door was obviously opened later, maybe it was opened by the owner of the tower later. It seemed that the owner of this tower had made some preparations for his destiny. The white-haired mage Lappers asked the other mages to input magic power from the magic power gathering nodes of the strange portal. This was Lappers saving his own magic power for the next exploration. Under the injection of magic power, the portal, which looked like a painting on the tower wall, suddenly lit up, and the magic runes and patterns on it twisted, and then a tall and spacious door slowly opened to everyone. The many mages took out scrolls from their magic rings and space magic props one by one, blessed themselves with spell force fields and spell barriers, and then cast flying spells and a series of preparation spells on themselves. With targeted preparations, these mages always had many means to achieve their goals. Several other mages released detection magic to detect the situation inside the portal. Seeing this, Karen also put on a Shinic barrier on top of the several layers of spell barriers and magic shields that he usually wore on his body, and also cast spells on himself to harden his scales and toughen his skin. In addition, Karen also released some spells to defend against attacks from incorporeal creatures, similar to spirit armor, making his defense airtight. 8 more red lanterns emitting soft light rose around Karen's body. This was a modified version of the dancing lights spell, used for lighting in some dark situations. Although Karen had the ability of night vision, he still would not be careless. In some special environments, the eyesight of the eyes would also be affected by spells. The many mages were speechless at Karen's complete set of spell shields. Karen's own magic power and spells seemed to be unlimited, unlike them who still needed to save magic power as much as possible and could only complete some spells through spell scrolls. The squinting mage Huser even shamelessly walked up and said, "Karen, can you also give me a set of spell protection? Your spell shield looks much thicker than my teacher's spell shield." Karen looked at the shield on the white-haired mage Lappers's body, and sensed the strength of the other party's shield, only to find that the strength of the other party's shield was about 2/3 of the strength of his own shield. This was also Karen's current characteristic. As long as the spells he analyzed, the strength released would exceed that of most mages. Maybe only some mages who had been enhanced by spell power could compare with Karen. But Xiaxr's request was rejected by Kalong, who said that his magic power also needed to be used sparingly and could not be wasted on unimportant things. The dark-faced mage Xiaxr took the lead and stepped into the gate, feeling that he needed to show himself so as not to be really considered unimportant. Kalong also followed behind the mages and stepped into the gate. Behind the door was another world in the true sense. Kalong imagined that mages were good at using space expansion magic to expand the internal space of the mage tower, which would inevitably be very large. But obviously, the owner of this tower had abandoned this approach, and he had more powerful means. Kalong and the others stepped into a complete world, a world full of darkness and evil energy, empty yet full, a contradictory world of silence yet noise. Countless purple and black energy currents surged disorderly in the world before them, and countless lives were shattered and created by the huge energy currents in this instant, some strange lives born from the energy currents. This is the dark ether world, a subsided land from the bottom of the ether world. And a huge demi-plane stands in the center of this dark ether world, a moving plane. The demi-plane opened up by the former legendary mage was placed in his mage tower, connecting to the dark ether world. The ether world is a transitional plane world connecting the main material plane, and like the astral plane and the shadow plane, it can be used as a portal and channel for plane travel. The dark ether world in front of him was obviously cut off and sealed by the owner of this tower, and used as a defensive measure like a moat for his demi-plane. This made Kalong only sigh at the wonderful ideas and powerful power of these mages, knowing that this was no different from the process of creating a kingdom of God, building another world on the basis of one world. The kingdom of God is not created based on the power of faith, but a world transformed by the power of faith. No god can afford the power of faith needed to create a kingdom of God entirely from the power of faith. Although the kingdom of God is not necessarily a plane, a considerable part of the kingdoms of God are built on existing planes, and even some gods with good relations have their kingdoms of God built together. The unicorn goddess's kingdom of God is built in the temple of her main god, the god of nature. However, many gods spend their power to move their kingdoms of God, and they will move their kingdoms of God to the gaps between the various outer planes. Some bored gods even travel around with their kingdoms of God, just to find the stable place they want. And the huge plane created in the dark ether world in front of him was shrouded in a huge light curtain, and countless disordered ether void energies impacted the light curtain. This light curtain was shrinking at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, and then the edges of the exposed continent continued to shatter and collapse. The entire void is scattered with the ruins and relics of plane fragmentation. Even after countless years of impact, this demi-plane still has a vast area, as vast as a small continent lying across the void. In the center of this continent, even with Kalong's eyesight, he can only vaguely see a huge beam of light rising from the center of the entire continent, supporting the light curtain covering the entire continent. From that huge beam of light, Kalong can feel an incomparably rich elemental flow. But before everyone could recover from the shock of this scene, the endless energy flow in the void began to surge, and a huge figure suddenly descended. The mutated purple ether energy entangled and combined, forming the crown on this figure's head, and the space fragments shattered by the energy storm turbulence combined to become the huge body of this phantom. His 10 fingers were adorned with shining gems, and countless purple energy currents rose from his diadem. This figure gradually solidified, like a purple skeleton. But countless creatures living in this chaotic space were roaring, paying tribute to their king, and the ether energy was boiling and echoing. This is the controller of the ether world, the king of the ether world. An unspeakable terrifying aura instantly enveloped everyone present, and the incomparably tyrannical sense of oppression made Kalong think that the entire world was pressing down on him, and he involuntarily revealed his original dragon form on this open-air grandstand. What followed was a kind of indescribable cognitive coverage. The 5 senses were distorted, and Kalong found that he seemed unable to fly. His wings did not exist in his cognition at this moment. He wanted to retreat, but he involuntarily walked forward. The heart energy in his body expanded rapidly at this moment, heavily wrapping his soul will, and a layer of flame emerged on the surface of Kalong's body, and his domain also wrapped his body like armor at this moment. In the next instant, Kalong felt that his 5 senses had finally returned to normal. He quickly retreated, but found that many mages were looking at him with a puzzled expression. The Ether King suspended in the void finally spoke. Finally, the inheritors of the mages have arrived again. You better not be as stupid as that green dragon, trying to forcibly pass through this space. Now, use your wisdom and use the way of mages to reach the opposite continent. Chapter 137. Using a mage's wisdom and methods. Several high-ranking mages frowned, looking at the controller of the dark ether world with scrutiny in his eyes, knowing that this was clearly a test left by the former master of the tower specifically for mages. As for forcibly passing through the void of the dark ether world, not to mention this ether controller who appeared to be at least of legendary rank, even that adult green dragon didn't seem to last a single round in front of this controller before being easily killed. Although they had prepared many magical methods in advance, they would not be any stronger than that adult green dragon in front of this powerful ether controller. They were all mages of orthodox lineage, deeply aware of how powerful a true legendary powerhouse was. Although this powerful ether controller seemed to have an agreement with the former mages, it was impossible for him to be too lenient with the group. Moreover, even if they could temporarily delay this powerful ether controller with some means, the countless dark ether creatures in the void were also a big trouble. These mages had not been targeted by the controller of the dark ether world just now, otherwise, they wouldn't even have the idea of delaying him. In front of a true legend, without special means, it was like facing a creator. This is just a simple test, so simple that it can't be simpler. As long as you don't try to forcibly pass through this space, I can even give you a little hint. I have been waiting here for mages for long enough. I am also looking forward to someone passing his test, receiving his inheritance, and then I can obtain the knowledge I want as agreed. The terrifying aura of the Dark Ether Monarch when he first descended had long been withdrawn, revealing his body composed of ether energy and void fragments. Although the voice he emitted was through telepathy, Karen detected a strange, familiar rolling R sound in it. This ether monarch did not descend with his true body, but used a spell similar to the mental journey used by some mages for astral exploration, projecting his mental construct into this dark ether world. However, the ability displayed in this world was almost the same as if his original body had descended. Therefore, the appearance of this ether controller was not much different from his original body, and the form composed of the mental construct also carried the characteristics of this ether controller. Karen was not deterred by the power and ability of this ether controller, but fell into inner doubts and shock when he saw the decorations on this ether monarch. That was a badge representing merit, and it also represented that this dark ether monarch might not belong to this world, no, perhaps it would be more appropriate to replace world with universe and crystal wall system. This also corroborated some of Karen's ideas when he heard those ancient mages using the world tree for research. The experiments of those ancient mages should have been successful. Karen really wanted to ask this powerful ether monarch some things, but he forcibly restrained his impulse. It was not a wise choice to rashly expose himself. The purple monarch's voice still carried an lingering rolling R sound. He said to the mages, as long as you accurately calculate the coordinates of space transmission between these two constantly changing planes, you can smoothly reach the continent in the void. I can even control all the ether energy to avoid interference with the plane transmission channel. How about it? Isn't it simple? As soon as this was said, not only the high-ranking mages, but even the face of the Saint Realm Archmage Lapse, which had always been indifferent, couldn't help but twitch. Although the demi-plane left by the ancient mages in front of them seemed to belong to the same world as the entire dark ether space, it was actually two planes that were separated and combined, and were not on the same plane. Even if they were on the same plane, if these mages wanted to construct a magic teleportation gate in an unfamiliar plane, they had to accurately calculate the coordinates of the teleportation location. Similar to relying on magical knowledge to find their relative reference objects, and reconstruct a calculation method similar to precise latitude and longitude coordinates. Of course, the calculation system of most material planes is quite universal, but in the dark ether world, such an unusual plane, they cannot follow past experience, but need to re-establish reference objects to calculate coordinate points. Otherwise, the opposite side of your teleportation may be heaven, or it may be the abyss. Therefore, magic and mathematics have some commonalities, both are disciplines based on the underlying laws of the world, and both require talent. If you have it, you have it, if you know it, you know it, if you don't know it, you don't know it. The magic profession not only requires the support of huge wealth, but also relies on outstanding talent. The deeper the understanding of the laws of the world, the more powerful the mage, because it means that the mage can find common ground in the laws of different planes and worlds. This is the difference between mages and those warlock-like casters who are born with some kind of bloodline talent. Mages become powerful through knowledge, with an extremely low lower limit and an extremely high upper limit. This is also the hardcore test left by the ancient mages. Mages who have not reached a certain level are not qualified to receive their legacy. And if you want to forcibly obtain the mage's inheritance, even a legend is useless. In this dark ether world, the home of the ether monarch, perhaps only the descending gods and those powerful beings with godlike power have the opportunity to obtain the mage's property. This may also be the reason why the mage's relics can be preserved. Although the high-ranking mages all had a solid grasp of basic knowledge, they were still frowning, taking out a large number of tools and materials from their magic items, and began to try to calculate by comparing them. But the Saint Realm Archmage Lapse was the main force. The white-haired old mage adopted an attitude of studying and calculating attentively, and began to pace on the terrace opened up by the ancient mages, looking for his reference objects, while muttering to himself. But judging from the magical aura flowing between the old mage Lap's fingers, this Saint Realm Archmage obviously also hoped to find a shortcut through his magic. Karen had not yet come into deep contact with this kind of magical knowledge, but his sub-brain cluster was also searching for relevant knowledge stored in his mind to try to calculate. However, Karen was somewhat lacking in confidence for the first time. For other magical knowledge and common sense, a considerable part of it pays more attention to perception and inspiration. But when it comes to knowledge such as plane coordinate calculation, which is more like mathematical rule calculation, even if he is as diligent as he has to admit that sometimes talent is greater than effort. He can only hope that his sub-brain has become powerful enough in the evolution of this period of time. After all, the purpose of the sub-brain at the beginning of its evolution was for these things. The entire open-air grandstand fell into a strange silence for a time, with only the occasional frantic voices of the mages coming. No, the reference object is wrong. The entire dark ether world and the mage's demi-plane are in a state of motion. I shouldn't only calculate the demi-plane as a state of motion. The squinting mage Circel frantically tore off a small tuft of his hair, and angrily tore the thick stack of paper in his hand to pieces. Especially when he saw Karen, who was looking mysterious and still closing his eyes to rest, the annoyance in his heart was even greater. No, I must calculate it and prove that I, Circel, am a powerful mage. Circel took a deep breath and buried himself in calculation again. At this time, Karen had already transformed into a dragonborn form, sitting on the ground. The sub-brain abandoned all tasks and operated with all its strength, constructing a complete plane coordinate calculation system according to the knowledge absorbed by Karen. And Karen's main brain consciousness was immersed in the exploration and research of his own power. In the previous moment of contact, Karen found that mental energy and domain can indeed effectively isolate and avoid the system cognition coverage and distortion from the legendary powerhouse itself. Although he didn't know how much effort the other party used, as long as it was effective, it was only a matter of quantity. Karen also determined to establish his future cognitive system with his own domain prototype. This was the existing foundation, and Karen would naturally not start a new stove to increase the difficulty for himself. However, just when Karen was thinking about the future path, a strange sound entered his mental protection. Under the protection of mental energy, the vibration of this sound was like knocking on Karen's mental window, hoping that Karen himself would open a channel for communication. Karen followed the source of the telepathy and saw the powerful ether monarch with a slightly strange look in his eyes, so he released his mental energy protection and communicated with the other party through the ability of telepathy. Hee, little guy, you seem to be very calm. You recognize the badge in front of my chest, and you even restrained your desire to explore. The strange rolling R sound was transmitted to Karen's telepathy frequency for the first time. Facing this powerful ether monarch, Karen can indeed be called a little guy now. Whether it is his body size or strength, he is incomparable to the other party. Therefore, Karen did not have any unwise views of being underestimated. He just quietly transmitted his steady telepathy and said, I am just curious, why would a powerful existence like you wear a badge that looks so ordinary? The purple monarch, surrounded by ether energy, let out a chuckle. He said, although I don't know why your soul has been recognized by the origin of this world, and is almost no different from these natives, in my eyes, your unique soul is like a crane standing in a flock of chickens among these natives. The power in your body is magical enough, but your strength is too weak to cover up your peculiarities, but I am not going to explore you, but I am happy to see a similar existence. Even if we are not from the same world, we should be from the same kind of world. The emotions in the purple monarch's voice were perceived by Karen's mind, which was a slightly joyful and nostalgic feeling. Karen knew that he could not hide in front of this powerful existence, so he put down his disguise and asked with doubt, Powerful existence, ether monarch, can you tell me, how did you come to this world? The purple monarch replied, you and I have equal and free souls, no need to be so deliberate, I have my own name, Chekhov. As for how I came to this world, it is because the mages of this world, their madness also shocked me, the purple monarch Chekhov replied, and then his mental power fluctuated, transmitting some picture fragments to Karen's mind. An indescribable sense of shock accompanied the transmission of the picture, filling Karen's entire mind. In the transmitted picture, he saw a giant tree projection, so tall that it penetrated countless plane worlds, standing in the desolate edge of the cosmic astral world. The vast and boundless aura, as if it had been established in the world since the beginning of the creation of heaven and earth, supporting the giant tree of the cosmic crystal wall, the concept of size and height no longer existed in front of this giant tree. Countless stars were just tender fruits hanging between the treetops of this giant tree, and endless material planes were just tumors on the roots of this giant tree. The astral world seemed to be just a nebula rotating around the crown of the giant tree, and the endless abyss seemed to be just a deep pit dug by the giant tree. The god kingdoms of the gods above the astral world were also gems dotted between the green leaves of this giant tree projection, and the territories of the demon lords and devil dukes in the abyss were just the knots at the roots of this giant tree. Compared with this, the greenfield forest plain where Karen was located was perhaps just an ant on this giant tree projection. The distance that the roots and branches of this giant tree extended was beyond measure. Even through the transmission of the picture, Karen could feel the infinitely distant distance along the space expanded by this giant tree. At an infinitely distant distance, breaking through the barrier of the world, the crystal membrane of the universe, there were countless existences similar to this giant tree standing in their respective universes. Karen did not need to understand, he perceived the concept and reality of these existences from the information in the picture. That was the world tree, the huge branches of this world tree hanging and attached to 9 huge kingdoms, and countless strange gods and creatures lived in these 9 kingdoms. That was the upside-down tree, the Kabbalah tree of life, the tree of life symbolizing the entire universe, its illusory form condensing countless concepts and laws. That was also the Jianmu, the Tongtian divine tree connecting the 3 realms of heaven and earth, towering into the clouds, with luxuriant branches and leaves, and fruits like hemp leaves and awns, each fruit like a small world. There was also the Tower of Babel, the endless tower connecting the human world and heaven, and countless pious and free humans climbed under this tower. Karen also saw many different kinds of world trees, many elves with different appearances, each surrounding the world tree to pray, worship, and offer faith. All kinds of infinite existences were connected with this giant tree, their essence was connected, their concepts were gathered, and their existence was bound. Some existences of the same essence that should have been destroyed were also pulled out of the river of time by this connected powerful force and reappeared in the world. Karen's mental burden gradually saturated, the amount of information he received was too large, causing him to have a splitting headache, like too much knowledge being forcibly stuffed into his brain, bulging. Karen quickly took the initiative to interrupt the transmission of the picture, but the shock in his heart still lingered. This shock even easily suppressed his discomfort. Really, crazy enough. Karen was silent for a long time, and squeezed out a few words from his throat with difficulty. Karen finally understood why these mages were jointly erased from the world by the gods. Doing something like this wasn't just making a mess, it was turning the world upside down. Even though he knew the power of legendary mages, he didn't understand how they could do such a thing. Besides marveling at their madness, he also felt admiration for them. This level of breaking through the barriers of infinite crystal wall systems was something even powerful greater deities couldn't achieve. Karen could only attribute it to the power of knowledge surpassing the power of gods. No wonder the gods were preoccupied with all their energy. The contact between different worlds might be a disaster for ordinary creatures, but for these gods, it's an opportunity and a crisis coexisting, Karen mused. At that moment, he also thought about his own birth, which might be related to the influence of the ancient magical empire. However, another thought quietly took root in Karen's mind and occupied most of his thoughts. Perhaps, one day, he could find his way home, back to his original world, to take a look. So, you accidentally came to this world in this way. Does that also mean that there are other existences in this world that are different from this world? Karen temporarily put aside his own thoughts. Rarely encountering someone who could solve his doubts, he needed to seize the opportunity. I was summoned by a mage and descended in the ethereal world. The situation is quite special, but it doesn't rule out that many creatures and powerful beings from other worlds have already descended into this world. Chekhov nodded. He said meaningfully, powerful gods cannot personally cross the barriers of the world and are blocked by the many gods of this world. But it doesn't rule out that they will sneak in as saints or in other ways. There are also some existences not weaker than gods. At least I have seen several wanderers in the ethereal plane. The reason you can't find them now is just because your range of activity isn't large enough. It's similar to, survivor bias. I learned this term from one of the outsiders. Chekhov looked at Karen's solemn face and then smiled. These existences similar to the world tree are essentially interconnected, and even gods cannot eliminate them unless all worlds with this essence erase it from the real world at the same time. But these channels are sealed and guarded by the gods, so I can't easily pass through them to find my way home. That's why I signed a contract with this mage, promising to help him guard his inheritance. In return, I will obtain knowledge about this and find my way home. So, I really hope that you and these mages can successfully obtain the mage's inheritance. I have already released the equivalent of an entire ocean of water for you. Thank you for your generosity, Chekhov. Karen nodded. Although he also wanted to obtain this knowledge, he didn't have the conditions to exchange for it. Despite the seemingly pleasant conversation with Chekhov, in the eyes of existences at this level, temporary friendliness doesn't mean being able to push an inch further. The king who controlled the entire dark ethereal world naturally accepted Karen's thanks, but in the end, this ethereal controller still gave Karen a warning. You need to be careful. Don't get too deeply involved in the property and knowledge left by those powerful and crazy mages. You may step into the shackles and guidance they left behind because of this desire. Those mages have even bigger goals. Although I don't know the real purpose of those mages, this is only the first step in their plan. This is also what that ancient mage told me. Be careful, a young man who can barely be considered a fellow countryman. Don't step into the trap because of your greed and desire for knowledge. Chekhov's purple face also showed a solemn expression. He said, those mages are unexpectedly crazy. This is only the first step in those mages' plan, and they have already almost turned the entire world upside down. If the gods hadn't taken action to seal and isolate all the effects, Karen could even imagine what a chaotic scene the entire universe would be in now. The shock and fluctuations in Karen's heart since his birth added up were not as much as today. Although he thought his will was firm enough now, in the face of the crazy actions of these mages, he felt that he still needed to strengthen his psychological construction. Damn it, it's true that the greater the ability, the bigger the mess they make. Karen finally couldn't help but complain. Chapter 138. The Green Dragon Antagina began her daily inspection. In this plane, she became the actual ruler. This was also the training that Karen gave to the dragons. Every dragon with talent will learn how to become a qualified ruler under Karen's arrangement. In Karen's view, the Green Dragon Antagina had almost no overall perspective, but the Green Dragon species' natural cunning was very suitable for learning to become a ruler. All the small elf tribes in the Greenfield Forest have moved their tribe's tree of life to the Icania world to supplement the dragon's territory with population and labor. Most of the large tribes have also moved, but the trees of life left behind by these large elf tribes cannot pass through the plane teleportation gate and can only remain in their original residences. For this reason, Karen allocated thousands of kobold soldiers to the Green Dragon Antagina. These kobolds have multiplied extremely prosperously in a stable and wealthy living environment. In recent years, the total number of kobolds has more than doubled. However, the task of these kobold soldiers is to be responsible for cooperating with the Green Dragon Antagina to manage those elf warriors who were able to stay in the Greenfield Forest Plain. This group of elf warriors are part of the slaves left over from the original 3 annihilated elf tribes, which are suitable for exploitation as labor. Although the Dragon Territory has issued a decree on the distribution of labor, few women apply for male elves as husbands and family labor. Because there are few single women in the Dragon Territory, they will have many suitors from the men in the Dragon Territory in the first place. In this era, even women are quite excellent and hard-working workers. Only those female elves were all taken to the Dragon Territory for resettlement, adding bricks and tiles to the construction of the Dragon's territory. The Green Dragon Antagina flew over more than 20 tribes that needed to be inspected for routine inspections. Along the way, the kobold soldiers and elves bowed to the Green Dragon in the sky. The Green Dragon Antagina enjoyed this feeling, power, and status, and the Greenfield Forest is also a very suitable living environment for green dragons. She can freely transform the entire forest. But even so, the Green Dragon Antagina still longed to return to the Dragon Mountains, her own dragon nest. Roar! The Green Dragon Antagina let out a dragon roar in the air. She flew towards the high sky. That direction was the floating island that Karen had mentioned to her, suspended in the high sky and descending from the astral world to the Greenfield Forest. She had already found out in the past few days that the location of the floating island was in the sky to the east of the Greenfield Forest, where it was covered by thick clouds all year round and extremely difficult to be discovered. If the Green Dragon Antagina hadn't been diligently inspecting everywhere these days in order to perform well in front of Karen, she wouldn't have discovered the existence of this place. On that floating island, there is a group of creatures similar to wyverns, but these creatures have colorful scales and long beards that can be used for conscious communication. The Green Dragon Antagina felt that these creatures with a certain amount of intelligence might be subdued and brought back to the Dragon Territory to establish an air defense knight regiment for the Dragon Territory. Now the Dragon Territory only has a land army, but in the planning of the Dragon Conference, the Dragon's future kingdom needs to be fully developed. The Air Defense Army is not only a supplement to combat power, but also an important source of intelligence information. If there is an organized air defense army, at least in the war, the Dragon Territory's army will have an absolute advantage in information. Karen's memory has deeply told him about the importance of battlefield information. Relying only on those birds is not enough for effective communication. Those birds are now more used for intelligence information transmission functions for the Dragon Territory. The Goblin Merchant Group leader sent by the Dragon, the Goblin Shiny, keeps a group of ravens. Every important business development decision will be obtained through letters of permission. As for magical communication methods, that costs money. It will only be used in extremely important and critical times. For goblins, the attitude of spending money in this place is the same as that of dragons. You can take my life, but you still want my money. Thinking of goblins, the Green Dragon Antagina thought of the goblin inventor who was valued by the dragons, the Goblin Bang Bang. This guy was assigned to improve and optimize the steam power core and the magic power core. In these two aspects, the Goblin Bang Bang is still at a loss. But in other aspects, this goblin has achieved unusually smooth research results. The Goblin Bang Bang not only successfully developed a more reasonably configured gunpowder, but also made a weapon named Bang Bang Boom by the Goblin Bang Bang. This weapon, which is only the size of a fist, will explode when the fuse is lit and thrown out. Although the power is too weak in the eyes of the dragons, The goblin Bang Bang uses this weapon to bombing fish by the Golden River every day. The noise it makes is really a bit noisy, and it has been complained about many times by the surrounding villages. But the green dragon Antagina believes that this weapon can be used to shine in the hands of the air defense knights. No excessive power is needed, as long as it can disrupt the enemy's army formation. It has to be said that in these dragons, the talent for destruction is always particularly outstanding. The goblin Bang Bang also bought the dwarves' weapons through the merchant group's channels, dwarf muskets. The goblin improved and optimized this dwarf musket, sacrificing other advantages in order to pursue extreme power. Now, with just one shot, you can easily kill the largest mammoth on the prairie. According to the goblin Bang Bang, even weak goblins can establish merits for the dragons on the battlefield in the future. Although Karen's expectation for the goblin Bang Bang is to be an inventor and scientist, it is obvious that the goblin Bang Bang's expertise has been biased. Goblins will always unintentionally deviate their inventions to another direction. However, Karen also gladly accepted this. Maybe in the future, the dragon territory's external wars can also first have a wave of saturated firepower coverage, and then it will be the turn of the heavy armored soldiers' collective charge, which can greatly enrich tactics. The green dragon Antagina thought of what Karen had said. She felt that if she could successfully subdue this group of creatures and establish an air defense army for the dragon territory, maybe she could be forgiven by the dragon group and not have to stay in the greenfield forest for a long time. The green dragon Antagina followed a flying dragon with cyan scales and quietly broke through the thick clouds. The creature with cyan scales was only about 6 meters long, but it had 4 pairs of bat wings, and its cry was like a crying bat, so the green dragon Antagina named this creature Bat-Winged Dragon. The green dragon hung far behind this cyan dragon. She cast a layer of concealment magic on herself. Under Karen's influence, the dragons in the dragon group also began to learn to actively explore the dragon's inherited knowledge. The green dragon was one of the dragons who had achieved some results. The thick clouds stretched for several miles, like a soft marshmallow. Breaking through the barrier of the clouds, an aerial floating island suddenly appeared in front of the green dragon. The largest aerial floating island hung high in the sky, about several miles in radius, and 10 small islands also floated around, and some island blocks that could barely stand on also floated around. Many waterfalls splashing down from the steep floating island, splashing up a misty water mist under the sunlight. Many flying dragons with various colors of scales and bat wings rose and fell in the aerial floating island, flying around, as if they were playing and fooling around with each other. On the largest floating island, rugged small mountains occupied the center of the floating island. This mountain peak was full of weathered holes. Only colorful bat-winged dragons went in and out of these holes. The green dragon Antagina cautiously poked out her head from the clouds, observing the situation of this group of flying dragons. This group of flying dragons were not very large, averaging about 5 or 6 meters. Although the female flying dragons were relatively larger, the males were more colorful and more fierce in character. Most of the holes on the central mountain peak of the large floating island were occupied by male flying dragons, and many male flying dragons were fighting for the cave at this time. It seems that this group of flying dragons is not strong. I can directly subdue them, the green dragon Antagina pondered. At this time, the green dragon's body had also grown to more than 10 meters, and the growing strength made her confidence increased. Moreover, dragons are born with bloodline suppression against this kind of flying creatures and beasts whose bloodline is difficult to compare with true dragons. So the green dragon rushed out of the clouds. She tried her best to expand her wings. The huge body of the dragon seemed particularly deterrent under the blooming dragon might. "Surrender to me, you weak beasts, it is your honor to serve the dragons." The green dragon Antagina flew to the high mountain in the center of the largest floating island. Her dragon might was fully released, causing some bat-winged dragons to be shocked and panically drilled into their cave. The green dragon Antagina stood proudly on the top of the mountain. She had more confidence in subduing this group of flying dragons. She shouted loudly, trying to subdue this group of flying dragons with power, and then try to communicate. But the mountain peak under her feet suddenly sent a slight vibration. She looked down, and a huge flying dragon head was trying to drill out of the widest cave in the mountain peak under her feet. The head of this flying dragon was similar to that of a flying dragon, but its mouth was like a duck's beak. The huge head was covered with red, green, yellow, and black stripes, and there were dark blue thick horns like a crown growing on its head. Judging from the exposed head alone, the size of this flying dragon was not enough to compare with Karen's size, but it also exceeded the size of the green dragon Antagina at this time. The green dragon Antagina only hesitated for a moment, and flapped its wings and ran. This huge flying dragon was obviously the leader of this group of flying dragons. Even if Antagina could defeat the opponent alone, if the opponent attacked in groups, the green dragon Antagina would definitely not be able to retreat completely. So the green dragon Antagina followed Charon's teaching, where there is life, there is hope. She directly gave up the plan to fight the flying dragon group alone. She had a more perfect way, shaking dragon. The green dragon Antagina's speed was brought to the extreme, throwing the flying dragon leader's angry roar far behind. In less than half a day, she had traversed almost half the world. Passing through the plane teleportation gate guarded by the dragon dependents, she set foot on the Icania world again. The green dragon Antagina flew towards the Dragon Nest Mountains. When she saw the increasingly vast and tall Dragon Nest Mountains from a distance, she had already heard the songs coming from the peak of the mountains. The afterglow under the dusk also appeared sacred and ethereal in such songs. Through the endless forest, stepping over the endless river, through the cemetery where countless warriors are buried, climbing that sacred mountain top. The dragon's temple is located on the mountain top, that is the destination of loyal and heroic souls, the heroic spirits who died in battle are here, enjoying peace. From the cloud-shrouded mountain peak, the green dragon Antagina could see that there was a sanctuary located on a mountain peak in the mountains. The original blood-colored sanctuary gradually stained with sacred glory, surrounded by many loudly singing and dancing souls. As she got closer and closer, the green dragon Antagina could also hear the humming songs coming from the mountains, in the fields, in the villages. Some newborn dependents' cubs were roaring the dragon song loudly, and then waving the branches in their hands as weapons and fighting together. Some young human children also inserted 2 branches between their foreheads, with thick vines tied to their butt, humming songs of unknown meaning on the rural path under the dusk, and fooling around in groups. At the foot of the mountain, lights and cooking smoke rose everywhere, a lively and quiet feeling shrouded in the heart of the green dragon Antagina, making the green dragon's heart involuntarily become quiet. Those evil dragon wills and interference roaring in the green dragon's bloodline seemed to be infected in this atmosphere and became unusually peaceful. The green dragon Antagina stopped on a mountain peak, silently watching this familiar scene. This was the territory she liked. Even if she had absolute power in the greenfield forest, it could not be compared with this feeling. Until night fell, the green dragon Antagina reopened her wings and flew to the mountain peak where the dragons often gathered. The mountain peak was already brightly lit, and countless lit torches illuminated the entire mountain peak. The mountain peak had been arranged by those loyal dependents, at least it was no longer as simple as before. The stone tables and chairs carved with grand and simple were neatly arranged. This was for those who came to visit the dragons. Every day, a dragon is on duty here, so that when some important things need to be notified the dragons, they cannot find the dragon. There is also an exceptionally huge stone table, which is a prop for the dragons to play games. The Myriad Ages card that is popular in the territory now was originally an puzzle game popular among the dragons. The green dragon Antagina knew that no matter when she came here, she could see the dragons in her family. And most of the time, it is very lively here. The dragons who are busy with territory affairs every day will always gather here in the evening to communicate and entertain, which is a habit they have developed since childhood. Today is the same. The black dragon Rosani is lying her entire head on the huge stone table, using the trick learned from Charon, the mage's hand, to play her cards. A mighty phantom emerged from the card. It was a strong centaur warrior, waving his weapon and charging. Fighting is the value of a warrior's existence, the phantom of the centaur Chiron shouted the set slogan. This is not fair. When did you draw this golden quality card, Rosani? You must have cheated. As the designer of the card, I have not abused my power for personal gain, and completely rely on my own luck. The pixie pike Ruin sat cross-legged on the huge stone table, looking at the chuckling black dragon Rosani with a suspicious look. The female red dragon Clinea, who was beside him, rested her massive head on the table. Her head was many times larger than the pixie, and she was intently watching the duel between the pixie and the black dragon. The black dragon Rosani's shameless voice rang out. Charon said, "Can dragon matters be called cheating? It's called being smart, hee hee." The pixie raven protested against the black dragon Rosani's statement. She shouted, "Okay, watch me go back and print all the gold cards for myself. Rosani, wait to be defeated by me." At another table, the blue dragon Dos and the blue dragon Akazi, as well as the white dragon Gamot and the white dragon Kamide, 2 teams of dragons with matching scales were playing poker. The white dragon Kamide lazily half-closed his eyes. Although his attitude was the most lazy, the chips in front of him were the most. Well, a foolish dragon has foolish luck, maybe that's what they say about Kamide, this white dragon. The other 3 dragons all wore stern faces. Even these dragons, who were used to using wealth for transactions and tried to learn to restrain their excessive greed for treasure through this game, didn't want their wealth to slip away from their claws. But when the green dragon Antagina's gaze turned to the direction of the copper dragon Alfred and the bronze dragon Alina, this dragon actually started shaking instantly. The green dragon Antagina trembled, as if dominated by a feeling of extreme fear. A chill ran straight from her tailbone to her head, and her teeth chattered up and down, stammering out an extremely shocked scream, "Ka ka ka Karen! You. How could you be here?" The green dragon Antagina was absolutely certain that she had personally met Karen in the green wild forest, and had also personally seen Karen step into the gate of that ruin, and had not yet returned. But the aura and all the characteristics of the Karen in front of her indicated that this red dragon was also the Karen that the green dragon knew, so a thought that made the green dragon tremble with fear arose. Then, who exactly is the Karen in front of her? Or, who exactly is the Karen she encountered in the green wild forest? Who is real and who is fake? Could it be that Karen has been quietly replaced by some terrible existence without her knowing? The bronze dragon Alina, who was beside her, couldn't help but happily laugh when she saw this. "What nonsense are you talking about, Antagina? Karen has been with us all along. He has never left since returning to Icania." The green dragon Antagina only felt that the dragon blood active in her body had cooled down with these words. Then who was the Karen she saw in the green wild forest? The other Karen she encountered, in her opinion, also had no problems at all, and was the dragon she was familiar with. Her confused mind was no longer able to distinguish the logic and truth of the matter. She just sincerely felt a sense of sorrow from her heart. The green dragon Antagina was so shocked that she could no longer speak fluently, and stammered, Then I in the green wild forest also. Shh. The green dragon Antagina saw Karen slowly extend a claw and hold it in front of Karen's mouth, which slightly revealed his thick, long fangs. Karen showed a strange smile and whispered to the shocked green dragon Antagina, "This is just an interesting little experiment, Antagina. Just consider it a little secret between you and me." Interesting little secret. Chapter 139. It's a pity that half of the function and computing power of this temporary replica of the sub-brain node group needs to be used to assist the operation and control of this part of consciousness, otherwise maybe I could calculate the result by myself. Karen walked back and forth beside the mages who were buried in calculations, scanning the calculation methods and processes of these mages to provide the sub-brain with more reference samples. This aspect of knowledge is still a bit stagnant for the current Karen, and he can only completely throw the work to the newly derived sub-brain node group. Moreover, stepping into this ancient mage's tower is equivalent to leaving the greenfield forest plane and coming to the dark ether plane. He is now infinitely far away from his original form. The distance is so far that he can no longer sense his original form. The originally integrated consciousness, which was considered multitasking, has also been gradually blocked. It seems that the limit distance of other phase bodies from the original body is 2 planes apart, in the case of having a plane portal connection channel. In this case, I can bring in the ability of the original body, instead of simply relying on the ability of other differentiated phase bodies. Karen was evaluating his experiment, treating himself as a test subject. Karen's newly born ability, in addition to himself, the dragonborn form has been separated by him as an avatar using heart energy and the power of faith combined with various strange spells such as mirror magic, mirror image technique, illusion technique, and simulacrum. The dragonborn avatar and simulacrum have a lot in common. Both can speak, think, and act like the main body, but unlike simulacrum, the dragonborn body is not controlled by Karen, the caster, he is Karen. Moreover, after the dragonborn avatar dies, it will not turn into a puddle of snow water like the simulacrum-created clone after death, but will directly return to Karen's original body and become one of Karen's 3 phases again. In a sense, this is no longer a spell, but an incarnation of one of Karen's 3 phases, entrusting the power of faith of those monster-dependent. However, because Karen's creation of this spell is not perfect enough, although he has the help of the sub-brain and he is hard-working enough, the time he has embarked on the path of magic is still too short. This dragonborn avatar relies more on his own talent ability, using the magical power of heart energy and the power of faith to create it. As for other magic knowledge, it is not that there is none, it can only be said that it only plays a reference role. So his dragonborn avatar must be controlled by his main consciousness multitasking. Fortunately, he is already used to this practice. It's really a bit unaccustomed, Karen frowned slightly. Although there is still a fundamental connection in mysticism with the original body, the consciousness being blocked is like suddenly being disconnected from the internet. This subtle feeling makes Karen feel a little uncomfortable. Everything that this part of his consciousness experiences now cannot be transmitted to the main consciousness of the original body in real time, which means that he has to be extra careful next. I originally thought that exploring relics or something would require more power, but in the eyes of those mages, power is just an appendage of knowledge. With knowledge, power is readily available. Karen felt that he also needed to change his thinking. He is a dragon and has been infected by the dragon's idea, thinking that simple power can run rampant in the endless world. But in most cases, unless you can have power that no one in the world can reach, power needs to coexist with wisdom. In the silent dark ether world, only the soft discussion sounds of the mage's distress remained. The controller of the dark ether world had already left after issuing a warning. This world, which is vast enough for Karen and the others, is equivalent to a giant dragon living in a stinky ditch for Chekhov. If it weren't for following the Covenant's agreement, the controller of the dark ether wouldn't even let his spiritual construct descend here. In the dark ether world, this unique plane, already similar to the astral world, the relative concept of time is always more chaotic. Karen doesn't know how long it has been, maybe 3 or 5 days, maybe half a month, the mages finally came to their results. Ha ha ha, I finally succeeded, the white-haired old mage Lappers has lost his usual indifference, his head of white hair is messy like a chicken coop, all of which he grabbed out during the calculation process. The other high-level mages usually respect this archmage of the sanctuary, but when their calculation process was interrupted, they glared at the archmage. The squinting eyes Hughes even gritted his teeth, his eyes with heavy dark circles looking at his teacher redly. Lappers didn't care about the reactions of the other mages. He laughed happily. He stood up tremblingly, and suddenly pounced forward. The long sitting posture had already made his blood vessels unsmooth, almost directly falling into a dog eating mud. Karen's consciousness, immersed in his sea of spirit, also suddenly became active. He stretched out a dragon claw, and the magic power on his body overflowed slightly. A huge mage's hand easily scooped up the old mage Lappers. But Lappers didn't care about his embarrassment at all. He laughed loudly. Fortunately, the dark ether world here is not like the void, there is no concept of time, and there is no concept of up and down, but it is fixed by the ancient mages and becomes a stable demi-plane existence, otherwise only legendary mages can sort things out. The archmage of the sanctuary took out an extremely pure magic crystal from his body, extracting pure magic power, and began to construct a portal according to his calculation results. Well, the calculation results should be correct, but we also need to consider the influence of the ether energy turbulence of the dark ether world on the portal path. The white-haired mage extracted the magic power of the magic crystal while muttering to himself. But a looming portal has gradually formed on the terrace. Countless magic runes are condensed under the magic power, and a gate is gradually opened to everyone. The other high-level mages also gave up their futile attempts to calculate. For the archmage of the sanctuary, Lappers, this was a test given to him by the ancient mages. For the other high-level mages, it was also an assessment given to these mages by Lappers. Because the calculation process records of these mages were all required by Lappers to be submitted with signatures, he wanted to check them one by one. This group of high-level mages were all mages in the core class, who were students taught by Lappers. Well, you finally succeeded. Although I have been waiting for thousands of years, at this moment, I can't wait. The monarch of the dark ether world quietly descended. At the moment when Chekhov descended, all the energy turbulence that filled the void, destroyed everything, and impacted the continent's protective light screen in the entire dark ether world were smoothed out, as docile as a cat being petted gently stroked by its owner. After you obtain the mage's legacy, I will embark on the journey home. Karen, my accidental friend, I hope you can also find the way home as soon as possible. The purple monarch's mood obviously became better, and that terrifying purple face actually revealed an obvious joyful expression that made people perceive it. He extended his invitation to Karen. Maybe one day, you can come to my hometown as a guest, Karen, I will ask you to taste the water of life in my hometown. The way home. Karen thought in his mind. Although he also had the idea of going home to take a look, this goal was not urgent for him, because urgency was useless, but would instead make his emotions fall into some kind of anxiety. Thank you for your blessing. If there is a chance, I will definitely visit your hometown as a guest. Karen knew what the water of life in the ether controller's mouth was, but now he is a dragon and is not afraid at all. Haha, then goodbye, my friend. The ether controller with a purple body and a skull-like head laughed and turned around, disappearing step by step into the ether world. His form changed at the moment he took a step, from a terrifying ether controller to a young man with a medium build and wearing a neat but simple military uniform. Karen's heart was touched at this moment. He suddenly stopped the gradually departing ether controller. Chekhov, wait. The young man in military uniform heard the call of his friend, so he turned around, wearing a helmet on his head, and the red star badge on his chest bloomed with shining brilliance. His face was filled with anticipation and joyful, and humanity returned to this ether controller. He smiled. Is there anything you need me to help you with, Karen? Karen's face with jagged thorns showed a smile with difficulty, and he said softly, it's nothing, take care all the way, Chekhov, no matter what happens in the future, I hope, you are still yourself. Haha, I will. The young Chekhov was stunned for a moment, then showed a smile, then waved to Karen, and turned to disappear into this dark ether world. Karen waved to this friend who was not very familiar, and also followed the magicians who had already tested the portal into the space portal. When Karen was truly in the continent created by the ancient magicians, he truly discovered that the magician's demi-plane was outrageous big. Even after thousands of years of void wear away, the existing area is enough to be compared to half of the dragon group's territory. This is the distance estimated by Karen and several mages walking for half a day and measuring with their feet. No one suggested whether to move by flying on this continent. Karen himself did not want to try this behavior. He honestly followed behind the mages, watching the every move of the archmage of the sanctuary, Lappers. And the light screen covering the entire continent is maintained by the power provided by a series of tall energy-absorbing conversion devices built above the continent. These tall energy-absorbing devices are like strange water wheels, with extremely complex runes and magic circles inscribed on them. However, as long as the energy turbulence and storms in the void hit the area affected by the energy-absorbing device, they will be absorbed and converted by the energy-absorbing device, becoming the power provided to protect the continent's light screen. Although these energy-absorbing devices have not been able to see the full picture, in Karen's calculations, they should be on the power nodes of a certain huge magic circle, forming several circular protection layers around the entire continent. However, along the way, Karen saw that many energy-absorbing devices had broken down due to various problems due to lack of maintenance, resulting in errors in the energy-absorbing function system that formed a perfect cycle, so the huge plane was slowly eroded and destroyed by the energy and turbulence in the void. Karen was very interested in this kind of energy-absorbing device, but he knew that even if he could analyze the complete energy-absorbing device, it would be useless. What is more important is the knowledge applied to this kind of energy-absorbing device. The magic world is difficult to reverse analyze like the technology world, because magic is a bit unscientific. In addition to these towering energy-absorbing devices, the rest of the buildings have long become ruins. Judging from the scale of the ruins, a not small city was once built on this demi-plane. It's just that under the wear away of thousands of years and various influences, the city has not only become ruins, but the land of the entire continent has become barren, dry, weathered, and there is no vitality. Karen and the others are like travelers passing through the ruins of a desert country's civilization, never stopping for the scenery around them, heading towards the giant elemental pillar in the center of the continent, which connects the entire light screen. After walking for another half day with these fragile mages, they came to their final destination. But all the mages, including the always calm Karen, were dumbfounded. Because even with the wealth of these mages, and the wealth of Karen, the master of the dragon group, they were shocked by the wealth left by the ancient mages. The elemental pillar that rises to the sky in front of you supports another extremely concentrated and condensed light screen, shrouded in the most central area of the continent. The area of this area is not large, only a few miles in radius, but this entire area has been covered with a thick layer of pure magic crystal. These magic crystals of various attributes have submerged the bottom of several buildings scattered in the area, and the rest of the place is a thin layer, and various elemental crystals flicker with dazzling brilliance in this area. Hissing, Rao is Karen, who has always regarded his greed and desires as insignificant distracting thoughts, and his pupils were dyed red with the blood rushing to his head at this moment. Oh, the red dragon's eyes are already red. But Karen's eyes were indeed redder, and his eyes were about to spit fire. It was not that the greed from the dragon's bloodline controlled him, but the greed in his nature emerged in his mind. What an amazing wealth! Compared to those ancient mages, we can simply be called beggars. The other mages also grew up with their mouths open, looking at the amazing wealth. This can no longer be measured by value. This kind of shock made these mages forget the danger from their surroundings. In the face of such amazing wealth, the red dragon is the most dangerous factor. However, Karen's will quickly dispelled this useless greed. This boring emotion can sometimes become a motivation, but most of the time, it will only become a fuse of failure. He ignored the other mages who were still in a dazed state, but observed the environment in front of him. This extremely condensed protective cover looks particularly thick. Karen sensed the protection force of this protective cover and has no doubt that this layer of light cover is enough to block the attack of the legend. 9 tall spires exude terrifying energy fluctuations, and the elemental energy light beams rising into the sky are shoot out from the tops of the 9 tall spires, supporting the entire light screen. In front of each tall tower, there are also 2 tall humanoid sculptures standing, made of a material extremely similar to diamond. And the countless element crystals were overflowing from these 9 towers. Clearly, these 9 towers were creations similar to energy-absorbing devices, but with even more powerful abilities. They could also convert the absorbed energy into element crystals. Besides that, surrounded by the 9 towers in the very center was a single, isolated building, like a library or archive that had been moved and isolated. It only had 1 floor and wasn't particularly large, only about the size of 2 ordinary rooms. At least, Karen's vision could vaguely see rows of bookshelves through the windows, proving that the mages had not used any space-expanding magic in this archive. And in front of this building, there was only a tall stone statue guarding it, but this statue was dark and much larger than all the other statues. How to get in? Such a strong defense, and with almost endless energy, even an ether controller, a legendary powerhouse, would find it difficult to shake it in a short time. Karen wandered around for a while, not rashly trying to test this protective barrier, but he really couldn't find a way to enter it, so he walked back to the mages. These mages had finally calmed down at this time. Although they had come for the knowledge left behind by the ancient magical empire, they couldn't help but be affected by such amazing wealth. After all, greed is not just the dragon's patent, every creature has this characteristic. Hehe, of course I have a way to enter here, otherwise I wouldn't have sought out these mages' relics, the white-haired old mage, Lappers, said with a chuckle as he took out a strange magical alchemical creation from his mage robe pocket. This magical creation was like a badge engraved with a vertical, slightly open golden eye, with several words engraved next to it in ancient magical writing. Karen only saw a few words exposed outside the mage's palm: truth, true sight. The magical creation in Lapper's hand was like a token carrying information. Under the urging of Lapper's magic, it gradually bloomed with light, causing a slight tremor in the entire protective shield. A stiff voice, unlike that of a human, suddenly sounded from within the protective shield: successor of the mages, descendant of the Eye of True Sight, I have waited countless years, you have finally come. Crack, crack, the huge stone statue in front of the archive in the center of this area suddenly came to life, twisting its body and making its voice. And when the body twisted, it was like a human who hadn't moved for a long time, moving their body's bones, making strange noises. Chapter 140. The inheritors of the Magic Empire, descendants of the Eye of True Sight, bloodline of the Magic Kings, hand over your tokens. You have passed the previous tests and now you must allow me to examine your marks. Of course, it is only right and proper, the white-haired old mage, Laps, said, lightly waving his right hand. The badge that lit up in his hand hovered slightly above his palm. The tall black stone golem strode forward, its 8-meter-high body like a small walking tower. Although this magical construct did not possess a unique aura like ordinary living beings, its massive body naturally carried a powerful presence. Karen had no doubt that this giant golem could easily twist off the head of an adult green dragon. Golems are also war machines created by mages using knowledge, and their combat power is extremely outstanding. Some powerful golems can even easily block attacks from ancient dragons. Their rich variety and series are generally determined by the golem's material and core. Such as ordinary clay golems, flesh golems, alchemical golems, iron golems, and ice golems, etc. Most golems are automatic devices constructed from simple materials using magical power. The process of creating a golem involves the use of ultra-high-intensity magic and elemental power. So, although many golems are made of clay, flesh, steel, or special stone, they possess astonishing strength and resilience. Moreover, the greatest advantage of golems is that they have no ambition, do not need food, have no pain, and no regrets. Their existence completely follows the instructions of their creators, guarding them or becoming an unstoppable crushing force for them. And although golems are designated at the beginning of their creation with the underlying law of being forever loyal to their creators, advanced golems are not rigid. Many advanced golems can possess intelligence through animation, because the power of these advanced golems' animation comes from various magical forces. Some mages specialize in capturing souls from the earth elemental plane to animate their golems. There are also dragon bone golems, dragon stone golems, and iron dragon golems, which are infused with the powerful life force and modified souls of giant dragons. The golem in front of him was obviously created from an extremely hard, special stone, possessing extremely strong physical defense, and as a creation of a mage, it would generally also possess excellent magic resistance. Of course, this powerful magic resistance, in addition to the inherent anti-magic properties of its own material and the additional influence of magical power, is more like a way to stop spells from taking effect on its body by absorbing magical energy. Karen could sense that the core of this golem was emitting strong energy fluctuations. Moreover, the golem's core vaguely resonated with the entire core land, which also meant that this golem could borrow and mobilize the immeasurable vast elemental power within this core space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This giant golem stopped behind the light curtain, and a magical mark like the badge in the mage's hand suddenly appeared on its stone head, like a magic eye, blooming with a faint light. A portal opened from the thick light curtain under the guidance of the golem's magic eye, and immediately a thick elemental force, as thick as a tangible substance, rushed towards everyone, submerging them in a sea of elemental power. Karen's body spontaneously absorbed the rich elemental power, replenishing it into his body. In just the blink of an eye, Karen felt that his magic power was so full that he could no longer absorb it. It's terrifying. In this place, the power of a mage's spells can probably increase tenfold, and the magic power that can be mobilized is almost endless. No wonder there is the saying, a mage's tower is a mage's kingdom. Karen felt that if an ordinary talented mage grew up in this environment, he would probably be transformed into a genius in the mouths of ordinary people under the influence of this terrifying elemental power. Mages, although you are descendants of the ancient magic kings, you are not the inheritors of the Supreme Council, so you have the qualification to learn knowledge, but you cannot become the supreme controller with the authority to dispose of all the resources here. The tall golem used the magic eye on its forehead to examine the information stored in the badge, and then said to everyone. As for the other wealth and resources, according to the regulations of the Supreme Council of the Ancient Magic Empire, inheritors of your level can withdraw a certain percentage of the resources, 1/10 of each resource. This is the instruction left to me. Although many mages were a little disappointed, they immediately thought that such a massive amount of wealth, just 1/10 of the countless elemental crystals in front of them, was already immeasurable, and joy appeared on their faces. Although the white-haired old mage's face was very calm, his eyes were also filled with joy, and his joy could not suppress the trembling of his voice. Enough, enough. More importantly, the knowledge of the supreme halls of magic. Karen did not feel particularly greedy for these riches. On the one hand, he did not want these emotions and desires to affect him, so he controlled his desires. On the other hand, in the original agreement with the mages, the sharing of magical knowledge did not include the sharing of wealth. Very good, please come in, descendants of the ancient magic kings. The tall golem stepped aside from the portal, signaling the mages to enter. However, when Karen, with his dragon horns soaring to the sky and his scales and armor stern, stepped into the portal, the magic eye on the golem's forehead actually lit up, and a white light was projected from the magic eye, wanting to scan Karen's body. This is not the way to treat a guest, big guy. Karen's thorn-covered cheeks showed a slight mocking expression, and a layer of light appeared on his body, blocking the power projected by the golem from his body. Although his body was only about 3.5 meters now, he didn't care about the seemingly more powerful golem at all. You are not a descendant of the ancient magic kings, you are a dragonborn? You cannot come in. Even dragons are just specimens in the mage's laboratory. Lowly dragonborn, unworthy to step into the realm of ancient mages. The giant golem made a somewhat stiff sound, but it did have its own soul and wisdom, and actually began to discriminate against Karen. He is our companion, a trustworthy partner. Do not harm our partner, loyal golem guardian. The mage Laps, who had already stepped into the portal, took the initiative to speak. The tall golem nodded slightly, and said, then okay, as a descendant of the Magic Kings, you have certain permissions. It depends on yourself. Despite what it said, the giant golem still did not stop scanning Karen, and obviously Laps's permission was not enough to dispel the discrimination of this intelligent soul. Laps nodded slightly to thank the golem, and then said to Karen, "Come in, Karen. This is part of our agreement. Now is the time for us to reap the rewards." Karen stepped into the portal. Although it seemed that he had not solved any problems for the mages during this exploration, it could not be calculated that way. He had already taken the common risk with the mages, so he should rightfully get his reward. However, after stepping into the portal, when passing by the tall golem, Karen suddenly turned his head and smiled slightly at the tall golem, and a strange streamer flashed in Karen's crimson pupils. The tall golem immediately retreated several steps like a mortal who had seen a ghost, and a faint force lingered in its soul core, like a predator opening a spider web and waiting for its prey to be hooked. The golem felt a deadly threat from the soul core, like the Damocles sword hanging over its head, which could fall at any time. Its slightly stiff voice could actually hear a trace of unease and disbelief. It shouted, "What is this power? Lowly. Dragonborn." Karen gently raised his finger and made a shut-up gesture. He said lightly, "Be polite, big guy. This is the power to teach your prejudiced soul respect." "Oh, right, big guy, if you can have your own property, then I suggest you pay the tuition fee for this study. Maybe I will teach you more about the common sense of being a person because I am in a good mood." "Oh, no, you can't even be called a person." Of course, Karen was not crazy. Appropriately showing his power was also a means to gain respect for himself. And although it seemed that the power comparison between Karen and this golem was too disparate, unfortunately, the real world was not a simple power comparison. There has never been such a thing as the weak defeating the strong in the world. The difference is only whether the local strong defeats the weak or the overall strong defeats the weak. Even the examples of the weak defeating the strong in countless worlds and countless histories are like this. Although Karen's overall strength was weak, his local advantages were enough to achieve absolute victory, which was why he was fearless. Karen put this little friction behind him and walked through the path opened by the golem. Those glittering elemental crystals covered the entire ground, and Karen's dragon nature even called him to sweep away the crystals all over the ground. Several mages couldn't help but fall on the ground full of elemental crystals, rolling happily, which shows how irresistible this huge wealth was. The squinting mage, Schussler, chose to walk towards those towers, which were the power source of the entire plane core. It seemed that Schussler was very interested in this thing. Only Laps and Karen went directly to the most central hall, the Library of Ancient Mages, perhaps also the Supreme Hall of Magical Knowledge. This hall looked like an ordinary stone room, a space carved from a whole huge stone by ancient mages. The surface of the hall was also engraved with many complex magic runes. Karen only recognized less than 1/10 of the rune knowledge from his own knowledge system, but most of them were runes about suppression, calming, and preservation functions. Karen did not buy the casket and return the pearl, studying this hall. He followed the white-haired mage, Laps, who was like a pilgrim, watching Laps put his badge into the groove of the portal and opened this ordinary portal. Then, he stepped into the portal with Laps, one after the other. In the entire hall space, there were only neatly arranged crystal cabinets and an ordinary sculpture, and nothing else, but Karen found that even his own eyes would be affected and deceive himself. Because the space inside, from the outside, could even see the surrounding walls, but when inside, it was found that the actual space was countless times larger. These crystal cabinets, flashing with peaceful magical brilliance, contained countless files and books. Next to these files and books, there were also some sample displays placed in the crystal cabinets. These crystal cabinets, which isolated the outside world, also had labels on them, as if those ancient mages were afraid that their inheritors would be too stupid to find what they wanted from the neatly arranged knowledge. Before Karen could start browsing, scanning, and checking the entire space, he heard a shocking cry. He turned his head and saw Lap's slightly trembling body. This is, the white-haired old mage, Laps, exclaimed, and the breathing of this calm Saint Domain mage became rapid. "Is it worth it? What knowledge did you see that made you so excited?" Karen muttered to himself. He felt that after hearing those ancient crazy behaviors, no matter what he saw, he could not be easily swayed. He walked to the side. Looking at the label on this crystal cabinet, his pupils also involuntarily dilated sharply. Principles and overview of golem manufacturing and specific manufacturing methods of various types of golems. Under this large label, there were also rows of small labels, about the names and entries of various golems, one of which was Conceptual Principles and Experiments of Neutron Star Golems. Is this the foundation left by the magic empire that ruled the endless plane world? Karen couldn't help but sigh. This was just the first cabinet. He glanced at the rows of cabinets filled with books and files, and suddenly had an idea: the things outside were garbage. In addition to files and books, there were also magic crystals in the showcase that also recorded knowledge, which should be backups prepared by ancient mages just in case. Karen did not choose magic crystals, but followed the bookmark entries and found the record file about neutron star golems. The ability of neutron star golems cannot be described by the word powerful. They not only have special attack methods such as gravity aura, thermal energy aura, and planetary shock. Moreover, neutron star golems also have various magical characteristics, such as accretion, gravity control, magic immunity, magnetic tracking, and superluminal speed. Karen couldn't help but applaud the mage's ideas. Unfortunately, he couldn't do the most basic condition of neutron star golems, which was the wreckage of neutron star bodies, which was the material for making neutron star golems. In order to realize the creation of this golem, those ancient mages used powerful forces to capture stars in endless planes for manufacturing experiments, but Karen did not know whether the ancient mages successfully created neutron star golems, because the file did not explain. Karen temporarily put down this goal and walked to other cabinets. Essence analysis of energy-absorbing beasts and energy-absorbing trees. Conceptual reference and manufacturing method of energy-absorbing devices. Very good, this is very useful. Karen glanced at it and walked to the next goal. Systematic overview of the creation and methods of half-planes, in-depth discussion of elemental control, amplification spell expansion of magic props, techniques for increasing your own magic capacity by using magic depletion, creation, and types of magic constructs triggered from golems. Row upon row of knowledge filled the display cases, appearing more beautiful to Karen than the world's most precious treasures. He wanted to stop and delve into deep study at almost every cabinet. But the next cabinet always managed to capture his curiosity and desire for exploration. As he walked, Karen felt for the first time how wonderful it was to have knowledge glide across his cerebral cortex, yet he stopped before one display case, a smile appearing on his face. The label on this cabinet was extremely brief, with only a few entries: comparison and use of the mithril core and the elemental pool, methods for manufacturing ioun stones. From the documents, Karen learned that ancient mages had opened paths to other universe crystal wall systems, engaging in exchanges and research with another powerful mage civilization. The two sides exchanged a great deal of knowledge and technology about magic, and these two were among the most important. Karen also knew of the existence of these two magical creations: the mithril core, a device that generated power capable of suspending vast cities and lifting huge mountains into the sky, was the most important core of a floating city. And the ioun stone was a magical treasure that could grant people various magical abilities, from granting night vision to temporarily increasing a person's strength level, with countless uses. The elemental pool was researched by the many magical princes of the ancient magic empire, using magical arrays to gather the elements and magic in the world, turning it into a huge magic furnace. It could not only provide ample power but also generate additional resource revenue. The elemental crystals covering the ground outside were the result of thousands of years of accumulation in the elemental pool. The elemental pool was also the magical creation that allowed the mages of this world to raise their towers into the high heavens and walk freely. Ha! Truly astonishing knowledge. Perhaps even the gods would covet this knowledge. Karen even felt that his consciousness had been shocked numb by the knowledge left behind by the ancient mages, and he was now just numbly using his sub-brain cluster to record the information. Row upon row of knowledge transformed into rows of information, flowing before Karen's eyes, his sub-brain operating at full capacity, storing this precious knowledge in his mind. Even though this plane was here, and he could consult these documents with the mages at any time in the future, Karen felt that what he had in hand was the most secure. But Karen quickly discovered something that troubled him. Although the sub-brain cluster had become powerful enough during its long evolution, there was too much knowledge here, and his sub-brain capacity was already extremely overloaded. The excessive intake of knowledge information made him even feel that the operation of the sub-brain occasionally became sluggish, like a feverish brain, slowing down its reactions. Well, although all of this is very precious knowledge, it seems I have to reluctantly select the knowledge that is most suitable for me for the time being, and then consider strengthening the sub-brain again after I go back. Karen stored the knowledge from this display case in his sub-brain, feeling that his brain was a little swollen, like having just finished 20 sets of test papers. Next, I can still persist, Karen's will urged him to move towards the next target. Conceptions and experiments of two-time devices, the label on this cabinet was unexpectedly clear, with no other small entries, but the thickness of the documents in the cabinet was no less than that of other cabinets. Karen pinched his aching brow, but still reached out and took out the documents to read. Mortals can also have great ideas no less than mages, just like I once heard a saying from a mortal, perhaps, among all the origin questions, origin of the universe, origin of life, time is the source for us to understand everything. Karen continued to read the books, patiently reading on. In some universes, the creatures there believe that time does not exist at all, and the essence of time is just the sequence of events, representing the movement and change of matter. Time is just a concept used by those creatures to describe this change. There is only space and higher dimensional space, although I do not agree with this view. But the closer you get to the truth, the more cross-disciplinary knowledge you need to see the origin, or in other words, you need to be more comprehensive to discover the origin of the universe. So I decided to do 2 experiments, one experiment based on the science in that universe, and one using the method of a magician, to explore the essence of time. Karen sighed. These mages are more appropriately called magic scientists. However, judging from this mage's documents, perhaps Karen's former home had also been visited by those mages. Chapter 141. Go, I will appear at the right moment when you get there. Calren habitually curled up his supple body, resting his long tail on his chin, contentedly enjoying the flattery of the pixie raven, while instructing the green dragon Antagina. He had resensed the emergence of the dragon keen aspect, restored their connection, and was now reviewing the memories connected to their shared consciousness. He didn't even need to leave personally. If the green dragon encountered trouble, the dragon keen aspect could lend a hand before returning to Calren himself. His abilities couldn't be hidden from these dragon companions he spent day and night with, and he didn't need to deliberately conceal them. And the willingness of these dragons to actively work for the dragon clan was commendable. The 5-colored dragon's bloodline naturally possessed a chaotic and violent desire for conquest that was difficult to eliminate. This was an inherent nature present in their bloodline from birth and impossible to eradicate. Calren only taught the dragons in the clan to control the chaos. He would never allow these dragons to completely abandon the influence from their bloodline because he couldn't do it either. Calren had only been adding things to the dragons in the clan, allowing the influence of some more important things to outweigh the influence of some inherent natures. So, upon hearing that they could conquer a wyvern group, these young dragons were eager to try. After all, these young dragons were starting to mature one by one and were too embarrassed to fight at the drop of a hat like they did when they were young. Apart from the relatively calm bronze dragon Alina and the copper dragon Alfred, who was undertaking increasingly heavy tasks, even the adolescent blue dragon Akits was very eager to go with the green dragon Antagina. The 5-colored dragon species possessed a strong desire for conquest. So, several dragons started arguing about who would stay behind to guard the territory. Calren had a headache. Clearly, these dragons hadn't formed a sense of responsibility. To be able to fight, they all wanted to shirk their duties. But if you guys are relaxed, how can I be relaxed? So, holding this thought, Calren glared and grumbled, how many dragons does it take to conquer a group of wyverns? Have you guys had too much rest? That's great, Rosanni, come over here, I have some tasks for you. The other young dragons were so frightened that they scattered in a rush. The adolescent blue dragon Akits also quietly flew into the sky, pretending that he was patrolling the territory today. The black dragon Rosanni ignored Calren's threat. He shamelessly followed behind the green dragon Antagina, heading to the green wild forest with Clanaria. This black dragon, who had become addicted to gnawing on trees, was now clearly more interested in the tree of life than in the sturdy little mares on the grassland. Calren didn't know if it was good or bad. After all, with the dragons, slightly peculiar aesthetic, it wouldn't be surprising even if the black dragon Rosanni fell in love with a treant in the future. The pixie raven held a bunch of plump grapes, flying around in front of Calren's head, trying to please the red dragon. These grapes were fruits grown in newly opened plantations, specifically used to supply the territory's officials and the dragon clan's consumption. Each grape was almost the size of a fist. Those elven druids who had submitted to the dragon clan's territory were assigned to various places to cultivate excellent fruits and grains for the territory, as well as livestock breeding. These elven druids were quite professional in this regard. Calren felt that the elven druids' contribution on the battlefield was far inferior to their achievements in this area. Originally, Raven's work was undertaken by those elven maids, including grooming the dragon's scales, serving food, and conveying orders. Now, Calren had also begun to learn to enjoy life. Enjoyment was also one of the pleasures of a dragon. In Calren's view, who had worked hard to manage the territory for a long time, if there was no enjoyment at all, then there was no point in being a dragon lord. Calren, Calren, the pixie raven flew to Calren's ear after feeding the red dragon the 20th grape. She said softly in a coquettish tone, "Wu, I want to print your image on a Myriadworld card, with the ability to suppress all monster cards. Can you give me a scale, duck?" "My image is not yet suitable to appear on cards, Raven." Calren shook his head, rejecting the pixie's request. "But you can study printing the images of other dragons in the dragon clan on the cards." Calren stretched out his claws, retracted his sharp claws, and then gently tapped the pixie's forehead with his finger. The pixie raven protected the 2 flowers inserted in her head, lest they be accidentally touched by Calren's claws. She wrinkled her crystal clear little nose and said, "Calren, I think your wisdom is just a tiny bit more than mine. Let's study it together." The pixie's forehead was forever adorned with those 2 bunches of flowers, whether she was wearing an acorn hat or a flower crown. These were Raven's dragon horns, also treasures that others could not touch. Calren injected his power into Raven's dragon horns. After practicing for a long time, Calren finally roughly mastered the magical usage of Chinook energy. As long as the pixie raven encountered danger in the future, she could release an ordinary summoning spell through her dragon horns. The power wasn't great, just summoning Calren. Calren told the pixie about this special summoning magic, then patted Raven's little head and smiled, "All right, Raven, I'm going to swim in the ocean of knowledge. You can study it slowly yourself." "Humph," the pixie raven clenched her little fist, "Your heart, you guy, is like a warm stone." Calren flapped his wings and took off. With just a light flap, he landed in front of his lair. Now, this mountain not only absorbed power from the depths of the Earth's core but was also changing under Calren's power. It was not only the highest mountain in the mountains, but the top of the mountain was more like a huge basin, except that the edges of the basin were those gradually accumulated and cooled lava. The original crater was now more like a lake that always bubbled with living water in the basin, occupying about a quarter of the basin's area. Now, this basin not only had many fire attribute plants growing but also some ordinary ironwood and vines and weeds growing in the cooled lava. Some strange little animals also lived in this area. Living in this unusual environment for a long time, both animals and plants had undergone unusual changes. Even the most ordinary ironwood had a much higher density than the same species of trees outside. Those animals also gradually became dyed with the same color as Calren's scales. Now, this area had become a small ecological park. Calren walked slowly, heading towards his lair. His mind was still connected to the consciousness of the Dragon Keen avatar, slowly accepting the knowledge information stored by the Dragon Keen avatar. The newly acquired ability made him extremely satisfied. He was troubled by the fact that there were too many things he wanted to do and was somewhat overwhelmed. Even though dragons possessed almost inexhaustible energy, it was impossible to do several things well at the same time, but now he could. Especially after obtaining the knowledge left behind by the ancient magical empire, he felt that there were even more things he needed to do in the future. There was a lot of information transmitted from the Dragon Keen avatar's sub-brain, but Calren currently only selected some knowledge that he cared about or that he could do, which was about the cultivation of the world tree and the connection to the essence. Calren carefully squeezed through the increasingly lush dragon saliva grass and crimson flame grass, these strange magical plants born from the red dragon's power. Dragon saliva grass came from the saliva and blood that dripped when Calren sharpened his teeth. Although there was only a small clump, it was exceptionally tall. Calren had already discovered that as he grew, the products born from him would obviously become more outstanding. The gate of the former treasure vault had been widened again by Calren. Calren easily squeezed in, passed through layers of magical traps and spell barriers, and arrived at his treasure vault. The entire treasure vault was illuminated as bright as day by the light of the mountains of treasures, even though it was deep in the dark mountain belly. The light emitted from Calren's own scales was overshadowed by the brilliance of these treasures, which showed how many treasures there were in this treasure vault. Ordinary gold gemstones had become carpets laid on the ground, overshadowed by the light of other treasures. Calren walked past these treasures, heading towards the center of the treasure vault, the wooden box placed in the very center. Inside the wooden box was the seed of the world tree that Calren had obtained from the soul of the world tree, Naths. Even this wooden box was a treasure made from the wreckage of the world tree, extremely tough, and full of life energy and natural aura, which was especially useful for preserving some special things. Calren stretched out his claws, removed the magical defenses he had set up, and then opened the wooden box. A seed the size of a fist appeared in front of Calren. This seed was a natural circle, the most perfect circle. Even if probed with the highest precision instrument, it could not find a trace of flaw in this seed. And this seed, like the bark of an old tree, was covered with complex natural patterns, similar to magical runes, but more concise, expressing more meaning. Ordinary creatures could explode their brains upon seeing this pattern if they dared to actively explore the secrets of these patterns. One of Calren's sub-brain nodes had collapsed because of exploring this mysterious pattern unexpectedly, which led him to not delve too deeply into the research even though he had recorded this mysterious and profound pattern. Calren followed the research methods of ancient mages to activate and cultivate the seed of the world tree. Those ancient mages clarified the most important thing in the methods of cultivating the world tree, that is, it was necessary to obtain the control of the world tree, establish a master-slave relationship, and at least have a significant impact on the birth of the world tree. Some mages chose to use their magic and blood to influence the world tree, creating a mysterious relationship similar to fate. And some mages chose to treat the world tree like a golem, injecting a soul controlled by themselves into the seed of the world tree, using this soul to combine with the consciousness generated at the moment of the world tree's birth, becoming a strange existence influenced and controlled by the mage. Calren did not choose the second path. He did not yet have the ability to capture the required soul in the elemental plane, and those fanatical souls in the dragon sanctuary were his brave followers, and he could not do such a thing. However, Calren would not choose to become the community of destiny of the world tree for the first one, and Calren also had his own pride. His dragon blood would not be easily used to irrigate the world tree. But to have a significant impact on the world tree, what could be more suitable than Chinook energy, a power with an extremely strong personal imprint? Calren smiled, revealing his mouth full of fangs. His sharp dragon claws pinched the entire world tree fruit, and the power from his body was poured into the world tree seed according to a special method. This seed, which tightly wrapped all life energy in an extremely tough skin, instantly transmitted a great suction force, absorbing the power in Calren's body, reaching the upper limit of Calren's output power in this instant. "Drink, drink, Daddy will give you enough," Calren joked, feeling the vitality in the world tree seed in his hand being activated, the gradually sprouting vitality leaking a powerful life energy. Even the tough skin could not stop the leakage of this aura. A wisp of weak consciousness gradually emerged between the activation of vitality, with a kind of cherishing aura, contacting Calren's consciousness. "Very good, don't worry for the time being, I will find a place to plant you." Calren felt the newly born consciousness gradually stabilize, and then cut off the supply of Chinook energy in his body. The vitality of the world tree seed had already sprouted, and the huge amount of energy and nutrition needed for hatching and growth next did not need him to supply, but needed this world, Icania, to provide to the world tree. Calren put this seed with sprouted vitality and consciousness into the wooden box made from the wreckage of the world tree. The life energy contained in the wooden box was very beneficial to the growth of the seed. He was about to leave with the world tree seed, but at this time he discovered that the two titan python snake eggs in the corner of the treasure vault, which had been absorbing abundant energy and magic to grow and nurture, were also restless. Two weak consciousnesses were restless in the eggshells, like greedy children clamoring to ask their parents for snacks. "Hehe, you also want to eat something?" Calren stopped happily in front of these two snake eggs, which were half a person tall. The birth of the world tree made him extremely happy, so he stretched out his dragon claws, carefully attached them to the two snake eggs, and sent Chinook energy over. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The two huge snake eggs made sounds like cows drinking water, greedily absorbing and digesting Calren's Chinook energy. It was not until the consciousness in the two snake eggs conveyed the meaning of being full that Calren retracted his claws and turned to prepare to leave. Crack! Crack! In the next moment, cracks began to appear on the two snake eggs. More and more cracks appeared, and the falling eggshell skin fell on the ground, revealing the snake shadows in the egg membrane, desperately hitting with their heads. Snap! The tough egg membrane was broken through by the little snakes inside, revealing two chubby heads. The two chubby heads blinked their huge eyes. Their eyes changed from vertical pupils to round pupils that were completely different from snakes in this instant. The two chubby little snakes struggled to squeeze out of the gap in the egg membrane, revealing the same chubby bodies that seemed a little short. White patterns spread from the head to the tip of the tail on the black back. "Mama! A chubby little snake timidly opened its toothless mouth, revealing the soft, pink inner jaw in its mouth. Snap! The equally chubby little snake next to it flicked its short, fat tail onto the head of the snake that had spoken, and it protested unhappily, "Dummy, you have to call him daddy." Karen. Chapter 142. The heavy clouds were especially humid in the cool morning, especially in this humid plain with an exceptionally strong life aura. These clouds were almost condensed into substance. The astral floating island, hidden in the heavy clouds, had its usual tranquility broken at this moment. Klania, this female red dragon, crashed through the thick clouds without any regard with her 13-meter body. Compared to Karen, Klania was more like a pure red dragon, simple, direct, and crude, who liked to display violence, or to describe her with a more concise word, a reckless person. This was also the common trait and fatal weakness of most red dragons. Klania's bright red scales emitted steaming heat from the gaps, as if evaporating the clouds containing heavy moisture. The heavy moisture was evaporated, enveloping Klania's body in heavy fog, making her seem like a dragon suddenly descending from the sky, mysterious and powerful. Klania didn't care about the particularly powerful flying dragon leader that the green dragon Antagina spoke of. Like all dragons, she believed that flying dragons were just beasts that occupied the word dragon and were not worthy of being compared with giant dragons. Therefore, Klania, this female red dragon, unleashed her dragon might completely from the moment she appeared. The intense dragon might from the revived ancestral bloodline, with an extremely strong sense of oppression and deterrence to other races, swept out from this female red dragon, wanting to subdue the flying dragons in the entire floating island area. The colorful flying dragons, gathering together to play and frolic, trembled their wings and fled in all directions like frightened quails, without any desire to attack the red dragon Klania, and directly burrowed into their caves. Only a few particularly ferocious variant flying dragons, like startled cats and beasts, opened their wings in an attempt to intimidate the giant dragon in the sky, while slowly stepping back, making a foo-foo sound from their mouths. However, without a leader to take the lead, these ferocious flying dragons were just bluffing, using intimidation to cover up their weakness. And Klania flapped her wings as wide as sails, drove the gale in the high altitude, and directly crashed into the highest peak of the largest floating island. Bang! The strong impact sound vibrated throughout the space, and Klania directly collapsed the highest point of the mountain. She watched the collapsed mountaintop roll down, scaring several startled flying dragons so much that they didn't care about their heads or tails, and their buttocks drilled into the cave first, still revealing half of their heads. Then Klania stood on the flat top of the collapsed mountain peak, and following Karen's style, used her strong hind limbs to support her entire body, and her wings were also fanning the gale, adding assistance for her heavy body to stand up. "Oh, you group of low-level beasts, you don't even have the courage to challenge me, I'm really disappointed." Klania lowered her head, which was gradually becoming more ferocious, and the slender neck made the curve of this female red dragon's body more smooth and linear. The black dragon Rosani and the green dragon Antagina also rushed out of the clouds behind her. These two giant dragons also released their dragon might like Klania, suppressing and deterring the flying dragons in the entire floating island area. The black dragon Rosani's thin body was gradually becoming fuller, and the dragon horns on his head were also becoming stronger and thicker. Some strange patterns also appeared on the wings that matched his own scale color, but this black dragon was too black, and ordinary people would not notice it if they didn't pay attention. The black dragon Rosani's gaze did not linger on other weak flying dragons. His gaze was fixed on the place that the green dragon Antagina had reminded him of, the huge cave in the deepest part of the mountain range. The leader of the flying dragons lived in this cave. "Come out, be sensible, if you want to resist, I will give you this opportunity, I will let you enjoy the liberation of death." The black dragon Rosani grinned, and the most bloodthirsty black dragon especially liked to intimidate others since tasting the frightened blood of those elves on the battlefield. He enjoyed that feeling, the feeling of a high-ranking hunter. The green dragon Antagina stood opposite the black dragon Rosani and the red dragon Klania, suspended in the sky above the floating island, forming a triangle, surrounding half of the sky above the entire floating island, blocking some flying dragons from fleeing in fright. Although the three giant dragons could not completely control the aerial area of the floating island, these flying dragons did not dare to cross the side of the giant dragons. The innate suppression of bloodlines made them only dare to escape into the place that these flying dragons thought was the safest. "You guys, why are you here to disturb our habitat? For thousands of years, we have lived here, and we have never had conflicts with other races. Even those elves who look very weak, we have not harmed them." From the depths of the cave under the mountain, came a strange but angry voice. Although the language spoken was not dragon language, nor was it the common language of the Akani world, the giant dragons could understand the meaning of the other party's words. Day, day, day. Not heavy footsteps came from the depths of the cave, and there were also some sounds of gravel falling to the ground, and then a huge body squeezed out of the cave. This flying dragon with several colors of scales growing on its body looked like a dye bucket splashed out of dyeing. Several different colored patterns extended from the huge head to the tail spine. The body of the flying dragon, which was more than 13 meters long, was large enough, and its head was even thicker than that of the female red dragon Klania. Moreover, this kind of flying dragon does not have the ability to control its own innate magic power like giant dragons, so their flight will rely more on their wings and other body structure organs. The wingspan reached 28 meters, which is the adaptation and evolution of this flying dragon in order to ensure its flight ability and aerial movement ability. Moreover, this flying dragon leader also has several beards like golden dragons under its jaw, but the flying dragon leader's beard is like a crystal clear transparent color. The beard is like a transparent plastic tube, and various crystal lights are always flashing inside. Just now, the flying dragon leader vibrated the beard under its jaw and issued a kind of synesthesia sound wave to communicate with several giant dragons. The feet of the flying dragon leader are also different from the two-legged flying dragons in the Akani world. The feet of these strange species of flying dragons are more like the feet of cats, with thick pads growing. Therefore, even if the body of this flying dragon leader is as large and strong as an ordinary young giant dragon, the movement is very small when walking. If it does not deliberately make a sound, it may be able to approach its prey silently. It's not a matter of your race, but we giant dragons think you are useful to us, so we are here. Klania stood on the top of the mountain, stretched her slender neck forward, and began to show the swaying head of the red dragon's majesty, bluntly stating her purpose. The character of the red dragon is fully reflected in this female red dragon. Make a decision quickly, surrender or challenge us. I still have to go to the Tree of Life to communicate and connect feelings, the black dragon Rosani urged impatiently. If this flying dragon leader surrendered to control the flying dragon tribe, he would have already opened his claws and started working directly. Moreover, the giant dragons in the dragon group have now learned to cherish resources, and they all want to dig resources into the dragon group. This is the manifestation of the nature of the giant dragons in another aspect caused by Kairon's influence. The giant dragons in the dragon group have learned to share, not only learn to share their own things, but also prefer to share other people's things. In the eyes of these giant dragons, the flying dragon tribe is also a resource, not a creature with the right to freedom. The green dragon Antagina narrowed her slender eyes slightly, revealing a dangerous light. As long as this flying dragon leader issued a challenge to any giant dragon, the green dragon would not hesitate to call on her companions to swarm up. In the eyes of the green dragon, taking back her promise is just normal operation. Even the young giant dragons in the dragon group have been fooled around by this green dragon. Therefore, it is not without reason that the green dragon Antagina was isolated by the group before. This mother dragon has not been able to control the influence in the evil dragon bloodline like other companions most of the time. My name is Sunying, and I am the most powerful king and leader among our race. The most powerful thing about our race is not our body and other abilities, but the speed like the passage of time. This flying dragon leader was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, "That green guy, I could have left you behind last time, but the long-term peace has worn away my ferocity. But it's not that easy for you to want our race to surrender, hee." The flying dragon leader suddenly raised his head and made a strange scream from his mouth. His crystal clear beard was also shaking at this time, sending out a strange sound wave, affecting the spirit and physical reaction of several giant dragons. Several giant dragons actually felt that their spirits were affected by some kind of dizziness effect, which was extremely incredible. Even if these young giant dragons have not grown to the point of being immune to all dizziness spells, they still have extremely powerful resistance to this kind of negative control spell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, countless flying dragons with dazzling scales screamed sharply, and the streamer that was the same color as their own scales flowed on each body. They exerted unimaginable speed, rushing out of their caves like arrows leaving the string, and fleeing in all directions around the floating island. The leader of the flying dragons, this huge flying dragon named Sunying, was surging with dazzling streamers, and his crystal clear beard was also flowing with mixed colors. The magical power brought by these colorful lights allowed this flying dragon leader's body to transform into phantoms the moment it flew into the sky, which was an illusion left by the extreme speed. Whoosh! This flying dragon leader was much faster than ordinary flying dragons. The sound of his body passing through the air was actually a series of sounds, but it did not cause the air to explode like Karen. The three giant dragons who had just recovered could only see the empty huge floating island, and the proud laughter of the flying dragon leader. Ha ha ha, you arrogant giant dragons, go conquer the air. The flying dragon leader Sunying laughed triumphantly, and the crystal clear beard vibrated, contacting his tribe through this sound wave transmission. They will reassemble in the distance and settle down. But Sunying the flying dragon, whose speed was so fast that it reached the extreme, suddenly found a strange creature quietly suspended in the sky ahead, staring at him expressionlessly. This creature was like the human form of those giant dragons. The towering thick dragon horns and the stern red scales made the aura of this creature, which seemed to be only more than 3 meters high, particularly intimidating. Are you also with them? Little guy, you can't stop me. The flying dragon Sunying increased his speed a little, and the phantom of his flight was like a curtain strung together behind him, turning his head and flying in another direction. But not far in front of him, that strange creature was still facing him, quietly suspended in the air, maintaining an expressionless face. Damn it, I don't believe it. The flying dragon Sunying increased his speed to the extreme, and the color streamer flowing and overflowing in his body could even eliminate the sound of breaking through the air. He turned his head and flew in other directions. But this speed, which was brought to the extreme, even he himself could not easily control his body now, and in the next moment, he crashed head-on into the strange creature that appeared like a ghost in front of his flight path. Bang! The scene of smashing the opponent into pieces as imagined did not happen, but the flying dragon Sunying's head was gently pressed by a red claw. At this moment, that strange creature released its form and transformed into a red giant dragon that even the flying dragon Sunying felt was the ultimate explanation of the two words power and strength. Rumble! This incomparably strong red dragon pressed the flying dragon Sunying's head and fell directly to the ground, pressing the flying dragon's head together with its slender neck into the deep ground, embedding the entire body of the flying dragon Sunying in the earthen pit. The flying dragon Sunying only felt that there were 10,000 noisy crows in his head, chirping and crowing together, and it was as if his head was covered by a big clock, and countless people were crowding around the big clock, vying to strike the big clock. Countless flashing golden stars flickered in his sluggish eyes, and the pain of the body seemed insignificant under the strong mental shock, or rather, the spirit that was strongly attacked did not feel the pain of the body at all. I don't know how long it took for this flying dragon leader to recover a little. Even so, his eyes, which were showing heavy phantoms, still regarded the red giant dragon in front of him as the previous generation flying dragon leader who had raised him. There are also tribal kings who once led the race to prosperity, flying dragons whose speed is said to be faster than the light in the sky. Bang! 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 Karen bent his dragon claws and tapped lightly on the still dazed flying dragon's head, lest he accidentally kill this guy. Although Karen's speed was extremely amazing, he could not reach the speed of this flying dragon. He could easily stop this flying dragon because he expected the enemy to be ahead of these spells. These spells were used by him in the mental aspect. In front of a master in the mental field, this not advanced spell exerted a magical wonderful use. Look, this world is like this, if you don't be a hunter, you can only be prey. Karen's claws gently tapped on the flying dragon leader Sunying's hard skull, and a strange rhythm with some magical power smoothed the flying dragon leader's mental state, which was still in a dizzy and chaotic state, so that the words of this red dragon could be more deeply transmitted into the flying dragon leader's head. So, will you become a hunter under my command? Kalen's thick, long tusks gleamed with a chilling light as he spoke softly, of course, this isn't a choice for you, but rather my notification. A notification of my favor, or perhaps, a notification of death. Chapter 143. Saladin, tell me, is Kragan just boasting? What if we arrive in the dragon territory and find out he deceived us? Even if you try to stop me, I'm going to kick his butt hard. Several short, stocky dwarves leaned weakly against the ship's cabin walls, their robust muscles seeming like useless decorations beneath their listless expressions. These dwarves, who preferred to live deep in underground caves or high in the mountains, were all formidable warriors, incredibly brave on land, but on water, they were a bunch of weaklings because they suffered from seasickness. Even after some time to adjust, these dwarves were like frostbitten eggplants on the ship, lacking their usual vitality. Saladin, a dwarf who had braided his yellow-brown beard into neat little plaits, leaned weakly on his large axe, his voice as feeble as if he were ill. Cough, cough, Kragan likes to boast, but he wouldn't deceive his friends, Jala. If Kragan really deceives us, I'll join you in hanging him up and brushing his bird with red pepper water. Haha, I like that suggestion, a weak voice responded, and another dwarf with a thick beard, Jala, laughed loudly. Hooray, we're here, we're almost at the Golden Land, cheers from the crew and many others echoed from the deck of the ship. The seemingly weak dwarves perked up and walked out of the cabin, onto the deck, and looked into the distance. The azure sky was clear for thousands of miles, almost blending into the equally clear shallow sea, giving the dwarves the feeling that the ship was traveling in the gap between heaven and earth. Especially as they approached the Golden Coast, the number of ships coming and going gradually increased, making the wide sea area crowded. Ships with the flags of various noble territories and merchant guild markings sailed past, a race of 1,000 sails. Countless seagulls and terns rose and fell in the near sea, and some seabirds even plunged directly into the sea, snatching their prey. A giant blue dragon was soaring in the sky above the near sea, dispelling the dark clouds and storms that were gradually gathering in the distant sky, preventing heavy rainfall from affecting transportation to and from nearby seaports. And the Golden Coast, already visible to the naked eye in the distance, featured a huge white castle built on a huge reef extending from the land into the sea, its straight and tall white body like a cliff standing in the sea. Countless ships sailed not far from the castle, and their tall sails barely reached half the castle's height. In the sea area near the harbor where many ships were docked, there were countless fishermen driving small boats to catch fish and shellfish in the near sea, each grinning as they cast their woven nets. And young lads or teenagers were riding dolphins and sharks in the sea, driving away schools of fish for their families. Hooray, let's see whose partner is stronger, charge! These teenagers and lads rode various dolphins and sharks to drive away fish, shouting happily and comparing speeds to see whose partner swam faster in the sea. One teenager patted the octopus under him with a distressed expression, and whispered to his partner, "Don't be discouraged, octopus. Although we are not as fast as them, we have more hands." Another particularly strong teenager was riding a huge orca, fighting the wind and waves in the deep sea in the distance, driving away schools of huge fish that could be clearly seen even from the deck. Some medium-sized ships from merchants stayed in the deep sea, and schools of Sahuagin were driven to jump into the sea to salvage giant clams and treasures from the deep sea for these merchants. Many of these marine creatures driven by humans were tamed marine creatures with some wisdom and spirituality, domesticated by the dragons to influence and control the sea area of the territory. These creatures had a natural goodwill towards the residents of the dragon territory, and many were willing to form partnerships with the residents of the dragon territory, at the cost of the fishermen giving them a small portion of the fish caught in their nets. This was a win-win relationship for both parties. With the help of these creatures, the fishermen would catch more fish. And these creatures did not have to catch prey one or two at a time every time, and it would take a long time to fill their stomachs each time they hunted. Other marine creatures were enslaved by magic scrolls. The wandering mage, lazy, unable to bear the exploitation of his companions, who used him as a beast of burden, closed his magic shop out of exhaustion. Because the recruitment price offered by the dragon territory was so attractive, this ingenious wandering mage joined the dragon territory with several of his partners and became one of the mages loyal to the dragon. It must be said that although the wandering mage Laze's magical attainments were not outstanding in other places, he had a unique talent for drawing magic scrolls. The success rate of ordinary mages drawing scrolls was 30%, which was considered qualified, and a 50% success rate was considered excellent, but the success rate of mage Laze drawing scrolls was an amazing 85%, no wonder this mage was used as a beast of burden. However, after joining the dragon territory, the wandering mage no longer had to work as hard as before. He was now assigned to the Dragon Basic Academy as a professor of magic scrolls. He was responsible for teaching the knowledge of drawing magic scrolls to the students. In this way, the supply of magic scrolls increased and the price dropped somewhat. In addition, the dragon territory now began to attach importance to basic cultural construction and carried out quite comprehensive cooperation with the Higher Mage Association. Now, every child newly born and growing to the age of 5, or residents under the age of 15 who had not been tested before, could go to the qualification testing agency under the Magic Integration Department for testing. Then the Magic Integration Department would assign and teach courses based on the talents and advantages of these people. The territory did not need these people to have profound magical attainments and power, but only needed them to be dedicated to their duties in the finally assigned positions. Magical production could also have an assembly line production model. As a result, the prices of many magical supplies in the territory were reduced. Although these people's skills were not high enough and the materials used were inferior and shrunk, they were cheap enough. A genuine magic slave scroll outside cost at least 5 silver coins, but in the dragon territory, it only cost 3 silver coins or even less. Some magic scrolls used for practice could even be bought for 1 silver coin. Although the effectiveness of this scroll was only a short 1 or 2 years, and the relevant scrolls needed to be used again, this scroll was the best selling because an ordinary family could afford it. Regardless of whether Kragan lied or not, I have decided to forgive him, the dwarf Jala said happily. I like this place. Jala held a bowl full of iced fruit wine in his hand, and the cold ice cubes shook in the fragrant wine. He took a big gulp and let out a burp. Ugh, I love this place, Jala said. It wasn't just the sights along the way into the Golden City, the crowded and prosperous atmosphere like a wealthy city in the central continent, the streets crowded with people, and the shouts of merchants that filled the entire city. Nor was it just the various races and creatures that had contradictions and frictions but were integrated and compatible, short but cunning green-skinned goblins, rude and honest brown-skinned orcs. Barbarians covered in totems who spent money without looking at it, trolls who could only enter the city gates after taking a bath, jackals with blood-red eyes, and human residents who always loved to bargain with merchants, etc. Nor was it just the Golden City's unique Greek-style architecture. In order to cater to the dragon's aesthetics, the view that big is good and giant is beautiful, the styles were solemn, elegant, magnificent, and sublime. There were also the clean and wide stone slab grounds that covered the entire Golden City, the public toilets set up every other street, and the Dragon Library, which was bustling with people. There was always the Dragon Academy where many students tried to rush to the streets, and were driven back by the kobold soldiers guarding the gate, as well as the most lively Dragon Arena and the exciting Gladiator Arena. Most importantly, the cups of iced wine made these dwarves feel infinitely fond of the city. The climate in the Dragon territory was mostly hot, so merchants and residents in the territory had developed the practice of using ice to chill wine. But in other places, ice, which did not seem to be a luxury, was a luxury that only some nobles could use at will. Although the Dragon territory's grain was not enough to brew a lot of wine, the Dragon territory's fruit resources were almost endless, so various flavors of fruit wine were also a popular feature product of the Dragon territory. Burp, the dwarf Saladin also burped contentedly. He raised his voice and asked the wine seller. The dwarf's natural loud voice was so prominent in the noisy environment. He asked, Burp, buddy, to be honest, the taste of iced wine is really damn good. I, Saladin, simply love this feeling. But to be honest, buddy, gulp, gulp, burp, this kind of clean and pure ice is only qualified for those nobles to use. Gulp, gulp, I have never tried this taste. How can you use them on these cheap wines? Ice is much more expensive than wine, burp. The wine seller was a halfling. These smart and capable opportunists could find a place to live anywhere, especially in settlements of various races. The halfling smiled. These dwarves were good customers and were always generous when it came to drinking. It wasn't that they could pay twice the price for a cup, but they ordered a dozen cups at a time, which was dozens of times more than those humans who liked to buy half a cup at a time. The halfling stretched out his finger and pointed to the extremely distant mountain peaks shrouded in clouds as if they were on the edge of the sky. That was the Dragon's Nest, the capital of the territory, and the place where the warrior's temple was located. On a flat plain, a person's eyesight, without considering the visibility of the air and other reasons, could see up to more than 100 kilometers away. Ordinary people could see a candle flame dozens of kilometers away, but on a high mountain, they could see more than 600 kilometers away. Although the Golden City was more than 400 kilometers away from the Dragon's Nest, on the one hand, these dwarves had better eyesight than ordinary humans, and the tall forests around the Golden City had been cut down and opened up, which would not affect their vision. On the other hand, the mountains where the dragons lived were constantly extracting energy from the depths of the Earth's core to grow. The highest peak had reached more than 2,000 meters. Although it was not very high, it was enough for these dwarves to see the faintly visible mountain peaks in the distance. This is the industry of Lord Kamet and White Young Master Gamot. Due to the generosity of the Dragon Lord, these ice cubes are supplied to the territory at extremely low prices. If your eyes are as far-sighted and sharp as those of the powerful Dragon Lords, you may be able to see many people collecting ice on the peaks of the twins. The halfling boasted proudly. In fact, even the dragon's vision was not enough to see the hidden figures in the mountains hundreds of kilometers away on the ground, but the territory's people always praised and deified their rulers well, or denigrated and demonized them badly. Oh, what a dragon who knows how to do business, a generous lord. Saladin smacked his lips and shouted, "Come on, buddy, give us another big cup, your skills are just great, just as good as my weapon-making skills." The halfling smiled and moved out the wine barrel, filling each of the dwarves who had stayed in this area for a few days without leaving. As for Kragan, the dwarf blacksmith official who took the initiative to write letters to recruit friends, had been temporarily forgotten by these dwarves. Perhaps only when all the money on these dwarves had been spent on wine would these dwarves remember their fellow clan brother Kragan, who was still waiting for news. "Daddy, Daddy, can I eat this? This won't do." "Daddy, Daddy, what is that? It looks delicious, can I eat it?" "This won't do either." "Daddy, you smell delicious, can I have a bite?" Two chubby little snakes, blinking their round black eyes, looked very cute, but the words they spoke were not so cute. The two titan pythons were less than 1 meter long after birth, but they had fat heads and brains, and their appetites were frightening. Besides their eggshells, they wanted to taste everything. The whole lamb sent by the elf maid was swallowed directly by the two chubby pythons, 1 bite each, completing their first feeding since birth. At this moment, the two snake cubs, whose bellies were only slightly bulging if you didn't look closely, were being curled up by Kalen with the tip of his tail and came to the castle that was almost completed in the main body. The wide and tall castle, which was large enough for the dragon's body to easily enter and exit, had now been roughly completed in its outer body. This was thanks to the efforts of countless slaves and war treants. Especially after the war treants joined, the construction speed of the castle had obviously accelerated a lot. Now the wide back garden outside the castle had also been completed, but it was bare and no ornamental plants had been planted yet. The fountain in the center of the garden with the dragon statue erected had not been diverted with spring water, and all were waiting for subsequent repairs. Kalen's arrival did not alarm the slaves and treants who were working diligently to build. The accompanying elf maids had already driven the remaining craftsmen away from the garden, creating a quiet environment for Kalen. Karen arrived at the center of the garden, next to the fountain, where he would plant the seed of the world tree. Although the safest place in the entire territory was definitely Karen's dragon's nest, the extremely high concentration of magic power there was not suitable for the growth of the world tree, and the volcano connected to the Earth's core was not an environment that the world tree liked. So Karen chose to plant the world tree in the back garden of his future royal castle, which would also become the most heavily guarded place in the future. Moreover, he was not worried that the space in this place would hinder the future growth of the world tree. Without Karen using spatial magic, the world tree would naturally possess the ability to open up space after it grew. Two slender and graceful elf maids were wielding hoes, digging a hole in the ground. Although Karen could have completed these tasks with a casual spell, he never stopped his subordinate's desire to perform. This was a good thing, for a ruler. Two magic pythons that slipped from the tip of Karen's tail wriggled their chubby bodies and swam to the elf maids who were busily working and sweating. The slightly larger snake cub stretched out its still pink forked tongue to probe the pheromones in the air, then blinked its dark, round eyes and asked Karen, who was squatting beside it, with anticipation, "Daddy, can we eat these too?" The other snake cub, slightly smaller in size but equally chubby, also widened its round eyes, waiting for Karen's answer with anticipation. The bodies of the two elf maids wielding hoes beside them suddenly stiffened. Although they knew that this red dragon would not casually dispose of the people around him, dragons were always unpredictable in the hearts of these elves. They couldn't guarantee what the red dragon might do. Karen's enormous body, even when squatting, resembled a huge red rock. In his eyes, the two titan magic python cubs were like two small worms, beings that could be crushed with a single finger. He slightly lowered his head, and his pair of naturally indifferent, crimson eyes, as perfect as the most flawless rubies, approached the two expectant snake cubs, like an incredibly terrifying beast staring at the ants under its feet. "You two, although you have unexpectedly gained my favor, this favor is not an unlimited indulgence." Karen's crimson vertical pupils revealed a hint of impatience towards the mischievous children. "You had better quickly learn and understand what things should be done and what things should not be done. Otherwise, if you do something that I find unbearable, I don't mind letting other dragons taste a delicious snack." "Hey, Daddy, don't scare me. You're too grumpy." The larger snake cub blinked its eyes and quietly retracted its tongue. "Daddy, Daddy, don't eat us." The smaller snake cub widened its round eyes. Its tone was soft and cute, like that of a young child. "We will only eat what Daddy allows us to eat in the future, and things that don't listen to Daddy." Karen retracted his head and scratched his chin with his dragon claw. Suddenly, he felt that these two snake cubs weren't that mischievous after all. How about we call one edible and the other inedible? Karen nodded slightly, indicating that his idea was great. Daddy, those names aren't good, the smaller snake cub said in a soft voice, can you give us other names? All right, let me think again. Karen relented for the first time on something he had already decided. While Karen pondered, he threw the seed of the world tree into the soil and then had the elf maids bury it. As soon as it was buried and watered with spring water taken from the magical spring in the green wild forest plain, a tender green sprout eagerly emerged from the deeply buried soil. A tender sapling swayed its branches in the breeze, sending its request to Karen, Daddy, I want a name too. Chapter 144. In the vast back garden of the Dragon King's castle, due to the planting and growth of the world tree, the naturally emitted life aura has already dyed a thin layer of green on a small area of the originally barren mud. Many shallow grasses and tender buds have taken root and sprouted from the soil, and a 3-meter-high world tree sapling, as thick as a person's embrace, stretches its tender green branches in the center of the garden. Thanks to the spring water from the magical spring in the greenfield forest, the world tree sapling has grown in just half a month to the point that ordinary trees can only reach in several or even 10 years. Moreover, the world tree is different from ordinary trees. Its growth height and the diameter of its trunk almost always grow according to a certain fixed ratio, so even if it is only more than 3 meters high, it is much thicker than other trees. Only a few tender green leaves hang between the first few branches of the world tree, making it look a little bare. 2 chubby titan python are trying hard to coil their short, fat bodies around the branches of the world tree to prevent themselves from falling off the tree. The 2 snake cubs were left here by Kalen to grow with the world tree. This is an extremely important benefit for the 2 snake cubs. The magic pythons that have been bathed in the aura of the world tree for a long time will also gain an increase in their life essence, and their future achievements will be limitless. And the 2 snake cubs can also serve as a barrier to protect the world tree to some extent, although they are still very weak now. Hiss, hiss. The larger snake cub laboriously coiled its tail around a thick branch, extending its forked snake tongue to detect the intensity of the life energy overflowing from the world tree in the air, in order to capture it. The other snake cub lazily curled up in the tree nest at the junction of the branch and the main trunk, allowing itself to be gradually infiltrated by the increasingly dense life aura. OWA, your naturally emitted life energy is good for us. I wonder if we can taste your taste. Maybe your body will help us even more. The larger snake cub said greedily, its eyes, which had changed from round pupils to vertical pupils, glowing with greed. It rubbed its short, fat body against the trunk of the world tree, OWA, to relieve the itching caused by the growth of its scales. OWA is the name Kalen gave to the world tree. It has a meaning in both the language of the dragon race and the language of the elves, a god who created the world. This is an explanation of the essence of the world tree, and also a certain expectation of Kalen for this sapling that is close to him. The name Dad gave you really suits your personality, Greenock. You are always an insatiable, greedy, and vicious snake, unlike Hanink, who is quiet, kind, and restrained. The thick world tree sapling, OWA, shook its branches and lowered an extra thick branch, gently flicking the greedy magic python, Greenock, away. Ouch! The greedy snake cub, Greenock, was flicked away, its short, fat body twisting in the air, making a sound of fright. I will not only punish your greed, but also complain to Dad. The world tree, OWA's consciousness fluctuated with cheerful emotions. It was obviously very proud of its behavior. Hanink, you will stand with me, right? The world tree, OWA, lowered another branch and gently touched the top of the head of the smaller snake cub who was dozing off. Affected by the power of heart energy, which carries Kalen's extremely strong personal imprint, these 3 cubs obviously inherited or amplified certain characteristics from Kalen. The other snake cub, Hanink, shook his dazed head and opened his vertical pupils. Even Hanink, who was called the kind and restrained snake by the world tree, OWA, would only turn into human-like round pupils in front of Kalen. Although the vertical pupils of this snake cub, Hanink, were still a little dazed, he blinked his eyes and then said in a soft voice, "That's not good, OWA. Dad is busy. We shouldn't bother Dad for such a small matter." "You're right. I don't know what Dad has been busy with recently. He hasn't come to see us for several days. Dad's power is more delicious than those natural auras and elemental magic." The world tree, OWA, responded with its consciousness, and the active branches also became quiet, as if it and the dazed snake cub, Hanink, were looking at the red dragon's lair together. Kalen is indeed very busy. Although most of the affairs of the territory have been distributed by him with the power that others should have, there are still many things that only he can decide, and his exploration of power and knowledge has never stopped. Kalen's huge body is entrenched in his lair, in this ever-boiling lava lake. The dim lava lake makes Kalen's scales, which are blooming with brilliance, and the various treasures and divine iron floating in the lava, cast layers of halo. Chunks of hot or cold precious minerals excavated from the depths of the earth's core and lumps of mithril exuding silver brilliance float in the lava. Kalen spews out hot but stable continuous high-temperature dragon fire from his mouth to melt the materials. Kalen flips through the knowledge inherited from the ancient magic empire in his mind while melting these materials according to the knowledge of forging magic treasures, connecting the existing characteristics of these materials so that they can harmoniously exert their best functions. Among these materials, even the extremely heat-resistant minerals that condense and form in the Earth's core lava gradually melt in the dragon fire spewed out by Kalen and transform into shapes under Kalen's power. A large bell used to strike as a time standard gradually takes shape in the dragon fire. Chunks of materials are picked up by Kalen's mage hand and successively thrown into the dragon fire, melting into juice and then mixing into the gradually forming bell. When the last piece of mithril melts into juice and merges into the bell body of this bell, dyeing the entire simple bronze bell with a faint silver glow, Kalen stops his dragon fire. His will drives the field that envelopes the entire dragon's nest, and then his heart energy contaminates the entire bell body, leaving his own mark and the connection point of the field radiation. Kalen exhales a breath, and a few sparks splash out from between his fangs. Even though he is drawing magic power and energy from the depths of the Earth's core, the long-term precise power output still puts some mental burden on him. However, through this kind of exercise, his control over power has improved to a higher level. Some spells that used to require extra concentration can now be easily released, maintaining the stability and accuracy of the spell release. Dong! Kalen flexes his dragon claws and gently flicks the heavy bell, making a loud and melodious bell sound that reverberates throughout the entire dragon's nest, which is sealed by the field. Kalen nods in satisfaction, then stretches out his dragon claws and presses on the 2-meter-high bell, inputting his power and vibrating the magic power in his body. Mithril's good power conductivity and magic ductility allow Kalen to easily expand his power. Suddenly, the heavy and tall giant bell vibrates, making a deep, low sound. The invisible fluctuations emitted are like a field, resonating and connecting with the dragon's nest's field, emitting a terrifying suppressive force and latent destructive power. Very good, it seems I have the talent of a divine craftsman, Kalen nods in satisfaction, flicking the heavy bell and letting it fall into the lava flow. In the lava lake, which is bubbling and boiling, many similar bells are already floating, and even more bells have been scrapped and abandoned in the lava lake, allowing the boiling lava to slowly corrode and melt these scrapped crops. And these intact bells are soaked in the lava, infiltrated by the extremely rich magic power, and connected to the field of the entire dragon's nest, gradually producing a resonant rhythm. This is Kalen's magical and mysterious time experiment, referring to the unfinished time device of the ancient magic kings. These bells will be hung in every city and every village in the dragon's territory as the time standard and ritual vessel in the territory. When the main bell hanging on the top of the dragon sanctuary, rings, the bell will spread throughout the territory. Morning bells and evening drums, these bells represent the beginning and end of each day, as well as the division of each time period. These bells will also serve as Kalen's ritual vessels for receiving and transmitting the power of faith, and also as the royal vessels for ruling the territory. Kalen, who has left his power beacon in the giant bell, can also use these bells to transmit and spread his own field when necessary, to achieve a certain power suppression in the entire territory. Moreover, Kalen also intends to use these bells as the horns of the Dragon Legion. When the bells ring, it is the moment when the Legion advances, sending the favor of death to his enemies. On weekdays, the bells can also be used to make the soldiers' steps consistent, so as to boost the army's prestige. Its functions can be said to be diverse. Although the main purpose is as an experiment to explore the essence of time, this is also Kalen's consistent style. He likes to maximize the utilization value of a certain resource. It seems that my idea can be tried. Kalen looks at the gradual changes in those finished products with a sense of accomplishment, and then spits out dragon fire again to continue to complete his plan. The territory is gradually developing, and these numbers of bells are far from enough, and Kalen intends to abandon some of the previous bells due to proficiency reasons. The most important thing is that the main bell that connects all the bells in the territory and is destined to hang above the dragon sanctuary and be rung by the souls of those brave warriors has not yet been completed, and Kalen has to continue to work hard. Whew! Azure blue flames spew out, burning precious materials, and precious magic gems and elemental crystals are also thrown into the dragon fire by Kalen to supplement the abundant energy for the magic treasures to be built next. At this moment, Kalen, who was immersed in exploration and practice, suddenly raised his head slightly. The field covering the entire mountain told him that the warrior he had summoned had arrived. Kalen did not stop his dragon fire. In the misty and steaming lava atmosphere, his figure faintly fluctuated, and a figure stepped out from behind him. Kalen in his dragon-born form, about 3.5 meters tall, stepped out of his lair. The Gnoll leader Yugu, who was also tall and only slightly shorter than Kalen in his current form, was already waiting outside the lair, on the wide steps below the top of the mountain. "My lord, my king," the tall Gnoll leader, now the leader of the warband and the centurion Yugu, bowed and reported to Kalen, "All the warrior rewards in the warband have been distributed, and every warrior has received the corresponding reward. The spouses, families, of those who died in battle have also been properly settled and enjoy the preferential treatment stipulated by the territory. The nameplates worn by each warrior have also been collected and buried in the heroic spirits cemetery, with tombstones erected for homage." This Gnoll told Kalen one by one about the handling matters after the last war. "Yugu, I once promised you that you and your tribe have proven your loyalty and ability to me, and I will not be stingy with my rewards." After quietly listening to the words of his current capable subordinate, Kalen slowly opened his mouth. The Gnoll maintained a slightly bowed posture to show his respect for the Dragon King, and it was also a way to reduce the increasingly prominent pressure from Kalen, but the heat in his eyes still exposed his desire and thoughts. "I can bestow dragon blood on you, but you must know what the dragon blood of a true dragon is. If you want to get it, you must bear its weight. Even you, bearing the tempering of dragon blood, only have a half chance of success. And the price is death." Kalen looked at the Gnoll, who was not in a hurry to speak but quietly waited for his next words. The thorn-covered cheeks twisted slightly, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a slightly hideous smile. "And you, Yugu, are now my trusted dependent, a capable subordinate, and a brave warrior. I don't want you to leave my side so quickly because of an accidental failure." Kalen stared at the Gnoll's movements, language, and expression, watching the Gnoll's reaction. Bang! This brave and intelligent Gnoll knelt down on one knee. He replied in a low voice, "My lord, it is my honor to serve you. I still have a few years of my peak and am willing to dedicate everything to you in these years." The Gnoll raised his head, and his blood-red eyes condensed with a firm will. "I only hope that in the last years of my old age, my lord will let me try and accept the glorious trial of the dragon's blood." "Ha!" Kalen's dragon claws faced upwards and clenched slightly. He chuckled, "What kind of master do you think I am? A stingy ruler who squeezes the remaining labor force of his subordinates and lets them make a desperate attempt when they are declining." The Gnoll Yuga was shocked and quickly kowtowed his head heavily on the ground, which had been pressed by the dragon's nest field to be extremely solid. Although this Gnoll did have a trace of resentment in his heart just now, he had never doubted the generosity of the red dragon in front of him. He just felt that maybe he hadn't done enough, but he couldn't do better. The Gnoll Yuga's voice trembled, and he pleaded in a low voice, "Please forgive me, great master, Yuga does not have such thoughts. Maybe it's just my greed that made me make this offensive move. No, Yugu, every creature has its own desires. I will let everyone who is loyal to me know that they will get the rewards they deserve." On Kalen's outstretched dragon claws, a deep scale appeared. This was an old scale shed by the red dragon, with his unique aura and mark. He threw the token made from this old scale to the Gnoll kneeling on the ground and dared not get up, and then said in a deep voice, "I have another way for you, my loyal warrior. Go, Yugu. Take my token and go to the alchemy department of the magic integration department to find Tich, the person in charge of the alchemy department, and let him take you to get a few shares of the water of life. This can extend your peak period and lifespan." Karen turned to walk towards his lair, leaving the last words, "Tell Tich that I allow him to use Cadillo's dragon blood for potion research, which is also one of your future guarantees. Remember to go with Tich to find Cadillo's. That young red dragon may still have a few unruly qualities. Protect Tich, he is a talent. A talent I bought from the orcs for 2 silver coins." The overjoyed Gnoll leader, Yugu, the commander of the Dragon Territories battle group, suddenly raised his head, and in his scarlet eyes, there was something that gnolls had never had before: tears. Yugu heavily kowtowed on the hard ground, and he responded in a trembling voice, "My lord, my king, Yugu will be your forever loyal hound." The gnoll, Yugu, turned around and strode down the mountain, towards the guards beside the stone steps leading to the dragon's lair. A bat-winged dragon with dazzling scales was staying behind the guards, guarded by these guards. Although flying to the summit of the dragon nest was prohibited, those summoned by Karen were exceptions. This 6-meter-long bat-winged dragon was now smugly looking at the mountainside of a distant mountain, where many of its kind were flying up and down the mountains, shuttling between the cliffs and caves on the mountainside. Although these dragons were subdued by the dragon group, they were not allowed to climb the summit of the mountains. And this bat-winged dragon, as Yugu's mount, had climbed the summit of the mountains, so it was inevitably smug, because even the king of the bat-winged dragon clan, the swift shadow wyvern, could only build its nest on the mountainside. "Let's go." Yugu put his index finger and thumb in his mouth, blew a loud whistle, summoned the smug dragon flapping its wings, and he jumped on it and rushed down on the dragon. And not far away, hundreds of dragons were chasing each other among the mountains in the sunset, their speed as fast as the wind, and their wings as dense as clouds. Chapter 145. The War God's Legion commander, the ambitious chieftain Noel Yug, riding a bat-winged dragon, soared down from the mountains, heading towards the city that was rising at the foot of the Dragon Nest Mountains. This city, established under the auspices of the White Dragon Germet, was planned to encompass the residences and villages of all races living at the foot of the Dragon Nest Mountains, without a fixed area because, in the eyes of the dragons, the larger the city, the better. So, the outer perimeter of the city was simply enclosed by wooden fences, forming a basic city wall, merely for ease of management. As for defense, these massive wooden fences were sufficient to deter ordinary beasts, and extraordinary beasts dared not attack a city at the heart of the dragon territory. Since the city encompassed all the races living in the area, these races would become the first residents of the newly built city. Therefore, even with many freemen migrating to the dragon territory and slaves/serfs acquired through trade being diverted to Wavecrest City under the Bronze Dragon Alina, the construction speed of the city under the White Dragon was still much faster than that of Wavecrest City. However, many goblins and kobolds disliked living in the city, feeling that its strict regulations were a constraint, so they applied to city construction officials to relocate to more distant forests. This was seen as a beneficial development for the territory's expansion and diversity, so city construction officials, after consulting relevant scholars, approved these vassals' relocation requests. These relocated vassal races would be allocated undeveloped forests to establish villages. However, the village heads needed to be appointed by territory officials from among the relocated vassal races, and they were required to report to the relevant territory officials periodically. This was a gradually improving and maturing political management system within the Dragon territory, constantly adapting and adjusting to govern the increasing number of residents joining the territory. Because that was the will of the territory's supreme ruler, the will conveyed by the dragons was that no system or law could be eternally applicable, but only suitable for a specific period of development. Except for overly fundamental and important governance policies and territorial system structures that should not be changed, other detailed regulations for governing the territory could be continuously modified to adapt to the territory's development. If you're going to do something, do it the best. Therefore, these officials, regardless of race or background, who were promoted and appointed based on their talent and skills, all wanted to perform well and achieve outstanding results. As everyone knows, the early stages of a country's establishment are the easiest time to elevate one's social class, so these officials, who were considered intelligent among ordinary people, were seizing their opportunities. And because there was no need to worry about city defense construction, the starting point for building the city was individual buildings and residences, which could gradually improve and construct the entire city by following the blueprints provided by human architectural scholars. The original goblin camps, centaur tribe camps and villages, kobold camps, and the villages of elves and humans diverted to this area were all relocated to the city, and these residents were the labor force for building the city. Monster vassals and residents of various races pushed carts loaded with felled timber in and out through the wide city gate openings, and the newborn kobold cubs from the past 2 years were now qualified laborers. Although these new generation kobolds were not yet adults, influenced by the dragon aura, their average height exceeded that of the previous generation by a head, equivalent to a strong human teenager. The centaur warriors were even more straightforward. Even the old, weak, women, and children of these centaur tribes were still a fighting race. They unreservedly put the tow ropes around their chests and abdomens, pulling carts of timber and stone towards the construction site. There were also ogre slaves and troll slaves, as well as slaves of other races, who had performed well in building the dragon castle and were rewarded with their freedom. Under long-term strict discipline, these ogres and trolls had learned to abide by the territory's laws. Those who hadn't learned had become fertilizer in the dragon orchards. There were also those war treants. The construction of the dragon fortress was largely completed, and the remaining detailed repairs no longer required these treants, so they were put to work building the city after a brief rest. One by one, the elven druids stood on the canopies of the war treants, directing their activities. Although treants could learn common, some of them were not smart enough and had not yet been able to communicate fluently with other residents. The Tree of Life originally guarded by the elves would also become a special scenic spot in the future giant city. It is worth mentioning that every city in the dragon territory has a Tree of Life planted. This was the dragon's way of using the advantages of the Tree of Life to nurture the residents of its territory. Over time, the residents of the territory would become more and more outstanding with each generation. And the treants were so hard-working, not only because of the power of the dragons, but also because they had received a promise. Treants could freely choose a place to settle in the dragon territory and receive the protection of the dragons. So if residents discovered that the green areas next to the Tree of Life in the city would have fewer trees during the day, leaving only deep holes in the ground, they wouldn't be surprised, because these trees had to work during the day. Many treants also sensed the birth of the World Tree and applied to the Forbidden Army soldiers to settle around the dragon fortress, but they were rejected. However, the treants were given another option, which was to serve as ornamental green belts on both sides of the road to the high mountain, but they were not allowed to climb to the top. Even so, nearly half of the treants chose this option. Being close to the aura of the World Tree was very beneficial for these plant-like magical beings, so the treants didn't care about existing as decorations. As for the elves who originally guarded the Tree of Life, they were scattered and integrated into various cities and settlements, and the Tree of Life was no longer the exclusive treasure of the elves, but the property of the territory. Dragons, these long-lived rulers, would also watch their territory gradually become stronger from the top of the high mountain, and the time spent might just be a short nap for the dragons. Yug, his emotions calmed, drove his flying dragon to a halt in front of the tall wooden fence, handing his flying dragon over to the kobold guards who were guarding the city gate opening to maintain order. Because flying over cities within the dragon's territory was not allowed without permission, even for a Noel Yug, who could be considered a privileged figure with significant power, only dragons could fly freely over all parts of the territory. Yug passed through the crowded and noisy crowd. This ever-changing city covered a vast area. Although it had not yet been named, it already had its own name in the mouths of most residents: King's Landing. In King's Landing, this city, destined to become the largest city in the dragon territory, in the off-center area near the Dragon Nest Mountains, clusters of tall buildings had already been erected, more complete and richer than the buildings in the city center. Yug's target was this cluster of buildings in this vast area. The entire area occupied by the building complex belonged to the Department of Magical Integration, and each building represented a branch under the Department of Magical Integration, a key area of the dragon territory today. Therefore, around the periphery of this building complex, there were heavily guarded soldiers, and high walls separated the building complex from other buildings inside the city. 200 kobold guards with short crossbows and poisoned arrows hanging from their waists guarded every exit and corner of the wall. And stationed here was also a small team of Forbidden Army soldiers. These Forbidden Army soldiers wearing full-clothed heavy armor stood silently in place. Each of these warriors who could wield a great sword into a sword flower held the thick broadsword, a light weapon used daily, on the ground, holding the hilt with both hands, scanning every creature trying to approach here. The officer in charge of this garrison was a Forbidden Army centurion, a mixed-blood dragon keen troll overseer. Even as a chieftain, a legion commander, the Noel Yug had to express his respect for this mixed-blood dragon keen troll overseer and Forbidden Army centurion. Not only because the other party was an officer of the Forbidden Army, whose status was naturally higher than other legion commanders, the Forbidden Army centurion was already faintly able to contend with the Noel Yug. But also because every dragon keen brought out by the dragon from the arena was a very powerful warrior. This troll overseer used his heavy blade to smash at least 8 war treants on the battlefield of the Green Wild Forest, and was a presence that was noted in the eyes of the territory's supreme ruler, Karen. Moreover, although all races within the dragon territory were mixed and distributed, the dragon keen troll overseer had actually broken free from the limitations of the troll race and become a new dragon keen race. However, the powerful strength and the status of wielding great power still allowed this dragon keen troll to gain the support of many trolls in the territory, and a considerable force was gathered around him. Zuga, I didn't expect you to be guarding here. It seems this place is very important, Yug greeted the other party. These particularly brave warriors could be considered acquaintances, and they had even drunk celebratory wine together after the war in the green wild forest plain. Stop, Yug, this place is not allowed to approach. Even you, without permission, cannot approach within 3 steps, otherwise I can only kill you. The voice of the mixed-blood dragon Keen Troll Overseer was muffled and low. This forbidden army centurion wore custom-made heavy armor, and the blood-red cloak behind him resembled the scale color of a red dragon. The tall body and heavy weapon looked particularly oppressive. We've known each other, drank together, but you're so strict, the Noel Yug was slightly speechless. He still remembered the scene of drinking and having fun with the other party at the celebration banquet. The troll overseer wasn't like this in private. I have a token given by the king, Yug handed the token to the other party without hesitation. The will of the king cannot be violated, Yug. I'll find you for a drink another day, and call 2 troll girls. The mixed-blood dragon Keen checked the token and nodded to the soldiers behind him, indicating that there was no problem. Forget it, I'm not interested in trolls, but drinking is no problem, you're welcome. Yug took back the token and hid it back in his chest, and then said, by the way, Zuga, how do I get to the alchemy department? I'm afraid it's the same as outside, and if I take the wrong path, I'll lose my life directly. Hehe, first room on the right, the dragon Keen Troll's low laughter echoed in the muffled mask. He laughed, there's no danger inside, just a group of mages who like to study and strange scholars. How long does it take to cultivate a top scholar and research magician? This is not much different from cultivating a top scientist, requiring at least 20 years to start. And by the time all the knowledge has been learned, without creating new schools of knowledge and breaking through the original shackles, one will be limited by thinking and body because the body begins to enter middle age and weaken. The longer the world's civilization develops, the more knowledge needs to be learned, but the peak period and lifespan of most people, including mages, will not increase. They will not be able to do brilliant achievements because of the limitations of lifespan and body. It is clear that there are countless treasures of knowledge waiting to be opened in the mind, but they are annihilated by the short life. Therefore, the civilizations of most worlds can only wait for those geniuses like meteors to shine in a very short period of time. Therefore, Karen instructed the Blue Dragon Dose to start a plan, the King of Knowledge. Every talent who reaches the peak in any field of knowledge will be listed as a candidate target by the Dragon Group territory. As long as they are willing to be loyal to the Giant Dragon will extend their lifespan and allow them to return to their peak. The ancient Magic Empire had Magic Kings, and Karen's future empire would have Knowledge Kings. Of course, although the fruit of the Tree of Life can achieve this effect, the annual output of the Tree of Life is limited, and these treasures are also useful to the dragons, so the original plan was difficult to achieve. The fundamental reason for the realization of this plan lies in Tichy, the magic alchemist that Karen bought from the orc slaves after a quick glance. Magic alchemist Tichy is just a low-level mage, but he has lived for 200 years. Almost all of his internal organs, except for his bones, skin, and head, have been replaced by himself. This is why he looks like an old man in his 60s or 70s, but the vitality inside his body is more vigorous than that of an 18-year-old teenager. However, because the internal organs in the body come from different kinds of creatures, the long-term conflict has tortured this alchemical transformation madman to the point of being worse than death, and the power of the low-level mage has also been exhausted in maintaining the conflict between the internal organs. So this alchemical transformation madman turned to research in another direction, bloodline transformation adaptation and final bloodline evolution. To this end, he secretly hunted many intelligent race creatures, extracted bloodlines, and ran to the island continent of the Orc Kingdom to trap those ancient Orc bloodlines and extract their bloodlines for research. For humans, the bloodline of orcs is more compatible. Tichy quickly determined his goal. Of course, the most important thing is that Tichy's strength is only orcs who are his choice, because this requires a lot of sample research, and other intelligent races are quite exclusive, and he can't handle it. However, although he achieved some results, he was caught because he recruited a female orc to experiment with his newly changed big bird but did not give enough rewards. When Kalen learned the reason, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only say that talented people might have their own quirks. Compared to some particularly twisted fetishes, this alchemical modification maniac's hobby was nothing. After Kalen studied the alchemical modification maniac's achievements, he finally finalized the plan. Tick would also use his research results to prove that the manufactured dragon blood potion would gradually allow the modified person to adapt to this power, increase their endurance, and also obtain some diluted amplification, including strength and lifespan. If necessary, Kalen could also bestow dragon blood upon those loyal warriors in the future, and the success rate would be greatly increased, no longer requiring extremely strong willpower and luck as before. Therefore, after Tick swore allegiance to the dragon and signed a contract of eternal loyalty, he received the first fruit of life sent by Kalen, which healed the modification maniac's body, healed the conflicts and traumas of his internal organs, and restored his youth. The Noel Yuga didn't know what kind of modification maniac he was about to face, but when he was assigned by the dragon group to be an apprentice's assistant and led into the laboratory, he couldn't help but feel a chill. The rejuvenated Tick buried himself behind complex magical instruments and concentrated on operating them, but Yugu's gaze was not on him, but on the countless various swollen reproductive organs soaked in the laboratory's potions. Even Yugu, who was powerful enough to dare to challenge the young red dragon, couldn't help but feel a cold wind blowing between his legs. The powerful warrior Yugu looked helplessly at the apprentice who quietly closed the door and walked away. He cleared his throat and stammeringly greeted the scholar who looked serious about his research. "Are you Master Tick?" "Tick? I am here on the order of my king. He has promised you what you should do." "Oh, the generous Dragon Lord has finally remembered his loyal and eager subordinates." The young Tick raised his head excitedly, a pair of crystal glasses perched on his nose, flashing a cold light that Yuga found particularly chilling. "That's really good news, Noel. You brought me good luck. I've decided to grant you a request. I heard that your Noel's birds are not very big. How about I change one for you?" Tick looked at Yuga with an inquisitive gaze that Yuga found even more invasive than the dragon's gaze, scanning Yuga's entire body, especially his crotch, making him feel cold. "Let me tell you, I've tried dozens of kinds of birds and found that donkeys and horses are the best. Although they are just ordinary beasts, their structure is particularly beautiful." Tick rubbed his hands excitedly, then affectionately grabbed the somewhat weak-legged Yuga and smiled. "Let's do it now. Anyway, that red beast can't escape. Let's finish your surgery first, and we can go later." This alchemical modification maniac babbled endlessly. "In my opinion, that young red dragon is simply not worthy of being in the same race as the noble king, Lord Kalen. He's like a simple, somewhat intelligent beast. Last time, I just wanted to take a look at the structure of the dragon bird, and he wanted to eat me. Damn it, why isn't he as polite as Lord Kalen?" The Noel Yuga was sweating profusely. He felt that his arrival might have been a wrong choice. He was very worried that the young red dragon would kill him too. "Oh, don't worry. I got Lord Kalen's permission and specially researched a potion for dragons. As long as it's injected, even the young red dragon will feel weak and let me touch him. Oh no, draw blood." Tick saw Yugu's worry and continued to babble. "The premise is that it must be injected. That depends on you. First, confuse him, and then suddenly give him a shot." Tisk tisk, what a wonderful idea. Yuga didn't want to stay in this laboratory any longer, because Tick's hands were already starting to get restless. He quickly ran out of the laboratory and shouted, "Forget it, Master Tick. Tick, let's complete the king's instructions first." Tick smiled and carried a large box from behind, chasing after him. A long time later, from among the mountains and canyons, suddenly a dragon's soul-stirring cry rang out. "I want to see Kalen. I, Kairos, am also a dragon. I, Kairos, am also a red dragon. I, Kairos, can also be loyal." Chapter 146. The continuous mountains are like giant dragons deeply buried in the earth, growing as the dragons grow. The Dragon Nest Mountains are now gradually spreading and growing towards the sea, like a small tail growing out of the mountains. Some connected, low earthen mountains and hills emerge from the earth, stretching and extending towards the sea. The weather today is exceptionally clear, so many residents living near the Dragon Nest Mountains can see countless batwing wyverns flying through the mountains. Countless wings vibrate, emitting a collective resonating flapping sound. The retinue soldiers who used to be all over the road of the Dragon Nest have been withdrawn. Only the checkpoint at the foot of the mountain is still guarded by retinue soldiers, as well as the Imperial Guard warriors before the last step of climbing to the top of the Dragon Nest. These wyverns replaced those soldiers, becoming the eyes and claws of the dragon group between the mountains. The speed is much faster than any bipedal wyvern in the world of Akane. It takes less than a quarter of an hour for the batwing wyverns to fly around the mountains once. This makes it difficult for any creature trying to cross the mountains abruptly to escape the eyes and attacks of the dragon claws. In addition, many smart and flexible warriors have been selected to choose flying dragon partners that fit them in the mountain where the batwing wyverns nest. However, although the batwing wyverns have submitted to the dragon group, the pride from the heart will not make these wyverns willingly be tamed by these warriors. These smart and flexible warriors need to use their abilities to tame these wyverns. Only those who can successfully tame the wyverns and have their own flying mounts can be selected for the aerial combat regiment and become a main battle regiment soldier with enviable treatment and extremely high status. So now the mountainside where the batwing wyverns nest is very lively. From time to time, unlucky reserve warriors are thrown from low altitude by the wyverns, and the screams are covered by the excited cries of the batwing wyverns. Although these batwing wyverns dare not put these reserve soldiers of the giant dragon in danger of life, it is enough to teach these warriors a lesson to fall dizzy. And those unlucky warriors who failed to establish a partnership with the wyverns will also be regarded as not smart and flexible enough. They will be eliminated and can only choose to become soldiers of other types of regiments, or join the ranks of the sheriff. Because the main battle regiment of the giant dragon only needs enough excellent elites, whether it is strength or luck. And among this group of warriors waiting to enter the field and choose their own domestication objects, Countess Bartoli is impressively listed. This female countess is strong enough, but because she needs to deal with everything in her earldom, she failed to participate in the battle for the Greenwood Forest Plain, which made this female countess who likes to seek excitement and is warlike particularly disappointed. Countess Bartoli believes that if she could participate in this battle, she would not do worse than the hobgoblin Yugu and the barbarian Jibu and other centurions, because she herself is not only a warrior with outstanding strength, but also has military literacy. So she also hopes to get Kalong's permission to establish her own battle group. And this flying dragon regiment, the Air Force, which is about to be created, is her goal. She gave up her aristocratic life, not to be an ordinary officer in the dragon group's territory. She will prove with her strength that she deserves the trust of the giant dragon. Seeing another warrior who successfully tamed the wyvern happily riding the wyvern and flying around at low altitude, Bartoli no longer endured. The tall and plump female countess wore tight-fitting leather armor, and would not appear petite even among many tall warriors. She stepped out of the crowd and walked towards the largest cave, where the king and leader of the Batwing Wyvern clan lived, the most powerful flying dragon, which was her goal. Oh, this is really a sexy and wild female leopard. She dares to challenge the king of the flying dragons. I have decided that even if she fails, I will not laugh at her. The atmosphere among the soldiers in the crowd became lively. Before this, no one had set their sights on the leader of the flying dragons. They all had enough self-knowledge. A strong human soldier stood next to his tamed flying dragon and shouted loudly, cheering for Bartoli, this brave female warrior. He whistled, with a frivolous expression. Come on, beautiful and wild female warrior, your sexiness makes me surge, your courage makes me admire, even if you fail, I can let you ride the flying dragon with me and experience the feeling of flying in the sky. Countess Bartoli's soft and streamlined face turned around, looked at the smug warrior, and the corner of her mouth raised slightly. She laughed loudly, "TCH, I'm not interested in a weakling like you." Amidst the laughter of many warriors and the embarrassment of the warrior who teased her, Bartoli stepped into the cave to meet her challenge. The huge Kalong folded his wings and looked down from the top of the mountain. His excellent vision saw this scene in his eyes, and he also slightly revealed his thick and long white tusks. The slight fatigue accumulated from long-term practice and forging was swept away by joy at this moment. Behind Kalong, a tall temple stood on the top of the mountain. In front of the main hall of the temple, a huge golden bell was hung, reflecting dazzling light under the sunlight. Kalong sensed that in this huge golden bell, a trace of weak faith power was gathering in it, slowly flowing through the whole body of the golden bell, dyeing the golden giant bell with a layer of pure white halo. After several months of continuous practice and improvement, he finally completed his work. Although it is only a semi-finished product, he does not need to spend too much effort next, and it is enough to wait for time. The remaining big clocks were also successively sent to other cities in the territory and every village settlement during this period, but Kalong did not let those loyal souls ring this golden bell now. Because according to the calendar revised and corrected by those human scholars based on the territory and started to be printed, the last day of this year is coming soon. The creatures of this world do not have the festival and habit of celebrating the new year, but Kalong is here, and there will be in the future. Since Kalong has made a choice and decision, he will transform his territory according to his own ideas, and influence the entire world. This is the character of the Red Dragon, and it is also Kalong's idea. On the last day of this year, Kalong will ring the golden bell to end the old year and bring in the new year. That day was also named Year Rest Day, or End of Year. Having unique festivals and activity ceremonies belonging to one's own kingdom is also an important step in establishing a unified cultural awareness. The division of races is not a difficult point. Having a unified cultural awareness is enough to bridge any racial divisions. Following the etiquette and laws of the giant dragon is to be a citizen of the giant dragon. And at the top of the giant dragon temple, a scarlet banner that is exactly the same color as Kalong's scales is fluttering in the wind, and the emblem on the flag is clear at a glance. That is a virtualized red dragon eye inlaid with various gems, green, red, blue, black, bronze, tan. Each gem is like the brilliance of the dragon's eye, setting off the dragon's eye like the eye of a god overlooking the world. This is the royal flag of the giant dragon territory, the modified royal flag, and there are several transparent gems that do not have any color, which also represents Kalong's vision and ambition for the future. The red flag is fierce, fluttering in the wind. Kalong stands on the top of the mountain, overlooking his territory, and suddenly sighs softly. The end of the year is approaching. As the end of the year approaches, the territory has become particularly busy. The officials at all levels in the territory who received the news began to prepare for the first important festival ushered in by the giant dragon territory. These officials are busy, taking the orders and goals distributed by the giant dragon as the top priority. Even the construction of the city, the royal capital, presided over by the white dragon Gamot, has been temporarily suspended to prepare for this important festival. The fireworks factory built outside the Golden City, at the foot of the Dragon Nest Mountain, is now particularly busy. Thanks to the fact that the materials and craftsmanship for making fireworks are not complicated, ordinary people can spread out the entire fireworks product production line as long as they are proficient. And the dozen or so apprentices who used to be around the Goblin Peng Peng have now become master-level figures sitting in the entire fireworks factory. In order to supply the upcoming huge demand, these produced fireworks are simply brushed with the logo of the giant dragon territory on the outer shell. Even so, the entire fireworks factory is also increasing recruitment. Many kobold soldiers barked loudly, transporting and handing over carts of goods. Carts of goods marked with locations were received by the kobold soldiers and then transported to their destination. Woof woof, this is the goods for Shenhe village, we are going to Nayudi village, the leading kobold yelled irritably at his subordinates. You stupid idiot, you took the wrong goods, you are really a fool who puts his dog's head behind his ass. You just cause me trouble. The reason why so many fireworks need to be supplied is not that this product, which has been established as a giant dragon industry, is already very popular. In fact, the fireworks production line has just been perfected and matured. But welcoming the first major festival, Kalong believes that it is not too much to make it more grand. So at his suggestion, each city, each village, and each family will be allocated at least one single tube firework. And those merchants who do not have the concept of celebrating the new year, I believe that after experiencing an unforgettable night, they will also be very interested in this cheap product that can bring a moment of brilliance. At that time, the Dragon Group's territory will not need to make too much publicity for this product, and it will naturally have many customers, and then usher in its own wealth growth. Not only the fireworks factory, but even the political affairs departments and basic management departments in the territory are also busy and arguing. Oh, damn it, there is a kobold here, a kobold from Daigzhu village, who gave birth to 6 cubs this year. God, you know that those human residents only gave birth to 4 at most, lucky quadruplets. The grassroots official wearing a sky-high dragonhorn hat rubbed his forehead in distress. This kind of sky-high dragonhorn hat is a particularly popular hat in the territory. Various kinds of dragonhorn hats were initially popular among children who liked to insert 2 branches on their foreheads. Some insightful merchants also launched this hat accessory, which was popular in the giant dragon territory for a while, and that insightful merchant also made a lot of money. What is that? I have a report here, a goblin from Suanmei village, who actually gave birth to 8 little guys in the past year, which is simply outrageous to the human kingdom. Another official wearing a soft horn hat said to his colleague, it seems that the title of hero mother should belong to this lucky goblin. In my opinion, these useless races still need to be encouraged to reproduce. Isn't that going to be that in a few years, the territory will be full of these green guys running around? SHHH, another human official who was not wearing a hat, sitting in the corner, motioned his colleague to keep his voice down. He said, these things are naturally worried about by the superiors, we only need to execute the orders, and now the superiors want us to be fair, to be balanced. You say this is not popular. Okay, the official wearing a soft horn hat shrugged indifferently. He said, since we want to be fair, then we simply choose one from each race to award the title of Hero Mother. Wouldn't that be good? Hey, you guy, that's a really good idea. The fourth official sitting at the big table at the door smiled and said, then next is the candidate for the hard-working model. Let's still follow this way. By the time these candidates were finally decided, most of the day had passed. Finally, the official wearing the sky-high dragon horn hat said, then in addition to the badges awarded by the superiors, there must also be substantial rewards. What should we reward these lucky ones? An ox for plowing, or a horse for carrying things? Forget it, my family only has one ox now, let's simply reward them with a chicken or a duck. The cleverness of the soft horn hat official was quietly replaced by the surging stinginess. The official with the sky-high dragon horn hat disagreed. He believed that the territory should be generous in this kind of matter, so the two officials quarreled. The official sitting in the corner showed a smug look on his face and said, or we can report to the superiors that the reward given is an ox or a horse, but we secretly give the reward is a chicken or a duck. In this way, we can also get some benefits. The official in the corner showed a smile in his eyes. He looked at his colleagues smugly, thinking that his idea was great. But the noisy atmosphere in the entire room suddenly became quiet. The other three officials closed their mouths and stopped speaking, just looking at this self-righteous official with strange eyes. And in the small garden outside, from the open window, you can see a black talking crow standing on a fruit tree planted in the small garden. This extremely clever talking crow is one of the smartest among the birds. Not only can they understand some not too complicated human words after training, but they can also repeat what they hear in an orderly manner. And this crow has now quietly flapped its wings and flew to its destination. That is a white building far away, as high as 3 floors, and a big sign hangs on the door edge of the 3-story building, Political Department. Cuckoo, cuckoo. The crow flew to the 3rd floor, tapping on the closed window with its wings, and making a cuckoo sound in its throat. The window was opened, and a young elf druid poked his head out of the room, reached out and grabbed the crow. The young elf druid put the jerky in his hand to the crow's mouth and said with a smile, "Oh, look at my smart little baby, what good news have you brought me back?" Chapter 147. Once the nests of young dragons, Dragon Nest Canyon, has now been developed extremely vast. Because the entire mountain range is slowly growing, this canyon is also constantly approaching each other, just like the mountain range is gradually healing the wounds on its body. So Karen used the newly learned space magic to arrange a magic circle in the canyon, stabilizing this canyon that always wants to reunite. By the way, he expanded his laboratory even more to facilitate the storage of some sample materials. At this moment, there are only 2 kobold soldiers symbolically guarding this important place at the entrance outside Dragon Group Canyon, because almost no one dares to actively approach. On the left side of the canyon is the treasure house of the giant dragon. That violent young red dragon, Kairos, is hostile to every creature that tries to enter the canyon, especially after the alchemical modified madman Tiki extracted nearly a water tank of blood. Of course, maybe it's not just because his blood was drawn, but no one knows. If it weren't for the noise of this young red dragon Kairos disturbing Karen's research and being beaten severely, the entire mountain peak might have heard the red dragon's angry roar. On the right side of the canyon is a connected group of ordinary flat buildings. This is the laboratory built by Karen, which has been completed. Like its ordinary appearance, the laboratory is also extremely simple and plain, but it is deep and vast. The rooms hanging with various signs add up to nearly 100, and there are obvious traces of space development magic. This is because Karen's newly learned space magic is not yet proficient enough, so it is inevitable to leave his spell-casting traces. Inside a room with a Bloodline Research Lab sign, a beautiful and handsome elf is standing in front of a strange magical instrument, carefully observing. He watched the boiling blood in the magic vessel undergo some kind of reaction, muttering to himself, while countless streams of analytical recording information flowed in his eyes. This room is about 200 square meters. Around this elf, who always seems to be shrouded in a layer of divine light, are rows of neat cabinets and shelves. These neat cabinets and shelves are divided into 3 layers, and each layer is filled with bottles of blood of various colors. Some are simply placed, some are sealed with solidified ice, and some are immersed in alchemical potions with strange tastes with the entire test tube bottle. From the labels on these test tube bottles, it can be seen that the bottom layer of shelves are filled with the blood of some relatively special ordinary beasts. as well as the blood of all the ferocious beasts that can be found in the dragon group's territory, as well as the blood of intelligent races. For example, the more intelligent mimic raven, the ferocious mage, the ferocious behemoth, etc. Even the monster races such as ogres, goblins, and kobolds are also in this list. Although there are many types of these bloods, the amount of each is relatively small. Obviously, the owner of the laboratory did not hunt these creatures in large numbers. Instead, he chose sustainable development, allowing these creatures to voluntarily offer their blood. The second layer of shelves contains the blood of magical beasts that have entered the extraordinary stage, or the blood of those who are born extraordinary, or the races with powerful bloodlines that have been passed down from ancient times, or the mutant bloodlines of ordinary races. Rows of marks are written in dragon language, including Fafnir's blood, marked as giant monster Fafnir's blood, ancient three-headed siren. There is also hyena yugu. In the hyena race without the ability to return to their ancestors, this hyena's strength is obviously far superior to other hyenas, so he voluntarily offered his blood for research. There is also Centaur Chiron. This dragon-born centaur is already vaguely the most powerful of Charon's vassal warriors. It is mainly to study the authentic ancient centaur hero blood he possesses, although it is affected by the radiation of Charon's aura field, the foundation has not changed. There are also many extraordinary magical beasts that were once captured in Greenfield Forest, such as the unicorn lizard, which were also recollected by Charon. The blood of the batwing wyvern leader Swift Shadow is also on this list. Even the blood of 2 Titan Python was extracted and placed here for research. The third layer belongs to some extremely special bloodlines. The number of bloodlines on this layer is small. Only bloodlines of the same level as giant dragons will be placed on this layer, or extremely special bloodlines. The blood of every giant dragon in the dragon group can be seen here, and there is a lot of stock, with the unit of measurement being kilograms. These bloods were also voluntarily offered by the giant dragons in the dragon group for Charon's research. There are also bottles marked with various demon and devil types filled with strange blood, such as imp, four-armed snake demon, and imp, etc. Among them, the storage of imp and fire demon blood is the largest. The imp, a low-level demon, although weak, Charon is extremely interested in the ability this demon gains due to the laws rooted in its body. This low-level demon can devour all creatures within its digestive capacity and evolve with devouring. Of course, many demons also have this ability. Most importantly, after the imp devours its opponent, it can gain one of the devoured's abilities, voice, head, etc. Its vitality is also extremely tenacious, making it Charon's favorite research object. The fire demon, a race with extremely distinct upper and lower limits of strength, also has a large part that likes to live in groups, and is even more compatible with the red dragon. Fire demons usually live in the inner walls of volcanoes, digging holes to live in. The gushing lava and sulfur-rich minerals are one of the fire demon's energy and food. This demon can also use the flames, lava, and sulfur-containing minerals erupted from volcanoes as its nutritional supplements, transforming the hot energy into its own power and evolutionary opportunity. Moreover, to a certain extent, it is like a giant dragon, forming a close connection with the surrounding environment. So Charon also likes to collect the bloodlines of fire demons completely, even though there are already many in the laboratory. But the magic circle engraved on the ground is still running. Under the charging of the magic crystal, it autonomously initiates the summoning information. A pure soul crystal is placed next to this complex summoning magic circle. This is bait to attract those demons who love this pure soul energy. This was still purchased by Charon from the mages, because all his stocks had already been used to refine the dragon sanctuary, this magical alchemy creation. Under Charon's feet, 2 still chubby snake cubs showed a weak appearance. Lazily wandering around Charon's feet, the snake cubs, who had been drawn a lot of snake blood, greedily stared at the blood containing countless magical energy. Although the 2 snake cubs have grown a lot in size during this period, they still maintain the size of just being born. This is also one of the abilities of these 2 Titan Python cubs. Perhaps it is because they discovered that only by maintaining this appearance will Charon's love and tolerance increase a lot. Moreover, because they have inherited some of Charon's mind power, if Charon does not use his eye of truth, it is difficult to see through the true body of these 2 snake cubs with just the naked eye of a giant dragon. Slurp. Hanink, who is much more obedient than his older brother Greyneck, quietly retracted his greedy saliva with his snake letter. He looked at the motionless summoning magic circle and said to Charon in a soft voice, "Daddy, is this magic circle out of order? Why hasn't there been any movement for a long time?" Daddy, what is being summoned this time? The other snake cub, the greedy greyneck, stretched out his pink letter. He raised his round head, and his dark, round pupils were full of desire. Can I eat it? The four-armed snake demon that was summoned last time tasted very good. Karen buried himself in his observation, too lazy to pay attention to these two little guys. As soon as he opened his mouth, these two noisy little guys would definitely ask endless questions. While observing the blood reaction in the magic vessel, Karen distracted himself by browsing a book placed on the table, the revised edition of Igwierfo's Book of Demons borrowed from the white-haired old mage Lappers. Daddy, there's movement. The soft-spoken snake cub Hanink suddenly shouted in surprise, and a bright saliva couldn't help but slip from the corner of his mouth. Karen stopped his experiment, turned around, looked at the summoning magic circle blooming with light, and smiled. In the abyss of infinite distance, I don't know which layer of abyss it is. After all, fire demons are generally distributed in various layers of the abyss. In an area of this layer of abyss, this is a hot volcanic area. Countless fumigating magma sulfur aura rose from the magma lakes all over the volcanic area, and the too thick aura actually reduced the visibility of the entire volcanic area by 2 levels. Many fire demons live in this volcanic area, and their strengths vary. Some are strong and some are relatively weak, but they usually do not exceed the saint level, although demons are not divided by human levels. Fire demons who have evolved to a higher level will choose to leave this area and go to a wider world. For example, some powerful Balar fire demons will choose to challenge the local demon Little Lord and become the new demon lord. The successful Balar fire demon will choose to return to the place where he grew up and take the group he came from as his subordinates and warriors. At this moment, many fire demons covered in blazing flames and exuding high temperatures are hesitating in front of a special summoning space node. These eyes are as hot as magma, revealing a strong wildness and power, and the fire demons with strong bodies and magic patterns like flowing magma on their bodies are now hesitant, no longer like the previous situation where they rushed to respond to the summons from the main plane. The aura on the opposite side is indeed from a main plane, and the coordinate aura is a bit different from the last time. A tall fire demon with tangled ram horns poked his head and carefully probed the summoning node, without rushing to respond to the summoning. Aero said the same last time, but he never came back. Also, those fire demons who disappeared in the abyss all responded to the summons from the main plane during this period. A short, muffled fire demon said in a muffled voice. The demon language naturally sounds with a natural sense of evil, but the content does not match this temperament. But, there must be good things on the other side this time. I smelled a particularly pure soul, which makes me intoxicated. It must not be the evil mages from the previous few times. Another fire demon with thick, curved horns like bull horns squeezed up, with a greedy look on his face. He could no longer restrain his inner greed and took the initiative to respond to the summons from other worlds. The figure of this fire demon disappeared from this world in an instant. Ha ha ha, I am so smart. It seems that the benefits this time belong to me. The next moment, this fire demon poked his head out of the magic summoning array. The pure soul crystal next to him had unparalleled temptation, attracting all the fire demon's attention to the soul crystal. He didn't notice the few greedy eyes next to him looking at him, like a cat seeing a mouse, his eyes shining brightly. Huo, it really is a wealthy mage. Tell me, what are your requirements? What do you want to get? I, the great fire demon, will definitely. The fire demon turned his head and saw Karen with a happy look and 2 greedy snake cubs. The faint aura of many demons of the same kind and different races around him instantly woke up this fire demon who was tempted by interests. Especially on the few tables next to him, there were also a few corpses of demons and little devils. It seemed that he had been dissected and studied by that evil elf mage, and the blood in his body had also been drawn out. The aura from the abyss and hell had faded a lot. You are the evil mage who has done many evils. The fire demon's magic patterns, which seemed to flow like magma, lit up in an instant. His terrified voice did not seem to be the voice of an evil demon. The fire demon turned around instantly and drilled into the passage he came from. He wanted to return to his hometown along with the essential connection with the abyss. However, countless complex magic patterns runes lit up on the walls and lamps of the laboratory. The space imprisonment magic circle bloomed with magical aura, cutting off the summoning channel and isolating the essential connection between the fire demon from the abyss. The fire demon crashed into the thick floor. Hehe, don't rush to leave, I only have a small request, cooperate with my experiment, fire demon. After all, Kalen never drew blood from himself when researching red dragon blood. The accumulated stock of blood he drew from Kdelius, this young red dragon, was calculated in units of hundreds of pounds. Chapter 148. Even a person with a pure heart, one who does not forget to pray at night, is bound to transform into a wolf on a full moon night when wolfsbane blooms. Saha, the dragon-blooded werewolf and chief centurion of the Imperial Guard, strolled through the increasingly quiet Golden City at dusk. He looked up at the round moon gradually rising in the sky, enjoying the peaceful and regular life he now had. This was his time for rest and relaxation. In fact, the 350 Imperial Guard warriors were divided into teams of 10, with several teams always on rotation. Therefore, these Imperial Guard warriors actually had more vacation time than one might imagine. It's another full moon night. I wonder where my tribe has migrated to, Werewolf Saha muttered to himself. After settling down in the dragon territory, he had used ravens to send letters to his original werewolf tribe, which had lost contact due to the war with the Cathay Empire. Saha, as the war leader of the tribe, suggested to the werewolf tribe's elders that the entire tribe should migrate to the dragon's territory. He had received a letter from the tribe's elders, informing him that the tribe had agreed to his suggestion and was in the process of organizing the migration. However, even now, he had not yet seen his tribe's werewolves appear in this land. Recently, however, Werewolf Saha's keen sense of smell had detected many scents of his own kind in the air. It was the scent of werewolves. Even if these werewolves could transform into human form, they could not hide it from the noses of their own kind. In fact, the dragon-blooded werewolf Saha could also transform into human form. However, just like how humans are always full of different opinions and factions, the 12 werewolf clans are also divided into different factions, making them extremely complex. Werewolf Saha belonged to the natural faction, which revered their natural, original form. He did not like transforming into human form. Of course, there were also some special werewolves who had been transformed from humans or humanoid creatures due to some kind of curse. These werewolves did not have the ability to freely transform into humans. Moreover, these special werewolves had difficulty controlling the feral power originating from the cursed werewolves. Every full moon night, they would lose control, becoming particularly manic and causing carnage. This group of werewolves was also the most likely to be rejected and hunted by humans and other races' civilizations. It was now difficult to find these special werewolves in the settlements of various races. There were also some werewolves who were born as wolves and did not have sufficient control over their own feral power, also losing control and transforming into werewolves on the night of the full moon, unleashing carnage. However, these werewolves were in a better situation, as the werewolf tribes they came from always protected these novice werewolves very well. Following the guidance of the scent of his own kind, the dragon-blooded werewolf Saha went through streets and alleys, finally discovering traces marked by other members of his kind in a dark corner. There were badges representing the werewolf clans. In this corner, there were already 9 different badges engraved upon it. These clan badges were spreading an invisible summoning message, summoning the dragon-blooded werewolf Saha to them. The 9 badges belonged to the 9 major werewolf clans, including the Fenrir clan, werewolves who were skilled at surviving in harsh environments. Savage and fond of killing, they believed in fatalism and were the werewolf tribe that liked to use force and military means the most. The Fianna clan. The werewolves of this clan had extraordinary passion and artistic insight, and even produced some bards, as well as some extremely powerful werewolf warriors. The Shadow Walker clan. This clan liked to transform into humans and hide in the settlements of various races, like wolves hiding in a flock of sheep. This clan also liked human cities and culture, leading other werewolf clans to always have difficulty having sincere trust in the Shadow Walker clan. There was also the Shadow Heart clan. This clan was quite similar to the Shadow Walker clan, and they all liked to hide in human civilizations. The difference was that the Shadow Heart clan extended its power more into political circles, advocating the power of social politics, and also liked to use diplomatic means and unscrupulous conspiracies to achieve its goals. In addition, there was the Blood Claw clan, which advocated revenge, and the White Saint Bone tribe, which advocated using the bones of enemies as a symbol of their strength growth. And the Uctina clan, which liked to study souls and magic. This clan produced rare werewolf mages and werewolf warlocks, not like other clans who were keen on werewolf warriors. As well as the Stargazer clan, which liked to roam and travel around the world, wandering at will, advocating an unstable and free life. There was also the Silver Fang clan. This clan was the most widely distributed clan in the werewolf tribe and was once the unquestionable ruler of the werewolf race. Many great werewolf powerhouses in history came from this clan. The tribe that Werewolf Saha came from belonged to one of the large branches of this clan. Only the remaining 3 werewolf clans had not arrived, namely the Wendigo clan, which only liked to live in remote areas, rarely contacted other races, and had its own living circle. There was also the Kia clan, which liked to use gentle means, often appearing as mediators and negotiators. The tribe tended to heal and end the blood feuds and hatred between werewolves and other races. This clan was also the clan that had goodwill towards other intelligent races. And a special clan, the Fury clan. This clan was almost entirely composed of female werewolves. The male werewolves born in the clan were sent to other clans by them, and only female werewolf cubs would grow up in this clan. Related to this is that the affairs of other werewolf clans are not given too much attention by this clan, except when the mother wolves who use anger as their power want to find their partners and give birth to offspring. Of course, in addition to the 12 main clans, there were many werewolf clans that had separated from these 12 clans, such as the Fang Wolf clan, which had once become brave warriors of the Doma Kingdom in the eastern continent, serving the Doma King. However, the remaining small clans were largely inseparable from the 12 werewolf clans, so the dragon-blooded werewolf Saha's leisurely expression became slightly solemn. Because generally, werewolves only need to leave a special mark to summon their companions, but leaving a badge representing the werewolf clan, and with so many clans gathered in this place, it means that the werewolf clan meeting will be held in some uninhabited place in the Golden Land. This means that among those werewolf clans that left clan badge markings, each clan would send at least one werewolf elder or leader, as well as a considerable number of werewolf warriors as guards. Because the werewolf clan alliance never has a fixed time to convene, but every time a clan alliance is convened, it determines the fate of the entire werewolf race. The dragon-blooded werewolf Saha vaguely felt that perhaps his tribe's failure to arrive on time was due to some resistance from other clans. No matter what these guys' purposes are, although my tribe failed in the war, I haven't become weaker. The dragon-blooded werewolf Saha's tail with a silver-white mane faintly had a layer of fire-colored halo. He gently tapped his werewolf claws on the faceplate helmet hanging on his waist, making a thumping sound. And what was blocked by the faceplate helmet was the centurion's waist, which was hung on the dragon-blooded werewolf's waist. This token representing power and strength was forged from the divine iron excavated from the red dragon's lair, and also represented the status that Kalen's ruling power bestowed upon this werewolf. I hope these guys haven't done anything to make me angry. The dragon-blooded werewolf's mouth, which was longer than a human's, opened, the military talisman in his hand slightly lit up, and he smiled, revealing his silver-white, thick and long canine teeth. The dragon-blooded werewolf put away his claw stick to the waist brand again and pressed them on the werewolf clan's badge. The simple information contained in this clan badge would guide the nearby werewolf clans. Oh, it's not too far from here, only about 100 units of length, approximately 0.5 kilometers. The dragon-blooded werewolf retracted his claws and followed the guidance of the aura from the clan badge, heading towards the distance. In fact, the wings on the dragon-blooded werewolf Saha's back were not decorations, but this guy rarely used his wings. One reason was that few enemies could force this werewolf to use his wings now. Secondly, this werewolf had some respect for the dragons, and werewolves did not like the feeling of flying in the sky. The werewolf's own excellent jumping ability was enough to catch some low-flying enemies. Werewolf Saha still chose to walk this time, and did not take off his Imperial Guard heavy armor and transform into a wild giant wolf. And the great sword, which would be considered heavy even for some powerful warriors, was carried in one hand by this guy, striding through the forest path, deep into the forest, following the scent of his own kind. The scent of the werewolf's own kind was getting stronger and stronger, and there were more and more of them. Obviously, the clans had arrived one after another, and at least one werewolf from each clan had arrived. The dragon-blooded werewolf continued to walk until his senses clearly conveyed the strong scent of his own kind in front of him. It was a river valley area surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, which was a fairly excellent temporary habitat for these werewolves. The dragon-blooded werewolf stopped his steps, put on the vertical horned helmet on his waist, his 2 dragon horns revealed from the top of the helmet, and then put down his faceplate, striding in. The 2 werewolf warriors guarding the entrance to the river valley sensed that the creature under this heavy armor belonged to their own kind and did not stop him, but stared with their green fluorescent eyes in the dark at the 2 wings on werewolf Saha's back that were still wide even when folded, and the dragon horns on his head. Werewolf Saha didn't care about the strange gazes of these 2 werewolves. Although he could be called another race, his werewolf blood had not changed, only some things had been added. This was the biggest difference between the dragon descendants mutated by Kalen's field and those who achieved dragon descendants with true dragon blood. No tents or anything like that had been set up in the river valley. Although these werewolf clans also belonged to civilized races to some extent, sleeping in the open air was also one of their habits, just gathering under the protruding cliffs that could shelter from the rain. About 30 werewolves were gathered under the river valley cliffs, some in werewolf form and some in human form, all with a strong werewolf blood aura. A pile of fires were lit around them, roasting their dinner. Wild boars and deer were roasted until they were shiny, and the entire river valley was filled with a scorched meat smell. More than a dozen werewolf warriors were patrolling and guarding around the river valley, but they were all lazy. In such a wilderness forest, few creatures could threaten these powerful werewolf warriors, let alone those werewolf elders and tribal leaders who could perfectly control their own wild power. However, these outstanding clan elders and leaders did not have the relatively weak senses of the two werewolf warriors guarding the river valley, but clearly sensed how terrifying the aura of this unusually tall heavy-armored warrior was. The werewolves gathered around the fire suddenly became vigilant, their green eyes shining with a captivating light. They stood up, slightly arching their backs with solid muscles, and their arched feet also slightly bent, with their claws retracted under their chest and abdomen. This was a sign of the werewolf clan about to launch an attack. Some other werewolves who maintained their human form also revived their wild power, their bodies swelled, and strong muscles tore the linen clothes on these werewolves, and coarse hair of brown, black, and silver drilled out of every part of their bodies. Their limbs deformed into the claws of beasts, their mouths protruded forward, their sharp teeth lengthened, and their ears became pointed and covered with soft fluff. When the last furry and powerful tail drilled out from the tail vertebrae, the former humans had turned into terrifying giant wolves walking upright. Each giant wolf was more than 2 meters tall, and some werewolf elders and leaders even reached a height of 3 meters after transforming into giant wolves. These werewolves emitted a low growl of demonstration at the heavy-armored warrior, jumping around, surrounding Saha, who was wrapped in heavy armor. "Who are you, stranger warrior, fully armed dragon descendant? You have the aura of a werewolf on you." The werewolf elder of the Blood Claw clan had a pair of black claws that vaguely emerged a red halo like fresh blood. This was a feature of the Blood Claw clan activating its power. Although the other party looked very powerful in heavy armor and holding a great sword. But after transforming into werewolves, these leaders, elders, and warriors all had keen speed and great strength, and the fur on their bodies was equivalent to a leather armor, possessing the capital to fight against this heavy-armored warrior. What's more, there were enough werewolves. Even natural wild wolves without wisdom would use wolf pack tactics when hunting, let alone these werewolves who could control their own wild power. However, even if these werewolves were tall enough, they still looked a little thin and a head shorter in front of the dragon-blooded werewolf in heavy armor. The tall dragon-blooded werewolf Saha silently watched the silver-haired werewolf, who was the werewolf elder of the Silver Fang clan. "My tribe, was it you who blocked them, Gerhard?" Werewolf Saha lifted his faceplate, revealing his slightly changed face. His aura had changed and was no longer familiar to the other party. Saha, the werewolf elder named Gerhard, also had long silver mane, which had a faint silver glow at night. He called out, "You have actually become a dragon descendant. You are no longer a werewolf and can no longer serve as the alpha leader. So this time, so many of you came here to hold a clan meeting just to annex my tribe and take over my power." Werewolf Saha's face was as calm and indifferent as a red dragon's usual face, making it impossible to see any thoughts. "No, we came here because you have achieved a certain position in the dragon territory. We need you to cooperate with us to disguise some of the power of our 9 clans as your tribe, and then obtain a territory belonging to werewolves within the dragon territory," said the alpha werewolf of the Shadow Wolfheart clan, the war leader. He fervently incited the surrounding werewolves. "These dragons are all foolish and arrogant fellows. We werewolves only need to pretend to submit temporarily, and we can slowly hollow out the dragon's territory," he continued. "And finally seize power and turn this place into a paradise for werewolves to live in. You guys are really daydreaming," the werewolf Saha finally revealed a sneer. "The Dragon King are not those giant dragons. Their wisdom and power are beyond your imagination. It seems you have been a dragon's dog for too long, forgetting that you were once an alpha." Saha, the leader of the Shadow Wolfheart clan, also sneered. "But being a dragon's dog is not as pleasant as controlling power yourself. Although you can no longer be the alpha werewolf of the Silver Fang clan tribe, as long as you help us, we will share power with you in the future." Besides, we werewolves of the 12 clans should help each other, Saha. We are all your kin, your brothers. Saha couldn't help but laugh. He said, when I was imprisoned in the Colosseum of the Cathay Empire and suffered humiliation, why didn't I see you say these words to me? As for the power you want to share with me, the werewolf Saha smiled strangely. He put his mask back on, and his deep voice carried a hint of malice. Then let you see the power and strength bestowed upon me by my king. Before the werewolf Saha's voice fell, figures suddenly appeared on the dwarf mountains and cliffs around the river valley. They were all Imperial Guard warriors clad in heavy armor and wielding heavy blades, each Imperial Guard warrior taller than the werewolves present. These heavily armored Imperial Guards coldly overlooked the group of werewolves who had already begun to panic. They actually jumped off the cliff madly. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the Imperial Guard warriors bent their knees, supported themselves with one hand, and deeply inserted the broadsword in the other hand into the ground, but the pairs of bright eyes behind the masks, like hunters staring at their prey, bloomed with a stronger light than the other clan werewolves. Chapter 149. Huff, gulp. The vast, boundless grassland has wild grass hanging low, the wind blowing through the leaves like waves, spreading out like green ripples across the prairie. Dozens of hunters ride their divine horses, galloping across the grassland, scattering countless wild buffaloes, wild sheep, and horse herds along the way. The beast herds near the Dragon Clan's core territory are not the targets of these hunters. They ride divine steeds, taller than the wild horses of the grassland, and rush towards the distance. On their way, these hunters also passed through Anna's land, around the large tree where the leopard Anna once lived, which has been named Anna's land by the Dragon Clan's hunters. Because under this large tree, there is a simple tombstone with Anna's name written on it. And in this area, no hunter is allowed to hunt beasts. Only the leopard family that lives under that large tree is the king of this small area, dominating the rise and fall of this area. Once, a large lion pride, a powerful lion pride with 5 adult lions, took a fancy to this fertile territory and wanted to compete with the leopard for the rule of this territory. The lion pride succeeded. They drove the leopard away and killed the most powerful male leopard in the leopard family. But they also failed. They only occupied this land for a short day before being driven away by the dragon that descended from the sky. However, the dragon did not kill these lions. Although the dragon favored the leopard, the current dragon is more like a god ruling over all living beings in the territory, hoping that everything in the territory will develop according to the rules. Returning this territory to the leopard family is the dragon's last bit of favoritism for this creature. These hunters did not pay attention to the few leopard cubs poking their heads out from the big tree, curiously looking around, but instead bypassed this area and spurred their horses forward. It wasn't until they saw the low hills on the grassland that the hunters stopped. High, slender watchtowers were built on the hills, and the kobold soldiers on rotation were lazily leaning against the watchtowers, chewing on the roots of the wild grass growing on the grassland. These are the sentry posts and communication points established by the dragon's kin throughout the grassland, based on the terrain, to control the territory. The leading hunter was an extremely strong man. He slightly reined in the horse under his crotch, turned his horse's head, and began to explain the precautions to the hunters behind him. Once we get here, it will be the free hunting area divided by the territory. Everyone can hunt any prey they see. Today, our team's goal is to hunt at least 200 catties of meat per person. I don't want to be ridiculed by Surly's group when we go back, saying that our team's hunters are all trash. Although the hunter leader hoped that his team could hunt more meat, even the specially bred horses, whose load-bearing capacity is more than twice that of ordinary good horses, also need to consider the long distance. Each of these hunters is an excellent hunter, and the longbows behind them have also been modified according to the bow styles of the Dragon Clan's warriors. And these hunters appeared here not to sell their prey themselves, but to accept the commission from the Urban Area Management Department, an organization under the Dragon Clan's territory. With everything in the territory on the right track, this kind of thing no longer needs to be done by the Dragon's kin, as the Dragon's kin all have their own tasks. The upcoming New Year's holiday is valued from top to bottom in the territory, which has led to an atmosphere of anticipation for the festival to come. Not only have various businesses brewing alcohol received a large number of orders, but even the meat supply, which is usually very abundant in the dragon's territory, is somewhat unable to keep up with the needs of the territory's residents. Of course, the most important thing is that the New Year's celebration activities must have sufficient supply of wine and meat, especially since the territory now needs to gradually supply the consumption of the Dragon Lord. And the newly opened ranch, which is tamed by the residents and the Elven druids, and the scale of the well-selected breeding herds has also expanded a lot, but it still cannot fully bear this consumption. Especially the white dragon Gamot and the bronze dragon Alina, the two dragon lords who govern the dragon territory on a daily basis. On the advice of some human scholars, they decided to give every family in the territory a strip of jerky and a bottle of cheap wine when they first welcomed this extremely important and representative festival. Although the dragon's stinginess and greed made these two dragons hesitate, they also knew how much Kaelin valued this festival and the significance of this festival to the territory. Most importantly, the scholars' statements convinced the two dragons. What the scholars said was roughly that the money spent from the dragon's treasure trove can create various benefits in circulation. Those who are hired receive commissions and also spend in the territory. Not only will the money come back, but the act of spending will also generate taxes and so on in the process of consumption. Anyway, the long speeches of the old man who called himself an economist were like succubi, making the two young dragons' eyes shine in their professional field. Then, after soliciting the opinions of other scholars and grassroots officials, this measure was finally decided. It must be said that these two young dragons are very good at absorbing other people's opinions, although to some extent they are tempted by interests. The hunter leader then explained some matters, including trying not to hunt beasts drinking water by the water, trying not to hunt pregnant mothers and cubs in the beast herd, and dividing the hunters into teams of 5 so that they could take care of each other and keep the communication and rescue fireworks they carried with them safe. Finally, I want to emphasize again, take care of the horses under your butts. They are good horses registered in the Animal Husbandry Park, and they are very precious, more precious than ourselves. These horses were borrowed from the Animal Husbandry Park by these hunters because they undertook the commission. Even in a place like the Dragon Clan's territory, not every hunter will have their own horse. Each of these horses, which have been selected and bred by the Elven druids, is a head taller than ordinary horse breeds. Now many discerning merchants want to trade with the Dragon Clan's territory and want to apply to do the horse trading business, selling the Dragon Clan's precious horses to other regions. And the Dragon Clan's territory has also begun to select its business partners. The dragon does not care that these excellent horse breeds can bring powerful cavalry seeds to others. Because the horses in the dragon territory will always be better than the horse breeds sold. In fact, every horse in the Animal Husbandry Park is registered and has its own name. And because of the Elven druids, the selection, breeding, and development speed of these horses is extremely fast, and the price is not as expensive as the hunter leader thought. However, the hunter leader did not know this. He just led his team, riding the big horse named Green Ear under his crotch, and galloped towards the hunting ground he had chosen. Although the grassland is rich in species and the prey is plump, compared to the vast grassland, the distribution of these numerous animals and beasts still seems sparse. The hunter leader Reggie led his hunting team all the way to find his suitable prey. They did not want to provoke beasts that were too fierce. Like the white-horned wild cattle that Kaelin often likes to eat, although this beast is huge, and one white-horned wild cattle, after removing the bones, can satisfy the goals of several hunters, it is not as docile as ordinary herbivores. This big guy has a particularly fierce personality and dares to charge against the fierce species on the grassland, although the result is often actively sending himself into the belly of the fierce species. There are also some extremely fast animals, such as the giant antelope, which are also excluded. This creature is extremely alert, and chasing this creature is just a waste of time and arrows. The hunter leader led his hunting team all the way to search, encountering countless beasts and animals. The white-naped cranes, golden eagles, herons, and great swans flying in the sky made these hunters stop and watch. These beautiful and mighty birds are particularly popular in the territory and are also pets that the residents of the territory especially like to keep. If they are sold to those merchants, the price is even more expensive. There are also Pallas's cats, desert cats, and blood pheasants that occasionally dart out of the grass. The skins of these creatures can also be sold for a good price. Several hunters couldn't help but take action and harvested several small beasts. Don't mind these little things. There are white-lipped deer and argali ahead. These two are exactly our suitable targets. The hunter leader Reggie had not taken action, but was only searching for his target. At this time, he finally found his target from the wide variety of beasts. Accelerate, surround, and attack from both sides, and then force them together. The hunter leader Reggie issued a slogan, calling the hunters to spread out to both sides. Drink, ha! The other hunters shouted slogans, patted their horses, and began to drive the argali herd, and the bows and arrows in their hands were also shot towards the nearest argali. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Of the several arrows, only one arrow hit the eye socket of a slow-reacting Argali, shooting the Argali down. The other Argali had already run wildly, and were approached and surrounded by the hunters on both sides. They could only run to the valley not far away. Good, let this group of Argali escape into the valley. It seems that today's goal can be completed soon. The hunter captain Reggie was overjoyed, urging his horse to chase wildly behind, following the Argali herd into the valley. But when he entered the canyon and hadn't run tens of meters, he suddenly tightly reined his horse in his hand, because he saw that the Argali herd was actually standing still not far away, just, bleating, in a panic, neither daring to rush towards the hunters nor daring to take another step forward. The other hunters also stopped a few steps away, looking at the area where the Argali herd was standing with serious expressions. That was a thick fog, with heavy moisture. The entire valley terrain is recessed downwards, like a pit, so the heavy fog also occasionally transmits the sound of giant objects stirring the water. What made these hunters even more vigilant was that under the heavy fog, the vaguely exposed layers of white bones, decayed, damp, and tattered bones, raised the entire terrain by a layer. What to do, Reggie? A hunter turned his head and asked the hunter leader. The safest course of action is of course to leave this ghostly place directly, but Reggie knows the purpose of the other party's question. These hunters are reluctant to part with the prey that is close at hand and has no resistance. As long as this Argali herd is hunted, not only can today's quota be completed, but there will be a surplus for tomorrow's quota. Interests are tempting. And in the keen perception of these hunters, as long as they don't actively step into the fog, they will not be attacked, so the hunters are hesitant. The hunter leader Reggie was silent for a long time. Of course, he knew that greed is a big taboo for hunters, but when he thought of his wife who was eagerly waiting for him at home and his 2 children, as well as his son who was growing up and studying in the Dragon Academy. Hey, be careful, try not to get close to those fogs, and be quick, Reggie sighed in his heart and gave the order, gritting his teeth. The hunters got the answer from the backbone, and immediately acted. Those Argali were shot by the hunters' arrows and wailing, and fell to the ground, and wisps of blood penetrated the ground, staining the foggy area. The hunters were busy killing, completely unaware that the sound of giant objects stirring the water in the fog had disappeared, and the center of the fog that had been shrouded the bottom of the valley began to roll slightly, like gradually boiling bubbles. Oh, the stench of blood, the life that makes me jealous, and the taste of sweet and sincere souls, a dry and old voice came from the fog. The moment the voice came out, the thick fog rolled, and a huge white bone claw stretched out from the fog, like an eagle's claw grabbing a chick, grabbed a hunter who had no time to react, and then shrank back into the fog. The other hunters then reacted, screaming in horror, even throwing the bows and arrows in their hands on the ground, and rode on their horses to escape this ghostly place. The hunter Reggie held the longbow in his hand, jumped on the horse, and at the same time took out the firework signal stick for communication and rescue, releasing a soaring whistling firework. Swoosh, bang! The fireworks exploded in the air. Under the brilliant fireworks, several white bone claws stretched out from the fog, grabbing at the hunters who wanted to escape the valley. At the moment when the white bone claws enveloped him, the hunter leader did not have any regrets in his heart. In his mind, there were only his family and relatives. Hey, his last sigh left in the world was drowned in the thick fog. In the thick fog, a strange old hall similar to a Gothic architecture church stands in the water waves at the bottom of the valley, and occasionally a white bone tail swaying under the dark water surface, and the sharp thorns are ferocious and evil. In this building, a corrupt tattered body is lighting the ghost fire in the empty eye sockets, watching that group of struggling, wriggling soul in his claws, with a strong obsession. Oh, strange soul, possessing strange power, seems to be connected and echoing with something, the lich's numb tone revealed a trace of fluctuation. He drove out the soul's persistent shouting, such as wife, children, dragon, beautiful regret and other fragmented, and then brought his head closer to the soul, and began to explore the mystery of this abnormal soul. In fact, the reason why liches and most necromancers are hated by everyone, and even the gods hate them, is not only because of their spells and powers, but also because these two existences like to covet the authority of the gods and play with souls. It is shouting, it is praying, but this power is too small, and the other party is obviously not a powerful existence. Now the object you are praying to cannot save you, sad soul. The lich's dilapidated jaw creaked, emitting a mocking sound. He extended his spirit and will along a certain connection of the soul, wanting to see who the object of this soul's prayer is. Thousands of mountains and rivers are but a thought away. The mysteries of the soul are elusive. In the next moment, the Lich's consciousness saw its target. It was a massive red dragon, its entire body submerged in scorching, surging magma. In the dim space, its floating body was covered in crimson, formidable scales, and its horns were terrifyingly majestic. Its wide head seemed like a creation carved by the gods, and the unparalleled lines and muscles all over its body demonstrated the red dragon's terrifying power. The next moment, the red dragon suddenly opened its eyes, as if a crimson lightning bolt illuminated the entire space. A massive aura rose from the red dragon, and it turned its head, staring directly at the Lich whose consciousness had descended. "Not good," the Lich's consciousness exclaimed in surprise, and immediately wanted to withdraw, but a supreme authority emerged from the red dragon, trapping the Lich's consciousness firmly. Even the Lich's main body was responding to the summons, yet it could not move. Before the Lich's consciousness was annihilated, it only saw a red claw covering it, and a voice traveled along the connection of this part of its consciousness to the main body. "You actually dared to spy on my mind after killing my minions, little rat. Think about your own death, this is the only request of yours that I will fulfill." The voice was arrogant and domineering. Huff, the Lich's main body, shrouded in mist, actually exhaled. He had forgotten this physiological instinct 100 years ago, but now he remembered it again. "Damn it, what kind of monster is this?" The Lich felt somewhat uncomfortable from the loss of consciousness. "A mind mage?" "No, the two are similar, but it doesn't belong to the power of a mind mage." The ghost fire in the Lich's eye sockets flickered. He was seriously considering whether to move. After all, he was still transforming into a Lich, and moving was a troublesome matter. But suddenly, a violent gust of wind came from above the valley. He raised his head and projected his spirit, transforming into an illusory figure to observe the surrounding movements. Whoosh! The collective resonance of flapping wings made the already dense, cloud-like sound of wings even more grand. In the dazzling light shooting from the distant sky, there were wyverns with 4 wings. The Lich saw wyverns carrying their knights flying in the sky. The dazzling streamers on the wyverns made their speed unimaginable. In less than a moment, they descended above him, surrounding the entire valley, and also surrounding him. An especially large wyvern also descended at the same time, its crystalline whiskers trembling slightly, emitting invisible sound waves, commanding all the wyverns. The valiant yet sexy and wild female knight riding on the wyvern placed her hand on her chest and bowed slightly, as a sign of noble etiquette. Then the female knight laughed loudly. "Under the command of the dragon, the Wyvern Legion greets you, little rat hiding in the gutter." Chapter 150. Clang, clang, clang. A werewolf warrior agilely dodged the heavy blade swung by a custodes warrior. His explosively growing wolf claws slashed several times at the heavy armor of the custodes warrior in front of him in the span of a single breath, but only managed to produce a few sparks, leaving a few shallow scratches on the heavy armor. Once these werewolves activate their own wild power, they experience a considerable increase in size, strength, defense, and agility, making them comprehensive warriors. But facing the heavily armored custodes warriors, even a powerful race like werewolves was somewhat helpless. Unable to inflict damage with their claws, the werewolf slightly bent his legs, preparing to leap backward before the custodes warrior's heavy sword could strike, wanting to disengage and find a new opportunity. "May the light of my blade illuminate your fragile life." The custodes warrior's deep voice came from under his mask. The arm covered in gauntlets suddenly bloomed with a faint light. This light flowed like water from the gauntlet into the custodes warrior's heavy sword. "May the glory of my king illuminate your pathetic body. This is the power my king has granted me, a mind-powered blade." The already agile heavy sword in the custodes warrior's hand suddenly surged in speed, becoming as swift as the wind in that instant. The mind seed awakened within him granted the heavy sword the speed to cut through the air, carrying unstoppable power that directly struck the werewolf's leaping legs. Swish, blood splattered. The heavy sword effortlessly shredded the werewolf's fur, which was comparable to leather armor, and severed the werewolf's bones, which were as tough as ironwood. The werewolf warrior's upper body was still leaping backward, but both legs had been cut off at the thighs. The intense pain caused the werewolf to howl miserably. The next second, the werewolf's upper body crashed to the ground. Faced with the fear of death, even the wild werewolf desperately clawed at the ground, trying to crawl forward to get support and protection from his companions. But every werewolf had their own opponent. Even the most powerful alpha leader of the Blood Claw clan, the werewolf who had just stepped into the Saint Realm, was confronting the custodes leader, the dragon-keen werewolf Saha, and dared not act rashly. And on the cliff, there were custodes warriors in black heavy armor propping up their heavy swords, standing straight on the edge of the cliff, coldly watching the battle in the valley, like falcons eyeing their prey. So the werewolf warrior's struggle was destined to be as futile as his attack. Pft! The custodes warrior's heavy body leaped slightly, and the heavy sword, carrying immense power, pierced through the werewolf's hardest skull, pinning the struggling werewolf to the ground. May the glory of my king grant you liberation. Pathetic soul. The custodes warrior drew out the blood-soaked heavy sword with his left hand, and opened his right gauntlet, pressing it against the emblem on the left chest of his armor. This emblem was carved with a red dragon's eye, but unlike the illusory red dragon's eye on the Dragon King's flag, it was a real red dragon's eye inlaid in the lines. If you looked closely, you could see the style belonging to the Goblin Boom Boom's creations in this red dragon's eye. This was an experimental product of Goblin Boom Boom after obtaining some knowledge bestowed by Kalen and improving his magic core. And the tiny magic crystals inlaid around this red dragon's eye magic core were the power source of this red dragon's eye. The heavy armor worn by the custodes warriors, as Goblin Boom Boom's first experiment combining magic cores and armor, was also named by Goblin Boom Boom as the magic-powered armor prototype eye. But obviously, this werewolf warrior had chosen the wrong opponent. You must know that even among the hundreds of the most loyal custodes warriors, only a handful of warriors could successfully awaken their own mind seed under Kalen's influence. As a result, the armor on this custodes warrior had not yet had time to try out new functions, so this custodes warrior offered a silent prayer to his king for his enemy, then picked up his heavy sword and looked towards the chaotic scene in the field. A werewolf leader with a height of 3 meters was extremely powerful. His agile figure and powerful strength kept a custodes squad leader, who was slightly clumsy in comparison, running in circles. The werewolf leader's claws never collided head-on with the custodes warrior's heavy sword, only using both claws to block the remaining edge of the heavy sword at the most dangerous times. Clang! The werewolf leader used both claws to resist the heavy greatsword, sinking downwards to dissipate the force of the heavy sword. His left claw suddenly grabbed the back of the sword, and his right claw swung out, leaving a deep mark on the weak joint of the custodes centurion's armor. The power attached to the wolf claws further increased the penetration and strength. Even the heavy armor began to show damage under the werewolf leader's multiple attacks. Bang! The werewolf leader suddenly fell backward, supporting his body with his strong arms, and his strong legs slammed towards the custodes warrior who was retracting his heavy sword, kicking the heavily armored warrior away. Then, the werewolf leader exerted force with his arms, and his rebounded legs moved backward, performing a handstand backflip with extreme ease, completing this series of actions in an instant. The landed leg slammed down, and he pounced again towards the custodes centurion who had been kicked away. The custodes warrior in heavy armor had not had time to get up at this time. The heavy armor provided strong defense, but also sacrificed some flexibility to a certain extent. As a transcendent species born with wild power and werewolf blood, he possessed both the strength of the flesh and the transcendent wild power, unlike many ordinary custodes warriors, who only possessed the strong body and fighting skills bestowed by natural talent. Although every custodes warrior was influenced by Kalen, the power they possessed was terrifying. Every fully armed custodes warrior was enough to fight against ordinary elite squad warriors and kill them. But after all, not all custodes have stepped into the extraordinary stage and possess their own extraordinary power. The extraordinary power possessed by some creatures may not be powerful, but it can provide magical uses. For example, the Shadow Wolf Heart clan leader in front of him can not only gain a comprehensive increase in wild power, but the energy attached to his claws is like a maggot attached to the bone, adhering to the marks cut open on the heavy armor, corroding the heavy armor's hard defense, making the area around the opening of the heavy armor more fragile. Moreover, werewolves like the Shadow Wolf Heart clan leader who can completely control their wild power can also use their blood and saliva to inject their wild power into humans and some intelligent races, planting wolf poison and turning them into new werewolves. Werewolves who cannot fully control their wild power can only rely on luck if they want to turn other races into werewolves. If they are unlucky, they will only die of serious illness due to infection with wolf poison. Damn it, I knew those green-skinned dwarves couldn't be relied on. They're useless at critical times. It's better to keep the original armor thickness, which would have stronger defense. The custodes centurion, who had been kicked over and was lying on the ground, complained in frustration. Seeing the Shadow Wolf Heart clan leader pouncing towards him, he rolled on the spot, flipping to the left. At the same time, the custodes warrior slammed his right hand on the left chest inlaid with the red dragon's eye. The magic core, which had not reacted for a long time, finally lit up, like a giant dragon opening its eyes, and a layer of spiritual light emerged, pouring into the warrior's body. The trained custodes centurion skillfully drove the power pouring into his body. His reaction became faster, his strength became stronger, he stretched out his arm, opened his gauntlet, and directly caught the wolf leader's claws that were grabbing in the next second. Ding ding ding! The light emerging from the custodes centurion's gauntlet offset the power attached to the werewolf leader's claws. The sharp claws collided with the hand claws, splashing out a few sparks, but the werewolf's claws were firmly held by the warrior's gauntlet and could not break free. Originally, the strength of each custodes warrior was already terrifying. Even the werewolf leader only surpassed the custodes warrior's strength by one level after transforming, and gained greater increases in agility and other aspects, so he could easily suppress the custodes warrior with heavy armor defense. Even the centurion, who was already quite outstanding among the custodes warriors, was slightly at a disadvantage when facing the werewolf leader. But with the power supply from the magic core, the strength of this custodes centurion was enough to compete with the werewolf leader's strength. While the werewolf leader was shocked by the sudden increase in the opponent's strength, he was unexpectedly caught by the custodes centurion, who had been planning this for a long time, and grabbed his claws, pulling the werewolf leader's entire body towards himself. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and the custodes centurion wildly smashed his head against the werewolf leader's head, a fierce headbutt that made the werewolf leader see stars and bleed from his mouth and nose. Then, the custodes centurion's knee armor topped up, and he slammed into the werewolf leader's crotch. Ah, ah, ah! The miserable wolf howl, like the wail of the dead, but it stopped abruptly. The centurion, who had seized the initiative in the battle, concentrated all his strength, and the heavy sword in his hand slapped horizontally, directly breaking the werewolf leader's leg, and then stepped heavily on the werewolf leader's heart. Oh, I misunderstood that green-skinned dwarf. I should call him Master Boom Boom. This magic-powered armor is indeed quite good. The custodes centurion lifted his mask, revealing his face, and showed a smug smile. My king's will is watching you and me, do not resist, werewolf, your soul cannot belong to my king's sanctuary, your body cannot bathe in my king's glory, you will only usher in a pathetic death, be quiet. The Silver Fang clan's elder, this powerful werewolf, watched as the werewolves around him died or were captured one by one under the heavy swords of the custodes warriors, and his eyelids twitched. Especially the magic released by the Yutner clan's werewolf elder was easily blocked by the armor on those custodes warriors. Although in close combat, the werewolf elder only released control-based low-level magic, the armor badge on the custodes warrior lit up, and a thin magic shield instantly wrapped the warrior's whole body. The magic released by the werewolf elder could only hit the magic shield and could not affect the custodes warrior's body. Clap! The custodes warrior blocked the Yutner clan's werewolf elder's claw strike, but the magic core in front of his chest suddenly short-circuited, and several small magic crystals flickered with uncertain light, and then went out at the same time. A thick white smoke overflowed from the channel connecting the magic core to the inner layer of the heavy armor, filling the custodes warrior's closed mask. Wisps of white smoke overflowed from the mask, but it also choked the custodes warrior, causing his eyes and nose to run and coughing repeatedly. This custodes warrior was immediately kicked away from behind by the Yutner clan's werewolf elder without any defense. Just as the werewolf elder wanted to pounce on him and end the custodes warrior's life, a heavy sword suddenly whistled from the valley and was heavily inserted between the werewolf elder and the unlucky custodes warrior. A tall custodes warrior jumped down from the cliff, and his excited voice came from under his closed mask, "It's finally my turn." And that unlucky custodes warrior lay on the ground, resigned to his fate, lifted his mask, and allowed the thick white smoke to pour out from inside his armor. Cough cough cough, that green-skinned dwarf is really unreliable. See, behind the werewolf Saha's tall body, the blood-red cloak fluttered, and the dragon-keen werewolf propping up his heavy sword brought terrifying pressure to the Silver Fang clan's werewolf elder at this moment. This is part of the power that my king has given me. The werewolf Saha opened his other claw upwards, holding it in the air, and he sneered, "You better pray that the will of the werewolf ancestors is blessing you, because my king's will is always with me. Next, let you try the power that my king has given me." Swish! The werewolf Saha's wings on his back suddenly unfolded, like huge bat wings, and wisps of flame-like lines grew on the huge bat wings. At this moment, these lines were flowing with a layer of flame light. These flame lights suddenly surged and lit up in the next second. The werewolf Saha had already taken off, and the heavy sword in his hand slashed towards the werewolf elder opposite him with the power of wind and thunder. The werewolf elder's face changed. Even with his strength, he did not dare to take Saha's powerful attack head-on. He quickly jumped backward. The werewolf's excellent jumping ability allowed the werewolf elder to jump far away as if flying at low altitude. But the werewolf elder's speed paled in comparison to Saha. The dragon-keen werewolf, who was flying in the air, released the heavy sword that had been slashed down from his hand. Saha's dragon horns lit up at this moment, and a stream of fiery flames spewed out from the dragon-keen werewolf's mouth, burning towards the werewolf elder who had just landed. Although the dragon-keen werewolf's flames could not be compared to Kalen's, they were enough to instantly scorch the flesh, not to mention that the werewolf's hair was lush and he hated this kind of flame attack the most. The werewolf elder had no time to escape the flames, so he could only block his claws in front of him, and the wild power swelled out from his body, intertwined on his claws, splitting the spraying flame stream. How could the dragon-keen werewolf, who had excellent combat experience, let go of this opportunity? He landed in front of the werewolf elder in an instant while spewing flames, and his long claws swelled up, effortlessly inserting into the werewolf elder's chest, gently holding the werewolf elder's still violently beating heart. Is this the power that makes you have greedy delusions? Hey! The werewolf Saha restrained the flames and mocked mercilessly, may my king's glory illuminate your weakness, naughty, you are simply vulnerable. Saha, have you also awakened the power of the ancestors? The werewolf elder looked unwilling, and his voice was bitter. The werewolf who awakens the power of the ancestors is roughly equivalent to a human stepping into the holy rank. The werewolf who awakens the power of the ancestors no longer simply enjoys the comprehensive increase brought by the werewolf blood and wild power. Their wild power can also be like the human power seed, integrating and condensing the wild power, transforming it into tangible power, which can extend outside the body and become more powerful. No, but soon, the dragonborn werewolf replied, combat isn't just a simple comparison of strength. Besides, even without awakening the power of my ancestors, I'm stronger than you. The dragonborn werewolf's confident words made the Silver Fang clan elder across from him sneer, Saha, you also come from a werewolf clan. You should know that each clan has at least several tribes, and we are only a part of them. If those old fogies in the council weren't so unwilling to give up their power and status, and hadn't only sent us here, you would never be able to defy the clan's will. So, they don't dare to face the dragons head-on, so they came up with this terrible idea. Saha mocked to his heart's content. Join us. With your help and status, we can easily fool the dragons, and then turn all the humans and intelligent races in the dragon's territory into werewolves. You'll enjoy even more power then. The werewolf elder tried his best to persuade his fellow clansmen, saying, as long as we outwardly submit to the dragons, those dragons won't care what kind of creatures their followers are. We werewolves will become the masters behind this land, and you will be the great werewolf who created the werewolf empire. The history of the werewolves will remember your deeds. Then, we werewolves who are driven by the old guys in the council will have more power than the council itself. Those cowardly and cunning old guys deserve to eat shit like dogs. Oh, that's a tempting offer, the dragonborn werewolf Saha said in a loud voice, feigning interest. The other imperial guards cast scrutinizing glances at the dragonborn werewolf, some of them stirring with unease. Although all the imperial guard warriors usually obeyed the dragonborn werewolf's leadership and greatly admired and respected him. If the dragonborn werewolf had a disagreement with the dragons, almost none of the imperial guards would choose to stand on the werewolf's side. Unfortunately, this is not the king's will, the dragonborn werewolf Saha said, changing the subject. He released his claws that were gripping the werewolf elder's heart, but his other claws directly snapped the werewolf elder's legs. Looking at the werewolf elder on the ground, the dragonborn werewolf Saha smiled and said, this is the king's will. I was just worried about voluntarily offering my blood to my king. You came just in time, Noti. You are a good werewolf. The werewolf elder Noti sat on the ground in a sorry state, his broken legs dangling uselessly. His powerful healing ability had already begun to heal the wound in his chest. He glared at the dragonborn werewolf and said coldly, Saha, we have failed. The council will continue to send people. They don't dare to cause trouble for the dragons, but they dare to cause trouble for you. Let me go, take me to see the dragon. I will tell the dragon the council's plan, and then we can join forces. Anyway, if I fail, I will be stripped of my alpha werewolf status when I return. Poof. The dragonborn werewolf couldn't help but laugh. He didn't hide his attitude at all and mocked, that's perfect. My king's laboratory needs a lot of fresh samples. As for wanting to see the dragon, you're not qualified. Take these defeated dogs away and let the kobolds who are good at torturing alien races entertain them, the dragonborn werewolf said, carrying his great sword and leisurely heading home. His current home was in the Golden City. Keep bombing, blast this little mouse out of the gutter, the valiant Bartoli female knight said, raising her head and commanding from the sky while riding a flying dragon leader. The other flying dragons were ridden by their knights and stayed far away from the range of the lich's spells in the bottom of the valley, dropping boom booms from the sky. This was the extremely unbalanced advantage of airborne mobile troops against ground targets. One boom boom after another was dropped by the flying dragon knights, falling into the valley and exploding with muffled sounds, the sound of splashing water rising and falling. Many boom booms also landed on the building where the lich was hiding, causing the magic barrier covering the building to shake slightly. A large number of boom booms thinned the thick fog slightly, but the spreading smoke filled the gaps in the fog, making it difficult to distinguish whether the fog or the smoke was filling the entire bottom of the valley. Roar! A bone dragon that was 20 meters long suddenly flew out of the fog, bearing its fangs and claws, two ghostly will-o'-the-wisps flickering in its eye sockets. It was obviously extremely irritated by the bombing. But all the bat-winged flying dragons scattered instantly. With the speed of these bat-winged flying dragons, this powerful bone dragon could only roar symbolically twice, and even the undead bone breath it spat out only produced two will-o'-the-wisps. The bone dragon helplessly watched the departing flying dragon group and wanted to drill back into the fog. But the organized flying dragon group, driven by the knights, was like a pack of hungry wolves proficient in wolf pack tactics, chasing this clumsy undead creature behind the bone dragon, and then vibrating the whiskers under their jaws at the same time under the command, emitting invisible sonic attacks, hitting the will-o'-the-wisps in the bone dragon's eyes until they flickered, like candles in the wind. Awoo! The injured bone dragon roared dejectedly and sank directly into the fog, going to rest for a short time. Then this group of flying dragon knights began to repeat the previous actions. In fact, these flying dragon knights had been bombing this valley for half a day. At first, some careless flying dragon knights were shaken down by the lich's mental spell, Soul Howl, but after being rescued by other extremely fast flying dragons, they gradually tested the range of the lich's spells. The lich, who was impatient with the bombing, rose into the air, wanting to sweep away these annoying flying dragon knights, but the lich was not a dragon. It did not suppress these bat-winged flying dragons at all, nor did it make the bat-winged flying dragons afraid to attack. Under the leadership of the flying dragon leader, the aura of the strong was not enough to scare this group of flying dragons. Therefore, Bartoli commanded all the flying dragons to launch sonic attacks against the spirit at the same time, instantly knocking down the lich who was self-sufficient in power. If the lich hadn't been good at mental and soul spells and had an instinctive defense against his own soul consciousness, this would have seriously injured the lich. The bone dragon was even being teased by the bat-winged flying dragons like a toy. As for the white bone undead awakened from the fog, they had been shattered into many pieces of broken bones by the bombing. The depressed lich could only fall into a passive situation of being beaten in this restrained situation. If the magic barrier he had set up to protect himself when he transformed into a lich wasn't strong enough, even the building he was hiding in might have been blown to pieces. One flying dragon after another crossed the valley, looking for a suitable location, and then dropped boom boom, continuing to bomb the valley, wanting to force the lich out, at least to blow up the fog magic circle. In the distance, flying dragons were flying towards here. These flying dragons were carrying baskets woven from rattan on their claws, filled with boom boom. The goblin boom boom was standing above the valley, looking at his invention blooming with glory with a monocular telescope purchased from the eastern continent. He danced with joy and muttered to himself, "It seems that we need to develop different boom boom for different enemies and combat occasions. For example, when there are many people, add some shrapnel and nails to the boom boom to make it easier to cause damage. If you are facing this kind of solid building or a place with a defensive barrier, you should increase the dosage. Well, the current boom boom is not powerful enough. Go back and make a large dosage of the big guy. Well, there is a saying about what is the equivalent in the knowledge that Baron Kalen gave me. I have to think about it carefully. The great goblin inventor will definitely make a large equivalent guy for the dragon." The several dragons next to him watched this scene with interest. Even when the bone dragon appeared, these dragons showed strong anger, but they did not take action. If the dependents can handle it, the dragons don't need to take action. This is the value of the dependent's existence. This group of dragons just came to watch the fun. Not only did the red dragon Clinea, who was inspecting the territory, come here, but even the copper dragon Alfred, who was always busy, was here watching the show. Whether it is a chromatic dragon or a metallic dragon, they are all fun dragons. The guys outside were watching the fun, and the lich inside only had depression and helplessness. If he hadn't transformed into a lich and his phylactery had been in a magic ritual, he would have slipped away long ago. Now, even if he interrupts the magic ritual, it will be difficult for him to escape. The idea of using flying spells is no longer feasible. As for driving the bone dragon to rush out, the dragons outside are not vegetarians. As long as they block a little, he will have to bear the collective attack of all the flying dragons. He is now beginning to regret why he didn't spend time digging a spare passage underground. After all, he never imagined that he would be besieged by so many enemies. The place he chose was remote enough. Even beasts would not set foot in this valley on weekdays. This can only be attributed to the evil consequences caused by his behavior. Everyone's actions need to bear the corresponding consequences. Rumble. Under persistent bombing, some fragile stone walls were also blasted apart, and rocks collapsed and fell into the water. The entire fog magic circle was also destroyed, and the fog began to dissipate, gradually revealing the valley shrouded in fog. Now the flying dragon knights bombed even more vigorously. With a clear target, these flying dragon knights, who were uniformly commanded, attacked at the same landing point. Even if the boom boom dropped from the air had errors, the collective simultaneous bombing still made the entire defensive shield shake. Damn guys, really damn, the lich felt the gradual weakening of the magic defense shield. He stood up, the will-o'-the-wisps in his eye sockets flickering. If you don't let me live, I'll try my best. I don't believe you guys can stop me. The lich, who was afraid of death, finally made up his mind to fight to the death. The dragons on the valley outside also stood up. The female bronze dragon Alina looked at the gradually sinking sun and put away her mood for watching the show. It's getting late, it's time to go back to the nest to rest. The other dragons stood up one after another, following the bronze dragon Alina and spread their wings, flying into the sky above the valley, overlooking the gradually exposed valley. Surrender, lich. Kalen said that as long as you surrender and serve the dragon territory for 600 years, carry out 600 years of labor reform, and all the income earned in the first 500 years will be used to compensate the residents you killed, and the income earned in the last 100 years will belong to the dragon group, we can forgive your sins. In front of dragons, a long-lived species, even sentencing starts with hundreds of years. Don't try to resist. Kalen will come at any time. He doesn't have a good temper with you disobedient things. The copper dragon Alfred shook his head and wagged his tail. He felt that today's events could also be adapted into a story. The dragons fought the lich for their residence, Tisk, it was really touching. I have to say that the copper dragon Alfred has begun to like his work. We also have to publicly accept the sentence in the territory to announce your crime and correct the laws of the territory. The white dragon Gamot also added. This white dragon lord is the dragon who can best understand Kalen's meaning. The valley was calm and silent for a long time before the lich's weak voice came. He said, I don't believe it, unless you give me a written guarantee. Chapter 151. Sunlight streamed down from the crystal dome of the castle, inlaid with various gems, illuminating the entire hall of Dragon Keep. The red dragon sprawled lazily, limbs outstretched, like a cat cooling off in summer, lying on the smooth floor. His broad wings spread out like curtains, dominating the entire view of the hall. The black stone throne, towering at the back of the hall, seemed less astonishing in comparison. Occasionally, the flame patterns on the red dragon's wings would flicker with sparks, reflecting his massive, robust form on the dark, shiny floor. The Dragon King's keep, built over years, was finally completed. During the day, Kalen would spend most of his time in this keep, just as mortal emperors would stay in their palaces. Kalen's fearsome and majestic head rested on the ground, enjoying a rare moment of coolness and leisure. To his left, a beautiful and voluptuous elven maid, wearing a hip-length floral dress, sat with her fleshy, long legs folded, holding a huge silver platter carved with exquisite patterns. The silver platter held various fruits, chilled slices of watermelon, cultivated specialty lychees, plump crystal grapes, fragrant oranges, and more. These fruits were being fed to the red dragon, who was enjoying his lordly life, by the slender and delicate fingers of the elven maid. Kalen didn't like fruits that needed peeling, but if he didn't have to do it himself, he liked all fruits. Several other equally beautiful but slender or uniquely charming elven maids were barefoot and kneeling on the red dragon's body, wiping his scales with fine silk cloths, and then using brushes specially made for dragons to scrub the skin between his scales. This sensation was like a massage for the dragon, making Kalen squint his eyes comfortably. Several equally beautiful human maids were constantly adding desserts to the dragon's fruit platter, or taking care of the rooms in the huge castle, including the bedrooms and studies, performing daily cleaning, wiping, and maintenance. These human maids, like the elven maids, were all beautiful and had their own unique characteristics. Some were known for their pair of clean, slender, and beautiful hands, some for their jade-like skin, and some for their delicate, pink, and beautiful feet. Some were known for the charm that swayed unintentionally as they walked, and some for their naturally alluring eyes, not the kind who deliberately posed and flirted. From this, it was clear that Kalen understood the aesthetics of dragons. The difference was that Kalen, compared to other dragons, paid more attention to discovering the beauty of different characteristics. Kalen never concealed himself, he faced his nature frankly. Besides the red dragon's love for beauty, he also had a certain collector's habit. This could be seen from some of his behaviors. He always liked to collect different types of things he took a fancy to in order to satisfy himself. However, despite having added a batch of maids, it was difficult to complete the huge task of managing the dragon keep with only 20 maids, as the castle was built too vast, with the goal of providing a place for the dragon to live and rest. Therefore, the maintenance of most parts of the castle still relied on a large number of kobolds. The daily maintenance of this castle alone required 200 kobolds to complete. These maids were mainly equivalent to the Red Dragon's personal maids, providing the Red Dragon with the luxurious life of a lord and taking care of the Red Dragon's daily life. This included ordering the halflings in the kitchen to make huge dinners according to the dragon's set recipes, and delivering snacks, fruits, hot tea, and desserts at regular times. They were also responsible for delivering messages, conveying the dragon's will and instructions to the dragon's family and various departments and institutions in the territory, and summoning the targets the dragon wanted to summon. Currently, the human maid Charlize was in charge of managing these maids and was appointed as the maid officer by Kalen. Charlize was the daughter of an earl. Due to defeat in the war, the remaining women and children of the entire family were captured and sold as slaves to the dragon territory. As they were nobles with knowledge and etiquette, these slaves were quite expensive. Coincidentally, the governor of the Golden City, the ogre giant Fafnir, knew that the dragon needed attendants, so she spent a high price to buy these slaves and sent them to the royal castle for Kalen to choose. In fact, it was a common practice for many noble lords to have noble girls who were familiar with etiquette serve as maid officers. Moreover, now that the Northland was experiencing the disintegration of the Katai Empire, those nobles who were originally in cooperative relations had begun to fight each other for their own interests and expansion desires. Especially since the High Mage Association, whose status was quite detached, had gradually shifted its focus to the dragon territory and started full cooperation with the dragon, the conflicts between the various noble lords in the North Continent had intensified. 3 earls and several barons' territories had been successively annexed, and their families had also declined as a result. Therefore, there were also many people who migrated to the dragon territory to escape the war, and the number of these people once exceeded the number of slave trades in the dragon territory, resulting in those human residents in the dragon territory also becoming one of the main races, second only to the most numerous elves. The female officer Charlize was training other maids in the back garden of the royal castle on etiquette and dress requirements, while the ogre giant Fafnir was temporarily replacing the female officer who was temporarily unfamiliar with the territory's situation, kneeling on the other side of the red dragon, sitting opposite the elven maid who was feeding the red dragon. Although the ogre giant Fafnir was still wearing the same bold and cool gauze in front of the red dragon as in the past, showing off her figure advantages, she seemed a little conservative compared to the maid uniforms that the red dragon specially customized for her maids. At this time, Fafnir was holding note paper and books, and gently telling some things that Kalen wanted to know and needed to know. The Dragon Business Group hosted by the Goblin Bling has reported the revenue of various industries last year. According to its statistics, the cultural industry roughly maintained a balance of payments last year. Fafnir twirled the note paper in her left hand and spoke in her soft voice. Her plump legs supported the red dragon's left claw, and her right hand gently tapped the red dragon's strong muscles, relaxing her master. But in other industries, the income is very rich. Among them, the salt and iron ore have the most profit, accounting for about half of the total profit, which is higher than the profit brought by the gold, gems, and various rare minerals produced in the dragon territory. Kalen nodded with his eyes slightly narrowed. In the early stage of the territory's creation, a salt and iron monopoly system was adopted. He could foresee that these 2 important basic resources would bring huge benefits to the territory after the development rights were taken back by the territory. Fafnir told the income of other various industries one by one, and finally added. The Goblin Bling heard that a major festival is coming to the territory. He has led the hired fleet with the income and is preparing to set off from Barbie Port in the central continent to congratulate you. He also applied to the territory for some powerful guards to protect your property to arrive in the territory smoothly. Yes, Kalen finally spoke. The dragon's unique voice echoed in the wide hall. A team of flying dragon knights and elite battle groups can be sent to protect them. You can arrange a suitable position for it at the celebration then. Fafnir nodded lightly, picked up the quill pen in her left hand, and quickly recorded the master's request. Also, although the Goblin Bling is loyal enough, the dragon territory cannot completely rely on one business group. It needs some motivation and a sense of crisis. Kalen's half-closed eyes flashed with a wisdom called political creature. You have to pick out a few capable guys, preferably humans, and let them reorganize the business group. There will be more and more industries in the territory, let them be responsible for other industries, and also allow them to participate in the industries originally operated by the Goblin Bling. Yes, Master, the giant ogre Fafnir gently moved her long legs that were a little sore. Even if it was just one of the red dragon's arms, it felt a little heavy to the giant ogre after being placed for a long time. How is the financial revenue and expenditure in the territory? Kalen did not take back his claws, he was too lazy to move and enjoyed the touch. Because some taxes in the early stage were not well formulated, resulting in the territory losing a part of the income, but the territory's output income and taxes are enough to support the territory's development and construction, and there is no need to withdraw wealth from the dragon treasury to support it. Fafnir introduced extremely seriously. Now the various noble lords in the North Continent that were split from the Katai Empire are actively preparing for war, and some areas are fighting inextricably, so the territory's weapon business is particularly hot. Also, thanks to the cultivation of those elven druids, the horses produced are very popular in the northern countries, and the income of the beast garden has exceeded the expenditure by nearly 15 times. If it weren't for some newly launched basic industries, such as shipyards and metallurgical plants, which must be developed, and the Ministry of Finance has allocated 100,000 gold coins, the territory would have been considered a great harvest this year. According to regulations, after deducting the welfare benefits distributed to officials at all levels in the territory at the end of the year, there is still a considerable part of the income left. I have submitted the relevant documents to Lord Gamote for review. Fafnir did not withdraw her long legs like water run jade, but instead lifted the red dragon's claws to her thighs. Well, just keep half of this part of the income and inject it into the financial department's capital reserve. Extract the other half of the income, I have a use for it. Kalen opened his mouth, swallowed a piece of honey fruit handed over by the elven maid next to him, chewed his mouth, and said vaguely. I don't know if it's because females are always more careful than careless males. Kalen found that Fafnir is extremely good at financial management and overall planning. Since Fafnir's soul has long been controlled by the Red Dragon also appointed Fafnir as the private financial officer in charge of the specific income and expenditure of the dragon treasury, not the official financial officer in the territory. And the responsibility of managing the Golden Land has also been gradually transferred by Fafnir to the hard-working model Blue Dragon Axe. This teenage dragon has been stationed in the sea area all year round, and is a blue dragon who is relatively good at managing the territory. It is time to add a burden to him. Fafnir also reported the handling of the dragon-born werewolf Saha to Kalen. Although Kalen had already received Saha's report, now that the territory has embarked on the right track, the handling of some things has become slightly more procedural and cumbersome. How about this? Let these werewolves stay in my laboratory for a few days first, and they will be very honest when they come out. In the future, let Saha manage them. Although Saha will still retain the title of Commander of the Imperial Guard, this werewolf's love of war is not suitable for staying in the Imperial Guard. Kalen pondered slightly. He said, in the future, not only will the territory have comprehensive military power on land, sea, and air, but it will also have some battle groups that can fight in special environments. Let Saha apply to the military department and let him create a Night Walker battle group. Let him lead this battle group. Those werewolves are stronger warriors at night than gnolls. They are the darlings of the night and the moon, and they will also become my dependents. Fafnir was obviously more active than before, and joy appeared on her soft face. Being able to participate in the announcement and implementation of such territorial decisions meant that her efforts had been recognized by the Red Dragon, and she had begun to be given real trust by Kalen. Fafnir's fist falling on the Red Dragon's arm muscles was much faster. She wrote down Kalen's request, and then reported the follow-up processing of the lich. Compared to the female officer Charlize, who was not familiar enough with the territory's affairs and completed the relevant affairs handover, the giant ogre at this time was more like the Red Dragon's personal maid. The Lich has signed a contract, and he will be assigned to various places in the dragon territory, leading the patched-up skeleton army to develop rivers, build canals, and build ditches and water conservancy according to the planning and requirements of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. However, he requested to expand the skeleton army to about 1,000. He said that the 300 skeleton undead stipulated by the territory are too few to bear such a heavy task. Fafnir smiled, and he also protested, saying that as a lich who exists as a great miracle, he should not be chained to the Hall of Valor as a gravekeeper during the day like a dog, and he has to continue to come out to work at night. He also said that the dragon even wants to squeeze a few tails of oil from the bones, but is unwilling to give him good treatment. Anyway, this lich is always complaining. There is no need to report such small things to me in the future. Let Gamot and the others handle it. Kalen chewed the whole peeled watermelon handed over by the elven maid. The bursting juice filled the entire oral cavity like thick blood, he said indifferently. As long as he can get actual benefits, it doesn't matter if others complain a few words. As for improving treatment, Kalen would be good enough not to burn the lich into ashes with a dragon fire. The lich can survive thanks to Kalen's black heart that should be hung on a street lamp. By the way, Master, there is another more important message, maybe you will be interested. Fafnir opened the note paper. This is a message from the intelligence personnel sent out by the Dragon Business Group following the Goblin Bling, and was specially marked with thick red ink. Say, Kalen enjoyed the service of the elven maid gently wiping the watermelon juice splashed on the corner of his mouth with a silk scarf, and said. The Crimson Mother, Dixilus, entrenched in the barren volcanic zone of the southern continent, this middle-aged red dragon who likes to pick up the dragon eggs left by other dragons, raise them into cubs, and then resell them to other races. Because she stole a silver dragon's egg, she was beaten up by the silver dragon. The Crimson Mother Dixilus injured the silver dragon, but was besieged by a dragon-slaying team and metal dragons gathered by the adult silver dragon, and fell in the depths of the barren volcanic zone, in front of her nest. Karen couldn't help but retract his claws from Fafnir's soft thigh, covering his forehead with his hand. Even knowing the nature of red dragons, Karen couldn't help but feel helpless and shocked by the bizarre actions of his kin. The chromatic dragons were already in a weak position in the world of Icania, yet this adult female red dragon dared to provoke the silver dragons who grouped together. This was a behavior that Karen, with his rationality, could never understand. But if it weren't for the chaotic and unpredictable behavior of these chromatic dragons, the chromatic dragons in the southern and central continents wouldn't have almost disappeared. The red dragons, being at the top of the chromatic dragon hierarchy, were almost extinct in these civilized worlds. Only the green dragons and black dragons, who were good at hiding, could still survive and reign in the wilderness, while the blue dragons, who valued order, had a relatively prosperous family. Oh, and I forgot about the white dragons. This unlucky dragon species, no matter where they hide, will always have dragon slayers coming to their door, but because they are far enough away from the civilized world, they have survived in greater numbers. Forget it, the only thing I'm interested in this news is the treasure that the adult red dragon, Dicries, left in her lair. What a pity. Karen turned to look out of the window in the main hall on the first floor. Layers of clouds floated with the wind. Being in the dragon fort at the top of the high mountain, Karen suddenly felt a sense of loneliness at the top. Chapter 152. You know, it must be wonderful to be a dragon, don't you think? A middle-aged man, adorned in a magnificent robe, holding ceremonial instruments, a neatly trimmed beard on his face, and a crown of pearls and jewels atop his head, gazed at the dragon knight soaring across the sky, patrolling the territory. He spoke with a sigh to his companion. Indeed, to be a dragon is to possess power and freedom. Dragons can do whatever they please, go wherever they desire. His companion, similarly dressed in priestly robes, holding a tambourine, with a circlet of small bells instead of a crown, replied. Both men continued to look up at the dragon in the sky, their human pupils occasionally shifting into vertical slits, and beneath their robes, faint mixed color scales, akin to those of Dragonkeen, were subtly visible. On their exquisite robes, both wore an identical bronze badge, a dragon's head looking down upon all creation. This was the emblem of the dragon worship cult. Do you think we'll succeed, choosing today, such an important festival within this dragon territory? The middle-aged man with the crown sighed, seeming uncertain about their upcoming actions, needing reassurance from his companion. We will certainly succeed, after all, they are evil dragons, the man with the bell circlet replied. As long as they are evil dragons, they inevitably cannot suppress the influence from their bloodline and heritage. They will reveal the true face of evil dragons to the people of this territory. They want to follow order, and we shall grant them order, but an order controlled and led by us. Yes, as long as they are trapped and controlled by the chaotic evil dragon blood, the territory's order will inevitably be affected. When that happens, the noble dragon priests can proactively pay respects to those high-ranking true dragons, offering them methods to control the evil dragon blood, and the territory's order will be restored. The middle-aged man with the crown smiled, instantly regaining his confidence. When the noble true dragons control the evil dragon blood, and our dragon worship cult controls the noble true dragons, then this future, destined to be a vast dragon kingdom, will naturally belong to us. Hehe, most importantly, we will also be granted dragon blood and become true dragon king. The companion with the bell circlet also laughed. He then hushed, saying, "They're coming. Let's begin according to the plan. We shall offer the dragons the most precious treasures, surely these noble true dragons will not refuse." The two men stood on a wooden platform built by the riverbank, a row of large cowhide drums lined up along the river. The morning mist had not yet dissipated from the riverlands, but shadowy figures of villagers were already appearing in the thin white fog. In the riverland village built on the plains, almost all the villagers began to leave their homes, heading towards the river. Elderly grandmothers and women, wearing grey-brown linen headscarves, led children holding rattles, ascending the wooden platform by the riverbank with anticipation. The strong men of the village, under the village chief's command, stood before the large drums, their heavy drumsticks hanging down. Other men, holding wooden staffs tied with bells and ribbons, also came onto the wooden platform, surrounding the riverbank. The village chief of the Riverland village, leaning on his cane, walked up to the two priest-like men, saying respectfully, "Two esteemed dragon envoys, noble worshippers of the dragon, we are ready. Our village's purest and most beautiful maiden will offer our loyalty and joy to the dragon. The pure maiden will present our village's brightest gemstone to the dragon, to pray for the dragon's blessing and to thank the dragon for its protection and generosity." The middle-aged man with the crown nodded and smiled. "The dragon will be pleased, the noble true dragon will be gratified, and will grant you the blessings you desire. Begin, village chief." The village chief nodded, his aged voice becoming invigorated as he shouted, "Begin. Let our village's purest and most beautiful maiden offer her highest respect to the dragon." "Ha!" The men standing by the large drums raised their drumsticks and shouted in unison. The women released the children's hands and lit torches, the sudden flames dispelling the thin white fog, gradually heating up the atmosphere along the riverbank. Jingle! The man with the bell circlet and the bell staff made a dancing gesture, the bells on his head jingling, and the bells on his staff also starting to ring rhythmically. Bang, bang, bang! The men began to beat the large drums, accompanying the jingling bells. A small boat drifted slowly down from the upper reaches of the river that ran through the village. A pure and beautiful maiden lay in a garland woven with flowers, like a holy angel, a devout believer, a serene saintess. She wore a flower crown inlaid with various fine gold grains, pearls, and gemstones, draped in a white robe resembling a wedding dress, her bare white feet exposed, her eyes slightly closed, her hands clasped together at her chest and abdomen, holding a crystal river pearl, in a posture of prayer. Splurt! The village chief slit the throat of a bound lamb with a knife, the blood splashing into the raging brazier. A song that could not be suppressed by the drum sounds rose from the throat of the dancing, crowned priest. His high-pitched voice seemed to carry a strange magic and resonance, drawing everyone by the riverbank into it. The rhythm of the children's rattles also echoed the strange song, and the women by the riverbank sprinkled the newly harvested wheat, rice, melons, and fruits of this year onto the small boat, singing loudly in unison. The men also struck the ground with their bell staffs, echoing the strange rhythm, their deep and resonant voices also beginning to sound loudly, all the voices singing loudly, carried by the morning breeze, drifting towards the distant places. From before. No time, no sight of earth, all things in chaos, memories veiled. Past events like smoke, fleeting in an instant, mountains and seas changing, nothingness unrecoverable. Although the two leading priests used the dragon language that none of the villagers understood, under the influence of this strange atmosphere, these villagers seemed to be able to completely use the dragon language to follow the two priests in prayer and chanting. The gradually rising prayer, under the harmony of the crowd, produced a resonance, the sound heavy, and under some mysterious power, seemed to penetrate the obstacles of space, drifting towards a designated distance. The song after the prayer amplified this characteristic, like devout believers, in a sacred church, singing to the gods who listen to the voices of their believers, floating and ethereal. Time rushes like flowing water. No one can escape from it. The maiden waiting to be married waits for her husband, like waiting for the moment of death. She is pure white all over, as if wearing a white burial garment. She is destined to die, the wedding bells echo praises. Take her away, take her away. Fly here, descend here. Forever offering you the young maiden. This is a sacrificial song, also a dragon summoning song. Not a song like the dragon song that the two priests spoke of, seeking the blessing of the dragon and honoring their lord. This is in the distant era, the era when dragons ruled the sky, the earth, and the sea, the song of the many races who were regarded as slaves and food by the dragons, sacrificing the purest and most beautiful maidens that the dragons loved most to the dragons. Many evil dragons still retain the custom of treating pure and beautiful maidens as food, which is also a legacy from ancient times. This ritual has long been lost among the dragons, and is even regarded as an unspeakable taboo among the other races that were once ruled by the dragons, and has long been destroyed and buried in the long years. However, the will of the dragon blood that the ritual can evoke is still deeply engraved in the bloodline of every dragon. This is a dragon summoning song that can truly attract dragons. The call from the ritual will awaken the ancient memories inherited by those dragons in the dragon group, revive their evil dragon blood, and seek satisfaction. This is an instinctive memory engraved in the dragon's bloodline, which cannot be suppressed or avoided. This is the purpose of the dragon worship cult. Moreover, not only in this village in the Riverlands, but also in the villages where human residents occupy the majority, except for those cities with strict defenses and direct control over the territory, the same scene is being staged at the same time at this moment. And a small number of dragonkin, because they were sacrificing to the dragon, also took the initiative to echo loudly in the dragon language they knew, calling for the arrival of the dragon. For a time, the dragon summoning song, which was illusory and overlapping and could only be perceived by the dragons, floated everywhere in the territory. Today is the last day of the year, also the day of annual rest set by Kalen. The atmosphere in the territory is obviously different. Many shops and taverns have welcomed more guests. Even in the early morning, during the rest day stipulated by the dragons, the city is as lively as in the afternoon and evening. Even Kalen, on the summit of the mountains, clearly felt the change in the atmosphere. When Kalen, for the first time, did not get enough sleep and climbed out of his magma lair, flying to the Dragon King's fortress, this castle that belonged to all dragons and also belonged exclusively to him. He found that the lively and cheerful maids were hanging lanterns and streamers bought from the market at the foot of the mountain on the doors and windows of the castle, decorating the originally towering, tall, solemn, and majestic castle very festively. Kalen did not blame the maids for their presumptuousness. He liked this feeling. He did not enter the castle directly, lest the maids have to spare manpower to serve him. He paced behind the castle, waiting for the arrival of other dragons in the dragon group. At today's event celebration, all the dragon lords will appear, celebrating with the people. On the one hand, it is from the needs of ruling the territory, and on the other hand, dragons actually like to be lively, especially the young dragons. Daddy, Daddy, what's the good day today? Is there anything delicious? This was the cry of the greedy snake, Greenock. It dropped its body from the more than 4-meter-high branches of the world tree, staring at Kalen with a pair of round eyes blinking. Daddy, Daddy, it's so lively today. This was the good baby, the kind and restrained snake, Honey Nick. Although this chubby snake cub was also gluttonous, it was much more obedient than Greenock. Daddy, these magic powers are not as delicious as the heart energy. Look, I've been growing very slowly recently. The world tree, which had grown taller and thicker again, shook its gradually lush green branches, like a child shaking its head. Kalen, who was wandering outside to the back garden of the castle, heard the calls of the 3 annoying little cubs and quickly flew back to the front of the castle. It wouldn't be easy to get away if he was entangled by these 3 little guys. The sun had already risen, but it was still early for the dragons. Kalen gazed at the city at the foot of the mountain, which was gradually becoming lively. Although the city built by the White Dragon, Gremot, had not yet been completed, it had already begun to show the demeanor of a large city. There were also many merchants from other places, even from the most distant southern continent, who had excellent vision, and had settled in this newly built city in advance, buying many shops and residences. Now this city at the foot of the mountain is much more lively than the distant Bay Stream city. Kalen watched for a while and shook his head. Originally, today's celebration event was most suitable to be held in this city. This vast city has enough space and wide squares, and it is also the city that Kalen has decided to focus on developing in the future. However, because the arena and some activity venues have not been built perfectly, Kalen had to give up this idea of diversion and set the celebration event in the Golden City. Kalen watched for a while, and when the maids had completed the decoration of the castle and the door of the Dragon King's fortress was also covered with a layer of exquisite carpets by these maids, he leisurely stepped into his castle. The female officer, Charlize, had already led all the maids in a line, standing on both sides of the hall, waiting respectfully for the arrival of the Red Dragon. These maids were still wearing the costumes customized by Kalen. The difference was that today, they were all changed into bright red suits. This kind of suit, which especially contrasted with the snow-white skin, made these maids look even more beautiful and fair-skinned, especially the black thin bands inlaid with small golden bells around their necks, which made these maids have a different kind of charm. Master, the female officer, Charlize, led 2 rows of maids to bow and bend over. The small movements made the already short skirts lift up, revealing petals of full moon. Kalen nodded and said, "Charlize, you have done a good job. I like this feeling very much." The female officer, Charlize, and the maids all showed sweet smiles. Their efforts had been satisfied after receiving the Red Dragon's praise. Under the service of the maids, Kalen, as always, lay prone in the center of the hall, resting with his eyes closed, enjoying the extravagant life of the Dragon Lord, while waiting for the arrival of the dragons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wings flapping came from afar. It should be that other dragons have left their nests and are coming towards the king's fortress. But at this moment, a series of illusory and overlapping songs and prayers came from the distant void, echoing in Kalen's ears. In this series of overlapping but increasingly clear and loud songs, Kalen saw the holy and beautiful maidens in the distance. The songs that stirred the dragon blood in his body gradually boiling seemed to rise and scatter from around these maidens. There was also the smell of blood and food, the temptation from the treasures of wealth, summoning Kalen's arrival. The desire that originated from Kalen's bloodline, which was engraved at the beginning of creation, was now boiling as fiercely as the dragon fire surging in Kalen's bloodline, burning the will of the Red Dragon. "Oh, it's been a long time since I felt this kind of feeling, this feeling of resisting my will." Kalen opened his eyes, and the leaping flames burst out in his vertical pupils. try harder, and you'll be able to touch the edge of my will," Kalen sneered, revealing his fangs. His body was experiencing a strong surge of agitation that he hadn't felt in a long time. This agitation gave him a strong desire, urging him to fly far away. He withdrew his gaze from the distant, illusory scene, but found it difficult to tear himself away from the scantily clad maids beside him. His desire made him want to press these maids fiercely beneath him, his erect and fiery dragon spear seeking the secrets hidden between those full, round moons. Kalen's will gently suppressed his struggling desires. He sneered, "Some more ignorant little mice have appeared. Let's see what flaws these little mice can find in the territory this time." His massive body stood up, stepped out of the royal fortress, and, watching the dragons flying into the distance, he let out a sigh. "This is the fate and challenge you must face. There will always be various challenges on the path to growth. I only hope that you can always stand by my side." Chapter 153. Huff, huff. The rapid flapping and booming sounds of wind came from the distant sky. 2 metallic dragons from the dragon horde soared from their dragon nests, flying towards the Dragon King's fortress. Bang, bang. With several thuds, the copper dragon Alfred and the bronze dragon Alina, for the first time, lost their composure, landing clumsily like clumsy wyverns. The 2 young dragons continuously beat their broad wings to mitigate the impact of the landing, their thick claws scratching shallow white marks on the smooth ground as they slid forward. "Karen, this is bad. The dragon horde has been awakened by the ancient dragon song's legacy of evil dragon blood. Their fragile independent consciousness and the humanity nurtured by their wisdom may not be able to hold on." The copper dragon Alfred slid in a face plant towards the massive red dragon, his tan head flat on the ground, not even having time to lift it before speaking urgently. During the time he integrated into the territory, the copper dragon Alfred no longer simply envied the dragon horde and joined, as he had before. He genuinely liked his work, which suited his copper dragon nature. He also liked the dragons in the territory, this unique dragon horde, which gave the copper dragon something that chromatic dragons would never have, something humans call emotion and love. This was different from the blue dragons, who lived in groups as a family. Blue dragons did so because of their inherent nature and habits of order, but the Gogmora dragon horde existed in a way that, to some extent, violated the nature of chromatic dragons. Perhaps it wasn't very obvious, and they didn't possess much of it, but it was extremely prominent in chromatic dragons. Chromatic dragons and metallic dragons are different. The ancient dragon song has very little impact on metallic dragons, the copper dragon Alfred added. In fact, the metallic dragon's kindness wasn't something he made up. These good dragons truly deserved the title of good. Even in ancient times, when dragons ruled everything, metallic dragons weren't as cruel and tyrannical as chromatic dragons, treating all races as food, but only as slaves. Perhaps only the Sahuagin, who were expelled from the ranks of intelligent races by the bronze dragons, could personally sing the ancient dragon song to awaken the bronze dragon's gluttonous desires, uncontrollably heading to the sacrificial site. Compared to the copper dragon Alfred, the bronze dragon Alina behaved much more elegantly. After retracting her wings, she strolled gracefully to Karen, looking up at the squatting red dragon. But the worry and urgency in her words were also evident. Karen, if the dragon horde, with their revived evil dragon will, loses control, the order within the territory will probably be disrupted, and many of our previous efforts will be in vain. Trust cannot be built in a day, but destruction can happen in a short moment. You should stop the dragon horde. You have the ability to stop at least 2 or 3 dragons. Instead of being here comfortably, like a spectator in the audience, watching with indifference. The copper dragon Alfred looked at the increasingly fierce bronze dragon Alina with some worry. From the bronze dragon Alina's words, he could hear that this female bronze dragon was more worried about her achievements being destroyed, rather than starting from the dragon horde's standpoint. Obviously, the bronze dragon Alina hadn't truly fully integrated into the dragon horde. This was very normal. Metallic dragons and chromatic dragons inherently had gaps and prejudices. Even the bronze dragon Alina only joined the dragon horde because her goals were the same as the dragon horde's. Karen squatted on the mountain peak. Even so, his massive body was still nearly 9 meters tall, like a low, one-story castle, standing on the howling mountain peak, unwavering. His scarlet, jewel-like vertical pupils now seemed to have shed their innate bestiality. The brilliance of humanity and a certain divine light filled his pupils. He slightly lowered his solemn head, which was covered with thick, long thorns on his cheeks. The pair of trident-shaped dragon horns on his head seemed to be the scepter of his power, carrying a heavy sense of strength, causing the bronze dragon Alina, who was questioning him, to involuntarily choke. I have already gone. Karen's deep dragon voice was like the muffled thunder rumbling in the dark clouds before the storm. But I will not stop them. This is a choice they must face. No one can change it. As for what you are worried about, don't take it to heart. I am the master of the dragon horde, the king of the Gogmora dragon horde. When the time comes, I will take action, and I will bear all the consequences. This is the promise I gave to all the dragons when the dragon horde was formed. Karen raised his huge red claw, gently turned it over, and said lightly, even if all the order within the territory is turned upside down, with me here, I can simply recreate the world. Besides, they are just some little mice, who can't escape from my dragon claw's control. And those residents, I have already been biased and cared for them enough. But just as every dragon in the dragon horde needs to accept the test of their own destiny choices, these residents must also bear the consequences of their actions, whether they do it intentionally or not. I am a ruler, not a nanny. At this moment, the bronze dragon Alina deeply felt the kingly aura of the red dragon in front of her. It was not the superficial majesty and power, but the will and determination hidden deep in her heart. At this moment, Alina finally felt respect and admiration for the red dragon from the bottom of her heart, rather than the superficial appearance that could be suppressed by stronger power and more solemn majesty, like the appearance of colorful clouds that could be scattered at any time. She deeply lowered her head to express her submission to the red dragon in front of her, and then raised her head, asking with the same respectful expression as when facing her parents, if the dragon horde cannot make the right choice. Karen raised his beautiful, ferocious, and majestic head, looked into the distance, and said lightly, then, the dragons who cannot make the right choice will not stand by my side. They will not be regarded as like-minded people by me. But as a member of the family, the whole of the dragon horde, the brothers I acknowledge, they will gradually hide in the shadows behind me, becoming ordinary dragons until they die of old age. Take her, take her. Fly, descend. Forever offering you, the young girl. The afterglow of the sacrificial song, the dragon song, floated in the sky above the riverbank until it dissipated. And countless villagers by the riverbank were also silent, looking at the empty surroundings and the quiet world, without any reaction, as if this sacrifice was just a drama. Just as many villagers were looking at each other with doubtful expressions, the clear sky, illuminated by the rising sun, suddenly darkened, as if dark clouds suddenly enveloped it. A strong wind rose, blowing the flags on the riverbank fiercely, the flames flickering, the clothes dancing, and the dust flying. Aou, dragon roar! A dragon's roar, deep but with penetrating power, spread throughout the wilderness. The dark clouds in the sky were the dragon's open wings, the white gems were the dragon's scales, and the roaring wind was the dragon's royal rank, falling from the high altitude. Boom! The white dragon Kamide's hind legs and claws directly overturned the boat carrying the holy maiden, and then his front claws grabbed the upturned wooden boat, soaring into the air and landing on the riverbank. Hundreds of villagers stared intently at this scene, although they had begun to get used to the life in the territory, and maintained recognition and trust in the Dragon Lord under various propaganda. But facing such a huge white beast, it undoubtedly made these ordinary people instinctively fear and panic. The white dragon Kamide's eyes were full of desire. He put his huge head close to the trembling girl lying in the wooden boat, sniffing wantonly at the ritual aura surrounding the girl and the fragrance of the girl's flesh itself. These auras made the white dragon's appetite soar. A certain aura of the girl aroused the white dragon's lust, making him want to humiliate the girl and vent his desires. The treasures in the boat also aroused the white dragon Kamide's own draconic greed. This was a desire rooted in the evil dragon's blood, rising fiercely under the white dragon's cold body surface. Drip, drip. The white dragon Kamide couldn't help but drool, dripping on the closed-eyed girl's face, causing this beautiful girl to shiver subconsciously. Seeing this situation, the villagers also became nervous. This seemed completely different from the blessing that the two dragon priests said. The white dragon seemed to want to eat the most beautiful girl in the village. This undoubtedly made these villagers panic. All kinds of legends about evil dragons in the past emerged. They began to cry, plead, and pray for the dragon's mercy. Great White Dragon, noble dragon lord, please spare this poor child. Our village is willing to offer cattle and sheep every year. Ah, my poor child. Damn it, you two priests, this is different from what you said. The crowd surged, and resentment filled the air. Eat her, abuse her, vent your desires. You are a noble true dragon, you should enjoy this due sacrifice. The evil dragon will in the white dragon's body roared, inciting Kamide's desires and ignorant will. The white dragon Kamide couldn't help but stretch out his tongue and lick the girl's smooth cheek. Well, the taste was excellent. But the white dragon Kamide suddenly stopped. A suspicious look appeared on his confused face, and he muttered to the evil dragon will in his body, no, you want to control me, right? Karen doesn't like this, and I don't like this either. Eat her, abuse her, vent your desires. The evil dragon will was not a truly intelligent thing, but only intensified the agitation and influence. Shut up, you annoying dragon guy, the white dragon Kamide shook his head. This chaotic white dragon, although the dumbest dragon, was, to some extent, also the dragon that could best maintain his nature and innocence, and the autonomous consciousness that was born was purer. If you make any more noise, I'll have Karen clean you up someday. Get out of my head quickly. The white dragon Kamides will begin to resist the agitation of the evil dragon blood. Even Karen couldn't strip the influence of the evil dragon blood from these dragons, but the white dragon Kamide always had endless trust and unconditional support for the red dragon. That trace of faith power harvested from the elves of the Greenfield Forest began to take root in the white dragon Kamide's soul, protecting his autonomous consciousness and gradually blocking the influence of the evil dragon will. A small bulge quietly appeared between the white dragon Kamide's slender neck, like another head of the white dragon. That's good. As expected, Karen is right. Let the desires see who is the master of the body. Now it's really quiet. Slurp. The white dragon Kamide retracted his saliva. Dragons were still greedy, but at least they could no longer forcibly drive the white dragon. Well, Karen also said, since I'm already here, the white dragon Kamide shook his head, waddling, walked to the sacrificial lamb, spewed out a mouthful of dragon breath, freezing the lamb into an ice cube, and then swallowed it into his belly. The white dragon Kamide ignored the villagers with strange expressions on their faces, looking like they had survived a catastrophe, and swung his tail and flew into the sky, heading towards the dragon's nest. The careless white dragon Kamide didn't have more ideas. He was thinking about the excitement Karen had mentioned and wanted to rush back as soon as possible. And the two priests who quietly hid and walked away in the crowd did not see that behind the huge bronze bell that had been sent some time ago and hung on the wooden building in the center of the village, the bell that no one could ring, the space rippled slightly. A tall figure stepped out from the twisted spatial fluctuations. He had a pair of red horns facing the sky, and his scales were stern. His aura field was combined with the entire world, like a ball of air in the eyes of all creatures. This figure quietly followed the two priests who left, stepping into the forest path, like an invisible shadow, invisible and untouchable. The black dragon Rosani, whose figure was gradually developing towards Karen's direction, descended from the sky and landed on the riverbank of Shallow Water Village. The first thing this huge black dragon did when he landed was not to look at the pure girl who was sacrificed, but to look at the sacrifices that were slaughtered and used as sacrificial livestock. It was a beautiful mare with a coat of hair as if covered with feather satin. But at this moment, she was lying in a pool of blood, silent, and the bright black fur gradually dimmed. Damn it, you people are really annoying to dragons. Awakening the evil dragon blood is enough to make me angry, and you killed such a beautiful mare. I will punish you when I go back and make your village unable to raise horses in the future. The black dragon Rosani spewed out 2 strands of black mist between his noses. He picked up the dead mare with his limbs in annoyance and flew into the sky, leaving behind the villagers who looked at each other and the two priests who were inexplicable. Is this an evil dragon? Yes, I guess. Boom. The female red dragon Krana, this restless mother dragon, descended from the sky with tyranny and hunger in her eyes. The airwaves even blew away several villagers. Who dares to awaken the blood of the red dragon, the self-righteous idiot? The big mother dragon Krana could no longer suppress her desires. The dragon blood summoned by the ritual must be satisfied to subside the influence. This was an influence that the female red dragon who embarked on another path could not erase. The surrounding villagers trembled, too frightened to speak by the dragon's might, and only pointed to the two priests who wanted to escape with trembling fingers. Huff! Krana opened her wings, leaped gently, landed behind the two priests, and then burned the two priests into coke with a mouthful of dragon fire, venting the raging fire in her heart. You bunch of idiots, who told you to summon a dragon? The arrogant red dragon Klein Nia disdained to explain, venting some of her brutal desires, then swallowed the ox offered by the villagers in one gulp before flying back into the high sky. Seize those two priests for me, White Dragon Jermot said as soon as he landed. He swallowed the villagers' offerings and then looked at the priests, who were being held down by the villagers. Any religious order not permitted by the dragon territory is a heretical cult, and any sacrificial act not approved by the territory is a heretical sacrifice, White Dragon Jermot announced to the bewildered villagers, holding his head high. Ignorance is no excuse, but to make you remember today's mistake, your village will be punished. Each person must offer 1 liter of rice as atonement. The White Dragon Lord always had a slightly different style than other dragons. Green Dragon Antagina was the dragon most deeply affected by her own evil dragon blood among all the dragons in the dragon group. Her desires were completely beyond her own will to resist. The last bit of clear consciousness the green dragon had watched in despair as she opened her mouth towards the holy maiden, surrounded by the screams and cries of countless villagers. Her heart sank into a dark and boundless abyss. If she used this method to satisfy the dragon blood within her, the power of the evil dragons would become stronger and stronger in the future, and it would become increasingly difficult for her to resist the influence of the evil dragon blood. She didn't care about eating people, Karen probably didn't either. In the green wild forest battlefield, the green dragons had eaten no small number of elves. But those were enemies, and the meaning was completely different. In despair, the green dragon suddenly flashed the red dragon's shadow in her mind, and she immediately cried out, "Save me, help me, Karen, my king, my brother, my master." Very good, Antagina, you have made a choice. Heaven helps those who help themselves. At this moment, our fates are connected, and we will live side by side. A low, familiar voice echoed in the green dragon's mind. A seed radiating white light was born in the green dragon Antagina's heart lake, quietly enveloping her weak will and dispelling the darkness. Blue Dragon Das and Blue Dragon Axe stood side by side, suspended in the clouds, overlooking the sacrificial scene below. The ritual was summoning the two blue dragons to descend, but the faith power in the bodies of the two dragons, who were already accustomed to order, had long formed chains of order under their habits, blocking the influence of the boiling dragon blood will. What should we do, Axe? Should you go down, or should I? Blue Dragon Das asked. I'll go down. You are smaller and easier to hide. After I leave, you quietly follow those two priests and dig out their lair. How dare they make trouble in our territory? I will hang all their heads on the city wall to dry for 1,000 years. Blue Dragon Axe replied. Chapter 154. Blue Dragon Dose slowed down, the flowing wind like a gentle maiden extending her soft hands, caressing and moving the blue dragon's body. Blue Dragon Dose's wings, patterned with storms and lightning, remained open, never flapping, only occasionally adjusting the angle to make it easier for him to hide in the high-altitude clouds. Even though the two dragon cult priests in front were moving and hiding in the dense forest, their path still could not escape the blue dragon's vision. An ordinary eagle or golden eagle can accurately find an active rabbit on the ground from a height of thousands of meters. Moreover, with the vision of a dragon, the activities of the two dragon cult priests are as clear in the blue dragon's eyes as watching the lines on one's own palm. The dragon cult priests twisted and turned in the forest, their seemingly thin bodies possessing extremely fast speed, obviously unlike normal humans. Their pace in the densely growing, vine-entwined forest was even better than that of the wild horses that are good at running on the grasslands. As the dragon priests gradually turned towards the rolling mountains in the forest and stepped into a deep river valley, the high mountains on both sides blocked the blue dragon who was far behind. Blue Dragon Dose became anxious and quickly flapped his wings. The gentle flowing wind suddenly surged, turning into a powerful thrust, helping the dragon burst out with even faster speed. But at this moment, a low and familiar voice rang in Blue Dragon Dose's ears. It was Karen's voice. Come down, Dose, these are the last two people. See who the master behind these guys is. Blue Dragon Dose's overly concentrated attention only now realized that in front of the lush green high mountain cliff, a faintly red figure stood quietly on the natural platform extending from the top of the mountain, shielding his figure with some ancient trees growing diagonally upwards. Beside him, there was also a small team of 10 Imperial Guard warriors standing quietly. The leader was the dragon-born werewolf Saha, who was on duty today. One after another, flying dragons dug their sharp claws into the steep cliff walls. Nearly 20 flying dragons, with the flying dragon knights tightly bound to their backs, were quiet. Even if the dragon didn't pay attention, it would be ignored. Blue Dragon Dose dissipated the surrounding gale, smoothed his wings to reduce the force of landing, and gently landed on the top of the mountain, crushing and breaking the dense forest, making a crackling sound. Even though the blue dragon had paid extra attention, the huge size still created a lot of noise. Karen, were you also summoned by these guys? I thought that with your will, you could resist this ancient ritual summoning. Blue Dragon Dose revealed his fangs and smiled. In the eyes of the dragons, this red dragon's will was simply something that a dragon could not possess. Even some ascetics among humans who paid special attention to spiritual practice might not be as firm as the red dragon's will. The dragon-born Karen, with a pair of red horns facing the sky and stern scales, shook his head, did not respond to the blue dragon's topic, but ordered the Imperial Guard leader Saha and the Flying Dragon Battle Group team leader, prepare to attack. When those dragon cult priests open the portal, leave them behind. Don't let one run away. The dragon-born werewolf Saha did not speak, but lowered his head, and then led 9 Imperial Guard warriors to jump directly from the top of the mountain. Whoosh! 20 flying dragons tore the rocks with their sharp claws, kicked off from the cliff, spread their wings, flew over the top of the mountain, and then swooped down to catch the Imperial Guard warriors who had fallen into mid-air. Yo-hoo! The knights on the backs of the flying dragons shouted excitedly, driving the flying dragons to swoop over the ground, and threw the Imperial Guard warriors on the backs of the flying dragons into the river valley. One by one, the Imperial Guard warriors rolled from the backs of the flying dragons. When they landed on the ground, they bent one leg, lowered their heads slightly, and inserted the heavy broadsword into the loose river valley soil to offset the impact of the landing. One by one, the Imperial Guard warriors raised their heads. Those dragon cult priests were surrounding the priest wearing a crown, and the middle-aged priest wearing a crown was holding a book like a cannon in his hand, chanting complex spells. A wide portal was slowly opening in front of the priest, only a few steps away from these priests. An extremely strange stench came from the opening portal. You are late, you dragon lackeys, just one step away. The middle-aged priest wearing the crown closed the cannon, smiled, put his right hand on his left chest, and gave a hypocritical salute. It's a pity for the dragon blood in you. You don't know how to be a free dragon, but you choose to become a dragon's servant, the middle-aged priest said mockingly. You. Whoosh. Before the middle-aged priest could finish speaking, his high posture froze on his face. A heavy broadsword shot out from the dragonborn werewolf Saha's hand with a whistling sound, carrying a strong wind, brushed past the middle-aged priest's body, and was nailed straight between the middle-aged priest and the portal. It sank deeply into the ground, and the powerful force made the great sword still tremble slightly in the mud. Dare to step into the portal, die, attack, capture alive. The first sentence was a warning to the dragon cult priests, and the second sentence was an order to the other warriors. The eyes under the masks of the Imperial Guard warriors suddenly lit up, and they stepped forward with their heavy swords, wielding a sword flower, and the heavy sword in their hands was like an arrow on a string, ready to be fired at any time. The flying dragon knights in the sky also turned around and pounced on the dragon cult priests under the command of the knights. Go! The middle-aged priest wearing the crown completely ignored Saha's warning, and also ignored the heavy swords in the hands of the other Imperial Guard warriors, and rushed directly towards the portal with the cannon in his arms. Swoosh! A heavy sword roared, but was dodged by the priest wearing the crown, because the portal actually allowed the middle-aged priest to rush directly through, like some kind of real phantom, obviously existing, but untouchable. This is the power of magical knowledge. I can't control the portal you built, but interfering with your portal can still be easily done. Karen, suspended in the air, spread his wings, and looked down at the scene below with the equally suspended blue dragon Dos, and smiled slightly. Damn it, the portal is actually invalid. The high posture and composure on the face of the middle-aged priest wearing the crown finally disappeared, and a trace of panic appeared on his face. Then we can only rely on ourselves to break out. A priest wearing a bell ring leaned on a bell staff, his lips closed and moved, and quickly recited the spell. The rapid chanting sound carried a strange magic power in the rapidly shaking bell sound, which made the priest's robe wearing the bell ring swell, as if a strong wind was blowing under the robe. In the beginning of time, the time dragon god Akadosh already existed. Sinking in darkness, lost in the lightless, admire these crystal blood beads shining like diamonds. Dragons, your blood is my blood. Your heart is my heart, your bone is my bone. I transform into a dragon. In an instant, a strong wind rose from the ground, shouts rang out, flying sand rolled, walking stones overflowed, and black mist rolled. The priest wearing the bell ring actually swelled suddenly, and the bulging body opened the loose robe. The rapidly growing bones and torn flesh brought unimaginable pain to this priest. Ah, ah, ah! He roared in pain. Gradually in the diffuse black mist, the painful roar of human voices turned into some kind of beast's howl, just like a wild dragon's roar. Whoosh! A wing suddenly stretched out from the black mist, two thick claws also stepped out from the black mist, and then a head with two horns, a pair of beastly eyes, almost without wisdom and humanity, a thick neck, a body covered with variegated scales, and a tail full of bone spurs. Bang! The moment this strange beast stepped out of the black mist, all the black mist instantly poured into the beast's body like it was absorbed, which allowed everyone to see the true face of this beast. This is a dragon, a flawed dragon, a dragon with serious defects. It only has one wing, and the other wing is broken off at the root, as if it didn't have this wing in the first place. Moreover, the mixed color scales on the body are accompanied by a strong stench, like fish that have been dead for a few days. The scales are mottled with rust, overflowing with some kind of poisonous corrosive energy. And even the light of wisdom that exists in the eyes of the most stupid white dragon does not exist in this flawed dragon, as if all humanity has been swallowed by animality, reduced to the purest beast. Moreover, the true dragons in the world are all four-limbed, but this flawed dragon only has hind limbs, just like the wyverns that are despised by all true dragons, inferior products. Roar! This strange dragon opened its huge mouth full of saliva and roared at the rushing Imperial Guard warriors. Damn it, this is desecrated blood, these inferior species, I will kill them all, electrocute them into a pile of coke. As a higher dragon species of the five-color dragon species, the blue dragon Dos suddenly became furious. He smelled the taste of true dragon blood from this strange flawed dragon. It was obvious that these dragon cult priests used the blood of true dragons to create strange products. Hehe, Karen comforted blue dragon Dos, there are always many people who think that as long as they have some dragon blood, they can continue to evolve into true dragons in some way. That's just a ridiculous idea. Watch quietly, Dos, our warriors can handle all this. They are just a group of mindless beasts, and we are the rulers, the lords, the true dragons. We don't need to do everything ourselves. This is the meaning of the existence of dragon dependence. Karen's comfort may not have worked, but Karen's sandbag-sized fist was very deterrent. Although Blue Dragon Dose wanted to fly down and kill all these beasts, he still suppressed the boiling dragon blood and quietly watched the battle below. One by one, the priests transformed into flawed dragons in the chanting sound. They waved the ceremonial guards and instruments in their hands, and the black mist instantly enveloped a large area of the river valley. But the Imperial Guard warriors had already started charging forward after seeing that the portal was invalid. They wielded the heavy swords in their hands, directly smashing them like heavy hammers at the rushing flawed dragons. Boom! The flawed dragon stepped on the soft river valley land with heavy steps, and rushed straight over, opening its stinky giant mouth that was constantly dripping saliva, and the yellow-rusted fangs were like rows of blades, directly biting at the heavy sword of the Imperial Guard warrior. But although the Imperial Guard warrior was powerful, it was impossible to face the impact of a 10-meter-long dragon head-on. He abandoned the heavy sword in his hand at the last moment, allowing the heavy sword to fly out with the remaining force, and was bitten by the flawed dragon's steel teeth and iron mouth. The Imperial Guard warrior had already rolled over, came to the side of the flawed dragon, and the short spear equipped with armor-piercing and blood loss effects on the waist was pushed by the huge force when the magic-powered armor on his body lit up, and was deeply pierced into the chest and abdomen of the flawed dragon. Roar! The flawed dragon, biting the heavy sword, tearing and shaking, had not reacted, and was pierced by a deep hole in the chest and abdomen, and the stinky black blood gurgled out from the wound of the flawed dragon. Under the severe pain, the flawed dragon subconsciously used the only right half of its wings to pat the attacked position, trying to slap the cunning enemy away, but the Imperial Guard warrior with a brain had already rolled over from under the dragon's abdomen, and the blood-stained short spear in his hand had cut another opening in the dragon's relatively fragile abdomen. The bat-winged flying dragon in the sky also pounced down at this moment, and its sharp claws tore large pieces of flesh on the back of the flawed dragon. The knight on the back of the flying dragon did not use bang bang, which is not suitable for this battlefield. An excellent soldier should have a sense of judging the crude situation of the battlefield. He was not equipped with any dragon knight spear weapons. On a very fast flying dragon, equipping this weapon is undoubtedly extremely stupid and unreasonable. He just raised the short crossbow equipped to prevent falling to the ground and protect himself, abandoned the short knife on his waist, and nailed the arrows stained with venom into the back of the flawed dragon. Boom! This flawed dragon finally fell down after being seriously injured. The remaining power and excessive loss of life energy were not enough to maintain the flawed dragon's posture, and it was transformed back into the original human form in the black mist. The naked body was full of wounds, and it was twitching unconsciously in the blood. Look, it's just a flawed beast, it can't fly, it doesn't have dragon breath, and even its wisdom is covered by animality, Karen said lightly in the high sky. They are just some pitiful people who covet the power of the dragon, but I am more curious about the power of the organization behind these cannon fodder. Karen looked at the flawed dragons in the river valley, which were gradually solved one by the cooperation of the Imperial Guard warriors and the Flying Dragon Knights, and landed from the air with Blue Dragon Dose. Boom! The last flawed dragon was easily solved by the dragon-born werewolf. This belligerent werewolf defeated this flawed dragon head-on. Werewolves are somewhat similar to warriors. Their forms of power application are also similar. Power is concentrated in one body. A strong body and power are extremely effective in one-on-one battles. The disadvantage is that it is difficult to make any earth-shattering movements. For example, a saint-level werewolf can cut down a mountain, but it is not as efficient and grand as a saint-level mage's spell, but the endurance of werewolves and warriors far exceeds that of mages. Of course, after the werewolf steps into the legend, there will be two more paths to choose from. One is to maintain the original path, but can explore knowledge by oneself, choose to embrace magic or explore the potential of blood. The other path is to completely embrace the power of wildness, transform into Fenrir the wolf, and no longer have the ability to transform into werewolves and humans, as well as corresponding human rationality and wisdom. However, the dragonborn werewolf Saha obviously wouldn't walk the path of becoming Fenrir the wolf, because this guy has recently become infatuated with the Centaur clan's girls. Master, Lord Dose, Saha wiped the bloody stench from his claws and stood before Kalen and Dose. Well, take these still living guys back, heal them, and see if you can pry anything out of them. As for the dead, hang their heads on the city gate as a warning. Kalen nodded, letting Saha lead his warriors to retreat. Dose, you go back too. I want to go in and take a look, and you should be at the celebration right now. Kalen also dismissed Dose. His dragonborn avatar could die without consequence, his innate bestiality was inseparable from him and would only return to his body. All right, but be careful, Kalen, the blue dragon dose nodded, then soared into the air. Although he didn't have a concrete understanding of Kalen's abilities, he could guess that Kalen was confident in his own safety. Thump, thump, thump. After everyone else left the valley, Kalen walked to the teleportation gate that he had temporarily interfered with and sealed. The stench of blood had already spread to the side of the teleportation gate. Kalen stretched out his claws, and the magical light in his hand surged, gradually solidifying the illusory teleportation gate and restoring its function. A foul smell suddenly came from the teleportation gate. Kalen frowned slightly, blocking his sense of smell. His true vision and perception opened, wanting to explore what secrets existed behind the teleportation gate. Huff, huff. A huge wind sound, no, this was the sound of huge breaths, like a giant beast exhaling its breath between its nostrils. A huge vertical pupil was revealed from the other side of the teleportation gate, occupying almost the entire field of vision of the teleportation gate. The entire teleportation gate was suddenly darkened behind it, blocked by the giant beast's massive body from all light sources. An unimaginably huge head flickered faintly in the dim background. That vertical pupil was full of indifferent bestiality and chaotic madness, staring motionlessly at Kalen, who wanted to step inside. This was a giant dragon whose body was unimaginably huge. Kalen, however, revealed a look of pity. He sighed, how sad, a giant dragon for being a manipulated beast, a giant dragon whose wisdom and will have been obliterated. The dragon worship cult, the dragon worship cult. Kalen sneered, the magic in his body boiling, all the magic condensed in his hand, turning into a strange corrosive ray, shooting out, hitting the bullseye. Error. The vertical pupil behind the teleportation gate suddenly shrank back, and earth-shattering rolling and flapping sounds came from the other side. Crack! Kalen clenched his dragon claws, and the entire teleportation gate suddenly shrank rapidly, crushed in his hand. Rumble! The magic shield on the surface of Kalen's body flickered with light as he rose from the ground amidst the dust. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Kalen floated in mid-air, his draconic voice mixed with rolling magic, causing the surrounding mountains to shake and rocks to collapse. Rumble, rumble. The surrounding two mountains shook, and the earth seemed to be shaking as well. With the blessing of Kalen's talent, the power of his magic was like divine punishment descended from the gods. The two mountains were shaken at the waist as if by a god propping up the sky, and countless boulders rolled down, smashing into the valley at the foot of the mountains, burying the valley. Crack, crack. In Kalen's draconic voice, the roots of the two mountains finally couldn't hold on, and they broke off at the waist from the cracks in the mountains. Bang, bang, bang. The mountains fell. Chapter 155. Dragon Era Year 1, which is the first year since the calendar was established within the Dragon's Nest territory. Winter in the Golden Land remains warm. And the first city with representative significance born in this vast territory, the Golden City, the lively and bustling atmosphere seems to make the warm weather even more fiery. Early in the morning, the residents of the city hurriedly finished their breakfast, a simple mashed potato salad, with a small bowl of rich mushroom soup. Then, before they even had time to clean up their homes, the whole family hurriedly stepped out of the door and walked quickly towards the central square of the Golden City. There were also many foreigners who came to this territory for trade or stayed in the city, such as some merchant groups, bards, adventurers, and scouts from various forces, who also put down everything in their hands on this day. Following the huge and noisy crowd, they went to the wide and vast square in the center of the city, which was specially built for the dragons. Among them, there were even villagers from remote villages within the territory who had specially traveled to the city on this day. They swarmed like a tide, like waves sweeping across the sea, gathering in front of the high stone platform built in the central square, to celebrate the joyous festival, and also for the open free supply of wine and barbecue. More importantly, to witness the demeanor of the dragons ruling this place. Such close contact with all the true dragons is a rare moment that has never happened before. The majestic dragon sitting coiled on the high and wide stone platform, standing like a firm and dignified king, its ruby-red pupils filled with wisdom and serenity. A pair of thick and long, deep red trident-shaped dragon horns are the crown on this monarch's head, the scepter of power. The body of more than 16 meters seems to be the most perfect sculpture in the world, the gradually turning dark red scales reflect a dazzling halo in the rising sunlight, perfect and powerful. Karen Kog'Mora, the king of earth and metal, the lord who controls flames and magma. Or the title touted by only a small number of human scholars, the dragon that shapes world civilization. This is the title belonging to the supreme ruler of this territory, but not all dragons will receive their own title. That is, only those who are extremely outstanding in strength and talent among the dragons can gain the recognition of others and have their own title. Although some of these titles are intended to make those vain five-colored dragons jealous of each other and cause hatred and conflict between them, it is undeniable how powerful the talent of this red dragon, who has had his own title since his youth, is. As for Grimot, who is also respectfully called the White King in the territory, and Kamid, who is fortunately called the White King's twin because of his association with Grimot. Their titles are only circulated within the territory, and are not as widely known by many civilized worlds as the Red Dragon. Behind this supreme ruler, the members of the Kog'Mora Dragon clan are listed one by one, coiling in one place. The female Red Dragon Clinea, the female Green Dragon Antagina, and the female Bronze Dragon Alina are located on the right. The Black Dragon Rosani, the juvenile Blue Dragon Axe, the Blue Dragon Das, the White Dragon Twins, and the Copper Dragon Alfred, these majestic male dragons are lined up on the left. However, many of the residents of the Golden City are already familiar with the two blue dragons. After all, this place is close to the sea, and it is a place where the two blue dragons often appear. They are the lords guarding the sea, and their personalities are not as irritable as other five-colored dragons. Through frequent contact, they have gained the respect and love of many people. Despite the nature of the five-colored dragons, these two blue dragons occasionally intimidate or prank the fishermen at sea and the children on the beach, but few people are really afraid of them. As for the green dragon Antagina, this green dragon, which is not considered particularly beautiful in Karen's eyes, is a beautiful dragon in the eyes of these people. The crown-like dragon horns on her head and the emerald-colored scales are very popular among women and children, especially the green dragon dancing among the birds when patrolling the sky, which is a beautiful scenery. There are also two white dragons, Grimot, who has been maintaining the order of the territory in the early stage, so that the Golden City can develop smoothly in the early stage, so he has already gained a group of supporters. The white dragon Kamid does not leave much of an impression on everyone. After all, this white dragon always likes to lie in his lair and sleep soundly. He always hopes to grow stronger according to the methods Karen taught him. However, due to the business of selling ice at low prices, the people who enjoy this benefit also look at this white dragon with friendly eyes. Especially those increasingly numerous dwarf wine-buying groups, whistling under the high platform and shouting loudly, "Hey, look, this is the generous white dragon lord, the beloved of the dwarves." As for the black dragon Rosani, he does not have such good public opinion treatment as other dragons. Although the black dragon also often roams the sky, protecting the territory, because the black dragon's previous appearance was too terrifying, coupled with the black dragon's rumored bloodlust and insidious nature, it always shrouded the black dragon in a dark halo. Although the black dragon is no longer the appearance of the original skeleton dragon, it makes those in the beast garden even more respectful and distant. This guy always runs to the beast garden every now and then to assess those elf druids and human beast trainers and jackal beast management personnel, and always asks these people to focus their work on taking care of the horses, interfering with other people's work. Although the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which coordinates the internal affairs of the territory, has complained to Karen many times, Karen has not managed this kind of thing. The Black Dragon Rosani is also one of the supreme lords ruling this territory. This kind of trivial matter is not a special privilege at all, so Karen extremely skillfully threw the blame to the White Dragon Grimot, and let the Ministry of Internal Affairs negotiate with Grimot. As for the female Red Dragon Clinea, this grumpy and stubborn female dragon is a popular dragon. This female dragon, except for sleeping and gathering with the dragons, almost always wanders in the dragon territory. The increasingly popular arena is the place where this female dragon amuses herself. The ignorant beasts and powerful creatures in the territory are the objects she vents and beats. Many people have been rescued from the mouths of beasts by this female dragon. But this female dragon is like a proud queen, never deigning to accept the gratitude and flattery of the people, but instead makes the people develop a thick filter for this maverick female dragon. Only two metal dragons, the copper dragon Alfred and the bronze dragon Alina, the appearance of these two dragons made these residents a little pleasantly surprised. For the convenience of activities, the two metal dragons basically transform into human forms, which is the habit of metal dragons. And the bronze dragon Alina is far away in the Bay Stream City, and basically comes and goes at dusk, so in the era of traffic isolation, most people in the territory do not know that two metal dragons have joined the dragon group. So even if it is just a debut in front of most of the people in the territory, these two metal dragons, known for their kindness and justice, still receive the friendliness of the people. The good reputation of metal dragons makes it naturally easier for them to gain the trust and goodwill of others. Even if there are serious-faced kobold guards holding weapons in silence to maintain order everywhere in this square, it is difficult to stop the cheers of the people. Look, they are metal dragons. These good dragons have also been conquered by the noble red dragon and joined the dragon group. Quiet! The serious-faced giant Fafnir rarely shouted with a dull face. The giant's innate powerful mental power is soothing the agitation of the crowd. She said loudly, in the name of Karen Kogmora, the ruler of the Golden Land, the lord of the centaurs, jackals, ogres, the noble dragon monarch, appoint the copper dragon Alfred as the head of the cultural propaganda department of the Golden Land. Appoint the bronze dragon Alina as the governor of the Bay Stream city in the Golden Land. The 4.5 meter tall ogre giant wore a gorgeous robe and stood under the dragon flag that was blowing in the wind. Her voice resounded in the ears of every citizen with the expansion of her mental power. The gradually quiet crowd surged again, and the people raised their hands and shouted, and the enthusiastic atmosphere stirred up the temperature of the entire square. The distant tree of life and the war treant desperately shook their branches, sprinkling cool natural aura, trying to help cool down the overly hot atmosphere in the square. This is the recognition and appointment of the two metal dragons joining the dragon group, and it is also their importance. It is very beneficial to the image of the dragon group to let them make a public appearance on this important festival. The copper dragon Alfred and the bronze dragon Alina gracefully gently stroked their right wings on their left chests, which aroused the cheers of the people again. In the warm cheers, the Flame King, who was entrenched on the high platform, stepped forward, raised his head high, and scanned all the people under the platform. Under the silent gaze of the supreme monarch, the warm cheers gradually stopped, and the crowd became quiet again. The Golden Land, this vast land, before it had civilization, was a place where countless races coexisted. Karen's voice was as low and powerful as ever, deep as a mountain, but echoing. And I and the Dragon Clan will establish a civilization here, which will also be a civilization with various racial cultures, inclusive and inclusive. Races that were once enemies and hated each other, trolls, humans, goblins, ogres, elves. And even metal dragons and five-colored dragons, have become members of the territory. Karen's voice gradually rose, like an excellent orator, a speaker who is good at inciting the atmosphere, the low and thick voice echoing in the square. But the barriers and boundaries of races are only trivial. The commonality of all races and creatures will also be integrated into a unified and great civilization in communication, exchange, seeking common ground while reserving differences. The red dragon's voice vibrated, making the most passionate voice. This world will shine like gold, and civilization will be passed down like a torch. This will be the time when the civilizations of all races shine like stars, gathering under the same sky and becoming the people of gold. The atmosphere was suddenly warm and noisy, far better than any time. The swarming crowd moved forward, these people shouted "People of Gold," throwing the wine in their cups, and the girls also threw the flower crowns in their hands. Some were particularly bold, even taking off their breastplates and waving them like flags. At this moment, these people spontaneously raised a heart of cohesion. This is the budding of recognized, accepted, and unified cultural consciousness quietly gathering. Karen also felt at this moment that a phantom figure slowly emerged behind him. It was the appearance of a human being, and it was also the appearance of Karen. Karen's expression moved, and he quietly took back this phantom figure. But the cheers seemed to never stop, like surging waves, every time at low tide, they would re-roll higher waves. Especially when the territory medals were awarded, the shouts of those people under the stage made these dragons with particularly good hearing a little unbearable. Those residents wearing various styles of medals made of gold stood on the high platform, under the Dragon Lord, receiving the cheers and worship of the crowd. Heroic mothers, the recipients of this title and medal, a dozen trembling women of various races, gradually straightened their backs under the fluttering flag of the dragon's eye, and the front of the medal engraved with a cradle shone with dazzling golden light in the sun. There are also model workers, these ordinary workers, their dry and chapped hands trembling as they held up the medal engraved with a sickle and rice, showing a harvest smile in the cheers of the crowd, just like facing the land full of rice ears. There are also dozens of warriors who are either standing upright or missing arms and legs, filled with tears, sticking the combat medal engraved with swords to their chests, looking at the dragon flag in the raging wind. And the goblin Bang Bang, holding a medal engraved with a pattern like a ball of sparks, struggling to pad his short legs, triumphantly raised his medal and flaunted it to the people under the steps. The alchemical transformation madman Tiki is also carefully observing a medal engraved with a brain crest. From time to time, he would put the metal on his newly replaced steel teeth and gently tap it, listening to the beautiful sound, revealing a proud smile. The fronts of these metals are different, but on the back, they are all uniformly engraved with an inscription: "May this world shine like gold, may civilization be passed down like a torch." And a simple crest mark, which represents the dragon, the red dragon's eye. After announcing that the arena, the gladiator arena, and the big bathhouse and other entertainment venues are all free today, in the already hoarse cheers of the people, Karen flew up with the dragon group. Every dragon has its own place to go, and Karen chose the bathhouse specially built for the dragons. Today, no matter who it is a universal celebration. 2 squinting mages stood on the roof of an empty tavern outside the square. Although they could clearly see the distant scene using magic, they still habitually squinted their eyes. "Hey, teacher, I also want to join the dragon clan's territory. Do you think that with my ability, Karen will directly appoint me as a senior official in the magic integration department?" The black-haired squinting mage said with a slight sigh. When Xiu Sir interacted with his teacher, he did not feel as estranged as when he interacted with his father. "With your clumsy skills, you also deserve to be a senior official. Unless I join, that's about the same." The white-haired squinting mage squinted his eyes and mocked his disciple with a hint of contempt. "You work hard to study and create the Misra core, or sort out the knowledge of the element pool and build the element pool. If you raise the first mage tower in the territory, I estimate that Karen will not only appoint you as a senior official in the magical integration department, but also reward you with a medal, allowing you to stand on the stage in glory." "Ah, it's not that easy," the black-haired mage said somewhat dejectedly. "Many materials of the mithril core are completely different from the materials of our world. We still have to find substitutes for these materials. Even with the many mages and scholars of the magical integration department researching and experimenting day and night, it is still not possible to replicate the mithril core in a short period of time. After all, that is the supreme creation of another civilization. As for the elemental pool, even you, teacher, cannot fully grasp the amount of knowledge it contains. The scope of knowledge involved is too broad." The white-haired old mage Lappers squinted his eyes, looked at the dragon groups taking flight in the distance, and said thoughtfully, "I wonder if Karen might master this knowledge faster than us." Chapter 156. In the land of gold, atop the mountains, stood the dragon clan's royal fortress. Inside the deep and wide hall on the first floor of the royal fortress, illuminated by magical crystal lamps, the most central and exquisite golden lamp, resembling a giant chandelier, burned with raging flames. The fire core, excavated from the depths of the earth, ceaselessly radiated its heat and light. The hall was surrounded by marble pillars intricately carved with acanthus scroll patterns, and the arched dome, like a celestial canopy, resembled a crystal glass painted with frescoes depicting countless dragons in battle and scenes of conquest in other dimensions. The wide, thick walls around were adorned with paintings of the valiant warriors under the many dragon lords, engaged in fierce battles, and scenes of those warriors falling and transforming into loyal spirits, ascending to the dragon's sanctuary. On the smooth, dark stone slabs that reflected dragon shadows, colossal black stone seats rose from the ground, arranged on either side of the hall's depths, flanking the central throne at the end of the hall, set upon a 3-tiered platform against the wall. Although the black stone seats were crafted in the style of stone chairs, they resembled massive stone beds, allowing dragons of various scale colors to freely choose a comfortable posture, whether coiled or prostrate upon their seats. Nourished by wealth and food, each lord dragon's body had developed to far exceed that of wandering wild dragons. Every dragon's length surpassed 10 meters in its juvenile stage, even the friliest white dragon, Kamid, had reached 10 meters. This made the dragons coiled and prostrate upon the black stone seats resemble small mountains, seated upon the hall. The first convocation in this royal fortress also excited the dragons of the clan. Although the dragon's royal fortress nominally belonged to all dragons, few would set foot in this castle representing majesty and royalty, for trivial matters. Except for the white dragon Kamid, who had been Karen's shadow since childhood and didn't pay much attention to such things. Those girls at the celebration were truly enthusiastic, almost wearing a dragon out. "I feel like the activities at the celebration were more tiring than a whole day of fighting." The excited copper dragon Alfred chattered incessantly to the black dragon Rosani beside him. This was a treatment he had never experienced as a lord, and being included in such an important gathering always made him feel accepted by the dragon clan. Engrossed in these feelings, the copper dragon did not notice the strange look in the bronze dragon Alina's eyes. Most chromatic dragons did not have a concept of chastity, but many bronze dragons practiced monogamy. Unless something unexpected happened, a bronze dragon would not abandon its mate. And the bronze dragon Alina came from such a family. The black dragon Rosani lazily lay on his throne, his slender neck draped over the cool edge of the stone chair, his fearsome head hanging down, responding casually to the talkative copper dragon. Those enthusiastic girls may be lovely, but how can they compare to those wildly running wild horses? I have an idea, Alfred. The black dragon's drooping head twisted at an odd angle, his neck like a knotted braid. These chromatic dragons' slender necks allowed them to make such bizarre movements. What if, like the arena competitions, I held a horse racing contest? Wouldn't the winner be able to choose the best horses for me, saving me the trouble of going to observe and select them myself? The copper dragon Alfred's mouth twitched. Even with the shared aesthetic of all metal dragons, he couldn't understand why the black dragon was so fixated on those horses. He could only attribute it to each dragon, or each creature, having its own unique fetish. The dragons chatted amongst themselves, seemingly leisurely, but all were waiting for the arrival of the owner of the empty black stone throne at the end of the hall. Karen Gogmora, the ruler of the territory, the leader of the dragon clan, had not yet appeared, which made the dragons somewhat anxious. Dragons were not patient creatures. Even if they could endure temporarily for some purpose, they were mostly impatient. Fortunately, many kobolds brought in wide wooden tables, covered them with exquisite tablecloths, and then carried in whole roasted wild cattle and sheep, seasoned with various spices, allowing the waiting dragons to eat. Maidens also brought in basins of fruit and barrels of brewed fruit wine, calming the dragons' anxious hearts and allowing them to enjoy their food and snacks. Thump, thump, thump. A large shadow was cast from outside the wide fortress gate, the shadow of a massive evil dragon. The dragons, who were eating, bit off the bones in their mouths, swallowed them, and stopped, looking at the shadow slithering on the ground like a snake at the fortress gate. The massive red dragon stepped into the fortress hall on his shadow, heading straight for the throne. The dragons all lowered their heads slightly, showing submission and respect to the leader of the dragon clan. Karen strode heavily, ascended the 3 wide but not high stone steps, and coiled on his throne, nodding to all members of his dragon clan in response. This gathering is not only for the anniversary celebration, the dragon clan's banquet, but also to fulfill the dragon clan's agreement. Karen, high on the throne, swept his majestic head across every dragon, and said, I promise to turn the lush forests into the dragon clan's granary, to turn the vast grasslands into the dragon clan's pasture, and I have done it. I also promised that even through difficulties, I would bring you back to the territory, back to our home, and I have done it. I also promised to build a civilization belonging to dragons here, to develop the dragon clan into a strong clan, and this is taking shape. And now, it is time to fulfill another of my promises. Karen's thick claws flexed slightly, gently tapping the black stone throne, emitting a dull sound. Kobold guards carried chests of treasure, boxes filled with gold coins and gems, laboriously into the deep, wide fortress hall. According to the dragon clan's agreement, dragons will be rewarded annually based on their contributions and merits to the dragon clan, and dragons who have harmed the dragon clan will be punished. More work, more gain, less work, less gain. Karen's majestic vertical pupils swept over every dragon and said, therefore, Jermit receives the most rewards, followed by Axiel, then Dos and Rosani, Antagena, Kleinia, then Alina and Alfred, and Kamit is last. So, does anyone have a different opinion? Karen's deep, sonorous voice echoed in the fortress hall, calmly meeting the gaze of every dragon. No dragon had any objection. Even the white dragon Kamit, who was closest to Karen, did not receive more treasure because of their close relationship, which seemed quite fair to the dragons in the clan. And the copper dragon Alfred and the bronze dragon Alina were quite surprised. They didn't know that the dragon clan had such an agreement. This was also an incredible thing for these 2 metal dragons who had gradually become familiar with the territory. Even the most generous metal dragon leader would not give even a silver coin from their treasure hoard to other companions. The division of spoils was the division of spoils, the 2 had completely different meanings. Moreover, it was the leader of the chromatic dragon family, who held the highest position. Those chromatic dragon leaders would only treat the dragon clan members as objects to be exploited, only to a different degree than their familiars. This made the 2 metal dragons feel a deeper sense of belonging to the dragon clan. Even for the sake of treasure, they would fall in love with the dragon clan. The white dragon Kamit scratched the bulge on his neck, feeling rather embarrassed. He thought that getting the least amount of wealth would be a disgrace to the dragon. Because even in this unique dragon clan, there was the same vanity and comparison rooted in every creature. Seeing that no dragon raised any objection, Karen nodded, letting the castle guards send the boxes of treasure to their respective owners. The white dragon Germit had the most treasure chests in front of him. He lowered his head with satisfaction, sniffing among the boxes of gold coins and gems. The scent of these shiny trinkets was intoxicating to a dragon. The white dragon Kamid hugged his treasure chest and began to count with his slender claws, counting to 3,000 before resting his head contentedly on the shiny gold coins. All the members were enjoying this moment of harvest, which made the sense of accomplishment from their previous hard work even more fulfilling. Very well, I have fulfilled my promise to you as agreed. Next, it is time for you to give me a response to my promise. Karen's immense body was like forged steel, carved stone, with dense scales and a looming dragon shadow. His white head quietly moved forward, leaning slightly from the high black stone throne, giving the other dragons an especially strong sense of aggression and oppression. Our territory is gradually becoming prosperous, our people are gradually increasing, and our strength is growing day by day, but this is not the goal I am satisfied with. Karen's vertical pupils quietly lit up, and leaping flames burned in his pupils. He brandished his exceptionally thick fangs, and each word echoed in the dragon's ears. I will build an unprecedentedly strong civilization, which will be the fulcrum of my strength, and it will also be a long ladder for you to climb to power. When I wake up from my slumber in the adolescent stage, I will formally establish a kingdom belonging to dragons, and I will also clear all obstacles around the territory and conquer all the territory within sight. Accompanied by the red dragon's strongly aggressive words, in the hall, those naturally cold and beastly vertical pupils lit up one by one. Even those bright magic crystal lamps and the raging fire core could not hide the dragon's gazes. The dragon blood in their bodies gradually boiled, and the evil dragon's blood of destruction and conquest was also stirring. But this is not my goal, it is far from satisfying me. I will explore the wider sky, the vast earth, the deeper ocean, until these become my nourishment and help me reach the summit. And the response you need to give me is, do not slack off. I only hope that you can always stand by my side, have the same goals as me, and work hard for it. Karen stopped speaking, calmly waiting for the response from the dragon clan members. Of course, since we were hatchlings, we have been like this. Karen, the blue dragon Dos responded first, although this blue dragon couldn't help but reach out his dragon claw to touch the scratch marks on his forehead where the horn had gradually disappeared. Conquest and war are noble virtues that every red dragon will not refuse. The female red dragon Kleinya's vertical pupils also burned with flames. This mother dragon, even among all the female red dragons, had an especially fierce personality. You know, Karen, I'm just a white dragon, I'll just follow behind you, I'll bite whoever you tell me to bite. The white dragon Kamid hugged his treasure chest and muttered. I only hope that those opponents will not surrender easily, I will bring them a feast of slaughter and death. The black dragon Rosani showed a cruel smile on his face. The white dragon Germit raised his head from the treasure chests. The dragon clan is a whole. You said that, Karen, you are the king of the dragon clan, coordinating the will of all dragons. My king, Antagena will never disobey your will, even if I don't get your favor. The green dragon Antagena's eyes were flattering and slightly resentful. The blue dragon Axiel directly lowered his head, showing obedience to the red dragon, my king, lord of the dragon clan, the supreme ruler of the territory. The copper dragon Alfred and the bronze dragon Alina looked at each other face to face, everything was in their eyes, they also lowered their proud heads, and the heavy, undulating dragon language echoed in the hall, my king. Karen, high on the throne, nodded slightly and waved his hand to let the guards and maids waiting in the corner bring up the food and wine again. After unifying the future goals of the dragon clan and reaching a consistent pace, the dragon clan's banquet officially began. Meat, wine, and fruit like flowing water were brought up by the dragon's familiars and enjoyed by the dragons. The hired orchestra also stepped on exquisite carpets and sat down in the hall, striking cheerful rhythms and notes. And a group of dancers wearing fiery gauze, with silk scarves on their heads and faces, exposing their delicate navels, and bare feet, shook the bells on their wrists and ankles, dancing a lively dance in the center of the hall. These fiery dancers attracted the attention of many male dragons, especially the two male dragons whose reproductive functions had been fully developed. Their throats gurgled, constantly pouring down barrels of increasingly hot wine, still unable to extinguish the fire of desire in their bodies. Fortunately, the red dragon, high on the throne, suppressed the desires in these two male dragons' bodies, preventing them from engaging in some improper acts on the spot. Especially a certain bronze dragon, who was constantly looking at a certain male dragon who was enjoying himself, greatly deterring the male dragon. Until they were full of food and drink, and the moon in the sky gradually hung high in the middle, Karen stood up from the wonderful banquet and took the lead out of the fortress. "Let's go, let's see how brilliant our territory will be tonight." The other dragons followed the red dragon out of the fortress, standing on the top of the mountain, looking at the lights of thousands of homes at the foot of the mountain and in the distance. A tall figure with dragon horns facing the sky was already standing in front of the dragon sanctuary, next to the huge golden bell. All around were the heroic spirits who resided in the sanctuary during the day to receive nourishment. These heroic spirits would occasionally appear around the mountains during the day, observing the changes in the territory. However, the bodies of the dead cannot be seen by the living, and the words of the dead cannot be heard by the living, so the residents at the foot of the mountains never discovered the heroic spirits that occasionally appeared. Only a very few lucky individuals would see the souls wandering near the heroic spirit graveyard. When the moon reached its zenith, at a moment that quietly descended, the figure standing before the sanctuary stretched out his hand and heavily struck the silent golden bell. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of the golden bell was solemn and grand, echoing from the summit of the mountains. Then, spreading in succession, the golden bells in cities and villages rang without being struck, the continuous sound of bells echoing throughout every part of the territory. Shum, bang. Streams of fireworks simultaneously ascended into the sky at this moment, exploding into brilliant light, 10,000 families fireworks, rising into the air together, illuminating the darkness and the night sky. The old year has passed, and the new year has arrived. Karen stood among the dragons, his gaze filled with satisfaction as he watched this scene, the dragons around him also immersed in the beauty of this moment. Step, a solid figure appeared from behind Karen, and then merged into his body. "Sister Carlette, don't you have any family? Then celebrate the new year with us." The little girl Nora leaned against the window of the newly arrived neighbor next door, standing on tiptoes as she called into the house. "Come out quickly, Sister Carlette, the city is setting off fireworks, it's very beautiful." The little girl Nora's shouts were drowned out by the sound of explosions. Inside the house, a young woman with long blue hair walked out of the darkness, took the little girl Nora's hand, and looked up at the fireworks blooming in the sky, muttering, "Family? I don't even know if I have one. Let's go, let's set off fireworks too." The young woman with long blue hair sighed, and suddenly a smile bloomed on her face. Chapter 157. Even though the annual interest day had passed several days ago, and the atmosphere within the territory had gradually calmed down, the activities of the annual interest day were still a source of great pleasure for the residents. The free supply of wine and delicacies, the intense arena and coliseum, the open-air bathhouses, these activities, in which the general public could directly participate, allowed them to enjoy themselves immensely. Many who had gazed upon the true form of a dragon also tirelessly boasted to those who came from other places and those who were unable to participate in the celebrations. There were also the fireworks that lit up the night sky, and the melodious chimes that sounded on time each day, spreading throughout the territory and gradually becoming the bell that marked people's waking and sleeping hours. There was the singing that always echoed from the mountains, and the dragon shrine, which was gradually revered as a sacred place by the warriors. There was also the tree of life, which showered natural and life energy every day, and so on. All of this allowed the residents of the territory to slowly coalesce around a concept of nation and a concept of culture. Even if it was still weak, it was already like a seed buried in moist soil, gradually taking root and sprouting. People also began to no longer fear the dragons from the bottom of their hearts. Many regarded the dragons living on the high mountains as gods who spread civilization, and the dragons walking among humans as wise rulers. These people integrated the divinity and humanity in their hearts, and gave the dragons on the top of the mountains a dazzling light, even if it was just a one-sided wishful thinking. The white dragon Gremot waddled, gathering his wings, and walked in this city that he had presided over the establishment of. The wide streets were wide enough to accommodate several dragons walking at the same time, so the white dragon Gremot didn't worry that his huge size would cause any trouble. Even though the city was still under expansion, those merchants who were good at speculation had already occupied the shops on the well-repaired streets in the city center. There were also peddlers pushing carts with rolling wheels, hawking their goods on both sides of the street. The owners of these carts were generally not professional merchants, but residents of the city and villagers from nearby villages who set up mobile stalls to supplement their household income. Some kobold soldiers responsible for maintaining order in the city would patrol back and forth on these streets with a particularly large number of mobile stalls, occasionally loudly stopping those peddlers who occupied the main traffic lanes with their mobile stalls, so as not to affect the order of traffic. The white dragon Gremot strolled along, occasionally nodding to the residents who dared to greet the dragon proactively. Behind him followed several armored guards, which was the treatment that every dragon lord would have. Although it was hard to say whether these guards were protecting the white dragon or the white dragon needed to protect them, the power deep in the souls of living beings should not be ignored. Sometimes, insignificant little people can also create miracles, let alone these powerful warriors. However, the only role of these guards now was to take out the bulging money bag from their arms and pay for this white dragon lord when he took a fancy to something, and to act as ruthless moving machines. Although these items and foods used by ordinary creatures were a bit too small for dragons, they could also be used as dragon ornaments and snacks. Soon, the guards behind him were carrying, their whole bodies were already full, and there was a strong smell of oil on the white cloaks stained with oil stains. These guards were almost dressed the same as the Forbidden Army warriors, the only difference was that the cloaks behind them were white. The dragons in the dragon group were very envious of the extremely brave Forbidden Army warriors under Kalong, so they started a series of imitation behaviors. According to the regulations, each dragon lord can have a guard team with a scale of 100 people, but the white dragon Gremot is not in a hurry to fill up all the places in his guard team. After hearing the ambition of the dragon group leader on the night of the annual interest, this white dragon had already raised the idea of catching some frost giants as his servants and guards in the future. In the dragon group's territory, at the end of that vast grassland, is the frost ice plain in the far north, and the source of the grassland's water veins comes from that barren land of ice and snow. But even the most barren places will have life appear, and life will always find a way out. That wasteland, which is covered with ice and snow all year round and has continuous glaciers, also has powerful predators and rulers. Many white dragon tribes live in that area. Moreover, in the northern continent, the only white dragon with its own name, Ice Hell Saclays, rules many white dragons and is engaged in a perennial war with the frost giants, another dominant race on the frost wasteland. Although this white dragon, known as being able to turn the earth into an ice hell, is powerful enough, the frost giant king, the most powerful king of the frost giant race, also possesses the power to fight against legends. But no one knows how powerful the frost giant king is, because no one dares to easily set foot in the area ruled by the frost giants, let alone challenge this king and overlord. The only record that can be referred to is the story of an axe killing an adult white dragon that is spread in the northern continent and sung by those bards. In general, although the war in the far north is continuous, the white dragon tribe is still at a disadvantage. Although the white dragon can fly and control the initiative in the sky, but the power of the frost giant race is enough to compete with the dragon head-on. The weapons and stones they throw can easily shoot down those dragons who are not careful enough. Gremot doesn't care about those fellow dragons living in the frost wasteland, but the hatred rooted in the white dragon's bloodline makes him naturally have no good feelings for the frost giants. When frost giants catch white dragons, they will lock the white dragons with chains, cut off their claws, knock off their teeth, and then use them as slaves and sex slaves. The white dragons are not far behind, but the white dragons will not try to enslave the frost giants, but will eat the frost giants as food after venting. Calm down, Gremot, reason is the first virtue of the five-colored dragons. The white dragon shook his head. When he thought of this scene, the influence from the bloodline immediately became prominent, causing the white dragon's inexplicable hatred to be ignited immediately. At this time, the guards following the white dragon lord stopped, because the white dragon Gremot had arrived at his destination, the Magic Integration Department. Lord Gremot, the centurion of the Forbidden Army guarding the gate, immediately saluted this white dragon lord. The white dragon Gremot nodded, and then stepped into this huge building complex. The white dragon is in charge of this city, so the Magic Integration Department, which can be called the most important place in the dragon territory, is also under the jurisdiction of the white dragon. However, the white dragon lord is not the Noel Yugu, he does not need to personally go to the laboratories of those scholars. He just uses the transformation technique to turn into a tall, white-haired young man, and walks into an office where there are scholars waiting to report to him. "Oh, Honorable Lord Gremot, good day." Alchemy Professor Titch, who was waiting here, stood up from his seat the moment the door opened. "Would you like a cup of tea from the Eastern Continent, or a cup of sweet fruit wine?" "Bring me a cup of tea, I want to taste the taste of this thing," the white-haired boy Gremot walked unhurriedly to the tall wooden table and sat in the main seat. The elf maid next to him wore a short skirt and flower robe, twisting her swaying figure and walking out the door. Although these elf maids cannot access any secrets and knowledge in this place, in order to be on the safe side, every elf maid needs to sign a confidentiality contract to prevent any possibility of leakage. Speak, why are you in such a hurry to find me? It's best if there is a wonderful thing about to happen. My time is precious enough and I don't want to listen to your nonsense. The White Dragon Lord Gremot respects knowledge, but he doesn't like this alchemical transformation maniac very much. Especially after entering the alchemy professor's laboratory, which was filled with various strange reproductive organs, this guy even wanted to trick the white dragon into changing into a bird, which really made the white dragon speechless. Hee, Lord Gremot, I succeeded. Magic alchemy Professor Titch's face was overflowing with excitement. He gesticulated and said, I have successfully developed the first test dose of dragon blood potion. According to my deduction and summary of experimental data, although the first dose of diluted dragon blood potion is less than 1% effective than dragon blood, it is a good start. What? It was developed so quickly. The white dragon Gremot's calm appearance was also broken by surprise. Not every dragon lord knows about Kalong's Kings of Knowledge plan. Currently, only 3 dragons can understand this plan, and the white dragon Gremot is one of them. And this white dragon lord knows enough about what the successful implementation of this plan can bring to the dragon group. As Kalong said, the dragon kingdom will become the nourishment of the dragon group, and it is the long ladder for the dragons to climb. The two can promote each other's growth. Just now, the dragon group has already benefited greatly from the magicians and the conquest of the green wild forest plain. Knowledge brings power and also brings the opportunity for evolution. You have done a very good job, Master Titch. I will ask Kalong to give you credit. This is a major contribution that cannot be ignored. The white dragon Gremot's attitude became respectful. Changing faces is a skill that the 5-colored dragons are born with. No, you misunderstood, Lord Gremot. I'm not here to ask for credit. The magic alchemy professor's expression became fanatical. He said, I need you to give me permission to conduct relevant experiments on the dragon blood potion. The actual efficacy of the dragon blood potion needs to be tested on various races before it can be finally determined, so as to facilitate improvement and optimization. Although the white-haired boy Gremot's eyes were as black as humans, they suddenly lit up at this moment, like a pair of golden lamps lit up. Need a large population for experiments, the white dragon Gremot laughed, took out a token made of red dragon scales from his arms, but then frowned slightly and put the token away. A white token, representing the white dragon lord's token, was taken out from the space magic treasure bag made by the magicians in his arms and thrown to Titch. Yes, I agree to your request. You can take my token and extract the prisoners held in the prison for experimentation. But I have to warn you, you must not use residents other than prisoners for experiments without authorization. The white dragon Gremot's bright eyes stared at the alchemy maniac in front of him, and said word by word, if it's not enough, you can apply to me and I will find a way, but you have to remember that this experiment is promised to you by me, not Kalong. Hee, I understand, Titch agreed readily. Although these scholars sometimes show low emotional intelligence, their IQ is not a problem. Titch knows the purpose of this white dragon. However, this is only one of them. I have another more important thing to report to you, Lord Gremot. Titch's eyes showed a strange color of eager to be recognized. In other places, this strange scholar can only be described as a monster that everyone shouts and beats, but in the dragon territory full of monsters, he has received long-lost respect and attention. What is more important than this matter? The white dragon Gremot's eyes returned to calm, but a stronger curiosity appeared in his eyes. In the white dragon lord's heart, Titch's ability to complete the research on the dragon blood potion is already considered a genius, compared to the uneducated dragons. At the beginning of the research, I believed that all creatures can achieve their life evolution through bloodline transformation, Titch said, but after my research and speculation, for other races, it can be described as bloodline evolution, but for dragons, these ancient and noble races, it is more appropriate to use bloodline essence or bloodline revival. These ancient and noble races have their own bloodline origins. Through the information and materials given by Lord Kalong, I found that there are some fragments from the source in the dragon's body bloodline after exploration. Titch talked eloquently, saying with enthusiasm, these fragments are like the spell models that make up the magician's spells, and the dragon's bloodline is formed accordingly. If the dragon's bloodline can be constantly evolved towards these fragments rooted in the source of the bloodline, it can obtain power closer to the source of the bloodline. If the random fragments scattered in countless dragons can be combined into a complete bloodline model, perhaps, it means that the power of the source can also be possessed by ordinary dragons. Dong, dong dong, dong dong dong. A dull and powerful drum beat sounded. It was not the drum beat by the warriors, but the white dragon Gremot's suddenly rapidly beating heart. The heart rate of dragons is heavy and slow, but now it is as rapid as a war drum, and it can be seen how excited this white dragon is. The bright eyes that are even brighter than the magic crystal lamp also show the inner fluctuations of this white dragon at this time. Bloodline essence, if it can really be as the alchemical Professor Titch in front of him said, it will bring unimaginable benefits and help to all the dragons in the dragon group. Perhaps, this can allow some dragons whose will is not as firm as Kalong to have the opportunity to go further, so that most dragons can embark on the road to revive the glory of the ancient bloodline, and Kalong will also become more powerful because of this. Call. The white dragon Gremot spewed out thick white mist from his nostrils. His human cheeks vaguely transformed into a dragon's face. He said in a hoarse voice, "Respected Master Titch, I think that your research focus should be on this aspect in the future. If you have any requirements, please feel free to raise them. This research is too profound, and it is difficult to complete it only by relying on me and some apprentices. Therefore, I request to form a huge scholar group, a larger laboratory, and more sophisticated magic instruments." Teach reveled in the ecstasy and shock in the dragon's eyes. Seeing such an expression gave him a sense of accomplishment, much like when women of various races experienced ultimate pleasure beneath him, one of his few pursuits. "I can promise you that, even if it requires using all the resources of my territory, I will fulfill your request." Gormoth, the white dragon, agreed without hesitation to this seemingly simple request that would actually cost a great deal of gold. "Of course, most importantly, I need a lot of dragon blood. Not just from chromatic dragons, but a lot of true dragon blood, even living dragons, to assist my research." Teach quietly watched the white dragon lord's reaction, lowering his tone as he said, "Without enough samples for comparative study, it will be difficult for me to discover those fragments in the bloodline, extract them for comparison, and conduct related experiments. This is the most difficult part." Of course, Gormoth the white dragon knew, he knew better than Teach how difficult this condition was. Extracting large amounts of true dragon blood would cause inestimable damage to the dragon's future potential, and in severe cases, it could even lead to the dragon never being able to grow. Although the dragons in the dragon clan were clear about the benefits that this research could bring, it was impossible for them to damage themselves for an uncertain future. No one could be sure that Teach's research would be successful, and Teach himself did not dare to guarantee it. "I can't decide on this matter. I will report it to Kalen for you," White Dragon Gormoth suddenly sighed. He felt that the current dragon clan needed to be even stronger. Chapter 158. The young red dragon, Cadelos, lay listlessly before the gates of the dragon's treasure vault, burying his head in the gap between his thick, folded forelimbs. His crimson wings were spread on the flat valley floor, and his thick tail coiled around, tightly guarding his rear. An 18-meter-long young red dragon should have been sufficiently intimidating, exuded an imposing aura, and possessed ample pressure. But alas, the beatings from the outside world had taught this young red dragon some simple truths. After a long period of recuperation, the young red dragon's exterior had long returned to its peak condition. Although the dragon horde enslaved Cadelos, they never deprived him of sustenance. However, even so, the growth of this young red dragon's size was quite slow. During the peak growth period for dragons, the extraction of a large amount of dragon blood and 2 drops of evil dragon's true blood caused damage that would take a long time to repair. Therefore, this young red dragon's spirit was always somewhat listless, a feeling of weakness originating from his bloodline. Enveloped in this sense of weakness, even the treasures within the dragon's treasure vault behind that 10-meter thick stone wall, which held immense allure for dragons, attracted Cadelos a little less. Turning back to rub against the dragon's treasure vault 30 times an hour had become 29 times, which was undoubtedly a huge change. When the young red dragon Cadelos couldn't help himself and was about to rub his head against the dragon's treasure vault door like a cat with catnip, a massive dragon shadow descended from the sky. Whoosh! A blue dragon landed on the cliff face, its 4 claws firmly gripping the stone, head down, tail up, a pair of huge blue wings spread, its slender neck lowered, bringing its head close to the young red dragon's body. A salty sea breeze mixed with the smell of wet sand rushed into the young red dragon Cadelos's nostrils, and that thick, long blue dragon horn was about to poke the young red dragon's eyes. "I know you, blue dragon axe, what are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me, to specifically mock a captive dragon?" The young red dragon Cadelos sputtered a few sparks from his nostrils. According to his previous temper, this red dragon, higher in the hierarchy of 5-colored dragons, would have breathed a mouthful of dragon breath. The proud red dragon would not allow any dragon to stand over him, instead maintaining his only remaining dignity to question this adolescent blue dragon. "Oh, don't misunderstand, Cadelos. Every dragon in the horde has their own things to do now, and they don't have time to waste precious moments mocking you." The 15-meter-long adolescent blue dragon axe twisted his slender neck, and small stones cracked by his claws broke off from the mountain wall and fell, smashing onto the valley floor. "Giving the time to the enthusiastic and wonderful young ladies in the territory is better than using it to mock you." The blue dragon axe's unique voice, belonging only to dragons, carried a low echo as he said, "I'm here to give you an opportunity, a chance to gain freedom. I hope you won't refuse this gift from the dragon horde. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" The young red dragon pretended to be nonchalant, but his forced calmness had long been seen through by the blue dragon. It's very simple, you just need to follow my orders." The blue dragon axe's low voice echoed in the canyon. "What? You want me to follow you to capture and conquer those lone wild dragons around your territory, and I don't get any reward? Aren't you using a noble red dragon like a war beast? I, Cadelos, am also a noble true dragon. I refuse such insulting conditions," the young red dragon said indignantly. Although he gained relative freedom, he had to work for free. These dragons in the horde should all be hanged in the Dragon Queen Tiamat's divine kingdom. The blue dragon axe, receiving a negative answer, revealed a strange look in his large vertical pupils, shaking his head and slender neck in front of the young red dragon. "True dragon? The dragon horde will redefine the word true dragon in the future. In the future, dragons like you, who can't restrain the influence of the evil dragon's bloodline and forever endure the interference of the evil dragon's blood and endless chatter, cannot be called true dragons. And every dragon in the dragon horde will be more noble than you, a true dragon." A heartfelt arrogance emerged in the blue dragon axe's vertical pupils, and this arrogance from the heart even stung the young red dragon's weak self-esteem. "Look, true dragons who have restrained the interference of the evil dragon's bloodline can have a stable enough mind to learn knowledge and control magical items." The blue dragon axe stretched out his right claw, and a magical light gathered in his palm. A mage hand extended from his claws, and the mage hand was holding a magical space bag that every dragon lord was equipped with. At this moment, the magical space bag was slowly opening, revealing a glittering golden light. Pfft! A spark flashed, the mage hand quickly collapsed, and the opened magical space bag slowly closed, falling into the blue dragon's claws. "Oh, sorry, I'm not very skilled yet. The evil dragon blood in my body can still affect me frequently." The blue dragon axe swallowed the magical space bag into his stomach, but the expression on his face showed no apology. Thanks to the methods summarized and explored by Karen, and the determination of the dragons in the horde, these dragons have also begun to embark on their true paths. The young red dragon Cadelos was shocked enough. His mouth opened wide enough to fit an entire lamb. "You see, the reason why dragons don't like to study knowledge, and even rarely explore the inheritance in their minds, is partly because dragons are lazy, and they also feel that the power brought by their own bloodline is strong enough. But another important reason is that all dragons know that the various desires from the dragon's bloodline are constantly influencing and disturbing these dragons, making it difficult for them to calm their minds. Just like humans who are driven by the desires stimulated by hormones during adolescence, they will always have various fantasies that often appear in their minds in class. And the interference brought by the dragon's bloodline is many times greater than the influence of human hormones. I can follow your orders, but I demand to obtain a position in the dragon horde in the future, and I hope you can teach me the method of controlling dragon blood. This is my requirement for following orders." The young red dragon Cadelos tried to bargain, but the initiative was not in his hands. "Oh," the blue dragon axe quietly retracted his head, looking down at the young red dragon, and said arrogantly, "You are not worthy, Cadelos. If you weren't of the same race as the most noble monarch in the dragon horde, perhaps we would have drained your evil dragon's true blood long ago. Contributing to the dragon horde is the way for you to gain true freedom and rights. This is the king's promise to you. And now, you should honestly be the dragon horde's war beast and complete your mission." The young red dragon thought for a while before nodding in agreement. I only hope that the dragon horde, unlike me, can keep your promises. The blue dragon axe disdained to answer such a question. He just chanted the dragon language passed down by Karen. The magic spell released the young red dragon's restraints, and red chains burst open on the young red dragon's body. The shackles locked on the young red dragon's limbs also opened automatically. Hey, why don't you unlock the iron ring around my neck? Are you afraid that you can't suppress me alone? The young red dragon spat out 2 mouthfuls of flames from his mouth, spraying them on the door of the dragon's treasure vault. The young red dragon has a huge range of power, but almost all of them have the destructive power of the Saint Realm, and the strongest even have the power to contend with legends. Although Cadelos is not one of the strongest, the werewolf elder who had just entered the Saint Realm, like the one killed by the dragon-born werewolf Saha, would be a matter of a few slaps in the face of this young red dragon. This is why dragons cannot be measured by ordinary standards. The destructive power of dragons is far stronger than the measurement standards of their life level. The same level also has a world of difference. To suppress or even defeat this young red dragon, in addition to Karen, the dragon horde would have to send several dragons, or hundreds of soldiers, with dragon-hunting crossbows and magic-attached giant crossbows and armor-piercing arrows. But the adolescent blue dragon axe just smiled coldly, that is the symbol of your identity. As for when you need to be suppressed, Cadelos, you'd better pray that you can suppress that easily heated brain filled with magma, otherwise there will be dragons who will teach you what it means, there are dragons beyond dragons, and heavens beyond heavens. Hurry up, we still need to find another dragon who is also atoning for his sins. The blue dragon axe cracked the rocks with his 4 claws, gently flapping his wings, and flew towards the sky. Rare freedom, the young red dragon moved his body, also spreading his wide wings, and rushed straight into the sky. A loud roar spread from the mountains, which was the young red dragon's venting roar. The blue-haired Khalite, wearing a coarse linen garment, quietly leaned against the tree of life in Bay Stream City. Her slightly damp forehead indicated that this seemingly young girl was not very relaxed. The men and women around her kept away from this young woman who appeared proud and indifferent. This young woman was stronger than the strong men, did more work than 2 adult men, and was beautiful enough. From this point of view, she should be the target that all men want to pursue. But after the 15th man who tried to strike up a conversation had his eye socket swollen by a punch, no man tried to approach this girl again. And those women were repelled by this girl's aloof attitude, even when others were sweating profusely, she still maintained a beautiful appearance. Only the kind little girl Nora could easily approach this young woman. The construction of Bay Stream City is the opposite of the city under the Dragon's Nest. It is necessary to build the outer defensive facilities first, and then build the buildings in the city. Therefore, many people are staying around the Tree of Life to rest at this time. Huff, huff, huff. 2 dragons flew down from the sky, a blue dragon and a red dragon. The oppression brought by the huge size caused the surrounding residents who were resting to quietly disperse, away from the landing point of the 2 dragons. A new red dragon? When did the dragon lords have a new member? The residents who had seen Karen whispered, looking at the 2 dragons landing with curious eyes. This red dragon doesn't look very good, not as majestic and beautiful as the Flame Lord. He looks like a wild dragon who has come to join the dragon horde, a woman whispered. In the eyes of these citizens, the young red dragon's gradually deepening scale color was indeed not as beautiful as the scales on the red dragon lord. The young red dragon, who had been beaten by the outside world, was not as arrogant and invincible as before, so the feeling it gave to everyone was not shocking. The young red dragon Cadelos pricked up his ears, listening clearly to the surrounding discussions. He scratched the dirt on the ground with his claws a little irritably, but he didn't dare to burn those talkative weaklings to death with a mouthful of dragon fire. The thriving Tree of Life in front of him made this young red dragon understand that perhaps the dragon horde had conquered that other plane and turned it into a back garden for the dragon horde to pick. And a blue-haired Khalite also stood up with a shocked expression. This blue dragon, who also belonged to the upper ranks, could clearly understand the threat of the young red dragon in front of him. And the collar around the young red dragon's neck, engraved with Karen Gogmora's name and a series of dragon languages, was enough to surprise this blue dragon. This means that this young red dragon is Karen's captive. In human terms, the young red dragon Cadelos is a pet or watchdog raised by Karen. The blue dragon axe seemed to have recently developed some new problems, especially liking to look down on others from a high position. At this moment, the blue dragon treated the former goddess and beloved female dragon as he had treated the young red dragon Cadelos before. He climbed on the thick tree of life with his 4 limbs, stretched out his slender neck, lowered his head, and sniffed the surprised young girl. Axe, what are you here for? I have always abided by the original agreement, engaged in the most arduous labor, and never tried to escape. In the end, the older Khalite couldn't bear this silent pressure and took the initiative to ask. Khalite, just yesterday, I suggested to Karen that you be imprisoned like Cadellos, extracting the evil dragon's true blood from your body and dedicating your only value at this time to the territory, but Karen refused. As soon as the blue dragon axe opened his mouth, he threw out a bang bang, directly stunning the young red dragon Cadellos and the blue dragon Khalite on the spot. When the dragon horde was young, the blue dragon axe guarded the dragon horde. Although he also possessed the arrogance and bad nature of the 5-colored dragons, he had always been a gentle existence like an older brother to the young dragons in the dragon horde. And after obtaining the method to control the influence of the evil dragon's bloodline and gradually abandoning the bad influences, the more rational and sober adolescent blue dragon axe also integrated into the dragon horde. Therefore, he became more ruthless in dealing with some problems based on the dragon horde's position. More warmth brings more polarized emotions. Why? Khalite's calm voice fluctuated a little. She looked at the once loyal-looking dragon in front of her in disbelief, feeling that the other party had undergone earth-shaking changes. The generous monarch gave you an opportunity that you did not cherish, Khalite. You need to prove your value, not be like an ordinary person. You are a dragon, and the value you create is no longer proportional to the resources you consume. The blue dragon axe's deep blue pupils were filled with ruthlessness. He brought his head close to Khalite, who was still in human form, bringing Khalite extremely dangerous and intense pressure. I didn't understand Kalen's intentions before, but now I can understand some. The breath exhaled by the blue dragon axe blew Khalite's long blue hair. He hopes to unite every dragon that can be united, and launch an attack towards a great goal together, but you are still running away, still immersed in the weakness of the past, and have not taken the initiative to lean towards the dragon group. You didn't even actively apply for the war to conquer different planes, but hid in a corner of the territory. I once hoped that you could learn something about family and companions from your contact with humans, but it seems that you have disappointed me in the dragon group. The blue dragon axe's voice echoed in Khalite's ears, but it did not spread out. The sensible tree of life had already stretched out its branches, isolating the sound in a small area. Those who do not lean towards the dragon group will be enemies of the dragon group. You are also a potential enemy of the dragon group. The blue dragon axe's tone became extremely cold. I will not allow anyone to harm the dragon group or destroy the common goal of the dragons. Axe stretched out his tongue and licked Khalite's face, who was looking numb. A low sigh rang in the blue dragon axe's throat. So, I applied to Kalen to give you another chance to accept the dragon group's test. If you fail to meet my expectations, I will kill you and treasure your head in my lair to commemorate the rose that bloomed in my world when I was a teenager. Even if I am punished by Kalen, I will not hesitate. Oh, Axe, I like that sentence of yours very much. The young red dragon Kairos came back to his senses and gave his suggestion while wagging his tail. Before you kill her, maybe you can force yourself on her to make up for the regret in your heart. The blue dragon axe glanced coldly at the young red dragon and said lightly, of course I can do this, but I don't like to do it. Chapter 159. Clang, clang, clang. Thick, sharp claws clashed against each other, like steel claws striking, sparks flying with the metallic sounds of impact. Two massive dragons of the same scale color abruptly halted, facing each other. The female red dragon, Clinea, panted heavily, the broken scales on her right shoulder as neatly cut as if a skilled human warrior had used a sharp, enchanted blade. Huff, I'm done fighting, the female red dragon said angrily, spitting 2 mouthfuls of flames at the opposite red dragon's magical shield, but the flames were blocked. The intense heat didn't even touch the other dragon's scales. I keep improving, but the gap between us just keeps widening, Karen. Clinea smacked her slender tail in frustration, causing a resounding boom as it hit the hard, flat ground. How can I keep up with you? I'm so tired of being left behind and feeling helpless. Every dragon received individual guidance from Karen, who also taught the dragons in the group some meditation techniques for controlling dragon blood and strengthening their mental fortitude. Karen was always happy to see his companions grow together. This didn't put pressure on Karen, rather, it was one of his motivations. Clinea, the female red dragon, didn't particularly like exploring magic, preferring to destroy her enemies with her body. Therefore, she often sparred with Karen in close combat during extra training sessions. However, Karen's secondary brain cluster was originally created for this purpose, collecting many combat techniques and information. Karen's fighting skills had gradually become a system of their own, allowing him to easily defeat Clinea without relying on greater strength. Therefore, Clinea was always devastated after each combat practice. However, the biggest advantage of this stubborn female dragon was her resilience, never giving up despite repeated defeats. "Ho, Clinea, you've done well enough. Today, you even broke through 3 layers of my magical shield. Just a little bit more, and you would have touched my scales." Karen smiled, revealing his long fangs. He opened his claws upward, curled the other 3 fingers together, and touched his index finger and thumb together to make a gesture. Clinea looked speechlessly at the magical light surging on Karen's dazzling scales, regenerating layers of magical barriers. Layers of magical barriers surrounded him, like heavy energy armor tightly attached to his scales. These energy armors not only protected his body well but also isolated the emission of his aura. Clinea couldn't even smell the rich sulfur and magma scent unique to red dragons on Karen. "Are you mocking me or praising me?" the little female dragon asked, shaking her head in dissatisfaction, her dragon horns gently nudging away Karen's claws covering her head. This action always made Clinea feel like she was a little sister being cared for and comforted by Karen, and she didn't like that feeling. But Clinea's gentle movements failed to reject Karen's claws. Karen stroked Clinea's head as if he were petting a puppy. "Growth takes time and effort, Clinea. The reason I grow faster than you is that I spend more time and effort, although my outstanding talent accounts for most of the proportion." The relationship between Karen and Clinea had been quite strange since they were young. Karen felt that he was born first and should be the older brother, so after controlling his dragon blood, he always had more tolerance for Clinea's behavior, perhaps also out of some compensatory psychology for beating this female dragon too hard when they were young. Clinea, the female red dragon, also turned her goal of dominating the dragon group into surpassing Karen, an extremely difficult, almost impossible goal. She believed that she should be the older sister, so she always had some rebellious thoughts. But when Karen made a real decision, this female dragon, like the white dragon Kamid, never considered right or wrong, firmly supporting Karen's decision. "You're weird, Karen. You've been like this since you were a kid. Even the most ambitious dragons would never work as hard as you do. In our dragon's eyes, you're almost cruelly torturing yourself." The female red dragon Clinea narrowed her eyes, slightly pushing away Karen's heavy claws. She said, "Liking to study magical knowledge is already a morbid manifestation in the eyes of most dragons. There's an unpleasant title, magic-addicted dragon, specifically prepared for strange dragons like you. And you're far more than that. If you hadn't avoided covering your scales with spells, I would have suspected that you had contracted this disease and spread it to the dragon group." Clinea raised her head, looking up at Karen's calm eyes. "I sometimes even suspect that your body doesn't contain the soul of a dragon." "So?" Karen's eyes didn't show even a ripple, as calm as the deepest lake on the prairie, unmoved by the wind. "So the dragons in the group are waiting for your decision. Haven't you noticed? The upcoming hibernation period is causing every dragon to become restless. That's the nature of every life, and it's an unavoidable instinctive restlessness for dragons. After they get through the hibernation period, they need to start choosing their mates." Clinea angrily pressed her dragon horns against Karen's sturdy chest, exerting all her strength to push the massive Karen a small step. She shouted, "Before you, the most esteemed monarch, have established a goal, the dragons in the group dare not and cannot choose their partners. Antagina has complained to me many times that no matter how much she pleases you, you haven't given a definite response. But the green dragon you don't like is a beautiful gem in the eyes of other dragons. You should express your intentions and not let the dragons guess your meaning and be timid. Look at the black dragon Rosani, twisted by his restlessness. He has begun to be obsessed with those little mares, and he is not very interested in dragons." To be honest, only Clinea dared to discuss this topic with Karen face to face and warn Karen. Any male dragon who dared to raise this question to Karen would be regarded as a challenge to the dragon group leader's right to choose a mate. Even though the relationship between the dragon groups has gradually evolved to be more like a big family, they are still dragons. Karen realized that he had put too much effort into other aspects, so much so that he had ignored these obvious problems. But the blame for the black dragon Rosani can't be put on his own head. Karen said loudly, "Rosani, that's his own hobby, but he can't blame me. As for Antagina, I didn't give a response is the most obvious response." Karen gave his answer, I regard Antagina as a slightly foolish sister who likes to be clever, and I don't have any subjective inclination to choose her. Clinea accepted this answer, although in the hearts of these five-colored dragons, this concept of sister and brother is particularly weak. Then what about me, Karen? I am stronger than the green dragon, and my bloodline is better than the green dragon's. Clinea gently pressed her dragon horns against Karen's chest, her head starting to rise, her slender neck wrapping around Karen's thick neck. One chapter was reviewed. Chapter 160. Kleina, this female red dragon, had awakened an ancestral bloodline, and her physical development was also faster than other young dragons in the dragon clan. Her sleek body had beautiful and full curves, making her a considerably hot and beautiful dragon in the eyes of other dragons. If other male red dragons were to rate her, with a full score of 100, Kleina would easily score a 95. Although it was difficult to match Kaelin's score of at least 120, it was already considered outstanding enough. You are also my sister, Kleina, we were born of the same clan. Kaelin lowered his fierce and magnificent head, bringing it closer to Kleina's head, which appeared particularly delicate at the moment. The two red dragons' breaths almost collided. Damn it, such a concept doesn't exist at all among the chromatic dragons. No dragon cares about this. The furious little female dragon, Kleina, overturned the view she had agreed with just a moment ago, demonstrating the chromatic dragon's unique double standards. She retracted her head and forcefully bumped into Kaelin's chest, actually knocking the heavy, unprepared Kaelin over directly. Although Kaelin was caught off guard by this female dragon, it was also evident how strong Kleina, this female red dragon, could be when she was angry. Thud. Kaelin's heavy body crashed onto the flat castle square, and his hard head actually sparked a few embers on the magically reinforced ground. Are you sick, Kaelin? Maybe you've caught the same illness as those strange humans, or perhaps you like male dragons. Kleina, baring her fangs and claws, hung her limbs on Kaelin's, who was lying on the ground, pinning him down and preventing him from getting up. Kleina brought her delicate head close to Kaelin's broad chin, and the hot air she exhaled penetrated the energy armor, which had not sensed any malice and had not blocked it, blowing on Kaelin's jaw. Snap! Kaelin's thick, long tail, which was unconsciously thrashing on the ground, was also tightly entangled by the female dragon's slender tail, preventing him from moving freely. Kaelin effortlessly withdrew his right claw from under Kleina's pressure, opened his mouth, and revealed his snow-white fangs, which had been meticulously cleaned by the attentive maids. Look, Kleina, Kaelin extended his right claw, pointing to the flower beds in front of the marble balustrades carved with exquisite acanthus patterns, and said, my garden will be filled with all kinds of flowers, and the knowledge I delve into is also diverse. My kingdom also has unique residents, and even within my dragon clan, I like to accept all kinds of different dragons. Kaelin's expression became particularly candid and shameless. He said, what I mean is, I will have many partners in the future, but my requirement is their fidelity, while I cannot maintain that, which is a manifestation of my inherent greed. But the word fidelity hardly exists among the chromatic dragons. You understand what I mean, right? So you almost certainly won't choose a formal partner, Kleina reacted. She sneered, you, who are known for your terrible personality even among dragons, always like to fish, but now you are not fishing for fish, but for those who voluntarily take the bait. But your personality exudes an indescribable charm that makes me want to try it out. Kleina opened her mouth and gently bit Kaelin's broad jaw, her dragon's flexible tongue seeking opportunities between her snow-white fangs. The slender dragon tail entangled around Kaelin's thick tail also slid and intertwined like a snake, gently caressing. Soft draconic language rang in Kleina's throat, and you are the king, this is your due right. Kaelin withdrew his dragon claw from under Kleina's dragon claws and gently pushed away the encroaching Kleina, pointing his sharp dragon claw at his head and chuckling softly, then you have to convince my beliefs. How do I convince you? Kleina's water-rippling vertical pupils instantly flashed with 2 points of burning fire, her mouth full of steel teeth clashing and intersecting, baring her fangs and snarling, making a clanging sound. That depends on your ability. Kaelin easily pushed away Kleina's death entanglement and stood up again, welcoming the two dragons flying over. Blue Dragon Dos and Bronze Dragon Alina descended from the sky, landing on the square in front of the Dragon King's fortress. Hope we didn't interrupt your private conversation. Bronze Dragon Alina stared with her large eyes, her gaze sweeping back and forth between the two red dragons, seemingly excited about something she had seen. This was a common expression among most female creatures, especially dragons who always enjoyed watching the fun. Blue Dragon Dose nodded solemnly to the two red dragons. Kleina also nodded in response to her companions, then raised her head high, flapped her wings, and flew directly to her lair. Kalen naturally did not have any awkward expression. He led the two visiting dragons into the royal fortress, then stopped and turned to ask, "The two of you came at the same time, there must be something important." "Two things," Bronze Dragon Alina said concisely. The suggestion to simplify work steps and improve efficiency was proposed by this intelligent dragon. "The first thing is that the dragon clan's goal is to establish a formal civilization and establish a legitimate national system, so some laws and regulations have been jointly sorted and revised by Dos, Naxun, and me during this period to become a relatively complete set of laws. This set of laws needs to be agreed upon and signed by the monarch who rules the territory in order to have the due effect and be officially determined and implemented within the territory." Bronze Dragon Alina took out a thick scroll from her magical bag of holding and handed it to Kalen with both hands. Magical bags of holding were very popular among these dragon lords, so these dragon lords did not need to swallow things into their stomachs or hide them in the gaps of their scales. This beautiful bronze dragon even embroidered the patterns of gold coins and gems on her magical bag of holding. Kalen took the scroll and gently tapped it. Magic supported the scroll to float and unfold, and several mage hands floated in the air, holding up the unfolded scroll. This set of laws seemed very long, but it was not complicated. It included a legal preface and general outline, and the general outline was further divided into several detailed articles. In the legal preface, the supreme ruling position of the Dragon Clan and the supreme legal effect of the laws were clearly established. The detailed articles subdivided in the general outline of the law included things such as racial republic, legal justice, and territorial order regulations. Kalen read through the set of laws while curiously asking, "Naxun? Is that the name of a scholar? To be invited by you to jointly revise the laws, he must be a person with outstanding talent." "That's the second thing," Bronze Dragon Alina proactively replied. "After the communication and exchange on the annual Breath Day, the Dragon Clan has a unified goal. We believe that with the expansion of the future ruling range and the better development of the existing territory, we need to absorb forces that can be united and accept new members to join the Dragon Clan." Bronze Dragon Alina also began to look at the problem from the perspective of the Dragon Clan. This was a good thing. Her beautiful face was calm, showing a generous confidence, which was a confidence that uneducated chromatic dragons did not have in governing the territory. "Naxun, a friendly dragon, a dragon with outstanding talent, he calls himself an ocean dragon. After our communication and exchange, Dos, Ax, and I jointly recommend him to you as the head of the territory's law enforcement department." Bronze Dragon Alina was seeking the opinion of the Supreme Monarch, and her eyes also hoped to gain recognition and affirmation. "It is not appropriate to have chromatic dragons or dragon king as law enforcement officers, and Alfred and I do not have the energy to assume additional responsibilities." Bronze Dragon Alina's words were not wrong. Kalen agreed. In the eyes of the chromatic dragons, the crimes of theft and robbery were enough to execute the criminals directly, because involving other people's treasures was an inviolable sore spot for the chromatic dragons. Of course, even some minor crimes, in the eyes of the chromatic dragons, as long as they were offended, they should be directly executed. As for the Dragon King, without sufficient experience and training, they would only rigidly execute the laws and the dragon's orders and could not assume important responsibilities. In Bronze Dragon Alina's view, the rule of law and human governance were not very related to the Dragon King. It also violated Kalen's moderate management of relative human governance and relative rule of law. Blue Dragon Dose stepped forward, and the tail of the blue dragon, which was particularly generous compared to other chromatic dragons, swept, but showed an attitude that was completely inconsistent with the chromatic dragons. In fact, it was Alina who persuaded that ocean dragon. "We originally mistakenly thought it was that dragon of other sea dragons." Blue Dragon Dose took the initiative to take credit for the bronze dragon. Although Naxun had dealt with X and me many times and had many fights with each other, and had some familiar friendship, Naxun had always feared the chaotic and crazy bloodline of the chromatic dragons. Although he liked the beauty of the territory and yearned for the order of the territory, the invitations from X and me had never worked. Blue Dragon Dose looked at Bronze Dragon Alina with approving eyes. He truly realized at this moment the convenience that the addition of the Order Dragon race brought to the Dragon Clan. Ms. Alina went there in person, and we invited Naxun together. Naxun felt the bloodline on Ms. Alina, and then he agreed. In Naxun's view, the Order Dragon race like the Bronze Dragon can occupy an important position in the Dragon Clan, and obviously the Dragon Clan truly embraces order. Bronze Dragon Alina stood proudly, not concealing her pride, and accepted the praise of the blue dragon. Dragons would not be humble, these two words had never appeared in the dragon's dictionary. Well done, Alina, you are indeed an excellent lord. Your talent and knowledge exceed any female dragon I have ever seen. Presumably your reward this year will be particularly generous. Kalen certainly would not be stingy with praise for the energetic bronze dragon. He not only gave pancakes but also was good at drawing pancakes. As for the dragon you recommended, Nak-sun, has he come here? Kalen asked in a gentle voice. Although Kalen's perception had already discovered the dragon waiting outside, he needed to express his friendly attitude, so he took the initiative to ask. Whoosh! An ocean dragon with a different appearance from other dragons stepped in from outside the hall, facing the gaze of several dragons, winding forward. Honorable monarch, noble true dragon, greetings to you, your excellency Kalen, ocean dragon Nak-sun, whose appearance was slightly peculiar compared to other dragons, lowered his head slightly to show his respect to Kalen. This dragon did not have wings, and his appearance was somewhat similar to that of an eastern dragon. His skin was cyan, and his tail was like a splayed braid, growing blue tail fins. Blue long fins, similar to the thorny tissue of other dragons, also grew on his head and some parts of his body, and a piece of membrane grew near his spine, like the dorsal fin of a fish. As a juvenile dragon, ocean dragon Nak-sun's size was slightly smaller, only about 12 meters, at least in Kalen's view, his size was too thin. However, the ocean was ocean dragon's home field, and ocean dragon Nak-sun was more suitable than blue dragon to guard the coastal territory. Kalen showed his smile, he pointed his finger vaguely at the law scroll in front of him, and said, "The dragon clan welcomes you, friend from afar. Dos, Axe and Alina jointly recommended you. I trust my companions, so you are now our companion. But I want to know some of your views on this set of laws." The slender ocean dragon Nak-sun confidently looked at Kalen and said, "In fact, at the beginning of the revision of the laws, the blue dragon and the bronze dragon had disputes with each other, and there is no need for me to say their views. The wise monarch should have already seen through them. But under my long-term observation and thinking, I think the law is just a tool for the dragon clan to create a kingdom ruled by dragons, with relative equality and coexistence and republic below the dragons. The effectiveness of the law cannot restrain the dragon clan, because the law exists because of the dragons, so I suggest that two parallel laws should be implemented, one of which should restrain the dragons, like the Dragon Covenant. The future kingdom of dragons needs to be stable enough, it needs a stable order, and with the expansion of the dragon kingdom, the dragon clan will become more and more prosperous, and the unrestrained dragons will become a disaster. Even the wise monarch cannot cast his eyes on every dragon. Therefore, even the dragon lords who have supreme power need to be restrained." The ocean dragon's words were sonorous and powerful. Kalen smiled, did not answer the ocean dragon's topic, but left his mark on the end of this set of laws, agreeing to the effectiveness of the laws. Then he opened his 5 claws to the ocean dragon and smiled gently, "Welcome to the dragon clan, Nak-sun." Ocean dragon Nak-sun lowered his head slightly, allowing the red dragon's sharp claws to cover his head, and he heard the red dragon's deep and thick draconic voice in his ears. "I appoint you, Nak-sun, from this moment on, as the law enforcement officer of the Golden City, with the power and responsibility to punish all illegal acts, and at the same time shoulder the responsibility of maintaining the safety and order of the Golden Coast. According to your command, my king." Nak-sun responded at this moment. For more audiobooks, support me in Patreon. The link in the description.